The setting sun was like blood. In a spacious and tidy office at the center of Anqing Base, a couple embracing each other stood before floor-to-ceiling windows admiring this eerie scene. The woman's shoulder was half exposed with several suspicious red marks on her neck. She coquettishly said, "Dad said that in 2 days the position of Base Secretary General will become vacant and he will recommend you first. So, how will you thank me?" "Really? Shanshan, since you care so much for me, you'll do whatever you ask." The man chuckled, his firm chin resting on the woman's nape, but his eyes betrayed excitement. The position of Base Secretary General. If he could secure it, no one in the base would dare to slight him again. What did it matter if food was scarce? What did it matter if zombies were everywhere? As long as he had status in the base, he could ensure his own safety and maximum security. Unexpectedly, the woman snorted and broke free from his embrace. "I told you to deal with that mother and child. At least drive them out of the base. You kept delaying, not only refusing to act, but even feeding them with supplies. Do you take me for a fool?" Feng Leshan angrily questioned the man before her. She was the daughter of the Anqing base commander, and having finally set her eyes on a man who was already married, she saw no obstacle. "Shanshan, don't be angry yet. It's too dangerous outside now. I'll arrange for them to leave once I've made contact. Rest assured, I won't let them stay in the base," Ji Shi quickly said, trying to stabilize her emotions to avoid any mishaps in the next 2 days. Then tonight you'll have to thank me even more, because I've already taken care of it." Feng Leshan's words made Ji Shi freeze. Taken care of? What did that mean? Outside the dilapidated museum, several silver-gray light trucks stopped, and a team of people in black uniforms ran out from them. Team 2 detects a life reaction inside the city museum. Preparing to enter. The man in front reported into the walkie-talkie. The other side seemed to hesitate for a few seconds before a voice came through. "The detector shows only one living person inside, but the number of zombies is hard to estimate. Maybe we should forget it. Captain Ji, a human life is more important than anything. I believe we should rescue him." Su Yang disagreed. What did he mean by forget it? That so-called Captain Ji was indeed notoriously irresponsible. Su Yang, the lives of search and rescue team members are also lives. I just don't want them to face danger. The other side tried to explain the pros and cons, but in the end Su Yang led over 40 rescue team members into the museum. Sparse zombies in the museum courtyard had already begun to converge on them. "Let's get to work. No one falls behind," Su Yang shouted again. Over an hour later, search and rescue team 2 successfully entered the main hall. The life detector in Su Yang's hand showed the life reaction was in a side hall next door. After eliminating a few ordinary zombies, a strength-type team member kicked open the locked door of the side hall, and a female zombie covered in black blood lunged at them. The team members were prepared, so the female zombie was quickly taken down by Su Yang at the front. In the center of the side hall on a platform sat a transparent square glass case, obviously a tempered glass display case for museum exhibits. But inside it sat a fair-skinned baby. The team members' eyes widened. The baby looked perfectly healthy. Seeing people enter, the baby with a pacifier in its mouth smiled at them. "Is this?" The baby looked so familiar. "Don't all babies look the same?" "But he looks exactly like Captain Ji's child, doesn't he?" someone asked uncertainly. "Not just similar, he is." Su Yang looked at the female zombie he had easily taken down, and a bitter mix of emotions welled up inside him. The female zombie's right wrist had been severed, her left hand looked like it had been smashed until only the palm remained, and what made Su Yang's eyes sting most was that her blood-filled mouth revealed no teeth at all. This female zombie was clearly Ji Shi's wife, Lin Ye. What's going on? A nearby teammate also noticed the female zombie. By then Su Yang had already picked up the walkie-talkie. Moments later, Ji Shi rushed over in a hurry. She must have realized she was infected. First she cut off her own right hand, then she smashed her left hand by hitting the display case with a bronze artifact that had fallen on the ground. And before that she pulled out all her own teeth. Su Yang explained expressionlessly to the shocked Ji Shi. Lin Ye had done all this to ensure that the baby would not be harmed by her. This maternal love moved everyone present. How could this be? How? Weren't they sent to the Haitong city base? Ji Shi knelt beside the female zombie, staring blankly at the unrecognizable Lin Ye. This was his wife of only 1 year, the mother of his child, and the person he had just betrayed. Perhaps Lin Ye's death scene jolted him awake, and a wave of deep regret swept over him. The baby in the glass case had been lifted out, and was now sleeping on a team member's shoulder. Su Yang patted Ji Shi's shoulder, and sighed. She must have been conscious when she did this to herself. She was a great woman. You'd better investigate why she ended up here from a safe base. Ji Shi's expression and back stiffened simultaneously. He knew all too well why Lin Ye and his son had been sent here. Soon the news spread throughout Anqing Base. Did you hear? Captain Ji of the rescue team actually found his own wife and child yesterday. Really? Is that true? The funny thing is he initially opposed Su Yang going to rescue, saying one living person wasn't worth saving. Who knew they'd find his own son? Ha ha ha. His wife was pitiful, they say she died horribly before turning. Ji Shi, already infamous, became the base's laughingstock overnight. Because of this incident, the position of Anqing Base Secretary General was naturally out of his reach. 2 months later, the zombies evolved again. Anqing Base suffered heavy losses due to an outbreak inside, and soon the base was besieged by zombies. When the zombie tides surged into the base, Ji Shi was desperately trying to squeeze onto a helicopter reserved only for base management. As the zombie tide appeared on the rooftop behind him, Ji Shi finally climbed onto the helicopter. But the next second, he was brutally kicked off. A useless man like you only wastes food by living. Anqing Base Commander Feng Ming looked down at Ji Shi as he fell. The pain of being torn apart by zombies spread through his body. Ji Shi's vision gradually blurred. He saw the jade ring on his finger, the one he had taken from Lin Ye's severed hand, their engagement gift. He vaguely remembered that when they got married, Lin Ye had worn the obviously masculine jade ring without a trace of disdain and said, "Diamond rings are not as precious as your family's heirloom. I like this one." A flash of white light passed, and Ji Shi seemed to see a farmland and a courtyard where there was a stone tablet with clear inscriptions. Moments later, a mocking smile touched his lips. It was a mustard seed space hidden within the jade ring. But it was all too late. Clearly, he and Ye were not meant to end like this. An unpleasant ringtone blared from the fruit brand phone. Ji Shi, lying in bed, snapped his eyes open. What met his gaze were the sky-blue walls and the simple, elegant LED light on the ceiling. Just as he was about to look around, something in the blanket beside him stirred slightly. A slender, fair arm emerged from under the blanket, groping beneath his pillow. A phone was fished out. With fingers like delicate scallion shoots, the woman pressed the alarm off, then the arm retreated contentedly back into the warmth, rubbing against his arm, as if in afterthought. Ji Shi froze. He jerked the soft blanket aside, and indeed saw his wife Lin Ye curled up under the covers. It's the weekend, I want to sleep a bit more, she mumbled, her delicate profile visible as she shielded her eyes from the sudden light. Ye, is it really you? A memory suddenly surged forth. He remembered this ordinary morning with startling clarity. Trembling, Ji Shi pulled out his own phone from under the pillow. The date on the screen made his pupils contract. March 20th, 3022. He vividly remembered what happened on the Festival of Sacrifice, April 3rd of that year. The sudden outbreak of the apocalypse, the beginning of mankind's calamity. But why had he returned? Could it all have been just a vivid dream? He stroked Lin Ye's hair, but then his gaze fell upon the familiar jade ring on his own finger. This ring was his proposal gift to her. At this time it should have been in her safekeeping, yet it was now adorning his hand. The ring seemed to explain everything. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Ye sat up groggily, rubbing her eyes. What's wrong? Did I get the date wrong again? She asked, blinking. Was it not the weekend? His wife's jet black hair cascaded down her back, her white lace nightgown pristine. Gazing at her pure, innocent face, Ji Shi suddenly recalled the tragic scene of her death. Ji Shi, what's wrong with you? Lin Ye, now held tightly in his arms, patted his back, only to hear the low sound of a man sobbing. It's nothing. I just had a dream. I missed you so much. Ji Shi didn't know how to explain, so he simply said this. He truly missed her with a fierce longing. He had been selfish and vain, not only unfaithful, but also treating her as a wife to be cast aside, yet she had never blamed him. You dream too. But don't worry, no matter what happens, I'll be with you. Lin Ye gently stroked his broad back, her voice warm and soothing, quickly calming his emotions. He didn't know why he had returned. Perhaps heaven had given him a chance at redemption. Thank you, Ye. And, I'm sorry. Lin Ye found Ji Shi's behavior odd today, but then her phone rang. Ye, it's Hua Ling. Don't forget lunch today, okay? My driver's already on the way to pick you up. Noon at Bao Linglong Hotel, be there, or be square. A light flirtatious laugh came from the phone. Lin Ye seemed about to say something, but the other party quickly arranged everything and hung up. She looked at Ji Shi apologetically. Sorry, Hua Ling insists on meeting you. Should I call back and say we can't make it? No need. They'll go with you. Ji Shi forced a smile. Thanks to Zhao Hualing, he finally recalled his current identity. He was the security captain of Century Garden Community, the very community where they now lived. In his previous life, he had been habitually lazy and good for nothing. It was said that every trade has its master, but he was a master of none. So his father, in a fit of pragmatism, used his life savings to buy the position of community security captain for him. Lin Ye, his wife, was the daughter of a high-ranking official in Haidong City. Months ago, she had encountered an unleashed Tibetan Mastiff near Century Garden Community. He had played the hero, saving her life with a daring rescue. Then came the classic plot. She fell in love with him at first sight, even though he was just a community security guard. After learning about her identity, he had pulled out all the stops to make her fall for him, convincing her that he was the only one for her. Despite her family's opposition, he gradually led her to steal the family's household register and secretly marry him first. He had gambled that her parents, loving their daughter, would eventually accept him as their son-in-law. And indeed, though they scolded Lin Ye severely, they grudgingly accepted him. Later, during their honeymoon trip, the zombie virus outbreak struck, and with transportation paralyzed and communications cut off, they never reunited with her family. In his previous life, when his parents-in-law found the Anqing base, Lin Ye was already dead. In his cowardice, he never admitted his fault, only entrusted their son Hao Hao to them, through a messenger. The memory of Lin Zhihai holding Hao Hao and weeping was still vivid in his mind. What a scumbag. Ji Shi wished he could slap himself to death. No wonder he had been devoured by zombies in the end. It was karma. But Hua Ling and the others. They can be harsh sometimes. I'm worried about you. Lin Ye's concern interrupted his storm of memories, but she didn't notice his expression. Silly, don't worry about me. None of that matters anymore. Ji Shi said. If possible this time, he wanted to be a real human. The zombie virus would erupt in just over 10 days. He had to make all the preparations he could in this time. Ji Shi looked down at the jade ring on his hand. The place he had seen just before dying in his previous life. That was clearly a space, and the light had indeed come from this ring. He'll go to the restroom, he said, deciding to test it. Moment later, Ji Shi held his bleeding finger, but his face was full of surprise as he looked at the scene before him. This was it. The stone tablet, courtyard, and farmland. Exactly the place he had seen before his death, the space within the jade ring. This place is really not small. Ji Shi looked at the gray, boundless boundary in the distance. In his previous life, after the zombie virus outbreak, humans had awakened various abilities. Space ability was highly sought after, but a beginner's space was said to be only a few square meters, not enough to hold much. And here he estimated it was at least 2,000 to 3,000 square meters. At this moment, Ji Shi stood on a raised circular stone platform. The nearest object was a stone tablet on the left side of which were engraved several bold characters, Ji Kanghai's legacy, to the descendants of our clan. Ji Shi found it somewhat amusing and continued to read the obscure small characters beside them. Although the script was exceedingly complex, he managed to understand roughly 70 to 80% of it. It turned out that this realm was created by a great cultivator named Ji Songhai during the era of immortal cultivation exclusively for the use of the Ji family's descendants. However, the realm required something akin to spiritual energy to sustain itself. Without replenishment of spiritual energy, the realm would seal shut. Upon reading this, Ji Shi sensed a burning sensation on his finger. Looking down, he discovered that the jade ring had vanished, and in its place a circular mark had appeared on his palm. At the same time, a fist-sized emerald jade orb materialized before him. The jade orb emitted a dazzling light. Ji Shi instinctively closed his eyes as the information within the orb surged into his mind. The orb represented the realm itself, and the change in its color indicated the amount of spiritual energy within. At this moment, the orb remained the same verdant green as when it was first activated, signifying that the realm's spiritual energy was temporarily sufficient. Actually, you were the ring, weren't you? I must have been foolish in my past life. Ji Shi muttered to himself. The color of the jade orb was identical to that of his jade ring. He had merely dripped blood from his finger onto the ring, and unexpectedly, he had been transported directly from the restroom into this realm. In his past life, he had only unlocked this realm just before his death, so calling himself foolish was not far off. However, since he was already here, Ji Shi decided to take a look around the realm first. He stepped down from the circular stone platform and began to walk forward, surveying the space. The lush green grass beneath his feet felt soft and springy. Ji Shi approached the courtyard and found it to be a mansion. Above the mansion hung a plaque with black characters on a gold background. The bold characters on the plaque made Ji Shi's body tremble. Residence of Patriarch Songhai. After reading it aloud, Ji Shi pressed his palms together and bowed deeply toward the mansion, saying, "Thank you, Patriarch. This junior will surely make good use of this place." After entering and exploring the entire mansion, Ji Shi's admiration for Ji Songhai grew even more. The mansion included a grand hall, several side rooms, a kitchen, and even an alchemy room, as well as a well in the courtyard. However, Ji Shi dared not delay any longer. The realm was too vast to be fully explored in a short time. He successfully exited the realm and found himself still standing before the wash basin. Apart from the circular mark on his palm, the restroom seemed unchanged. Already done. Walling's driver seems to be stuck in traffic. Lin Ye was folding the quilt. Seeing Ji Shi emerge so quickly, she thought he was anxious about something. Quick. He was quick. Ji Shi was momentarily stunned. He had spent nearly an hour in the realm. Could it be that the flow of time inside the realm differed from the outside? Don't worry, the driver will be here within half an hour, Ji Shi said. In his past life, he had also accompanied Lin Ye to this lunch. Originally, he had intended to use her to infiltrate higher society and make connections with wealthy women and officials, but he had been naively mistaken. At the gathering, he was merely subjected to ridicule and scorn. After returning, he had vented his anger on Lin Ye and even forced her to cut ties with Zhao Hualing and her friends. How do you know that? Lin Ye turned her head curiously and asked Ji Shi. I saw the traffic news. Just a guess. Ji Shi shrugged nonchalantly. Over 20 minutes later, Lin Ye, now fully dressed indeed, received a call from Zhao Hualing's driver. You're pretty impressive today, Lin Ye said jokingly after hanging up. Of course. It'll always be impressive for you, Ji Shi said with a smile. Today he had casually dressed in a simple white shirt and jeans. In his past life, he had worn a suit that Lin Ye had bought for him. Wearing a suit in the scorching heat, even if it was custom-made, made him stand out awkwardly. Zhao Hualing even commented that he looked exactly like a bartender. Thinking back, he had probably embarrassed his wife Lin Ye in that past life. Standing once again before the Bailing Long Hotel, Ji Shi's state of mind was completely different. His mind was now filled with plans for the next step, and he no longer had any interest in making connections with influential people. Because before long it was uncertain whether these people would be human ghosts or zombies. Hualing, look. Yaya has brought her little security guard husband. In the revolving restaurant on the top floor of Bailinglong, several exquisitely dressed and beautiful women gathered around a marble table. Lin Yaya was as sweet and charming as ever, but the male companion behind her seemed far too ordinary. A white shirt, jeans, and sneakers. Even if his figure appeared tall and sturdy, it still exuded an air of shabbiness. How could Yaya fall for a man like that? Hualing, a woman with striking features, set down her black tea slowly and let her gaze sweep over Ji Shi. Hualing, thank you for having Uncle Li drive all the way to pick us up, Lin Yaya said. She and Zhao Hualing were not only longtime friends, but their families also had close ties. The Zhao family behind Zhao Hualing was a renowned industrialist in Haitong City, providing nearly 30% of the city's employment. The Zhao and Lin families, one commercial and one political, had maintained a harmonious relationship for years. What choice do I have? If I hadn't said I wanted to see you, you probably would never have contacted me, right? Zhao Hualing gestured for them to sit. How could that be? Lin Yaya said sheepishly. Yaya lives in the suburbs after marriage and doesn't even have a car. Isn't that inconvenient? At this moment, Chun Hui, who was sitting next to Zhao Hualing, asked the two with a smile. Well, we just got married. Well, consider buying a car later, Lin Yaya quickly explained, worried that Ji Shi might feel embarrassed. Speaking of which, Yaya's wedding was so rushed. Why didn't you even hold a ceremony? We had all agreed to be your bridesmaids. Ji Shi recognized the short-haired woman speaking as Tian Yuqing. As a professional fitness instructor, she had a very attractive figure. After Tian Yuqing finished speaking, Ji Shi didn't feel the least bit embarrassed. He replied, I didn't consider things thoroughly before, and I made Yaya suffer. I will definitely make up for the wedding in the future. I hope all of you can come then. He wasn't joking. In his past life, he owed Lin Yaya too much, and in this life, he was determined to cherish this woman. But the wedding would not be now. The three women opposite were taken aback. Even Zhao Hualing gave Ji Shi another look and said with a smile, all right, we'll be waiting. But, aren't you going to introduce yourself? In his past life, these three women were nothing short of his nightmare. His boasts were utterly exposed before them, even earning him public ridicule, a scene still vivid in his memory. Thus this time Ji Shi refrained from any bragging and simply introduced his age and occupation honestly. His life experiences from childhood to adulthood had presumably been thoroughly investigated by the three women before him. Back then, countless talented young men were chasing after our Yaya. You are truly fortunate, Chun Hui remarked, surprised by Ji Shi's honesty, yet her tone was laced with sarcasm. Indeed, marrying Yaya is my blessing. But now Yaya is already mine, no longer belonging to Miss Chen's family. Though Ji Shi's words were directed at Chun Hui, his gaze was tenderly fixed on the astonished Lin Yaya. Lin Yaya's face flushed crimson. Ji Shi had never treated her like this in front of others before. She had only thought him proud. But now, he seemed somehow different. Zhao Hualing, observing the pair, suddenly smiled, as if she understood why Lin Yaya was determined to marry this man. You're quite the charmer, but you'd better not deceive Yaya. Otherwise there will be no place for you in Haitong City. As Lin Yaya went to the restroom, the smiling Zhao Hualing changed her demeanor, warning Ji Shi with a menacing tone. This man was too changeable, and his past resume was unremarkable. It was highly possible that all this was just a facade. As much as Ji Shi had detested Zhao Hualing in his past life, he admired her just as much in this one. She had seen through him at a single glance, recognizing him as a scumbag. Miss Zhao, rest assured, my very life belongs to Yaya. Ji Shi's gaze was resolute, with neither panic nor flattery in his eyes. Although Zhao Hualing's words were harsh and her attitude somewhat arrogant, she was genuinely devoted to Yaya as a friend. However, Ji Shi recalled that her fate in the previous life had been tragic. The Zhao family's business involved the food industry. In the early days of the apocalypse, with no order to speak of, it was said that a group of starving people desperate for food had forced Zhao Hualing and her father, who were temporarily hiding in their own food factory, out and killed them. Zhao Hualing had suffered humiliation before her death. At that time, Lin Yaya had wept for days upon hearing the news. So now, looking at Zhao Hualing, Ji Shi felt not only no aversion, but also a touch of pity. If possible, he would have Lin Yaya subtly warn her. A person should still be honest. We're not blind, whether you are good or bad, we'll soon find out, Zhao Hualing said with a wry smile. What are you chatting about so happily? Lin Yaya returned to see the two of them in lively conversation, and her anxious heart finally eased. They were discussing the topic of honesty. Yaya, what else do you have planned? How about we go shopping? Tian Yuqing cleverly changed the subject. Sounds good, but Ji Shi. Lin Yaya glanced at Ji Shi, hesitating. What man would enjoy following women around shopping? Of course I'll be carrying our bags and acting as our charming escort, Chun Hui said with a laugh. All right, if none of you mind, Ji Shi replied, only regretting that he couldn't immediately study the space. Still, helping his wife carry things was a pleasure he welcomed. Thus, after finishing their meal at Bao Linglong, the group headed straight to the nearby International Mall. Lin Yaya, feeling apologetic, said to Ji Shi, who was walking behind, thank you for your hard work today. Not at all, Yaya. You should buy plenty of things later, Ji Shi replied with a gentle smile. At the International Mall, there were people of various ethnicities. While Lin Yaya was in the fitting room, Ji Shi paid for her clothes in advance. He was actually quite poor, and the top Lin Yaya had tried on was expensive, but Ji Shi swiped his card without changing his expression, using his own credit card of course. If the apocalypse didn't come ahead, just pay off the credit card. But soon something happened that confirmed for him that the apocalypse was already casting its shadow. I didn't expect you to be such a gentleman, Tian Yuqing remarked, sitting on a long soft bench near the entrance. She had always been into sporty styles, and the feminine clothes in this shop didn't suit her. Meanwhile, Ji Shi's hands were already full with the spoils of Zhao Hualing and the others. As Tian Yuqing spoke, a commotion seemed to arise outside the shop, but neither she nor the shop assistant paid it any mind. You flatter me. Ji Shi instinctively became alert at the sound of screams. He wondered if he was hallucinating, but he detected a faint nauseating stench. Just then a figure staggered in from outside. The man wore a dark blue work uniform, his head bowed and hair slightly disheveled. Welcome. Are you picking out clothes for your girlfriend? The shop assistant greeted him warmly. Ji Shi immediately grabbed Tian Yuqing and pulled her toward Lin Yaya and Zhao Hualing, who had just stepped out of the fitting room. Don't move, he commanded. Lin Yaya, still unaware of what was happening, heard the shop assistant's piercing scream. Off. The man in the dark blue work uniform suddenly lunged at the shop assistant, burying his face into her neck. Blood mingled with screams dripped onto the gleaming marble floor. Following the cries, he lurched deeper into the store. A crowd had gathered at the entrance, and some were frantically dialing the police. No one dared to intervene as the man biting anyone he encountered lunged toward another shop assistant. Just then a young man in a white shirt blocked the uniformed man's path. Being so rough with a lady is hardly gentlemanly, Ji Shi remarked, staring at the zombie before him. He had no interest in conversing with it, but under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he couldn't very well dispatch it with a single fatal blow. Roar! The response to Ji Shi was a bone-chilling shriek and a pair of pale grayish-white eyes. Lin Yaya and the others standing not far behind him saw clearly the man's face was rotting and blood-drenched shreds of flesh hung from his gaping mouth. This couldn't be human anymore. Ji Shi, be careful. Lin Yaya tried to rush forward, but Ji Shi waved her back. At that moment, the zombie in the work uniform lunged at Ji Shi. Feigning a dodge, Ji Shi grabbed a metal clothing rod nearby and swung it at the creature. Bang! The rod struck the zombie's leg solidly, but the creature, seemingly impervious to pain, roared and lunged forward again. Ji Shi, run! Lin Yaya was nearly in tears, but she saw Ji Shi dodge, then quickly spring off the wall, landing a powerful kick to the zombie's head. Bang! The man in the work uniform hit the ground headfirst and lay still. Ji Shi, are you alright? Lin Yaya rushed over, her eyes red-rimmed. I'm fine. This was merely a zombie in its early stages. Even if Ji Shi had been a lazy scoundrel in his past life, such a creature was nothing to him. Zhao Hualing and the others stared in shock at Ji Shi, who was now comforting Lin Yaya. The fluid, seamless movements he had just displayed were no mere show. But what was going on? His past resume had never mentioned any martial skills. Could it be that Lin Yaya's encounter with the Tibetan Mastiff wasn't orchestrated by him after all? The mall was quickly secured, but Ji Shi did not dare to leave Lin Yaya's side for even a moment. He glanced at the twitching store employee on the floor, and medical personnel had begun to step forward to apply pressure to her neck to prevent further bleeding. He wanted to intervene, but reason told him that no matter how hard he tried to explain, no one would believe him. Because she was bitten, she would soon turn into a zombie. It is known that those who initially become infected with the zombie virus do not immediately bite or eat others. At this moment, that store employee was clearly still a normal person, though the area around her wound had begun to change color slightly. What was that person just now about? Chun Hui dared to step out of the fitting room. I think it looks like rabies, eh? Tian Yuqing said uncertainly. The police are here. Zhao Hualing suddenly had a premonition that if it weren't for Ji Shi, all of them could have been in serious trouble. Ji Shi had initially thought he would get into some trouble, but after reviewing the store's surveillance footage and confirming that he was acting in self-defense, he was not made to feel uncomfortable, only cooperating with the police to make a statement. You weren't scratched or bitten, were you? A police officer looked at Ji Shi and asked. By this time, the zombie corpse and the bitten store employee had already been taken away by people in protective gear, and Ji Shi immediately understood that someone had begun to notice that this virus was contagious, and certainly not rabies. No, I thought he was too brutal, so I just kicked him hard, but I didn't expect. Ji Shi displayed a frightened expression. As long as you aren't injured, that's good. The officer noted Ji Shi's occupation as the security team leader of Sentry Garden Community, which dispelled any doubts, as it was normal for a security team leader to know a few self-defense techniques. You scared me. Ooh, I thought you were going to be taken away, Lin Yaya said. By this time, the onlookers had been dispersed, and the store, being a crime scene, was sealed off. Ji Shi only made a statement and left a contact number, allowing the few of them to leave. I just didn't want him to hurt anyone else. I wasn't trying to hurt him on purpose, so I wouldn't be taken away, Ji Shi reassured Lin Yaya as they walked. The three behind them looked at the affectionate couple in front, suddenly feeling that there was no longer any interest in staying, and each said their goodbyes. They'll have Uncle Lee take you back, Zhao Hualing said, pulling out her phone. No need, we still have some errands to run nearby, Ji Shi replied with a smile. Although Lin Ye didn't know what errands Ji Shi had, she nodded in agreement, saying, Yes, Hualing, we can just take a taxi back later. That's fine, and don't forget to send us a message on WeChat. Zhao Hualing set her face, showing signs of fatigue as the temperature continued to rise. After bidding farewell to the three, Lin Ye curiously asked, What errands do we still have to run? Ji Shi replied, Nothing much, just going to buy a few things. Ji Shi pointed to a few buildings across from the international market, where there was an electronics mall and a chain store specializing in outdoor sports equipment. Having come all this way, Ji Shi wanted to stock up on some gear first. It was rare to see Ji Shi wanting to buy something, which made Lin Ye extremely happy, although she couldn't comprehend what he was purchasing. Outdoor batteries, rechargeable lighting devices, solar chargers, sleeping bags and tents, and tightly packaged outdoor hiking clothes. Even if she and Ji Shi had planned a honeymoon, they would not be buying these things, right? After all, the place they were going to was the Jiangnan water town. They'll explain the reason to you when we get back. Ji Shi collected several business cards from the store owners. He had seen many items he wanted to buy, but they hadn't driven over. Although he now had space, he did not dare to use it lightly in the electronics mall, where cameras were everywhere. The Century Garden community was indeed far from the city center they had reached. The taxi took a route with few pedestrians before arriving, but Ji Shi was quite satisfied with the geographical location of their community. With fewer people, there would also be fewer zombies in the future. Ji Go working the night shift today. Ji Shi encountered the security guard Xiao Wu at the entrance as soon as he got out of the car. Seeing the two carrying so many items, Xiao Wu quickly came over to help with the bags. Yes, I have a shift at 7. Ji Shi recalled that the security guards rotated shifts between day and night, and he had been on the night shift for the last half-month before the apocalypse. These are things for traveling, right? I heard Ji Guest vacation got approved, Xiao Wu remarked enviously upon seeing the folded tent and sleeping bag Ji Shi was carrying. Traveling was something only the wealthy could afford, especially with prices soaring over the past 2 years. The poor dared not travel casually. Yes, it got approved, thanks buddy, Ji Shi said as the taxi quickly departed. He took the items that Xiao Wu had helped carry. In fact, he and Xiao Wu were of the same age, both having been poor kids. However, after Ji Shi's father made him the security team leader, Xiao Wu had increasingly respected him. Xiao Wu was also a straightforward person, too honest, and in his previous life he had been used as a scapegoat at the outbreak of the virus, only to be bitten by a zombie and die without even transforming into a zombie himself. No need to be polite, Ji Gu, take care you and your wife, Xiao Wu happily called out from behind, and Ji Shi waved his hand in response. As they walked along, they encountered many of Ji Shi's acquaintances, especially grandparents with grandchildren by the roadside. I heard he married a young lady from a political family. The girl's family wasn't willing, so they secretly got their marriage certificate after stealing the household registration book. Political family. I heard the surname is Lin. Oh, could it be that one from the city? How many political figures with the surname Lin are there? I bet it's Lin Ji Hai. Right, I heard that too, and the girl is quite beautiful. I really don't know what she sees in him. If my daughter dared to do that when she grows up, I would definitely break her legs. Ji Shi listened to the murmurs behind him with a complex expression. If it were before, he would have stepped forward to argue with those gossipy women. But now he only felt that what they said was very correct. Indeed, the judgment and experience of the older generation were very accurate. Wasn't he the one who had wronged Lin Ye in his previous life? Don't listen to their nonsense. Lin Ye noticed Ji Shi's self-deprecating smile and felt a bit pained. He'll take you to a place later, Ji Shi said mysteriously. We just got back, are we going out again? Lin Ye felt a bit tired and didn't want to go out again. We're not going out. Ji Shi suddenly locked the door with a snap and then pulled up the curtains and windows in every room. What's wrong? Lin Ye suddenly felt a bit anxious. What was Ji Shi planning? Yeah, I used to wrong you, but I want any more. Ji Shi took Lin Ye's hand, and the next moment Lin Ye found herself standing on a circular stone platform alongside Ji Shi. Ji Shi looked at his hand, realizing that holding someone's hand truly allowed one to enter. Where is this? Am I dreaming? Lin Ye extended her fair arm, wanting Ji Shi to pinch her. This is not a dream. Ji Shi told Lin Ye that he had accidentally discovered the ring space. Upon hearing this, Lin Ye was rendered speechless with astonishment. How amazing! After a long pause, Lin Ye finally let out a soft exclamation. Let's go. We can talk as we walk. Ji Shi pressed the start button of a kitchen timer, put it into his pocket, and then took Lin Ye's hand as they walked forward. Ji Shi, thank you for trusting me so much. This is your family heirloom, and it's so miraculous. Aren't you worried if others find out? Lin Ye hesitated, then asked. Having grown up in a family of officials, she understood the principle that one who possesses a treasure is liable to invite disaster. In modern society, if such a thing were discovered by those with ill intentions, it would surely cause trouble. She had only known Ji Shi for a few months, yet he trusted her so deeply. This truly moved her greatly. If I can't trust you in this world, who else can I trust? Ji Shi put his arm around Lin Ye's shoulder as they walked. For 2 lifetimes he knew Lin Ye's character all too well, let alone the fact that they would later have a child. Such a small child would find it extremely difficult to survive in a zombie-infested apocalypse. This space was his greatest assurance to protect this family. Lin Yia wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, her heart filled with indescribable emotion. But soon she was captivated by the space. Ji Shi, what can we do with that large area over there? It looks like freshly turned soil. Is it for planting? Ji Shi, there's no sun here, but the sky is blue. It's so beautiful. Ji Shi, there's a small pond over there, and the water is so clear. Ji Shi, this courtyard is so huge. It feels like we've traveled back to ancient times. Oh my Ji Shi, there are even pills here. Grandpa Songhai must have been an immortal in the past. Watching Lin Yia happily bustling around him, Ji Shi felt joyful too. In particular, the pills Lin Yia had found in the alchemy room piqued his interest. A moment ago, when he had taken a quick look around alone, he hadn't noticed the several ancient wooden boxes placed on silk cloth in the wooden cabinet beside the alchemy room. Carefully, the two of them opened one of the boxes and found 3 brown pills lying quietly inside. There's a note here. Lin Yia found a sheet of paper under the silk cloth beneath the box. The handwriting was familiar to Ji Shi. Heaven and earth were in chaos, while our Ji family's descendants shall advance with unstoppable momentum. This pill can aid them. It seems to be a pill that benefits the body. After reading, Ji Shi concluded that the note called these pills marrow-cleansing pills. Can they be eaten? Lin Yia asked. Since they were left by the Ji ancestors, wouldn't the medicine have spoiled after thousands of years? It should be fine. Ji Shi unconditionally trusted Ji Songhai, so he directly took one and swallowed it. Lin Yia wanted to stop him, but it was too late. She carefully observed his reaction, and sure enough, within 2 minutes his face began to turn pale. Ji Shi, are you okay? Should we go to the hospital? Lin Yia asked anxiously. No need. Stay here till step out for a moment. Ji Shi remembered that the note said the pill would cause pain and a purging sensation. He was already starting to feel waves of pain. The sensation grew stronger. Ji Shi endured the pain and walked into the bathroom, but he didn't forget to glance at the timer before leaving the space. Time. Was it a 10-tune flow rate? A violent pain suddenly struck, forcing Ji Shi to stop thinking. Then a foul stench-filled odor emanated from his entire body. With a pained expression, he collapsed onto the bathroom floor. The pain felt as if his bones were being torn apart inch by inch, and as if countless insects were gnawing at his skin. After an unknown period of time, and after dying and reviving countless times, Ji Shi finally woke up. The sticky sensation on his body and under his arms made him frown. When he looked closely, he found himself lying in a pile of black sludge. Presumably this was what Ji Songhai had meant by purging. What was he? This filthy. Ugh. Ji Shi nearly vomited. Remembering that Lin Yia was still in the space, he struggled to his feet, washed himself, and cleaned the bathroom at the same time. Because the smell was so strong, he even turned on the bathroom exhaust fan. After finishing all this, he re-entered the space. Lin Yia, with reddened eyes, was sitting on the stone steps in front of the Ji residence, gazing into the distance. Seeing Ji Shi enter, her face first lit up with joy, then she quickly ran over. Ji Shi, are you okay? I'm fine, refreshed and clear-headed. Ji Shi was telling the truth. After bathing, he felt as if his body was brimming with strength and the fatigue from the day had completely vanished. However, he noticed a hint of surprise and shyness on Lin Yia's face. That's good. I was worried about you all night. Lin Yia's words puzzled Ji Shi, but then he realized the reason time in the space was different from outside. If an hour had passed outside, then 10 hours had passed here. I'm sorry, Yia. I forgot about that. Ji Shi quickly apologized. He should have taken her out with him. So only an hour has passed outside. That's incredible. Lin Yia blinked. For some reason, she felt that Ji Shi had become much more handsome, even his dark eyebrows seemed more spirited. Was it just her imagination? Well, there's another thing, Yia. This space has told me many things. It seems we are about to face a big trouble. Ji Shi told her that the whole world would soon face an apocalypse. At first Lin Yia didn't quite believe it, but what Ji Shi said was too vivid, including how human civilization would be destroyed, the population would plummet, and the challenges of human nature, etc. Can it really be believed? If so, shouldn't we do something? Lin Yia felt that Ji Shi spoke as if he had experienced it himself. Although she instinctively began to doubt, she suddenly recalled the rabid patient who had bitten someone at the mall today. Could it really be as Ji Shi said? I've thought about this too, but I'm afraid no one else but you would believe me. Ji Shi replied. When everyone is living normally in their respective fields, if someone suddenly jumps out and says the world is ending, there are only 2 outcomes: being treated as a fool or being taken away for dissection when the apocalypse actually breaks out. But if it's true, what should we do now? Lin Yia also panicked. All we can do now is stockpile, Ji Shi replied. Stockpiling meant hoarding as much as possible. No amount would ever be too much. That's right, we can stockpile some food and drinks in here. No matter how dangerous it gets outside, we'll be safe hiding inside, won't we? Lin Yia thought it was a brilliant idea. Ji Shi shook his head with a smile. If only it were that simple. To maintain this place, we must keep that jade orb filled with spiritual energy, otherwise we might be expelled. Spiritual energy. Where can we find it? Lin Yia sounded somewhat disappointed. I don't know yet. We'll take it one step at a time, doing only what we can for now, Ji Shi said. After taking the marrow-cleansing pill, he felt remarkably good. Glancing at Lin Yaya, he decided she should take one too. Will it hurt a lot? Lin Yaya frowned. A little. Ji Shi looked at her. She was afraid of pain, yet in her past life, she had hurt herself so badly. After this I won't let you feel pain anymore. Ji Shi embraced Lin Yaya. A blush crept onto her face, his words certainly led her thoughts astray. Having heard Ji Shi mention that the marrow-cleansing pill had purging effects, Lin Yaya, after swallowing a large pill in front of him, dashed into the bathroom and locked the door. Yaya, please open the door. Ji Shi stood worriedly at the threshold. The girl had run too fast, catching even him off guard. No, I'll handle it myself. Lin Yaya was being willful for once, as she wouldn't let him see her covered in filth. Ji Shi had no choice but to sit by the door, listing the supplies they still needed to prepare. In the bathroom, perhaps because she had been staring at the shower spray, Lin Yaya didn't feel the excruciating pain she had imagined. The impurities expelled from her body were merely a thin layer of grime. When the bathroom door swung open, the pen in Ji Shi's hand clattered to the floor. Lin Yaya had always possessed a good figure and demeanor, but after taking the marrow-cleansing pill, her beauty became even more striking. A delicate nose, rosy lips, and eyes like a painting. Her originally pure and innocent gaze now held a hint of allure. Just as you said, I feel like I have a new body full of boundless energy. Lin Yaya said cheerfully. Then let's do something that requires some strength. Ji Shi's eyes deepened. He pressed his wife Lin Yaya onto the bed, his voice husky. As night fell, the Century Garden residential area was filled with the aroma of food. Ji Shi and Lin Yaya devoured the entire table of dishes. The food was takeout, ordered by Lin Yaya. She knew Ji Shi had a big appetite, but she hadn't expected him to eat so much. I heard you have an emergency drill tonight. Lin Yaya asked. That's right, Ji Shi replied. Their security team's drills were just for show, but tonight he had other plans. Century Garden was so remote that even 5 or 6 years after delivery some units remained undecorated shells. To attract more buyers, the security guards here weren't retired old men, but vigorous young fellows. Arrogant youths were hard to manage, and Ji Shi, who had bought his position as team leader, was known only for flattering the property management and slacking off. No one respected him. Captain Ji, you've brought home your rich little wife. How's the taste? Zhang Yong shouted with a laugh as Ji Shi approached in uniform. The surrounding guards joined in with malicious grins. They all knew what a scoundrel Ji Shi was. But today Ji Shi didn't take the bait. He looked them over as if he hadn't seen them in ages, finally fixing his gaze on Zhang Yong. If you make such a joke again, you'll regret it. His voice was low but icy. Zhang Yong felt something was off about Ji Shi today, but he didn't want to lose face in front of the others. He draped his arm over Ji Shi's shoulder and said, What's the matter? Think you're something special just because you married a lady. I heard your big-shot father-in-law still hasn't accepted you. You'd better stay tight with us, or one day she'll dump you. Ji Shi grabbed Zhang Yong's arm on his shoulder, tightening his grip. Rest assured, from today on, I'll get along well with everyone. But you can shut up now. Zhang Yong felt his arm about to be crushed. He didn't know where Ji Shi had gotten such strength. The pain twisted his face. Off. He finally cried out. Ji Shi released him, and everyone saw Zhang Yong crouching in agony. Ji Shi turned his gaze to the others. Tonight's emergency drill, all night shift members participate. No one falls behind. Ji Shi shouted. The assembled team was a mess, utterly disorganized. His order left everyone exchanging bewildered looks. Wasn't the drill just for show and photos? Oh, our Captain Ji is taking this seriously for once. Everyone better run fast today, or you won't keep up with him. Dong Wenguang, Zhang Yong's closest buddy, sneered. Like Zhang Yong, he couldn't stand Ji Shi's smugness. That's right, let's get a good run in. We'll do this every day from now on. It won't last many days anyway. Ji Shi's words made the security team think he had lost his mind. The drill required running a full lap around Century Garden, no small distance. Having taken the marrow-cleansing pill, Ji Shi ran effortlessly even after a day outdoors, reaching Building D far ahead of the crowd. He even pulled out his phone to order several bags of rice and flour online. You can't go on like this. If something really comes, it'll catch and kill you with ease, Ji Shi said. Those infected with the zombie virus were in a sense evolved. They could surpass human limits and move at speeds ordinary people couldn't match. Are you kidding? This is a peaceful era. Kill what? Zhao Qin grumbled in his hometown accent. He took the security job for ease, not training. Next meeting point. Anyone who doesn't make it loses 20. Ji Shi ran off again, holding a fire extinguisher in one hand and scrolling through online shopping on his phone. He had to hurry and prepare. Is he crazy? Making us suffer for nothing. Zhao Qin cursed as he started running. Carrying stuff in this heat. What a lunatic. But Ji Shi was notoriously petty. If he caught them slacking, they might really have their wages docked. That evening, a motley crew of security guards varying in stature were captured on video by some residents as they huffed and puffed while carrying fire extinguishers on a run through the Century Garden residential complex. The footage was posted online with the caption, "Thumbs up for the Century Garden security team. They've run their way into the residents' sense of safety and embodied the spirit of serving the public." The video garnered numerous likes and even made the day's headlines. Inside a pristine beige luxury villa, Lin Fanqing clutched her phone and leaped up from the spacious leather sofa, dashing upstairs as she shouted, "Mom! Dad! I just saw my brother-in-law on the internet." Soon a furious scolding erupted from the room. "What brother-in-law? You little brat, if you dare call him that again, pack your bags and get out." Lin's Hai slammed his hand on the rosewood table with a thunderous crack. Lin Fanqing shrank her neck and was about to leave when another roar stopped her. "Come back here. Show that video to your mother and me." "Oh." Lin Fanqing dared not argue and quickly handed over her phone. The security team in the video received praise, but there was no shortage of mockery directed at Ji Shi, who leads a run while playing on their phone. Lin Zihai's face turned ashen. He can't even handle being a security guard properly. How could Ye have taken a liking to someone like that? "But sis, he runs fast." Lin Fanqing blurted out, only to receive a sharp glare from her mother Tang Jingru, and promptly fell silent. "Don't worry. Once I'm done with these 2 days, I'll go check on Ye. If it comes to it, he'll bring her back," Tang Jingru consoled. Ever since Lin Ye insisted on marrying that little security guard, Lin Zihai had been angry every single day, and she truly feared he might fall ill from the stress. After his night shift, Ji Shi saw the video but paid no mind to the online mockery. Instead, he left a comment beneath it, "In the captain of the Century Garden security team. There've been frequent security issues lately. Everyone please stay vigilant when going out, stock up on food if necessary, and consider online shopping as a priority." Seeing this comment only infuriated Lin Zihai further. A grown man stocking up on food. It reeked of mediocrity. The son-in-law he envisioned was someone capable of great things, unbound by trivialities. Someone who might lack wealth and status, but had to at least be upright and ambitious. Yet, even Ji Shi's position as security captain was bought, and his father had come with a grinning face bearing a load of kidney-tonifying health supplements as betrothal gifts. Lin Zihai felt that not throwing them out was the height of his tolerance. At that moment, Ji Shi was planning with Lin Ye how to make Lin Zihai believe their words, especially regarding her younger brother Lin Fanqing. In his past life, Lin Fanqing had attended a class reunion just as the zombie virus outbreak began, where he was inevitably bitten. Ji Shi had even received a call from the Sunto transformed Lin Fanqing, who with his last shred of sanity begged him to take care of Lin Ye and the family. He had readily agreed back then, but in the end he broke his promise. Mom and Dad will never believe it. Knowing her father well, Lin Ye understood that Lin Zihai was a staunch materialist who had raised his children to believe in science. Yet she hadn't expected Ji Shi to still worry about her family, which moved her even as it saddened her. Lin Zihai and Tang Jingru held deep prejudices against Ji Shi. Though Lin Fanqing was reluctant, he at least called Ji Shi brother-in-law. To tell Lin Zihai that the world was about to end under such circumstances would likely only get them thrown out the door. "We can only save who we can. First try to get Fanqing to meet us. It'll make him believe," Ji Shi said. "You don't mean to?" Lin Ye looked up at him, and when Ji Shi nodded, her shock deepened. "We're family. If disaster strikes, mutual support matters far more than suspicion." With the events of his past life in mind, Ji Shi had no intention of hiding anything from Lin Ye's family. Apart from his father, who was still away, the only ones in this world he could trust were the Lin family, who had never betrayed him in his previous life. "Ji Shi, thank you." Lin Ye's eyes reddened as she embraced him. She had indeed chosen the right man. With this decision made, Lin Ye easily arranged to meet Lin Fanqing, who was home for summer break. "When my big sis calls, I have to come. But honestly, has my brother-in-law been bullying you?" Lin Fanqing asked nervously over the phone. Lin Ye's tone had been unusually serious, as if something major were about to happen. "What nonsense are you talking about? I asked you here because there's something important, and your brother-in-law and I decided on it together. Just come on time and—" "Better not tell Dad first," Lin Ye said after a moment's hesitation. Got it. Don't worry. Dad's been busy with some land project lately, and won't have time to bother with me." After Lin Fanqing hung up, Lin Ye wore a resigned expression. She felt that even if Ji Shi brought Lin Zihai into the space and revealed the apocalypse, Lin Zihai still wouldn't fully believe it. Unless it actually happened. Ji Shi spent less than an hour in the space. He had taken a night shift earlier and slept there feeling refreshed, while only about an hour had passed outside. "Is Fanqing coming today?" Ji Shi took a shower, as well reminding himself that he might need to install a water system in the space. "Yes, he'll be here after lunch." "Oh, Ji Shi, this is for you." Lin Ye handed him a card. "What's this?" Ji Shi, fresh from his shower, was drying his hair with a towel when Lin Ye pressed the small card into his palm. "There's 5 million in here, some from my parents and the rest from my own savings." Water droplets still clung to the ends of Ji Shi's hair, his eyes deep as stars. Seeing him stare at her like that, Lin Ye quickly covered her unease. "You need money for stocking up supplies, right? Besides, this money would be useless after the apocalypse anyway." The small card held immense meaning. Ji Shi hadn't expected Lin Ye to entrust him with her entire fortune. In his past life, he had only learned of her savings after the apocalypse. The 5 million included compensation from the demolition of the Lin family's old house, plus all the red envelopes and wages she had saved since childhood. And she was willing to give it all to him. "Thank you, Ye." Ji Shi raised his hand to caress his wife's jade-like cheek. What had he done to deserve such a virtuous wife? You're welcome. Just remember to stock a fridge full of lots of egg rolls and ice cream for me. Lin Ye felt relieved seeing Ji Shi accept the card. Mission guaranteed, Ji Shi said with a smile. He needed a great deal of money. The first step was to sell his current property, which combined with his meager savings would net him about 2 million. But he didn't plan to use that for stockpiling immediately, instead he intended to invest in the stock market, where he had once suffered a crushing defeat. He recalled that in his past life, due to the scorching heat before the apocalypse, Ji Shi electronic stock would surge several times in the coming days. Originally, he had been in a rush to contact an agent to sell his house, but now with Lin Ye's 5 million, he planned to use it all for stock trading. Yet the notion of investing 5 million in a single stock was too audacious. If he were to withdraw the profits steadily, it would inevitably arouse suspicion. Thus Ji Shi kept this matter under wraps. When Lin Fanqing arrived at Ji Shi's home, he found it overrun with towering stacks of parcels, and Ji Shi was just pushing a baby stroller, retrieved from the abandoned furniture lot in the neighborhood, filled with several boxes of instant noodles through the door. Lin Fanqing wasn't taken aback by the scene, or rather he was astounded by the transformation of the couple. His sister Yaya had always been pretty, but never this radiant. And why did Ji Shi appear taller and more handsome, having shed all traces of his former destitute demeanor? Could it be that love truly enhances one's beauty and charm? What are you daydreaming about? Hurry up and help me open these. Lin Ye, noticing her six-foot-old brother standing frozen in the living room for quite some time, handed him a pair of scissors to assist with the parcels. Sis, are you two planning to flee the city for a long journey? Lin Fanqing inquired, observing the vast array of outdoor gear and provisions clearly indicative of an extended trip. Your brother-in-law will explain later. Do Mom and Dad know you're here? Lin Ye set aside several boxes of soap and body wash she was handling, and then Ji Shi walked over and placed his hand on a box of soap. The topmost box vanished into thin air. No. Lin Fanqing inadvertently caught sight of this and rubbed his eyes in disbelief. One box after another disappeared under Ji Shi's touch. Lin Fanqing was certain beyond any doubt that his eyes weren't deceiving him. His brother-in-law could perform magic. Sis, brother-in-law. What? Where did all those things go? Lin Fanqing circled Ji Shi, asking in astonishment. Ji Shi smiled and said, I've stored them away. Stored? Where? In a spatial dimension. As an avid reader of fantasy novels and manga, Lin Fanqing immediately associated Ji Shi's actions with the portable spatial rings and stories, yet he found the notion too surreal to occur in real life. You know about spatial dimensions? Lin Ye was startled. That's right, it's a space. Fanqing, would you like to see it? Ji Shi's words took Lin Fanqing a long while to process. A real spatial dimension. And he could enter it. Brother-in-law, you're truly my brother-in-law. Take me inside now. Lin Fanqing felt that if Lin Ji saw him in such a state, he'd surely skin him alive, but he no longer cared, for Lin Ye was present, and Ji Shi wouldn't deceive him. Of course, but before we enter I have something to tell you. Ji Shi gestured for Lin Fanqing to sit down, his expression earnest and grave. Lin Fanqing gulped, nodding vigorously like a chicken pecking rice. Brother-in-law, rest assured, no matter what happens I won't breathe a word to anyone. Lin Ye watched with amusement. Her younger brother was quite perceptive, wasn't he? I only recently stumbled upon some information, which is why your sister and I began preparing early. To cope with what may be coming, my space is meant only for our family. If you so much as hint at today's events, our lives may be at stake. Ji Shi revealed that the apocalypse would soon descend upon them. Lin Fanqing listened intently, his expression shifting from disbelief to solemnity. For he could tell that Ji Shi was absolutely not joking. And when Ji Shi led him and Lin Ye into the space, his faith in his brother-in-law's words became unshakable. So you're stockpiling supplies as well? Why, you've got to include me in this. Lin Fanqing exclaimed excitedly, gazing at the scene within the space. The spatial realms he knew of from novels were usually empty, chaotic voids, but his brother-in-law's space was a veritable paradise. I'd be grateful if you don't cause any trouble. Your brother-in-law chose to tell you first for your safety. Those zombies. We've already encountered them once. Lin Ye added, though oddly enough the incident at the mall a few days ago hadn't been reported in the news, and even Zhao Hualing mentioned in the group chat that it defied all logic. What? You've encountered zombies? Lin Fanqing was almost envious. Why hadn't he seen any? Zombies are no fun. In any case, from now on, aside from helping us stockpile, you're to steer clear of all gatherings. Lin Ye stated firmly. Lin Fanqing naturally had no objections, for he was utterly captivated by Ji Shi's space. It was vast enough to contain everything. In comparison, the parcels they had brought in nearby seemed rather shabby. Brother-in-law, rest assured. I, Lin Fanqing, swear that I will never reveal anything about this space, or else may I be struck by lightning. It was his first time making such an oath, and he was still a bit unpracticed. Yet he spoke from the bottom of his heart, and at that moment he saw Ji Shi in an entirely new light. Because Lin Ye had insisted on marrying Ji Shi, their once loving family had grown estranged on Lin Ji's side every day, and the father-daughter relationship had plummeted to freezing point. Now the once ordinary Ji Shi appeared legendary in his eyes, and he had even included them among his own people. What magnanimity! Ji Shi sensed Lin Fangxing's fervent gaze and asked Lin Yaya to show Lin Fangxing around every part of the space. I found an empty house through a contact. We'll have all our supplies delivered there. I'm uneasy about your sister being alone there. Fangxing, can you help out? Ji Shi asked. Of course, absolutely. Brother-in-law, don't worry. I'm quite capable. Lin Fangxing thumped his chest in assurance. Fangxing about mom and dad. The three of them now stood by the pond in the space. The pond was empty of fish, yet the water was crystal clear. Ji Shi had tasted it. It was as sweet as the well water at the Ji residence. Sis, I understand your concerns. I feel the same way. Let's not tell them for now. We just need to ensure their safety. When the day actually comes, we'll see what happens. Lin Fangxing wasn't foolish. His mother might be reasonable, but he knew his father's temperament all too well. Lin Jihai was the type who would never give up until he saw the truth with his own eyes. He wouldn't believe a word they said until that day truly arrived. Ji Shi listened to the siblings' exchange and felt somewhat reassured. He indeed needed help, for once the apocalypse struck, their primary mission would be to survive in a world overrun by zombies. Relying solely on himself and Lin Yaya would be daunting, especially with a new life on the way. He had to have enough trusted allies and sufficient strength. The three quickly devised a plan for division of labor. Ji Shi first went out alone to deposit Lin Yaya's 5 million into the stock market, then borrowed a car. He planned to head to a nearby township with Lin Yaya. It was a small truck with only 2 seats in the front, originally used by his friend Lao Luo for deliveries. Since Lao Luo had no need for the truck these days, Ji Shi was able to borrow it. Lin Yaya had never ridden in a truck before, but she found it novel. This truck looks like it can carry a lot more than a trunk, she said with a smile as she climbed in. And then we should buy a car when we have time. Ji Shi decided. What mattered most in the apocalypse? Apart from food, it was transportation. Without a vehicle, one would be completely exposed to the zombies, utterly defenseless. After navigating a mountain road, they smoothly reached their destination for the day, Wenha Township. Only upon arrival did Ji Shi realize they happened to coincide with the township's tri-weekly market. To save time, he decided to buy live chickens and ducks at the market. They found a poultry shop, its entrance littered with uncollected chicken feathers and hay dust. As soon as they approached, the stench of chicken droppings assaulted their noses. Likely because rural households already had plenty of chickens and ducks, the shop was unusually quiet. A blackened ceiling fan creaked and spun overhead, while an old man lay shirtless on a bench below, fast asleep. Ji Shi stepped forward and woke him. Chickens on the left, ducks on the right. Pick what you want, the old man said, not annoyed at being roused, his face still heavy with sleep. Uncle will take all of them, Ji Shi said after a quick look. The ducks were a pleasant surprise, but the total count of chickens and ducks in the little shop was barely 30. You must be from the city. Don't worry, I've got more if you need it. It turned out the old man ran a chicken farm. This shop was just his storefront. Do you have anything else? We'd like to buy some pigs, cattle, and sheep, preferably 1 male and 1 female each. Ji Shi asked further. I have them, but why do you need all this? The old man inquired curiously. Well, a relative of ours has a small farm in the suburbs, so we're buying on their behalf, Lin Yaya improvised. The old man understood, but still wore a city folks are creative expression as he called his chicken farm. The quantity Ji Shi bought wasn't huge for the farm, but since he paid retail prices, the old man was delighted and threw in a basket of fluffy yellow chicks, which made Lin Yaya overjoyed. They're just too adorable. Lin Yaya couldn't stop admiring the little yellow chicks in the bamboo basket. Uncle, things are a bit unsettled outside lately. It might be wise to stock up on more food at home, Ji Shi offered a gentle reminder before leaving. It's hard to store grain in this heat, but you're right. We should buy some. The old man muttered, then lay back down on the bench. Since Ji Shi had offered a good price, they didn't wait long at the village entrance before someone delivered the prepared chickens, ducks, pigs, cattle, and sheep. Looks like we still have time to buy some seeds, Ji Shi said to Lin Yaya after paying. His space could not only store supplies, but also had grassy land that could be cultivated. If he could utilize that vast expanse for planting combined with the space's time flow, it might become a powerful tool in the future. It's a shame we can't buy seeds in bulk online, otherwise it would be more convenient, Lin Yaya said, still ordering online from the passenger seat. As they chatted, they noticed the road ahead was blocked. What's going on? It was fine when we came, Lin Yaya remarked. It's a police cordon. Something must have happened ahead. Let's get out and check, Ji Shi said. Checking the map, he saw this was the only way back. Sorry, official business ahead. For your safety, this road is temporarily closed, a young police officer said as Ji Shi rolled down the window. Understood. About how long will it be before we can pass? Ji Shi asked. Wanling Mountain was an undeveloped area with nothing but a power station. Why would there be a cordon here? Not sure yet, the officer replied simply. Helpless, they parked by the roadside. 2 other cars were already there, apparently in the same situation. Brother, where are you from? We've been waiting almost an hour. A short man from a black sedan approached Ji Shi, offering a cigarette. Sorry, I don't smoke. We're heading to Haitong City, Ji Shi politely declined. The other SUV seemed to be carrying a family. A little boy and a little girl were picking leaves by the roadside, the boy barely 2, with a short-haired woman nearby. I heard a murderer escaped into the mountain. No idea when they'll catch him, the short man said as if he knew everyone. Ji Shi gathered the gist, but still asked curiously, Wanling Mountain is surrounded by open land. Why would anyone flee here? Who knows? We'd better not ask, just wait. As the man spoke, Ji Shi suddenly heard a rustling sound from the grass, not far away. He noticed that the others hadn't seemed to hear it. He signaled Lin Ye to stay put, and walked toward the grass which was in the direction where the two children were playing. Something there. Could it be a snake? The short-haired woman quickly pulled her two children closer after glancing at the tall, dense grass by the roadside. I didn't hear anything, the short man said, walking over with his cigarette. Ji Shi insisted he heard a sound, but no one else did. A gust of wind swept through, swaying the grass. The woman with the two children had retreated far back. The tall man who had been organizing the SUV's trunk also walked over to stand beside the woman, watching Ji Shi. Woof, woof. Suddenly a dog bark came from behind the grass. As everyone sighed in relief, a dirty gray dog emerged from the grass. What, just a stray dog? The short man chuckled. Doggy. Big doggy. The little boy waved his arms, pointing at the gray dog. He wanted to get closer, but his parents held him back. What if it bites? Don't go over, the tall man said, scooping up the restless boy, while the short-haired woman held the frightened little girl's hand. Ji Shi, that's not a stray dog. It looks like a Samoyed. Lin Ye approached as well. I don't know, Ji Shi said. He wasn't knowledgeable about dogs, but he felt the dog kept staring at him. Something strange. Woof, woof, woof. As they spoke, the gray dog barked again. The little boy had somehow slipped away and was running toward the dog on his short legs. Ji Shi discovered that ever since he took that marrow-cleansing pill, his five senses had become exceptionally acute. At that moment, a familiar putrid stench assailed his nostrils, and Ji Shi instantly tensed. This smell, it was unmistakably the odor of a zombie. Watch out. Just as the little boy was about to dart past him, Ji Shi grabbed him by the collar. Simultaneously, guttural roars reached their ears, and this time everyone around heard it. A roar, accompanied by a dog's bark. A figure suddenly lunged out from behind the bushes. Another zombie. As they took in the scene before them, Ji Shi and Lin Ye both thought the same thing. Were zombies appearing this frequently now? Or were they just unlucky enough to encounter them all? But Ji Shi had no time to ponder further, for once again, he was the one closest to the zombie. Ye, step back. Everyone stay away. Though Lin Ye still couldn't help but worry, having gone through this once before, she was much calmer than the first time she encountered a zombie. Just as the zombie lunged at him, the gray dog suddenly sprang forward and bit the zombie's pant leg. This action puzzled Ji Shi. Zombies attacked any living thing they saw, be it human or animal. Yet this dog was clearly normal. Not only had it seemed to warn them earlier, but the zombie showed no reaction to it. Growls. The zombie possessed immense strength and easily shook off the dog. As it lunged, Ji Shi delivered a swift kick to its shoulder. The force of the blow broke the zombie's body in half, sending it crashing heavily into a nearby tree. Ji Shi was momentarily stunned. It seemed his strength had indeed increased after taking the marrow-cleansing pill. The zombie, seemingly oblivious to pain, rose again and opened its gaping maw, charging at Ji Shi. Ji Shi prepared to meet it head-on, but noticing people running towards them, he decided to avoid trouble. Feigning panic, he led the zombie towards a less crowded area. Ji Shi stopped abruptly before a low wall. Just as the zombie was about to grab him, sending a wave of tension through the onlookers, Ji Shi sidestepped. The zombie, unable to stop in time, slammed directly into the wall. That man must be a blind drunkard, remarked the short man. He seems dead. The tall man holding the little boy saw clearly that the disfigured, aggressive man appeared pinned to the wall, motionless. Had that man deliberately made him crash into it? Still, he remembered to cover the little boy's eyes. He's dead. The two police officers looked at each other with complex expressions. They had witnessed the man hit the wall, and Ji Shi had only dodged. They hadn't expected him to die just like that. Officers, this brother here only kicked the man twice, and that was to save the kid. Who would have thought the guy would just charge headfirst into the wall? The short man, fearing the police might blame Ji Shi, quickly spoke up in his defense. Ji Shi shot him a grateful look and recounted the incident to the officer, taking statements. All right, we understand. As long as you're not injured, the officer said as he wrote. Soon several people in protective suits rushed over from a nearby vehicle and efficiently placed the man on a stretcher, carrying him away. No injuries. My legs are strong, though I didn't touch him. Ji Shi observed the scene and explained. That's fine. The road ahead is clear now, you can go on. Another officer checked Ji Shi's identification and signaled they could pass. Ji Shi thanked the short man who had spoken for him and was about to get into the car when he saw Lin Ye crouched in front of the gray dog, murmuring something. The gray dog lay obediently on the ground, its black shiny eyes fixed on her. Ji Shi, can we? Before Lin Ye could finish her pleading request, Ji Shi said, take it with us. It wasn't just because the dog had tried to save him, but also because he recalled something he had heard in his past life. He had heard that in the apocalypse, there was a special dog that neither zombies nor zombie animals would attack, yet it remained a normal dog. Because it was friendly to humans, a person it had saved decided to keep it. But in the end, that person seeking supplies strapped explosives to the dog and ordered it to blow up a zombie nest. Naturally, the dog was blown to pieces along with the zombies. Perhaps this was that same ill-fated dog. Ji Shi placed the gray dog in the cargo area at the back of the truck before driving Lin Ye back to the city. Fortunately, it wasn't too late when they arrived. Ji Shi managed to buy a full truckload of seeds just before the agricultural supply station closed. The seed shop owner was overjoyed, never expecting to make such a big sale right before closing time on such a hot day. Hey, race my card. If you need any more seeds, feel free to contact me in advance. We also offer delivery services. Sure. Ji Shi took the card, and noticing a machinery shop nearby, decided to buy 3 electric seed drills and a wheat and rice huller. All in all, he spent 20,000 yuan in just half an hour. But knowing that money would soon become worthless and thinking of the funds he had rolling in the stock market, Ji Shi didn't feel a hint of regret. After also getting the machinery shop owner's card, both of them were famished. Yet they hadn't forgotten Lin Fangxing, who had been helping them organize their goods all day. Sis, brother-in-law, I've arranged all these goods neatly. What do you think? Lin Fangxing was amazed at how much they had bought. Ji Shi had even purchased several hundred photovoltaic panels. He had only just learned what they were, essentially similar to solar panels. Great work, Fangxing. Ji Shi was indeed satisfied. He could tell Lin Fangxing had put real effort into the task, confirming Lin Yeye's words. Though Lin Fangxing might seem unreliable, he came through when it mattered. The 3 of them went to a restaurant near Century Garden and had a hearty meal. As they were about to pay, the owner generously gave them a large tub of vanilla ice cream, which delighted Lin Yeye. Fangxing, do you want to stay over tonight? Ji Shi casually stored the ice cream in his spatial ring, as the scorching heat outside was unbearable. Do you even need to ask? My dear brother-in-law has invited me. Don't worry, sis, I'll tell mom I'm staying at a friend's place for a few days. She won't suspect a thing. Lin Fangxing said. His parents were strict with Lin Yeye, but took a hands-off approach with him. Even if he went out for a month, he figured his parents wouldn't worry too much. But he didn't realize Ji Shi had another reason for asking him to stay. Especially when Ji Shi handed him a pill and told him to swallow it in the restroom. Lin Fangxing's eyes lit up. This was the start of his path to immortality. Listening to the agonized screams from the bathroom, Lin Yeye said helplessly, "You go ahead and get busy, I'll wait here." All right. Ji Shi knew this pain was too intense for a young boy, but he still had a pile of animals waiting for him in the space. Woof, woof. Upon entering the space, Ji Shi was greeted by the gray-haired dog. Almost forgot about you. Since Century Garden community required pet certificates for keeping animals, he had taken the dog, along with the chickens, ducks, and livestock he bought today, into the space. The gray dog clearly loved it here. Fortunately, the poultry and livestock were tied up with cages and ropes, but Ji Shi could see that all the animals were quite adapted to the space. When he noticed that the basket of little yellow chicks gifted by the old man had grown a full circle in just one afternoon, he was once again astonished. Fortunately, the delivery person had also given them some free chicken and pig feed, otherwise he would have had reason to worry about the animals starving. Ji Shi used some discarded fencing he found in the community's old garbage dump to build a few simple enclosures on the vacant lot behind Ji's residence, then separated the poultry and livestock into them. You should come out with me, or you'll soon turn into an old dog too. Ji Shi patted the gray dog that had been following him. Yuchio had told him that the time flow in the space only affected beings that stayed inside. Those who frequently traveled between the space and the outside world wouldn't have their lifespan affected. Woof, woof. As if understanding Ji Shi's words, the gray dog responded twice. Lin Fangxing was now admiring his transformed self in front of the mirror. Sis, look. The acne scars on my face are gone, and here and here. My skin is so smooth and delicate. Why are you, a grown man, concerned about that? Lin Yeye's tone was full of exasperation. Right, those are secondary. The most important thing is the incredible efficacy of this pill. I feel like I could punch through a mountain. Sis, what kind of divine husband did you find? Lin Fangxing finally understood why the 2 of them looked like completely different people this time. It was all thanks to this miraculous pill. We should spend more time exercising in the coming days. It'll help with awakening our supernatural abilities later. Ji Shi's voice came from inside the room. Lin Yeye and Lin Fangxing said in unison, awakening supernatural abilities. The space told me we must seize the initial opportunity. Those with strong physiques have the highest chance of awakening abilities, and I believe this marrow cleansing pill will also help. The first half of Ji Shi's statement was a lie, but the second half was true. Just like survival of the fittest, the virus first infected those with the weakest constitutions, but granted the strongest the skills to survive. Various kinds of supernatural abilities. Isn't that like magic? Can it really be that miraculous? Lin Fangxing was the most excited. This was the very essence of fantasy. No one can be certain, but if it does come, I think it will be a tragedy for all humanity. After Ji Shi spoke, the 3 fell silent. Indeed, who would willingly be infected by the virus and turn into a flesh-eating monster? Who would willingly be devoured by monsters? Only a few could survive, and humanity would eventually head toward extinction. One more thing. Ji Shi extended his hand, and a bucket of ice cream instantly appeared in his palm. Oh no, I almost forgot to put it in the fridge. Lin Yeye took the ice cream, but stood frozen in place. The ice cream had been in the space for quite a while. How is it still cold? I just discovered that the space is a natural preservation box. Whatever you put in comes out exactly as it was. Ji Shi said with a smile. The ice cream's unchanged state was the best proof. Holy crap. Brother-in-law, your ancestors are incredible. Lin Fanqing exclaimed in shock. The space alone was already overpowered, and now it had so many more functions. It seems we can never stockpile too much food. Ji Shi had originally planned to buy some refrigerators for the space, but now it was completely unnecessary. Lin Yaya cheered, and immediately pulled out her phone to open the instant delivery app, starting to stockpile all kinds of ice cream cones. Having just undergone the marrow cleansing, Lin Fanqing was also brimming with energy. Remembering that the apocalypse was imminent and that his favorite foods might never be tasted again, he couldn't help but open the shopping app and join Lin Yaya in buying. Ji Shi was no exception, but he still didn't forget to call his father. Him still out traveling, won't be back so soon. Xi Jinping said after receiving Ji Shi's call. Dad, you don't have to lie to me. He'll be straight with you. It's not me who needs you, it's Yaya. She hopes you can come back as soon as possible. Ji Shi didn't believe Xi Jinping's excuse about traveling. His father had become increasingly socially anxious over the years and had almost no social interactions. The real reason he had refused to return earlier was simply that he didn't want to disturb the young couple's life. Upon hearing this, Xi Jinping, who was in his rented room, immediately stood up and demanded loudly, "Tell me, did you little brat make Yaya angry? Is she going to dump you?" Xi Jinping's voice was so loud that Lin Yaya, who was nearby, could hear it. Dad, no, Ji Shi didn't make me angry. We really have something important, and we hope you can come back to help us. Lin Yaya took the phone from Ji Shi and explained. It's my daughter-in-law. Don't worry, Dad will be back tomorrow. We're family, don't talk about help. Ha ha ha. Ji Shi was surprised that Lin Yaya had managed to convince Xi Jinping with just a single sentence, especially since this was the 8th time he had urged him to come back. Broinlaw, I just saw a post. Someone said they saw a zombie. Lin Fanqing excitedly held up his phone and showed it to Ji Shi. Indeed. He's not lying. In the video, a man at a night market was staggering around like a drunk, even biting people he saw. The person filming caught the man's attention, and the last shot showed the man charging toward the camera. His eyes and skin were unmistakably those of a zombie. Shouldn't we do something? Lin Fanqing's excitement soon turned to worry. If possible, he didn't want the apocalypse to come. I've posted several reminders for people to watch out for rabies patients and stock up on food, but they all fell on deaf ears. Ji Shi pulled up a few of his own posts and said helplessly. He wasn't a selfish person. He had tried to do what he could, but he found he couldn't stop anything. Broinlaw, I was being too naive. He'll just focus on stocking up. Lin Fanqing had just left a comment under that video advising everyone to be cautious and stay indoors, only to be berated by many as a paranoid delusional. It's okay. That's human nature. You'll get used to it. Ji Shi said with profound meaning. The next morning, Lin Yaya turned on the morning news as soon as she woke up. Aside from Ji Shi Electronics' soaring stock prices making headlines, she found no reports of any human-biting incidents trending online. Disappointed, she made her way to the bathroom, where the sound of running water persisted. Ji Shi, are you? When she glimpsed the scene inside the bathroom, a cry of joyful surprise escaped her lips. There in the bathroom stood a pure white Samoyed. She quickly realized this dog was the same gray scruffy stray they had encountered 2 days ago. She never expected that after a bath it would look so handsome. Did I wake you? There are steamed buns and soy milk on the table, though this one here single-handedly devoured 2 baskets of buns. Ji Shi pointed at the Samoyed which he had cleaned up. It seemed he had brought back a glutton. Woof. As if understanding that she was its future mistress, the Samoyed wagged its tail, currying favor with Lin Yaya. So adorable. Lin Yaya was utterly defenseless against fluffy creatures. Go eat now. Fanqing has already eaten and headed to the warehouse. Ji Shi urged. Lin Yaya stuck out her tongue. It seemed she was the last to rise. However, last night Ji Shi had kept her up until the wee hours. If not for the effects of the marrow-cleansing pill, she probably wouldn't have been able to get out of bed today. Watching Lin Yaya run off with a flushed face, Ji Shi began drying the dog's fur with a hairdryer, while simultaneously liquidating the funds he had invested in the stock market 2 days prior. 5 million had turned into 18 million. Ji Shi smiled with satisfaction. He had also found a buyer for his house. He heard it was a rental property company. Since his asking price was nearly 1.0 below market value, the other party, fearing he might back out, had sent over an electronic contract immediately. Adding the proceeds from this house sale, he would have nearly 20 million in savings. If only the apocalypse wouldn't come. Ji Shi knew this was highly unlikely. Aside from matters related to him, every piece of domestic and international news was identical to his past life. Ding, the phone's notification sound rang out. Ji Shi looked down and saw that the money from the stock market had been successfully transferred to his bank account. Another transfer message surprised him slightly. It was a transfer of 1 million yuan with a note attached. Brother-in-law, please accept my heartfelt offering. Ji Shi knew immediately that this was a transfer from Lin Fanqing. He's kept over 1 million for himself. He said he wants to buy things to put in your space, so don't be too touched. Lin Yaya said after finishing her meal. That's more than enough. By the way, what do you think about calling him Changsheng? Ji Shi pointed at the pure white Samoyed sitting obediently with its tongue out, still hesitating about whether to tell Lin Yaya about his savings. Changsheng. It's a very auspicious name. I think it's great. Lin Yaya agreed. One more thing, we need to go here later. Ji Shi handed his phone to Lin Yaya. A car dealership. To buy a car. Lin Yaya recalled. They really were in need of a vehicle. This dealership sells modified vehicles. Ji Shi had never known much about cars, but he knew what kind of vehicle would be most useful in the apocalypse. If possible, he planned to buy several backup cars to store in his space. When Lin Ye learned that Ji Shi currently had nearly 20 million, her jaw dropped in astonishment. Made a bit of money in the stock market recently. Ji Shi shrugged, trying to sound nonchalant. Truly worthy of being my husband. Lin Ye felt that since their marriage, Ji Shi had given her too many surprises. When the couple took a taxi to their destination, the Chenglong auto dealership, the place still looked desolate. It was a large dealership surrounded by several big rooms for displaying new cars and for repairs. Each door was covered in colorful graffiti, giving it a very trendy vibe. In the center was a yard set up with various obstacles and curves, apparently for customers to test drive cars. Not far away, a young girl in a dark green short-sleeved top and shorts with trendy dreadlocks atop her head walked over. Ji Shi paid little attention to her attire or appearance, his gaze fixed entirely on her hands. The girl held a wrench in each hand, which she wielded with great dexterity. She casually twirled one of the wrenches in the air, a move that left Lin Ye wide-eyed. You want to buy a car? Turn right out the door for brand-name dealers. Our cars aren't for you, the wrench-wielding girl stated. You're so skilled. Lin Ye found the girl incredibly cool. The wrench girl also gave Lin Ye a friendly smile, making Lin Ye like her even more. How do you know your cars aren't suitable for us? Ji Shi found it amusing and asked. The girl coolly leaned against an iron railing nearby, yawned, and replied, Our cars aren't for commuting to work or picking up wives. They're meant to conquer the world. Just then, a rolling door covered in red graffiti was opened by someone. A flashy bright red off-road vehicle was driven out from inside. Its chassis was extremely high, and it easily cleared several obstacles on the path before pulling up in front of the trio. Ningxiao's craftsmanship is truly superb. I love the modifications on this car. A man in sunglasses poked his head out from the rolled-down window. Let's talk, pay up, and get lost. It'll be too late once my master arrives. The girl said impatiently. Haha, I'm scared. He'll pay. The man in sunglasses paid a sum of money with a hearty laugh and drove off in a flourish. Nice car. Is it a modified Woi? After the man left, Ji Shi asked. After Ningxia confirmed the payment on her phone, her expression had softened considerably. She looked up to see the young couple still hadn't left, and a flicker of doubt crossed her mind. Could these two actually be here to buy a car from their dealership? Yes. What do you intend to use the car for? Ningxia asked. The couple, though handsome and beautiful, both had a refined appearance. I want a high-performance vehicle. One that can handle long off-road trips, mountain roads, and collisions. Most importantly, it needs to be tough. After Ji Shi finished speaking, the other party looked even more surprised. Are you two going on a survival challenge? Ningxia asked. She had been watching a lot of variety shows lately, some featuring middle-aged couples seeking thrills through survival challenges. But this young couple didn't fit the profile. You could say that. If possible, well, order at least 5. With less than 10 days until the apocalypse, Ji Shi feared the dealership wouldn't be able to prepare so many vehicles in time, so he gave a conservative number. 5. Ningxia was stunned. Had she almost missed out on a multi-million yuan deal? In an instant, the couple were treated like VIPs. Ningxia invited them to a private room on the second floor of one of the buildings. The air conditioning was blissfully cool inside. Ningxia brought over several colorful brochures and placed them in front of Ji Shi, introducing, These are all the cars we've modified. Of course, we also sell brand new unmodified vehicles of various makes. This one exactly the same. I want 5 of them. They'll take one original today, and after you've modified the other 4 according to my requirements, they'll drive this one back. Ji Shi barely hesitated, flipping through the brochure and reading the general overview before quickly settling on the car he wanted. Buying 5 at once and with modifications to boot. Ningxia tried not to seem too provincial. She cleared her throat and said, Your requests can all be met by our dealership. Coincidentally, this model is in stock, but we do require a deposit. Ji Shi smiled and pulled out a black card, waving it lightly. Though he could have paid in full, he opted only for the deposit. The deposit for 5 cars amounted to 1 million, and barring any unforeseen circumstances, he intended to finance the remaining balance. Ningxia had never encountered such a generous customer before. To facilitate communication, she added both of them on WeChat. Take the car. If any issues arise, feel free to come to me. But rest assured, this brand rarely has problems. While handle the license plates entirely, you two needn't worry about a thing. Ningxia shed her initial aloof demeanor, becoming lively and enthusiastic. This car is really something. Lin Ye gazed approvingly at the black off-road vehicle before her. Its body was encircled by a sturdy metal protective bar. The chassis was high enough to clear obstacles. The exterior offered no view inside, and the interior was spacious and comfortable. Indeed it is. If we ever have a baby, you'll feel at ease knowing Ye is sitting in here. Ji Shi took the car for a spin over several steep slopes on the lot, discovering that even when driving over sharp, protruding gravel, the ride inside remained utterly smooth. Lin Ye couldn't help but blush at his words. A baby? Isn't that too soon? They had only just gotten married. Ji Shi smiled, then his expression turned serious. Whether it's early or late, I will fully embrace my responsibilities as a father. The adorable image of Hao Hao from his past life floated before his eyes. Ji Shi didn't know if Hao Hao would come into their lives again this time, but now that he possessed the space, he believed he could protect both mother and child. Be careful. There seems to be someone up ahead. Lin Ye tugged at Ji Shi's sleeve. To better acclimate to the new car, he had taken a longer detour, and they were now passing through the edge of a desolate old town. The area was surrounded by uninhabited houses and small hills overgrown with weeds and saplings. Just then a petite figure suddenly appeared, standing boldly in the middle of the road. A child. Ji Shi relaxed his guard upon seeing that it was merely a 14 or 15-year-old girl with twin ponytails. Just as he was about to step on the brake, the girl lay down flat on the road, stretching out her limbs in a star shape. Well, what's wrong? Did she faint? Lin Ye quickly unbuckled her seatbelt, and Ji Shi followed her out. The girl on the ground murmured to the sky, a helpless, homeless little girl knocked down in the wilderness. The beauty of this world is forever lost to her. If no one lends a hand, she will die alone on this road of no return. How callous the world has become. Righteousness is nowhere to be found. Ji Shi looked around. The road was utterly deserted, with only him and Lin Ye standing before the girl. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ye noticed the girl was strikingly delicate, and her attire was unusual. Was that a hanfu? Big sister, don't comfort me. I was just knocked down by this man, and am still having trouble getting up. Upon closer inspection, Lin Ye noticed the girl was strikingly delicate, and her attire was unusual. Was that a hanfu? Big sister, don't comfort me. I was just knocked down by this man, and am still having trouble getting up. The little girl in the purple gauze dress slowly raised her finger, pointing at Ji Shi, who was watching the scene unfold with amusement. We didn't hit you. Lin Ye looked at the girl, who bore no injuries. Was this what they called a scam? Anyway, I'm just a helpless orphan with no money or power. Even if I'm bullied, I can only swallow my pride and wither away here. The girl continued to sigh. Lin Ye was at a complete loss for words. Just tell me, how much do you want? Ji Shi had already concluded this was a scam, and he had no intention of arguing. To his surprise, the girl quickly stood up. She only reached below his chest, yet she clasped her hands behind her back with an air of authority and declared, "Young man, I perceive that you have recently undergone a great reversal of fate. I have calculated that the world below the mountain, the world itself, is on the brink of upheaval. If we do not seek a glimmer of hope, this world will be doomed. What we call a turning point is also a chance for survival. Are you willing to join me in seeking this hope?" Ji Shi initially dismissed the girl, but her words forced him to take notice. A great reversal of fate. Was that about his rebirth? The world on the brink of upheaval. Did she mean the impending zombie virus outbreak? And she claimed to have divined this. For a girl of barely 15, such talk seemed hardly scientific. First, we didn't hit you. Second, I have no idea what you're talking about. Third, what exactly is your purpose in stopping me here? Ji Shi pulled Lin Ye closer, facing off against the strange girl. I've been away from the mountain for so long, only to find the people below so cold and heartless, treating a girl who hasn't eaten in 3 days with such cruelty. There's no place in this vast world for a poor girl like me. The girl's expression was mournful, her acting so convincing that even Lin Ye felt a pang of guilt. Come on, let's get you something to eat first. As Ji Shi said this, the girl's eyes indeed lit up. Truly, you are the one destined by heaven that I have chosen. In that case, I shall not stand on ceremony. But, may I also ride in this iron box? The girl asked, innocently looking at them both. Iron box. Lin Ye glanced at their new car and couldn't help asking, "You've never ridden in a car? I mean, do you people call cars iron boxes?" "Well, I've always lived up in the mountains, never once descended since birth. I don't understand your gadgets around here." Having said this, the girl finally introduced herself. "My name is Chu Xiaoshuang, a disciple of the Jinghua sect. I permit you two to call me Xiaoshuang from now on." How old are you? If you haven't eaten for 3 days, where are your parents?" Lin Ye had never encountered such a situation before. The little girl appeared innocent and harmless, and though she insisted they take responsibility, she wasn't irritating. "You might not believe this, but I'm already 289 years old. I've been orphaned since childhood and took refuge in the Jinghua sect. The Jinghua sect is my home." Chu Xiaoshuang's face showed no sorrow as she spoke these words, and she added, "Don't underestimate our Jinghua sect. At least I figured out your surname is Ji, right? You might not believe this, but I'm already 289 years old. I've been orphaned since childhood and took refuge in the Jinghua sect. The Jinghua sect is my home." Chu Xiaoshuang's face showed no sorrow as she spoke these words, and she added, "Don't underestimate." This wasn't his first time seeing a space that could accommodate people. In his past life, he had heard of a mirror known as an ancient divine artifact. Its possessor could not only store items within it, but also enter it to seek refuge. That mirror ultimately fell into the hands of the Yao family, the largest clan in the apocalypse. It was said that its previous owner was a little girl surnamed Chu, who was infected with the zombie virus due to her weak constitution and was eventually killed by the Yao family. The ancient divine artifact supposedly originated from the ancient sect, the Jinghua sect. Chu Xiaoshuang seemed delighted. The hexagram shows that if I find you and follow you, I can unlock a path to survival. My master once said that I am destined to save the world. So your goal is just to follow me? Ji Shi asked again. Had he just picked up a dog, and now he was picking up a person? Wrong. It's you who follows me. I have a treasure that can surely save your life if you're in danger. Chu Xiaoshuang said smugly. Ji Shi's expression was complicated. In her past life, she must have naively revealed her secrets like this, leading to her murder for her treasure. Yaya, order some dishes later. We'll eat at home. Ji Shi suddenly said to Lin Yaya. Having witnessed human nature in the apocalypse, he knew that some things couldn't be discussed in public lest they invite deadly trouble. Though Lin Ye didn't know what treasure Chu Xiaoshuang referred to, she had seen Ji Shi's space and instinctively thought of a portable dimension, so she began ordering takeout without a word. So the child of heavenly fate lives this, while even having the restaurant deliver food. It seems I worried for nothing. Chu Xiaoshuang pulled out a few gold bracelets from her sleeve and sighed. Demonic energy permeated the mountain. If she hadn't come down to find her destined person, she would have been corrupted by it. Even though she had a temporary refuge, she wasn't an immortal and would eventually starve inside. Her master said she was the hope of the Jingyue sect and couldn't die easily. These gold bracelets were meant to be pawned to the child of heavenly fate for some silver to buy food. But it seemed she had worried for nothing. This moving iron box must also be quite valuable. When the two brought Chu Xiaoshuang to the Century Garden residential area, her neck was already sore from looking around. These little buildings at the foot of the mountain are so tall, almost taller than my peak. Chu Xiaoshuang confirmed that Ji Shi was a very wealthy man. Ji Shi couldn't help but glance at the little girl. Her delicate jade-like face glowed with cheerful excitement. Beneath her fan-like lashes, her black eyes sparkled, and the cloth bag on her back bounced as she hopped along. She was the very image of a lovely young girl, not someone over 200 years old. Aren't you afraid living alone on the mountain? Lin Yaya asked curiously. They say appearances deceive, and she had automatically treated Chu Xiaoshuang as a little sister. Not at all. I know magic. You're so beautiful, sister. Why not accept me as your master? Our Jingyue sect only takes in pretty women. Chu Xiaoshuang said earnestly. Your master should teach you more about worldly affairs. Ji Shi had figured it out. Though this girl claimed to be over 200, she was nothing more than a naive little girl. They lived on the 11th floor. As they entered the elevator with Chu Xiaoshuang, she was about to retort when she suddenly felt the ground fall away beneath her feet, as if she were flying. She instinctively grabbed Ji Shi's arm. What's happening? Have the people down the mountain already learned to control magical artifacts to levitate? Ji Shi found it a headache, but explained, it's not a magical artifact. It's an elevator. But Chu Xiaoshuang was still like a startled cat until the elevator showed they had reached the 11th floor. Lin Yi's shock had passed, so she patiently explained to Chu Xiaoshuang. Chu Xiaoshuang seemed ignorant of everything and grew timid upon entering Ji Shi's home. When she saw a pure white dog run out from the balcony, she was utterly astonished. A spirit beast? Chu Xiaoshuang's eyes widened as she looked at Changsheng. Ji Shi shrugged, indicating it was just an ordinary dog. No. It's definitely not ordinary. It is a spirit beast. Chu Xiaoshuang crouched before Changsheng, examining it with great interest. Changsheng sniffed her and decisively returned to Ji Shi's side. Hungry again, Ji Shi crouched down and rubbed Changsheng's fluffy head. During its time in the space, Changsheng had devoured 3 bags of dog food. He noticed the remaining 2 baskets of steamed buns in the house had also vanished. Changsheng eats so much, but we can afford it. Lin Yaya smiled at the heartwarming scene of the man and his dog. What if you had me? Can you still afford it? The girl in purple crouched pitifully, holding several gleaming gold bracelets in her hands. Chu Xiaoshuang felt a hint of shame at begging for adoption, but her master had said that as long as she lived well, she would be useful to the world. To save the world, she didn't mind being kept alongside this spirit beast. Ji Shi and Lin Yaya exchanged glances. Had they really encountered someone begging to be taken in? Maybe. Let her stay with us. Lin Yaya asked. The child truly seemed pitiful. Hearing this, Chu Xiaoshuang immediately brightened. She pulled an exquisite dagger from her sleeve and handed it to Lin Yaya. Sister, you're incredibly clever. This frost dagger is for you. Don't be fooled by its size. It's incredibly powerful. The frost dagger felt icy to the touch. Lin Yaya was astonished, but declined. This is clearly a treasure. I can't accept something so precious. Chu Xiaoshuang shook her head. Since I've taken you as my disciple, I must give you a meeting gift. This dagger is fated for you. Even if I don't give it to you now, it will be yours eventually. Lin Yaya, when had she become her disciple? Lin Yaya ultimately accepted the dagger under Chu Xiaoshuang's coercion and cajolery simply because the little girl before her was so adorable that she had no power to refuse. After a sumptuous lunch, Chu Xiaoshuang, patting her round belly, lay contentedly on the floor. So full I can't eat another bite. Ji Shi and Lin Yaya cleared the table of empty plates together. Lin Yaya was glad she had ordered extra dishes as she had originally planned to stockpile some in Ji Shi's space, but she hadn't expected Chu Xiaoshuang to have such an appetite. Changsheng and she are both big eaters, Ji Shi remarked to Lin Yaya as Changsheng had just devoured another half bag of dog food. Indeed, you're quite the eater too. All of you are foodies. Lin Yaya recalled that Ji Shi had just consumed 3 servings of rice noodles, 2 portions of braised pork knuckle rice, and 4 meat buns among other things. Ji Shi was taken aback. He had always had a large appetite, but after taking the marrow cleansing pill he seemed to get hungry even faster. As they spoke, Chu Xiaoshuang struggled to her feet, grabbed her small cloth bag, and ran over to Ji Shi. The little girl's big eyes were wide as she said, "Master of Heavenly Secrets, rest assured no matter what happens I will protect you both. You protect us." Ji Shi found it amusing when Chu Xiaoshuang pulled out an object and pressed it into his hand. "This is our sect's secret treasure. If you shine it you can enter a small space inside the mirror. You can store luggage and treasures there, and you only need to carry this little mirror." Chu Xiaoshuang said mysteriously, but she didn't expect Ji Shi to glance at the mirror without even opening its lid. "This is yours. Yeah, and I already know its purpose. In the future you should not mention it in front of outsiders. Rarity makes things precious. You should understand this principle. Yes, Xiaoshuang, you've probably been alone on the mountain all this time, unaware that people down here can be both good and bad. Some will not only take your things, but also your life," Lin Yaya added, trying to persuade her. Chu Xiaoshuang blinked, lowered her head in thought, and said, "So you really are a good person. How strange. Why did the divination show that you were of ill intent? Could I have miscalculated?" Ji Shi was now somewhat convinced that this little girl truly had some skill. He intended to return the mirror to Chu Xiaoshuang, but she adamantly refused to take it back. "Don't worry, since I've decided to follow you, I will definitely help you. I know all sorts of techniques, concealment, contract art, silencing spells, detection spells, and more. In a few days you'll be begging for my help." Chu Xiaoshuang laughed triumphantly, but when she came to her senses, she realized the room was empty. What happened? Why weren't they the least bit curious about her abilities? This shouldn't be. She, the heir of the Jingyue sect, had gone all out to curry favor with the Son of Heaven's mandate. At the entrance of the living room, Ji Shi quickly took the items from Ji Zhengping's hands. When he saw the gift-wrapped packages, his heart was filled with both warmth and bitterness. This house was bought by Ji Zhengping through a lifetime of hard work, yet he had given it to Ji Shi. Every time he visited, he brought gifts as if he were an outsider afraid of disturbing their marital harmony. "Yeah, you're still as beautiful as ever. I brought a few live hens and a goose this time. Hard to come by these live ones. They'll make you some drunken goose and chicken soup, haha." Ji Zhengping's hearty laughter filled the house. As he stepped inside, he noticed a girl and a dog he hadn't seen before. "Dad, why did you bring so many things? So heavy. Please sit down and rest." Lin Ye handed Ji Zhengping a cup of tea. Ji Shi had lost his mother young, and Ji Zhengping had raised him single-handedly. She always treated him with great respect. Good, my daughter-in-law Ye is wonderful. Is this Ye's friend?" Ji Zhengping asked casually when he noticed the little girl in purple staring at him. Blood calamity averted. Before Lin Ye could answer, they heard Chu Xiaoshuang say this, while staring at the top of Ji Zhengping's head. Ji Shi's hand paused as he was putting things away. Was Chu Xiaoshuang's meaning what he thought it was? Huh. Ye's friend sure has a way with words. Ji Zhengping chuckled, thinking it was a new way for young people to greet each other. "Dad, we only met this girl on the road today," Lin Ye had to explain. "What? You brought home a girl you just met on the street? Ji Shi, you rascal. Aren't you making Ye unhappy?" Ji Zhengping had always felt his son wasn't good enough for Lin Ye, and always put her first. "Dad, it's not what you think." Lin Ye tried to explain, but Ji Shi stopped her. "Dad'll explain later." Ji Shi looked at Chu Xiaoshuang. He had just made a decision, but there were still some things he needed to clarify first. Seeing Ji Shi staring at her with such an intense gaze, Chu Xiaoshuang's heart tightened, and she quickly said, "I can also clean the house. If one person isn't enough, I'll make puppets to help me. They'll help you finish the leftovers so nothing goes to waste. I can also..." Her face was full of the plea, "Please don't kick me out. The contract art and silencing spell you mentioned. What kind of techniques are they? Can you tell me about them?" Ji Shi asked with interest. He had no intention of driving the girl away, knowing she meant no harm. Chu Xiaoshuang's face lit up with surprise, and she eagerly explained these basic techniques. The contract art is a master-servant bond. One servant can only have one master, but a master can contract multiple servants. It's mainly used in various sects to prevent theft of secret treasures. The silencing spell is simpler. It can make the person it's cast on forever unable to speak of a certain word or event. What else do you want to know? I also know puppet arts. Ji Shi nodded to show he understood. He then asked, "Does the contract art harm either party?" Chu Xiaoshuang shook her head. "No harm. As long as the servant doesn't betray the master, it won't affect them for life." Ji Shi looked at Lin Ye, who immediately understood his intention. Since entering Ji Shi's space, nothing seemed too unbelievable. "You want a contract with Xiaoshuang?" she asked. Chu Xiaoshuang was shocked. "The Son of Heaven's mandate wants to be my servant. I didn't expect you to trust me so much. Not me being your servant, but you being mine if you want to continue following us," Ji Shi replied. Ji Shi answered. Chu Xiaoshuang was even more astounded. Was this so-called Son of Heaven's secret truly so shameless? How could he, the heir of the Jingyue sect, be reduced to a servant? If her master and grandmaster ever found out, they would likely tear through the realms to give her a thorough scolding. Ji Zhengping, standing nearby, was utterly bewildered. What on earth was going on? Could this be the latest form of communication among the youth? It's not impossible to form a contract with me. But why do you wish this? After countless protests melted into nothingness, Chu Xiaoshuang asked with a conflicted expression. Because I require absolute loyalty. But rest assured, once the contract is sealed, I will not demand anything against your will. You will still be yourself, and we will still be us. Ji Shi explained. From the very beginning, this young girl had presented him with secret treasures and displayed her abilities. Only he understood the true meaning behind her words. If he let her go, she might one day reveal their secrets to others, a risk they could not afford. Better to keep her close. Xiaoshuang, everyone has secrets. If you are unwilling, we can still remain friends. Lin Ye knew that Ji Shi feared the space's secret might be exposed, but the decision had to be Xiaoshuang's own volition. I am willing. Chu Xiaoshuang suddenly adopted an air of resolve, as if she were marching to her death. If sacrificing herself could save the world, it would be worth it. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow. He felt he had already begun to understand this young girl's way of thinking. Wah! Master Grandmaster Ancestral Master Xiaoshuang does not willingly become another's servant, but the world is on the brink of chaos. If Xiaoshuang does nothing, this realm may be doomed. Having agreed to Ji Shi's request, Chu Xiaoshuang knelt alone in a corner muttering to herself while drawing circles on the ground. Yeah, are you really okay with this? With him taking a maid. Xi Jinping did not grasp the full picture, but he understood that his son intended to take that young girl as a servant. Was this not morally questionable? Dad, you misunderstand. I trust Ji Shi. I'm sure he will explain everything to you later. Lin Ye smiled. Ji Shi always consulted her before making any decisions. Xi Jinping nodded, though still puzzled. Not far away, Chu Xiaoshuang had somehow produced some yellowed paper, ink, and a brush, and was now lying on the ground drawing with sweeping strokes. Drawing a talisman, Ji Shi noticed that Chu Xiaoshuang was creating a highly complex pattern surrounded by tiny characters. Despite his knowledge of some traditional Chinese characters, he could not decipher them. Of course, this is a unique technique of the Jingyue sect known only to me. Chu Xiaoshuang replied proudly. The young girl spent nearly an hour on the ground finishing just one talisman sheet. She wiped the sweat from her brow, her face initially glowing with achievement, but then dimmed as she recalled the purpose of this talisman. She was about to become someone else's servant. Let's begin. Ji Shi said, unwilling to waste more time. Okay. Chu Xiaoshuang wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, placed the talisman on the ground, and under everyone's gaze pressed her finger to the center of her forehead. The tip of her finger cut through the skin, and a single drop of blood automatically coalesced on her fingertip. That drop of blood then fell in slow motion onto the talisman. Dear Master, please allow Xiaoshuang to take a drop of your fingertip blood to complete the master-servant contract. Chu Xiaoshuang knelt on one knee before Ji Shi. At that moment, Ji Shi could already sense a feeling of submission. He nodded and extended his finger to her. Fingertip touched fingertip. Chongqing the dog lay quietly beside Lin Ye watching the scene. Lin Ye thought she saw the talisman flash faintly, though she could not be sure. After a moment, Chu Xiaoshuang opened her eyes and obediently knelt before Ji Shi. Master, your servant Chu Xiaoshuang has successfully contracted with you. You may command Xiaoshuang at will from now on. What the hell is this? I can't stand it anymore. You deceitful son, luring a young girl like this right in front of Ye and me. Get over here. Xi Jinping was horrified, especially seeing the young girl kneeling in submission before his son. Dad, don't get upset. Let me explain. It's not what you think. Ji Shi's ear was yanked by his father, and no matter how much he begged, Xi Jinping refused to let go. Left with no choice, Ji Shi grabbed his father's wrist and pulled him into the space. Chu Xiaoshuang stared in shock. How could the two men have vanished into thin air? Xiaoshuang, don't worry. He should be back soon. Lin Ye said with a smile. Sure enough, within 2 minutes, Ji Shi emerged alone. He then took Lin Ye's left hand and Chu Xiaoshuang's right hand and led them into the space. This is Master Space. Chu Xiaoshuang was astonished by the sight before her. No wonder Ji Shi had been completely uninterested in her mirror space. This was an ultimate mustard seed space. Xiaoshuang, you don't need to call me master from now on. Just use my name. The contract was only to allow you entry into this space. Ji Shi finally explained. He had no perverse desire to abduct a girl. Son, is this from our ancestor? The one inside that worn-out ring. Xi Jinping had been standing in front of the plaque inscribed residence of Ji Songhai for a full 20 minutes, yet still couldn't believe his eyes. Their family actually possessed such a treasure. He recalled that the jade ring had been discovered by chance in an old wooden box from his hometown. Whether it was a family heirloom, he did not know, only that his grandfather had once treasured it. Yes, Yaya and I have been stockpiling supplies here recently. But the space is too vast, the two of us alone can hardly manage it. Ji Shi spoke sincerely. Not to mention the expansive fields and ponds, even the massive courtyard was difficult for him and Lin Ye to maintain. Stockpiling supplies. Why? To resell them later at a profit. Xi Jinping asked, puzzled. Because chaos is coming and danger is imminent. Chu Xiaoshuang now understood everything. It seemed Ji Shi and Lin Ye had known about this for a long time. Ji Shi repeated the same words he had once told Lin Ye to Xi Jinping. After hearing them, Ji Jinping slumped to the ground, cold sweat trickling down his back. Son, daughter-in-law, when I left this morning, I heard the couple next door fighting again. Was that old woman what you call a zombie? Ji Jinping distinctly remembered the neighbor yelling that his wife had bitten him. At the time, he thought it was just a marital spat. He had glanced through the half-open door and seen the woman lunging at the man. Very likely. Ji sure felt a chill too. If Ji Jinping had come back any later, he might have already. I told you uncle's blood disaster has been averted, Chu Xiaoshuang said. Only then did Ji Jinping understand the meaning of her words when he had first entered the door. Ji Shi stared at the dustpan in his hand, lost in thought. Perhaps he should have killed the zombie with one blow earlier. It's all right. Go ahead. They'll get you out. Lin Zhihai unexpectedly patted his shoulder from behind. Their leisurely demeanor filled Ji Jinping with joy. He couldn't help but admit that staying in the space felt incredibly comfortable with air, even fresher than outside. Did you make this fence? It looks so crude, doesn't it? Ji Jinping pointed at the uneven fence and asked. Just repurposing some waste. Since time is pressing, it'll do for now, Ji Shi replied. Ji Jinping silently noted this and followed Ji Shi and Lin Ye further into the estate. Dad, we've already cleaned the place. You and Xiaoshuang can each pick a room and rest here for 10 hours while only an hour passes outside. Lin Ye and Ji Shi introduced the space's functions to the two. Even Chu Xiaoshuang, who knew about such things, gasped in astonishment. Master, you truly are the chosen one, I calculated. To possess such a treasure. Surely the one who left this space behind must have been a great cultivator who ascended. Chu Xiaoshuang exclaimed in admiration. I never expected that after all these years no one in our Ji family discovered this place, but you, the useless one, did. Ha ha. Ji Jinping had always thought his son was good for nothing, but this time he noticed that Ji sure seemed different somehow. To bond with a mystic treasure requires a certain fate. Truly worthy of my master. Chu Xiaoshuang was almost giving a thumbs up. The shame of being forced into servitude had vanished, and now she looked at Ji Shi with stars in her eyes. So Ji Shi had endured being misunderstood and contracted with her just to bring her in. Indeed, but let's not celebrate too soon. Maintaining this space requires spiritual energy, and I don't yet know where to find it. Xiaoshuang, do you know anything about this? Ji Shi pointed at the jade orb floating atop the steel at the entrance. After these past few days, the orb no longer shone as pure and green as before. He was growing anxious. Spiritual energy. That's a rare thing. In the past, jade and artifacts carried spiritual energy, but times have changed. The spiritual energy between heaven and earth has dwindled, and even the energy on my small hilltop has vanished for some reason. Chu Xiaoshuang shook her head regretfully. Just like Xiaoshuang said about turning points, maybe we don't need to rush. When the time comes, the spiritual energy will be found. Lin Ye gently comforted Ji Shi. He soon calmed down, thinking that when the cart reaches the mountain, there will be a road. Perhaps they only needed to wait. They spent several hours in the space. Ji Jinping even couldn't resist using the cedar Ji Shi had bought, sowing some wheat seeds on several plots of land. Son and daughter-in-law, rest assured. They'll constantly remind myself not to breathe a word about this. Ji Jinping pledged. By the way, Xiaoshuang, can the silence art you mentioned also be used to make someone keep a secret? Ji Shi didn't trust his father's mouth because Ji Jinping could never keep a secret. Yes, the silence art is one of the simplest spells. I can draw the talisman in less than a quarter of an hour. Chu Xiaoshuang replied. Miss Xiaoshuang, could you cast a silence art on me? Ji Jinping, who had just made a pledge, immediately asked with a pleading look. Rather than struggling to keep a secret, it would be more convenient to have an automatic lock on his tongue. As long as master commands, Xiaoshuang will not refuse. Chu Xiaoshuang immediately reached for talisman paper from her sleeve, but found she couldn't take anything out of her own belongings. Only Ji Shi can bring things in from outside. It seems that items we carry on us become unusable once we enter. Lin Ye explained. She had discovered early on that her phone, which she had with her, couldn't be retrieved after entering the space. Not that it disappeared, but it was in a gray state, and she couldn't even touch it. Well, at least we're left with clothes on our backs. Ji Jinping felt the space was quite considerate. I see. Then Xiaoshuang will have to draw the talisman outside. When Chu Xiaoshuang and the others were brought out, only about 40 minutes had passed outside. The initially excited Ji Jinping grew restless, knowing that a crisis was imminent. With such a wonderful space, they absolutely had to stock up on more supplies. Dad, I do have something to ask of you, but we can take care of it at home. While Xiaoshuang was drawing the talisman, Ji Shi led Ji Jinping to the kitchen. The refrigerator was fully stocked with ingredients, and pots, pans, and other tools were all in place. He planned to have Ji Jinping prepare as much food as possible to store in the space, because once the apocalypse came, they would no longer be able to stay in one place. All the food they would need on the road had to be prepared in advance. You've come to the right person. Your dad was a master chef. Ji Jinping rolled up his sleeves and was ready to start. But by then, Chu Xiaoshuang had already finished the silence talisman. The silence art was not only simple to draw, but the procedure was also straightforward. Ji Jinping only needed to drip a drop of his own blood onto the talisman paper. Really can't say it. Let me try. Ji Jinping found it magical. When he tried to speak about Ji Shi's space, his mind went blank and his ability to speak was instantly sealed. Only when Xu Xiaoshuang reminded him to think of something else could he continue talking. How convenient. Xiaoshuang cast it on me too later. That would be safer. Lin Yaya watched with interest, but Ji Shi stopped her. Yaya, not yet. Even if needed, we can ask Xiaoshuang to do it later. Ji Shi said. Lin Yaya was always intelligent and rational. He trusted her even more than he trusted himself. Since there were still matters regarding stockpiling, the four of them decided to split up. Ji Jinping and Xu Xiaoshuang stayed home to cook and draw talismans while Ji Shi and Lin Yaya needed to go out. Did you really buy the entire supermarket? Lin Yaya asked after getting into the car. Not just that. I also asked Xiao Wu to inquire about a few other shops that were up for sale. We'll go directly to negotiate later. Ji Shi replied. He had spent 3 million to acquire the large 2-story supermarket. Originally, it was 5 million, but he chose to pay the rent in installments, so the remaining amount only needed to cover the cost of the inventory. It was because your credit was good enough with no black marks on your record that you managed to secure the loan. Lin Yaya saw nothing wrong with taking out a loan at such a time. Instead, she praised her husband. At the very least, the goods in the supermarket were already purchased by Ji Shi. I've had the supermarket suspend operations for a week. During this time, the suppliers will continue to deliver as usual, allowing us to stockpile more supplies. Ji Shi was currently sitting with Lin Yaya in the office on the second floor of the supermarket. The owner of this supermarket was a foreigner who, due to years of losses, had long been planning to sell it. When they came to sign the contract, the owner didn't even bother to show up. Someone's coming. Both Ji Shi and Lin Yaya could keenly sense footsteps approaching from the corridor, a benefit of the marrow-cleansing pill. The newcomer was a middle-aged man with a large nose. Nick portly, and with a head of slightly curly brown hair and murky blue eyes, wore a sneer on his face when he saw Ji Shi and Lin Yaya in the room. A young couple trying to start a business from scratch. You people are so naive, it's almost enviable. Nick tossed a file onto the table before them, then crossed his legs and looked at them with a smirk. Behind him followed a younger woman wearing glasses who explained, "This is the contract and business license Mr. Nick has brought. If you two find everything in order after reviewing them, you can sign." Ji Shi wasn't angered. He took the documents and flipped through them. "Mr. Nick, this doesn't seem to match what was agreed upon. Why is there an extra 3,000? He set down the contract, which now listed a total of 3 million. We people wouldn't take advantage of you. That 3,000 is for the warehouse attached to the supermarket. There's still plenty of stock in the warehouse behind United Supermarket, and I've already given you a 30% discount on those goods." Nick's tone was sanctimonious, as if the extra 3,000 was a favor to them. Ji Shi thought for a moment, then raised 5 fingers. 50% off, or well, look elsewhere. United Supermarket isn't in a high-traffic area. 50%? You drive a hard bargain, Mr. Gee. Nick sneered in anger. Thanks for the compliment. We Xia people have always been clever and generous. These are just leftover goods you couldn't sell, Mr. Nick. It would be a waste to let them go to waste. Seeing that Ji Shi wouldn't budge, Nick exchanged a few words in a foreign language with the woman in glasses before finally signing the contract. We'll just watch and see when you regret this. This supermarket has been losing money for 3 years. Good luck. Nick grumbled as he left the office, and they could hear the woman in glasses comforting him. They said most of the goods in that warehouse are past their half-life. Lin Yaya understood the foreign language. If she hadn't known they needed the supplies, she would have confronted them right then. Originally worth 3,000, the goods were secured for just 15,000, and Lin Yaya thought it was a great deal. When they got the warehouse key and found Nick's warehouse, they felt the 15,000 was even more worthwhile. It was a long, narrow warehouse filled with rows of tall shelves stacked with all kinds of supplies. Just as I thought, these grains only have 3 months of shelf life left. Ji Shi casually opened a few bags of rice, but the expiration date wasn't a big problem for him. Cheat, Lin Yaya said angrily. Don't worry, he'll regret it. As Ji Shi walked, he tried storing a few shelves into his space. Watching the shelves vanish instantly, he got a bit addicted. In just a few minutes, he had cleared the far end of the warehouse. How convenient, Lin Yaya marveled. Their subsequent errands went smoothly. Following the contact info left by Xiao Wu, Ji Shi acquired 3 smaller shops, a pharmacy, a convenience store, and a fast food joint. The fast food employees, expecting to be replaced by the new owner, were surprised when the young boss assigned them various tasks. I've taken on a contract to provide lunch for a studio. For the next few days, we won't be open to the public, just making boxed lunches. You go buy as much meat and vegetables as possible. You go wholesale some lunch boxes, the rest of you assist the chefs. Your wages will be doubled daily. Ji Shi organized things quickly. Having been a security captain and spent over a year in a base in his past life, he naturally exuded authority. Hearing about the doubled wages, the fast food employees sprang into action without a word. Boss Ji, do the prepared lunches need to be delivered? Asked Zhang Qinghe, assigned to procurement. No, I'll pick them up and deliver them myself. Ji Shi gave a few more instructions before leaving the fast food joint with Lin Yaya. What studio needs that much food? Zhang Qinghe looked at the stack of purchase orders Lin Yaya had given him. This wasn't grocery shopping, it was wholesale. Beyond food and daily necessities, Ji Shi's main concern was electricity in his space. The new Xia-style photovoltaic panels had been tested in his space. Even without sunlight, the ambient light was enough to generate power. So he directly contacted the manufacturer and under the name of United Supermarket ordered another $1 million worth of photovoltaic panels. The manufacturer readily agreed to install the entire circuit system, leaving only simple wiring for an electrician to finish later. But we don't have an electrician. Lin Ye frowned as they headed to the temporary warehouse to pick up Lin Fanqing. Yeah, are you forgetting something important? I'm half an electrician, Ji Shi reminded her. He had held dozens of jobs in the past, including one as an electrician, though only for 3 months. Still, basic wiring and installation were no problem for him. No wonder you're my husband, you're so versatile. Lin Ye happily linked her arm with Ji Shi's. This scene made Lin Fanqing, who was toiling away in the warehouse, choke on their display of affection. Had they really come to pick him up, or just to flaunt their love? After sulking for a moment, Lin Fanqing got down to business. I heard Dad has to go to Dantian City for 2 days in a few days. When will the virus come? But Dad insists on going, and I'm a bit worried. What did you say? Ji Shi frowned. In his past life, he hadn't heard about Lin Zihai's business trip, and especially not to Dantian City. In his past life, Dantian City was notorious as a dead city. For 100 miles around, there were only zombies and no living souls. It was said to be the epicenter of the initial zombie virus outbreak, a city from which almost no one could escape. Ji Shi didn't know why Lin Zihai had a business trip in this life, what might be the butterfly effect caused by his own return. But he had already decided that he must stop his father-in-law from going on this trip, no matter what. I'm not sure when it will happen, but even a 1 in 10,000 chance is not acceptable. They'll go to the city with Yaya tomorrow, Ji Shi said. Lin Fanqing, standing nearby, was stunned by the seriousness in his brother-in-law's expression. It seemed that his brother-in-law actually cared deeply about the safety of his parents. He had privately assumed that Ji Shi might hold some grudge against Lin Zihai and his wife. After all, Lin Zihai had once refused to even meet Ji Shi and his father. They'll go too. I can at least shield you from some of the crossfire, right? Lin Fanqing immediately volunteered after snapping out of his daze. Judging by Ji Shi's demeanor, this matter seemed quite serious. Ji Shi, thank you, Lin Ye said sincerely. Don't be so formal with me. Ji Shi pulled Lin Ye's slender waist into his embrace, then lovingly tapped her delicate nose. Lin Fanqing, who had always worried that his sister might have chosen the wrong man, now felt like a fool. Their love was not just stronger than gold, it was harder than diamond. With 5 days left until the apocalypse, Ji Shi successfully sold the house to a real estate agency and successfully spent 15 million. However, what slightly comforted him was that his spatial realm had undergone a tremendous transformation. Behind the once empty Ji residence, a vast supermarket area had appeared. Indeed, Ji Shi had taken in the entire shelves and even counters of the joint supermarket intact. Moreover, he discovered that within his space, he could move any object, no matter how heavy, with ease. Not only that, but the 50 chickens and ducks he had bought each had multiplied over 3 or 4 days into 70 or 80 each. Xi Jinping had directly slaughtered over 20 of them for cooking, and even the piglets, calves, and lambs had grown noticeably larger. Brother Ji, you really don't need to give me so much. I'm alone, and I can't finish it all. It would be a waste. Xiao Wu received various kinds of food and supplies from Ji Shi every day, including rice and steamed buns. Our place can't hold any more either. You can store them in the fridge and eat them when you need them later, Ji Shi said, and walked away without looking back. Eat them when I don't need them. Xiao Wu scratched the back of his head, then had no choice but to put away the bags of goods. Every night after his shift in the neighborhood, Ji Shi would return to his space to sleep. Even if he slept for 7 or 8 hours, only a few tens of minutes would have passed outside. That morning, after giving Xiao Wu his supplies and having a refreshing sleep, Ji Shi prepared to take the siblings to his in-laws' home. Can Xiaoshuang come too? Chu Xiaoshuang stood beside Changxing, and the sight instantly captivated the ardent Lin Fanqing. He had spent an entire night digesting the fact that this little girl had been picked up by his sister and brother-in-law, and that she had signed some kind of master-servant contract with his brother-in-law. If only that contract had been signed with him. Lin Fanqing had never seen such an ethereal little girl, even though she insisted she was already 289 years old. You can come if you want. There's room in the car, Ji Shi said. Chu Xiaoshuang cheered. She could finally see the world outside the mountain. There were too many things she had never encountered before, as she had spent hours just staring at the supermarket section in Ji Shi's space, and fortunately Lin Fanqing had tirelessly explained everything to her. Son, remember to be polite to your in-laws. Don't make them angry, Xi Jinping reminded him. He knew that Ji Shi had tricked Lin Ye into stealing the household register, and that their family hadn't even given a proper wedding or bride price, which made him feel guilty. Ji Shi was actually a bit nervous. The image of Lin Zihai holding his son and wailing in his past life flashed before his eyes, and he had died without ever saying a word of apology. Don't worry. It's 2 against 2 now. Mom, isn't that stubborn shell eventually come around? Lin Fanqing was optimistic. After all, his brother-in-law was the child of destiny. How could he fail to win over his own father? However, when the 4 of them and the dog arrived at Lin Ye's home, they were stunned. What? Dad has already left. Wasn't it supposed to be in 2 days? Lin Ye asked anxiously as Tang Jingru opened the door. He said he was worried about thunderstorms affecting the flight in 2 days, so he chose today's flight. Tang Jingru hadn't yet recovered from the sudden visit of the group, especially upon seeing Ji Shi beside her daughter Lin Ye. Although she had never formally met him before, she felt that this son-in-law who had always given her a headache seemed somehow different. Oh no, what are we going to do now? Lin Fanqing was also dumbfounded. They had still come back too late. Mom, what time is Dad's flight? Ji Shi asked. Off. Your father. His flight is at 10 o'clock sharp. Suddenly being called Mom by the son-in-law she had gained so easily, Tang Jingru hadn't reacted before Ji Shi said to the others, "They'll go bring him back. Yeah, you all wait here. Will you make it?" Lin Ye asked worriedly. "They'll go even if I can't make it." Ji Shi shoved the things in his hands into Lin Ye's arms, then turned and walked out. Tang Jingru wanted to call Ji Shi back, but Lin Ye stopped her. "Mom, Dad's safety is the most important. They'll explain the rest to you later," Lin Ye said. "No, your dad is just on a business trip for his unit. How come you? What exactly happened?" Tang Jingru's head was full of question marks. "According to today's almanac, it's not a good day to go out. Master, take care," Chu Xiaoshuang said, holding Changsheng's leash as she watched Ji Shi's car drive away. "Woof!" Changsheng barked at the things in Lin Ye's hand, which included not only some expensive gifts, but also the sauced duck and salt-baked chicken made by Xi Jinping. At this moment, Ji Shi was speeding on his way to the airport. Lin Ye had already sent him Lin Zihai's flight number. There were only about 40 minutes left until the 10 o'clock flight, and by now Lin Zihai should have passed security and be preparing to board. Haidong City Airport was bustling with people. When Ji Shi arrived, he found that the flight was indeed already boarding. "I need a ticket for flight HU 3057, please hurry." Without hesitation, Ji Shi went directly to the service desk and bought a ticket for the same flight as Lin Zihai. "There are still 15 minutes until takeoff. Sir, perhaps you could take the next flight," the young lady at the service desk suggested. "No need, him in a hurry." After getting the ticket, Ji Shi dashed towards the waiting lounge like the wind. Lin Zihai was on a business trip alone this time. He boarded the plane smoothly and landed smoothly at Dongtian City. However, as he was about to retrieve his luggage after landing, he felt as if someone was following him. Lin Zihai looked back and indeed saw a tall young man walking behind him. Initially thinking he was blocking the way, he stepped aside, yet simultaneously felt the young man seemed familiar. "Dad, I'm Ji Shi." When Lin Zihai stopped in front of the luggage carousel, Ji Shi formally introduced himself, never expecting that his first official meeting with his father-in-law in 2 lifetimes would occur at the airport's baggage claim. However, he had indeed followed Lin Zihai to Dongtian City. Lin Zihai thought he was hallucinating, but upon scrutinizing Ji Shi, he matched him with the person in the video leading the security team on a run. Recalling his earlier anger and his precious daughter being inexplicably whisked away, Lin Zihai resolved to ignore the man before him. "Dad, please don't be angry. I came specially to apologize. Please come back with me," Ji Shi said, mustering his courage. His father-in-law, just over 40 and seasoned in officialdom, exuded an imposing aura without speaking, and combined with Lin Zihai's tall stature, Ji Shi felt unusually thin-skinned for the first time. "Why should I be angry? Do you know why I'm here? Just casually ask me to go back with you." Lin Zihai grew even more irritated. He had traveled a long way on business, not for such frivolity. This son-in-law was truly unhinged. "Going back is for your safety." Yeah, and I will explain later," Ji Shi added, a foreboding feeling rising within him. Lin Zihai would certainly not follow him back to Haitong City willingly. At the mention of his daughter, Lin Zihai's anger flared. Spotting his luggage emerging, he grabbed his suitcase and headed for the exit. Ji Shi had no choice but to follow. Lin Zihai frowned as he turned on his phone, finding numerous missed calls from his wife Tang Jingru. "If I have no idea what that rascal wants by following me. Go back. I'm here on official business. The provincial department is waiting for me. Don't be ridiculous." Lin Zihai said this loud enough for Ji Shi trailing behind to hear. Tang Jingru, on the other end, was at a loss, still doubting her children's words, suspecting they had fallen into some cult. Meanwhile, Ji Shi received a message from Lin Ye. "What if Mom and Dad don't believe us?" "Wait a bit, don't worry. I've got this. Dad will be safe," Ji Shi replied. Watching Lin Zihai get into a waiting car, Ji Shi hailed a taxi and followed. "Secretary Lin, did you forget some luggage? I can have someone retrieve it," Xiao Lu, who had come to pick up Lin Zihai, asked, considerately noticing him glancing back repeatedly. "It's nothing, just enjoying the scenery," Lin Zihai replied, curious to see how long the young man would tail him. On the way to the hotel, Lin Zihai encountered several traffic jams. He seemed to hear ambulance and fire truck sirens outside, but with too many vehicles around, he only caught glimpses of smoke through the window. "Is this road prone to accidents?" Lin Zihai asked Xiao Lu. "Yes, Secretary Lin. Probably due to the heat, the accident rate has risen lately. I heard the department has notified traffic authorities to address it promptly," Xiao Lu replied, hesitating, as if to say more, but ultimately staying silent. But Ji Shi, sitting in the taxi behind, saw what he feared most. Several accidents appeared not to be mere mishaps. The people being carried on stretchers still writhing showed clear signs of zombification. He frowned deeply. Were zombies already appearing so frequently in Dantian City at this time? In his past life, he had completely missed these reports. Lin Zihai's car finally stopped before a large hotel. Ji Shi, while surveying the place, checked in as well. After dropping off his luggage and preparing to head downstairs with Xiao Lu to the government office, Lin Zihai was unsurprised to see Ji Shi waiting in the corridor. "I'm not going back with you," Lin Zihai said dismissively as he passed by. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow silently and followed into the elevator. Xiao Lu, who had picked up Lin Zihai, felt the secretary seemed distracted, frequently glancing outside. As the car neared the government building, Lin Zihai's expression turned smug. Lin Zihai's mood inexplicably brightened. The municipal committee wasn't accessible to just anyone. Seeing Ji Shi forced to get out and wait outside the gate, he felt like joyfully high-fiving Xiao Lu. Knowing he couldn't enter, Ji Shi found a relatively cool spot outside the Dantian City government to sit. Perhaps due to memories from his past life, Dantian City gave him a bad feeling. Right now he saw a crowd wearing white headbands gathering outside the government gate. At the front they held a white banner with black characters: "Severely punish the rabies patient and their family. A life for a life." Many onlookers gathered. Ji Shi casually pulled aside an elderly woman fanning herself and asked, "What's going on over there?" The woman glanced at him and said, "You haven't heard. A few days ago a rabid madman ran out of the government building and bit everyone he saw. I heard those bitten were sent to the hospital, but it was useless. They all caught the disease and died soon after. The youngest was only 7 or 8. Now the families are here to protest. They want an explanation, don't they, eh?" "I see. I didn't see this in the news," Ji Shi said, alarmed. Were there already zombies inside the government? And Lin Zihai was in there. If they wanted to settle privately, but the child's family refused. They demand a life for a life. Many onlookers buzzed with discussion. Who wouldn't be angry? Their only child was bitten, and the people inside won't even give an explanation. Ji Shi had grasped the gist. The biter was likely dead, but it might not be convenient to make public. The crowd was sizable, and soon someone from the government came out to negotiate. But talks stalled, and the standoff dragged on. However, when a car brought a person, Ji Shi could no longer sit still. From the small truck descended a woman, bound hand and foot, her mouth stuffed with cloth, saliva dripping down. Though several men held her, she struggled, incessantly lunging at those nearby. "Come out now. My son is dead and my wife has turned into this monster. If you don't give me an answer today, they'll release her. There's no cure for rabies," a man in black clothes roared. "This is bad," Ji Shi thought to himself. The man had already started counting down. If he didn't receive a reply within 5 minutes, he would untie the woman's ropes, letting her frenzy and bite anyone in her path. Better leave quickly, or you might get bitten. Some onlookers with children were already preparing to leave the scene despite still being separated by a road. The stench of the woman's fishy odor had already wafted over. The elderly woman fanning herself wanted to say something to Ji Shi beside her, only to find that the young man was no longer there. Lin Zihai's meeting had concluded. Next, he was to accompany several leaders from Dantian City for an inspection tour of a nearby construction site. As he stepped out of the conference room and stood with his colleagues outside the hall waiting for the car, he heard piercing screams from beyond the courtyard. "What's going on outside?" Zhang Luhan asked. "It's nothing, Director. Just someone causing a disturbance outside. Deputy Manager Wang has gone to handle it," a female clerk replied. Lin Zihai also glanced outside, but saw no sign of Ji Shi. He reasoned that the weather was scorching hot, so Ji Shi had probably already returned to the hotel. The car was soon ready. Just as Lin Zihai walked forward with his colleagues to board the vehicle, a scream erupted from the side gate next to the main entrance, and a figure rushed in. "Excuse me, you need to register before entering. You can't just barge in." A female clerk raised a file to block the intruder. It was a disheveled woman. Before the clerk could finish her sentence, the woman lunged at her. Amidst screams, the woman bit down on the clerk's arm, tearing off a piece of flesh and chewing it in her mouth. "Xiao Zheng." Zhang Luhan was horrified. He and the others rushed toward the woman, trying to free Xiao Zheng, who was crying for help from beneath her. Lin Zihai was about to assist as well when the woman suddenly lifted her head. Her rotting face, still chewing on human flesh, startled the middle-aged men. Are you ill? Call an ambulance quick." Another clerk beside Lin Zihai tremblingly pulled out his phone but refused to step forward. Roar. The response was a hoarse growl. Xiao Zheng, the clerk, was still struggling, desperately unable to comprehend why the woman on top of her possessed such immense strength, as if a bloodthirsty beast was pressing down on her. Then she felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen. The woman had torn open her belly. Lin Zihai was frozen in shock. After Xiao Zheng breathed her last on the ground, the madwoman rose and lunged at him. Roar. The stench-filled face loomed before him. A pair of eyeballs with no pupils, only white sclera. "Secretary Lin. Save Secretary Lin." The anticipated pain never came. Lin Zihai gasped and opened his eyes to find a familiar figure before him. Ji Shi was holding a dustpan, fending off the female zombie. He could have killed it with one blow, but with surveillance cameras everywhere, and this being Lin Zihai's workplace, he had to hold back. "Dad, are you all right?" Ji Shi asked. "I am fine." Lin Zihai was dumbfounded. Had this kid just saved him? "That's good," Ji Shi said with a smile, showing no impatience. He noticed that the corpse of Xiao Zheng on the ground had begun to twitch. Spotting a coil of soft rubber hose hanging from a water truck nearby, Ji Shi reached out, pulled it down, and swiftly tied up the female zombie. Xiao Zheng is still alive. Zhang Luhan and the others exclaimed in surprise. Don't go near her. Ji Shi wanted to knock some sense into them. How could someone with their stomach ripped open still be alive? Who are you? If we use first aid to stop the bleeding, she might still be saved, a staff member retorted. Then go ahead and save her. But rabies is contagious, you know. Ji Shi didn't stop him, instead standing by Lin Zihai's side, as if watching a show. The sound of police sirens came from outside. The staff member, intimidated by Ji Shi's words, ultimately dared not approach. Secretary Lin, who is this? Zhang Luhan finally noticed the second uninvited guest in the municipal compound. Where had this young man come from? Hello, my name is Ji Shi. This is my father-in-law. Ji Shi introduced himself bluntly. Father-in-law? Everyone looked at Lin Zihai. Was Secretary Lin traveling with his son-in-law? I came to Dongtian City on a temporary business trip and happened to see the crowd outside. Ji Shi added to spare Lin Zihai embarrassment. I see. You stepped up just in time, old Lin. Your son-in-law is truly remarkable. Zhang Luhan looked at Ji Shi with admiration. The young man appeared dignified and had rushed to save Lin Zihai without hesitation, a rare quality in today's youth. She's alive. Xiao Zheng is alive. She's standing up, someone shouted. Ji Shi stepped in front of Lin Zihai, gripping the dustpan tightly. Xiao Zheng, with her belly torn open, stiffly rose to her feet in an unnatural posture, then opened her eyes, now completely white. She ran toward the crowd, just like the frenzied woman before. Lin Zihai watched Ji Shi standing before him with the dustpan, sensing the young man's protective intent. Bang! Just as Xiao Zheng was about to reach them, a gunshot rang out across the courtyard. The zombified Xiao Zheng took a bullet to the head and died instantly. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow and looked toward the entrance. Is anyone injured? A team of uniformed personnel filed in. At the front was a tall woman who Ji Shi guessed she had fired the shot. No one's injured, but did you shoot the wrong person? Xiao Zheng was one of our staff. A middle-aged man pulled out a handkerchief and covered the face of the deceased, Xiao Zheng, his expression indignant. She was already dead before that. Did anyone touch her? Oh, and that one too. The woman wearing white gloves pointed at the zombie Ji Shi had tied up. No one touched her. This gentleman specifically told us not to approach. What's going on? Is it really rabies? Zhang Luhan asked. Did you tie her up? The woman seemed amused when she saw the dustpan in Ji Shi's hand. Yes, but I assure you I'm not injured. Ji Shi thought he would just be questioned and give a statement as before, but to his surprise the female officer insisted he come along. Ji Shi stared at the dustpan in his hand, lost in thought. Perhaps he should have killed the zombie with one blow earlier. It's all right. Go ahead. They'll get you out. Lin Zihai unexpectedly patted his shoulder from behind and said. Fortunately, after Ji Shi followed them, he only underwent a detailed physical examination, and all that remained was to take his statement. The surveillance footage from the municipal compound showed nothing unusual, so the incident could only be attributed to the troublemaking family members. However, it was said that those family members had already been placed under control. You know you can't touch them. Xingwan asked Ji Shi, who sat across from her after watching the video. I've seen some small news reports before. Ji Shi was eager to return to the hotel. His physical examination was done, and only the statement was left. He hadn't expected the tall woman from earlier to be the one taking his statement. Captain Xing, he used to be a security guard. An assistant beside her reminded. I see, no wonder you have some skills. You did the right thing, but it's best not to spread today's incident outside. Xingwan was not unattractive, and her brisk aura inspired goodwill, yet Ji Shi still asked why. To avoid causing panic among the citizens, of course, Xingwan replied. Since this has happened more than once, shouldn't the citizens be warned to be cautious in case it gets out of control and leads to casualties? Ji Shi retorted. Out of control? Don't worry, it will be controlled. Xingwan had expected Ji Shi to agree readily, but she hadn't anticipated his retort. In her view, this situation was entirely manageable. Ji Shi sneered inwardly. If only it could truly be controlled. That would be for the best. I hope you can bear this responsibility. With that, Ji Shi left. He was merely a common citizen, with no foundation, powerless to stop the impending global catastrophe. All he could do was protect his own home. Returning to the hotel, Ji Shi knocked directly on Lin Zihai's door. Night had already fallen. Lin Zihai opened the door only a crack, but the person outside squeezed in without hesitation. You scoundrel, who let you in? Lin Zihai hadn't expected Ji Shi back from the police station to be so brazen as to forget all etiquette. That I've already bought tonight's plane tickets. Pack your things and come with me, Ji Shi said without explanation. What? I haven't finished my work yet. Why should I go with you? Lin Zihai was so startled, he forgot to close the door. He had thought Ji Shi would continue to defer to him upon returning, but now the man didn't even glance his way, instead entering the room to start packing for him. Lin Zihai, because you are Yeya's father and also my father, Ji Shi said as he picked up another pair of pants and stuffed them into Lin Zihai's suitcase. Even if you saved my life today, what's with the rush to leave tonight? Is work really so trivial in your eyes? I'm not going. Lin Zihai refused irritably. Work is indeed trivial right now, Ji Shi replied seriously. I'm not going with you anyway. It's utterly absurd. First you abduct my daughter, and now you want to abduct me. Were you a human trafficker in your past life? Let me tell you. Lin Jihai kept rambling incessantly. Ji Shi rose, closed the door, and curtains, removed the room's key card, and after ensuring there were no surveillance devices, grasped the chattering Lin Jihai's wrist. What are you doing? Lin Jihai looked at Ji Shi in fear, but the next second his surroundings transformed entirely. It wasn't exactly a paradise of birdsong and floral fragrance, but it was a lush, pleasing scene of serene, idyllic seclusion. Lin Jihai thought he was hallucinating. Ji Shi released his hand and waited for his father-in-law's reaction. Are you a demon? Lin Jihai glared at Ji Shi. No wonder he had deceived his brilliant daughter. Ji Shi decided not to answer that question. The wheat seed sown by Xi Jinping in the space had sprouted into green shoots reaching up to the ankle. The fruit saplings Ji Shi had bought in the countryside had also budded, a sight that lifted the spirits. Lin Jihai even wondered if this was a fairyland. Ji Shi decided not to answer that question. The wheat seed sown by Xi Jinping in the space had sprouted into green shoots reaching up to the ankle. The fruit saplings Ji Shi had bought in the countryside had also... Lin Jihai was struck speechless by this revelation. He had never believed in ghosts or gods, yet now his feet were firmly planted on tender green grass, and not far off a massive jade sphere floated above a stone tablet. How can such a place exist? How? Lin Jihai murmured. Could it be because of this that Yaya insisted on marrying Ji Shi? I only discovered this a few days ago, but what I'm about to say next is truly important. Ji Shi explained the matter of the space and the impending disaster, then waited quietly for Lin Jihai to process it. Impossible. Our nation is prosperous and strong now. How could such a thing happen? I think you're just deceiving me. As Lin Yaya had anticipated, even knowing about this place, Lin Jihai was unwilling to believe in the coming apocalypse. Whether I'm deceiving you or not, you'll know next month. But for now, Dad, it's best you rest here for a few days. Once I return to our home, I'll let you out, Ji Shi said, and vanished before Lin Jihai's eyes. Our home. Lin Jihai was dumbfounded. How had Ji Shi suddenly disappeared? And why was he supposed to stay here for a few days? Weren't there plane tickets for tonight? When Lin Yaya and the others saw Ji Shi return alone, they assumed he hadn't convinced Lin Jihai. Just as Tang Jingru was about to say something, Lin Jihai suddenly appeared before them again. If it hadn't been her own husband appearing, this sudden materialization would have nearly frightened Tang Jingru unconscious. Lin Jihai had been idly squatting in the space's chicken coop collecting eggs, so when he came out he was still in a crouching position. Seeing everyone gathered around staring at him, it took a full minute for him to react. You wretched boy. You locked me in there for days without a word. I haven't arranged my work yet. I was representing Haitong City this time. Lin Jihai had spent days cursing Ji Shi inside the space, and now that he was out he naturally wanted to vent thoroughly. But his words were interrupted by Lin Yaya. Dad, you only went to Dantian City yesterday morning. It's just the early hours of the next day now. Yeah, Dad. When dawn comes, just say you're feeling unwell and decided to come back to take a leave of absence. Lin Fanqing chimed in from the side. What you two are in cahoots to deceive me too. I've been in that place for several days. Lin Jihai said angrily. Husband, they didn't deceive you. It was only when Tang Jingru spoke that Lin Jihai believed half of it. After he got his phone and checked the date and time, he instantly felt as though his memory had failed him. 10 hours in the space equals 1 hour outside. Dad, I'm sorry, I brought you back without permission. Ji Shi had no choice. He felt that Dantian City was far too unsafe. You? Lin Jihai had spent several days in the space, his temper worn thin. Now suddenly released, he found himself at a loss for words. Mom, Dad, I know this is hard for you to accept, but it's not a fantasy. Lin Yaya also tried to persuade them. Dantian City is worse than Haitong City. Ji Shi recounted the day's events to them. Tang Jingru asked fearfully, Jihai, did you really see it? Lin Jihai nodded, but still insisted on his own view. The hospital said it's just the heat aggravating patients' anxiety, causing them to attack others. Dad, what kind of anxiety makes someone tear open another's belly with bare hands? Lin Fanqing asked. Though he had never seen a zombie, Ji Shi's description had already painted a vivid picture in his mind. Lin Jihai sat on the sofa, head bowed in silence. But Tang Jingru was no longer anxious. Alright, stop arguing. If disaster comes, no one can stop it. As long as our family is together, there's nothing to fear. Still, it's wise to make some preparations. She turned her gaze to Ji Shi. Regardless of whether he had forcibly brought Lin Jihai back, at least he had his safety in mind. Perhaps this son-in-law whom they had been less than satisfied with wasn't as terrible as their relatives had claimed. I believe in brother-in-law anyway. You guys haven't seen the videos in our group chat. Lin Fanqing tirelessly continued his persuasion. Jihai, your work can wait. But don't breathe a word about Ji Shi and Yaya's matter. It could be a matter of life and death for our whole family. Tang Jingru sat beside Lin Jihai. Though she hadn't entered Ji Shi's space, she had heard about it from her children. No one could predict the consequences if this got out. Don't worry, I know what's at stake. Lin Jihai wanted to say that people in his line of work were tight-lipped, and he wouldn't risk his daughter's life. Having spent days in Ji Shi's space, he was still deeply shocked. In his eyes, it was a world beyond this one. Dad, you still have over 10 days of annual leave, right? Lin Ye asked. Lin Zhihai ultimately yielded to his family's persuasion. He felt he must be crazy to take 10 days off for such a reason. In that case, Secretary Lin, take a good rest. This project isn't urgent, he'll apply for a deferral. Hearing the voice on the other end of the line, Lin Zhihai let out a long sigh. So Xiaoshuang has such skills. In the past, I would never have believed it. In the living room, Tang Jingru was chatting cheerfully with Ji Shi and the others. Chu Xiaoshuang, gentle and adorable, quickly won Tang Jingru's affection. That's normal, seeing is believing. When I lived on the mountain, I never saw such wondrous things down here either. Chu Xiaoshuang pressed a talisman paper inscribed with puppet arts onto one of Lin Fangxing's toy figurines. The toy actually began to move, astonishing Lin Fangxing. Meanwhile, Ji Shi and Lin Ye brought the prepared breakfast to the table. The family looked harmonious. You little rascal, don't think I've forgiven you so easily. After hanging up, Lin Zhihai couldn't help but say as he watched the scene. Tang Jingru shot him a glare. She should have been the one to prepare breakfast, but Ji Shi said he had some ready. After breakfast, Mom and Dad should come back with us. Ji Shi said as he sat at the table. Come back. Why should we go back with you? Yeah, you're not going. Lin Zhihai felt he and his wife shouldn't be led around by Ji Shi. Dad, let Ji Shi finish first. Lin Ye placed a crystal shrimp dumpling in Lin Zhihai's bowl. She truly admired Ji Shi as her father was very hard to handle. Ji Shi leisurely took a spoonful of congee, seemingly unfazed by Lin Zhihai's attitude. He said earnestly, Fengye District is the most densely populated old town in Haitong City. If something happens there, traffic will be the first to collapse. By then it'll be too late to get out safely. That's true, the roads here are always congested. But Ji Shi, what should we bring? Tang Jingru had been swayed by Lin Ye and Lin Fangxing. She thought that even if nothing happened, it would be a good chance to see where her daughter lived. And she had a premonition that they might never return to this home. Mom, bring whatever you want. I can carry it all, Ji Shi replied. Tang Jingru hadn't seen his space, yet perhaps he should show her inside first. After Tang Jingru truly saw Ji Shi's space, her view of him changed completely. People said he had deceived her daughter, yet Ji Shi always prioritized Lin Ye. Even with such a mind-boggling possession, he showed no trace of arrogance. This is a small gift from me. Ye says you've spent a lot of money, I take this too. Tang Jingru handed over her bank card without hesitation. Lin Zhihai was in politics, she in medicine. Their earnings weren't huge, but both families had received substantial compensation from old house demolitions years ago. She gave Ji Shi a full 8 million, which included a reluctant contribution from Lin Zhihai. Wealth is but an external thing, am not exactly short. Ji Shi tried to act modest, but Lin Fangxing snatched the card. Brother-in-law, consider it for stocking up for the family. I've done a lot of research and we need a ton of supplies. Yes, it would be a shame to waste it, wouldn't it? Lin Ye added. Ji Shi smiled, thanked Tang Jingru, and had Lin Ye take the card. At this critical juncture, he couldn't have too much money. Even if given 1 billion, he could spend it all in days. This is madness. Utter madness. Lin Zhihai paced in the room. Weren't they supposed to teach their daughter and son-in-law a lesson? How had the whole family now rallied around the son-in-law? Dad, all flights from Dongtian City have been suspended. Ji Shi turned on the morning news. What? Flights suspended? Why would that be? Lin Zhihai quickly scrolled through the tablet Ji Shi handed him. Did that mean if they hadn't rushed back last night, they might have been temporarily stranded in Dongtian City? It's true. All other tickets are sold out too. Lin Fangxing exclaimed. But none of these reports explain the reason. Lin Ye said in confusion. I have a few old classmates working at hospitals in Dongtian City. They said the hospitals are in a terrible state. I've already told them to take leave if possible, and leave the city if they can. Tang Jingru had just finished a phone call only telling those classmates to go somewhere less crowded to relax, not daring to say more. They've already activated the disaster emergency plan over there. It should be under control soon. Lin Zhihai spoke these words without much conviction. The incident was simply too sudden. By the way, Ji Shi, why don't you store the furniture from our rooms as well? We can live inside anyway. Lin Ye changed the subject. The courtyard in the space had many empty rooms, and she had always wanted to furnish them, but hadn't gotten around to it yet. Wouldn't that be too much trouble? But these pieces, I really do love them all. Tang Jingru looked reluctantly at her dressing table, a gift from her grandmother made of valuable rosewood. Ji Shi placed his hand on Tang Jingru's dressing table, and it vanished from its spot. It's no trouble, Ji Shi said. Tang Jingru's eyes lit up at the sight, and she guided him to store various household items into the space. Oh, this is so convenient. You can take your home wherever you go. Tang Jingru was very pleased. She could now go out carrying just a small bag. As a precaution before they left, Lin Ye asked Chu Xiaoshuang to cast a silent spell on both Lin Zhihai and Tang Jingru. Don't forget to bring my collection of aged wine. Lin Zhihai stammered for a moment before finally telling Ji Shi. The wine cabinet was bolted to the floor and couldn't be moved. All right, Dad. Ji Shi opened the cabinet and waved his hand, storing all the neatly arranged bottles into the space. Behind him, Lin Ye and Tang Jingru exchanged a knowing smile. It seemed the ice between the two men was beginning to thaw. In Century Garden Residential Complex, Xiao Wu cheerfully stepped out of the elevator on the 11th floor. He lived alone and was often bored, so he was always eager to help whenever Ji Shi asked him to do something. Today was no different. He had smoothly rented the vacant apartment next door on the 11th floor for Ji Shi. No problem, brother Ji. I'm free anyway, Xiao Wu said into the phone to Ji Shi. Although the rent was a bit high since it was for brother Ji's in-laws, he couldn't afford to be careless. The common areas on each floor of Century Garden were spacious. On Ji Shi's floor there were 4 units, one of which was vacant and right next to theirs, so he simply rented it. The other 2 units were occupied, one by a family of 3 and the other by a retired couple. As Ji Shi led the group out of the elevator, they happened to see the elderly couple from across the hall preparing to take their poodle for a walk. Xiao Ji of guests arrived. Old man Zhang with his graying hair and wearing a white undershirt asked with a smile. Yes, some family members are here. Ji Shi had always exchanged only polite nods with his neighbors. As they greeted each other, the poodle saw Chongqing and actively approached him. Oh, you have a dog too. He's really handsome. Grandma Zhao stared at Chongqing, whose fur was pure white, unable to look away. Poodles were usually energetic and would bark aggressively at unfamiliar dogs, but this was the first time they had seen their poodle be so friendly to a strange dog. Yes, he's ours. We brought him along for a visit, Lin Yeye replied. Speaking of which, you should be careful walking your dog too. I heard someone in the complex was bitten by an unleashed dog this morning. How can people walk their dogs without a leash? Grandma Zhao shook her head as she entered the elevator. Ji Shi looked at Chongqing, who was also without a leash, and fell into thought. Are they talking about us not using a leash? But Chongqing is so well behaved. Lin Fanqing firmly believed that Chongqing was the spirit pet Chu Xiaoshuang had mentioned, different from ordinary dogs. Better not take Chongqing out easily from now on. Since there were only a few days left anyway, Ji Shi said. Oh, you're finally back. And the in-laws are here too. Come in. I've prepared a whole table of food in advance. Xi Jinping, still wearing an apron, pushed the door open and saw the group in the hallway, immediately calling out. He hadn't expected his son to bring back the entire family of his in-laws. My Zhihai has been too busy to visit before. Thank you for taking care of Yeye and Fanqing all this time. Tang Jingru said gracefully. Not at all. Yeye is the best daughter-in-law in the world. It's my son who is lucky, ha ha ha. Xi Jinping's hearty laughter, accompanied by the delicious aroma of food from inside, created a harmonious atmosphere. But when they entered the house, everyone was stunned. The living room table, floor, and even the sofa were covered with steamed buns and mantou. Dad, did you make all of these? Lin Yeye asked in surprise. Yes, I was home alone and got bored, so I accidentally made too much. Xi Jinping had already spoken with Ji Shi beforehand and knew that Ji Shi had revealed the existence of the space to Lin Zhihai and his wife. So when Ji Shi stored all the packaged food into the space in front of everyone, he wasn't surprised. He had already come to terms with it. The space was far too vast; it would be too difficult for just the two of them to manage alone. Besides, the silent spell was incredibly effective. He had tried, and he couldn't even write it down, let alone say it. Dad, someone was bitten in the complex. Ji Shi was still bothered by what old man Zhang had said. Yes, it happened this morning. But it was a dog bite. Xi Jinping replied. Ji Shi opened his phone and saw that the chat history in the WeChat group indeed mentioned the incident, but the dog owner had already compensated the victim, and it seemed the matter had been resolved perfectly. There's a saying about being overly paranoid. I don't think this disaster will come at all. We should trust in science, Lin Zhihai said from the side. Dad, there are many things in this world that science can't explain. It's better to be safe than sorry. Lin Fanqing was worried the atmosphere might turn awkward, but he quickly noticed that Ji Shi and his father didn't seem to mind. Tang Jingru shot Lin Zhihai a glare and said, if you can't say something nice, then don't say anything at all. Ji Shi knew that Lin Zhihai had only agreed to come after much persuasion from Tang Jingru. He had even promised Lin Zhihai that if nothing unusual occurred during his annual leave, he would restore their home to its original state. It's only natural. Most people would think the same way. Besides, at father's age, some ideas are deeply ingrained. Ji Shi rubbed Lin Yumai's head as he spoke, even though she had come to comfort him. I'm glad you're not angry. My father. He has a sharp tongue, but a soft heart, Lin Yumei said. Her family had been settled by Ji Shi in the neighboring house. After a long day of work, he had just taken a brief rest in the space and was about to head out for his night shift. Seeing him like this made her heart ache. Actually, father has already done me a great favor by coming. I'm not angry, Ji Shi said sincerely. As a man entrenched in officialdom, Lin Zhihai's current stance was already a compromise. Fanqing can drive too. We'll go to the fast food restaurant together later. Lin Yuemei had also rested enough in the space. The fast food restaurant had called. Over the past 2 days, the kitchen had prepared several hundred meal boxes, all stored in the restaurant's cold room. If they weren't collected soon, the food would lose its freshness. All right, Ji Shi agreed. The food storage area in the space had been organized thanks to the shelves Tang Jingru and Lin Yuemei had cleared out. Soon those meal boxes could be directly stored on the shelves in the space. Night fell, and the lights in the Century Garden residential complex gradually went out household by household. Ji Shi had always enjoyed night shifts in the past, as they were much easier than day shifts. Sometimes he could even sleep through the entire night in the security booth without anyone bothering him. Brother Ji, are you planning some big business lately? Xiao Wu was also on the night shift. Ji Shi had brought him a steaming hot meal box as a midnight snack, and he was eating it with great relish. Yeah, I just got married. I'm thinking of investing in something to make some money so I can support my wife and kids in the future. Ji Shi somehow produced another can of cola and placed it in front of Xiao Wu. The duty room wasn't just the two of them. 3 other security guards were playing a game of do diju on the other side, claiming it helped keep them alert. Xiao Wu had helped Ji Shi a lot over the past few days, yet Ji Shi had only given him some food in return. But Xiao Wu didn't care about such trivialities. He took another mouthful of rice and said, Brother Ji, when you strike it rich, you've got to take me along. I may be a bit slow-witted, but I'm a solid worker. Xiao Wu had helped Ji Shi a lot over the past few days, yet Ji Shi had only given him some food in return. But Xiao Wu didn't care about such trivialities. He took another mouthful of rice and said, Brother Ji, hearing you say that puts my mind at ease. At that moment, the walkie-talkies on both Xiao Wu's and Ji Shi's belts crackled to life. Attention Post 3. A resident on the 7th floor of Building C has reported someone drunk and causing a disturbance outside their door. Someone go check it out. The voice on the walkie-talkie was the lazy tone of the community dispatcher. Ji Shi picked up his walkie-talkie and replied, Post 3 received. Heading over now. You've had a long day, Brother Ji. We'll go take a look. You rest here, Xiao Wu said, standing up. Yeah, it's probably just some drunk knocking on the wrong door again. Xiao Wu can handle it alone. Zhao Qin and the other two, still in the middle of their card game, were reluctant to leave, so they tried to send the most obedient Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu nodded and was about to leave when Ji Shi called him back. All of you come with me. Ji Shi's expression was grave as he looked at the surveillance feed from the 7th floor of Building C he had pulled up. The footage was black and white and the image was small, but he could still tell that the person banging and stumbling around wasn't just drunk. He remembered seeing in the community group chat today that the person who claimed to have been bitten by a dog was also from Building C. Clang. The harsh screech of a chair being pushed back rang out. Zhang Yong said with clear displeasure, What's the point of taking so many people? Who's going to stay in the duty room? Ever since Ji Shi had embarrassed him in public, that time Zhang Yong had barely spoken to him. Now he felt Ji Shi was just throwing his weight around. I said no one stays. Move it, or you'll lose 20 points. Ji Shi knew he didn't have much authority, but this wasn't the time to establish it. Besides, using performance points was still quite effective. Damn it. Fine, let's go. Who's afraid of him? Zhang Yong kicked a stool and followed along with the other 3. But when they reached Building C, Ji Shi's actions only made Zhang Yong want to curse even more. Take the stairs. It's only 7 floors. You're not that out of shape, are you? And when we get upstairs, move quietly. Try not to make a sound. Ji Shi said. Brother Ji, are we catching a thief? Xiao Wu couldn't help but ask. I wish it were just a thief. Ji Shi ran at the front, making a shushing gesture to the others behind him. Zhang Yong was about to say something, but Zhao Qin nudged him with his elbow, signaling that since they were already there, it wasn't worth losing performance points over another argument and wasting the whole night. Zhang Yong had no choice but to hold his tongue. The stairwell had sound-activated lights. Moving softly, the group didn't trigger them, leaving the area pitch black. Ji Shi, however, realized he could see clearly in this environment. Another effect of the marrow-cleansing pill, no doubt. When they reached the 6th floor, Ji Shi suddenly stopped. What's wrong, Brother Ji? Xiao Wu could already hear the noise from upstairs. Someone was indeed pounding on a door, but there also seemed to be heavy, labored breathing. With all that noise, it couldn't be a thief. Stay behind me, all of you. Don't run off. The others could sense something was off, but they were also puzzled. Had Ji Shi been taking something lately? He used to always hang back and just give orders. Got it. Xiao Wu replied obediently. Zhang Yong rolled his eyes, feeling that Ji Shi was just putting on an act more than ever. The door to the stairwell on the 7th floor was open, and Ji Shi and the others silently stepped onto the 7th floor corridor. The motion sensor lights in the corridor blazed brightly due to the heavy pounding on the door. The drunkard doing the pounding was right ahead, repeatedly slamming against the security door. When they appeared, the drunkard turned around. Holy shit. What's wrong with his face? Zhang Yong couldn't help but shout when he saw the man's face. Is he injured? He has no eyeballs. Xiao Wu stared blankly at the drunkard, who was now charging toward them. Yeah. Remember, don't let it scratch or bite you, or it's a 20-point deduction. Ji Shi stepped forward, wielding his security baton. Zhao Qin was about to ask why Ji Shi would hit a resident when the drunkard sank its teeth into the baton. Security batons, though rubber-coated on the outside, were extremely sturdy. Yet the drunkard bit a huge chunk right off it. What a set of teeth. Liu Hongyang, standing beside Xiao Wu, felt like applauding. Truly, a drunk man's potential was boundless. Are you idiots? How could that be a normal person? Zhang Yong finally couldn't bear it anymore. Their security batons had met such a fate. If Ji Shi hadn't blocked him earlier, he would have been the one bitten. Right, we need to call the police. Zhao Qin also realized that the drunkard was far too ferocious. This was beyond what their security team could handle. Ji Shi longed to engage in a thrilling fight with the zombie, but he knew the corridor was under surveillance, and several residents were peering through their doors. So he had to lure the zombie toward the stairwell where there were no cameras. Brother Ji, are you okay? Need any help? Xiao Wu hesitated nearby, wanting to step forward. No need. Just a mindless lunatic. As Ji Shi spoke, he ducked low, and the zombie lunged into empty air again. But Zhang Yong seized the moment, grabbing a child's bicycle leaning against the wall and hurling it at the zombie. Clang! The child's bicycle struck the drunkard and bounced off, yet he seemed to feel no pain. Instead, Zhang Yong, who had charged forward successfully, drew his attention. Roar! Seeing the zombie turn to pounce on Zhang Yong, Ji Shi cursed under his breath, but still sprinted forward swiftly. Liao Zian, still in her pajamas, stared wide-eyed through the door as the agile security guard kicked the drunkard in the back, then shoved his baton into the zombie's mouth. Ha! Roar! Saliva dripped down the baton. Zhang Yong's face was mere inches from the drunkard's, and he could see clearly now. The man's grayish-white eyes held no consciousness, his rotting, foul-smelling face and putrid mouth, and two hands with long gray nails desperately trying to pull the baton away. Fall back. Seeing Zhang Yong frozen in terror, and the corridor filled with a strange stench, Ji Shi kicked Zhang Yong toward Xiao Wu and the others, then punched the zombie in the stomach. Roar! Finally, Ji Shi succeeded in luring the zombie into the stairwell. In the unseen darkness, he reversed his grip and jammed the baton into the zombie's eye socket, then kicked it hard, sending it tumbling down the stairs. When Xiao Wu and the others entered the stairwell, they saw the drunkard had fallen to the bottom, seemingly unable to move anymore. Knocked out from the fall? Xiao Wu asked. No idea. He charged at me, I dodged, and he just fell. Ji Shi shrugged, feigning helplessness. Security, does that man have some infectious disease? I saw pus all over his body. A resident rushed, overdrawn by the commotion. The drunkard had banged on his door earlier, and he had been about to open it and curse, but when he looked through the tempered glass security door, the sight nearly made him piss himself. Not sure yet. Well, wait for the police. Ji Shi hadn't expected that the officer who arrived would be the same one had encountered with Lin Yaya at the mall. You again? What a coincidence. The officer's surnamed Sun was around 27 or 28. He looked surprised to see Ji Shi in his security uniform. Yeah, quite a coincidence. Ji Shi briefly recounted the events. With the witnesses' statements all consistent, just as he had anticipated, several people in protective suits eventually took the zombie away from the stairwell, and he bore no responsibility. You did well. Don't let it weigh on you. Officer Sun patted Ji Shi on the shoulder. Ji Shi had handled the infected person cleanly, without any mishaps. Thanks, but what exactly happened to him? If it's an infectious disease, shouldn't there be a sweep of the neighborhood? The reason Ji Shi had been concerned about the man bitten by a dog earlier was that he remembered, in his past life, nothing like this had happened in Century Garden. He had never heard of zombies appearing in the complex. Could it be that because of his return many things were starting earlier? Rest assured, we will conduct a thorough investigation to ensure the residents' safety, Officer Sun replied. Ji Shi knew this was the best outcome. When he returned to the security booth, Zhang Yong was no longer there. Brother Ji, let me tell you. Zhang Yong actually pissed himself just now. Xiao Wu's face was bright red as he whispered to Ji Shi. I know. Weren't you guys scared? Ji Shi asked the remaining three with interest. Brother Ji, I just threw up my dinner. Liu Hanyang looked like he was about to cry. His mind was still filled with the image of that terrifying face. Was that man dead? Zhao Qin asked. He had seen it. The man's eye socket had been pierced through. There was no way he was still alive. Yes, he's dead. Ji Shi didn't deny it. The three of them looked incredulous, as if wondering why Ji Shi hadn't been taken away. Some things are better left unsaid. But you'd better remember this: if you ever encounter someone like that, run as fast as you can. Never let them hurt you, even if it means killing them. Ji Shi looked at Xiao Wu. In his past life, Xiao Wu had tried to save a resident only to be used as a human shield. Ji Shi had been out of town at the time, but coincidentally he had been on the phone with Xiao Wu, so the incident was etched in his memory. He still recalled the resident's words through the phone. Aren't you security guards supposed to protect us? If you don't go, who will? I understand, Brother Ji. Xiao Wu felt as if Ji Shi was specifically teaching him. Meanwhile, someone had filmed Ji Shi's fight with the drunkard in the corridor and shared it in a group of over 1,000 people. The residents praised the security team, and some even recognized the drunkard. Isn't that old Li who was bitten by a dog yesterday morning? It's him. Why does he look like a dog now? Old Li's wife is in this group too, right? Come out and explain. What's going on? The recorded video was only about 20 seconds long. The residents in the group had no idea that old Li was already dead when the police carried him away. Go to the management office and find out old Li's apartment number. Before his night shift ended, Ji Shi said to Zhao Qin, who was still in a daze. Oh, right away, Captain Ji. Zhao Qin quickly agreed. Ji Shi had already earned some authority in his eyes. After obtaining old Li's apartment number, Ji Shi kept quiet. With half an hour left before his shift ended, he went back to Building C. No strange sounds came from room 904. Ji Shi tried knocking, but got no response. Just as he was about to leave, he caught a faint, elusive stench of decay. This smell, no mistake. Ji Shi was about to break the door down when he realized it was merely closed, not locked. As he opened the door, a wave of putrid odor hit him. He walked straight to the bedroom, where the sight was horrifying. The bed was stained with blood, and the walls and the back of the door were splattered with it. Remembering old Li's relatively clean clothes, Ji Shi quickly realized there must be other zombies here. As he pushed open another door, the sight before him made him feel as if he had already arrived in the apocalypse. On the bathroom floor, stained with a mixture of blood and black gore, a female zombie was hunched over a lifeless corpse, chewing and swallowing. The corpse was the size of a child, and it was clear that this must be old Lee's family member. With no one else around, Ji Shi easily dispatched the female zombie and unexpectedly found a glittering glass-like object inside its head. The second crystal core. Ji Shi smiled. Earlier during his fight with the zombie on the stairwell, another crystal core had dropped when his security baton pierced it. It seemed he could finally test whether crystal cores were the key to sustaining the spatial spiritual energy. Although these crystal cores were dug out from the brains of zombies, they appeared as pure and flawless as transparent diamonds. In his past life, it wasn't until half a year into the apocalypse that someone discovered their function. They contained energy, and humans who had evolved abilities could use zombie crystal cores to upgrade their powers. The transparent crystal core in his hand was an ordinary one with the least energy, only found in the heads of common zombies. But it was enough. On the balcony of Ji Shi's 11th floor apartment, Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang both stared curiously at the object in his hand. This is called a crystal core. It came out of that monster. Zombie's head? Lin Ye asked. It undoubtedly contains spiritual energy. Xiaoshuang has never seen anything like it. It's even more powerful than the spirit stones of old. Chu Xiaoshuang examined it carefully for a long moment before speaking. That's great, brother-in-law. If it really works, we won't have to worry about the space kicking us out anymore. Lin Fanqing had spent the entire night in the space, but in reality several days had passed inside. He now truly believed this space was unparalleled in the world, and it would be a shame if it lacked energy support. You can come in with me and take a look. Ji Shi drew the curtains and led the three back into the space. He didn't know how the space would use the crystal cores, but he noticed that the jade orb floating above the stone tablet began to flicker as they entered. Master, there's a formation here. Chu Xiaoshuang crouched in front of the stone tablet, and indeed a circular pattern emerged on the ground. Ji Shi nodded and placed the two crystal cores into the center of the pattern. Soon the cores vanished. It must have absorbed them. After the cores disappeared, the jade orb stopped flickering and appeared even more verdant. At the same time, however, Ji Shi felt an unusual sensation in his body, a feeling that was both familiar and exhilarating. What's wrong? Lin Ye noticed something off about Ji Shi and asked. I think I've got it. Ji Shi looked down at his palm. Got it. Brother-in-law, you must be joking. Lin Fanqing exclaimed in surprise, but the next second his jaw dropped. What was that? A cluster of flames suddenly appeared in Ji Shi's palm. The flames danced as Ji Shi raised his hand to examine them closely. In his past life, he had awakened fire abilities, and in this life, he had awakened even earlier. Normally this wouldn't be a big deal, but the flames looked different from before. They flickered with a faint black edge as they burned, and the abundant energy surging through his body filled him with surprise. If the energy in his past life was like a water jar, what he felt now was like a pond. Ji Shi, aren't you burned? Lin Ye wanted to extinguish the flames, but she noticed his expression wasn't pained. In fact, he seemed to be enjoying it. This should be a kind of superpower. Some people will awaken it later. Ji Shi said. Superpower? Lin Fanqing stared at the flames in shock and asked, a superpower that shoots fire? Not necessarily. There are many kinds of superpowers, metal, wood, water, fire, earth, or others. All are possible. Ji Shi simply said that the jade orb had told him this. I'm so jealous. I want a superpower too. Brother-in-law, how did you do it? Any secret? Lin Fanqing looked like he'd discovered a new world. No secret. Maybe more exercise. Ji Shi wasn't sure, but he did train for several hours in the space every day. It might also be related to the spiritual energy master just contacted. Chu Xiaosheng said. Spiritual energy acted like a key, unlocking the switch within Ji Shi's body. Could the marrow cleansing pill be related too? Lin Ye asked. After taking the pill, their physical strength had more than doubled. It's probably all connected. Ye, you reminded me. Mom and Dad haven't taken the marrow cleansing pill yet. Ji Shi had almost forgotten, including Ji Jinping. Neither set of parents had taken it yet. When Lin Ye mentioned it to her own parents, Tang Jingru immediately decided to take one. A pill that can improve my skin. Where else can I find such a good deal? Tang Jingru was already impatient. But Lin Jihai was disgusted by the large pill. There's not even an instruction manual, and you dare take it. The young people have all taken it, why shouldn't I? Tang Jingru swallowed the marrow cleansing pill directly. Lin Ye held her forehead. Tang Jingru was always like this. Whenever she heard of a way to become more beautiful, she would try it without hesitation. She hadn't even had time to mention the side effects. Yeah, I feel a bit strange. Tang Jingru already felt a stabbing sensation inside her body. Mom, listen to me. After taking this pill, there will be brief pain. It's meant to help expel the impurities from your body. Let me help you to the bathroom. You have to endure it. Lin Ye said worriedly. Okay, great. Tang Jingru gritted her teeth in pain, but her expression was pleased. Wasn't this better than the detox capsules Shed tried before? I told you not to take it. See, now you're suffering. Should I call 120? Lin Jihai tried to support his wife, but she pushed him away. Don't meddle in women's affairs, Yaya, just help me inside. Tang Jingru had already begun to smell the odor emanating from her body, and even Lin Yaya was shooed out of the bathroom. Lin Yaya and Lin Jihai waited anxiously outside. Over an hour later, the sound of running water came from the bathroom, and Lin Yaya finally relaxed. Tang Jingru was only in her 40s, and with her usual good skincare, she already looked younger than her peers. After taking the marrow cleansing pill, she appeared even younger by 10 years. Ji Shi thought that even if this mother-daughter pair were introduced as sisters, no one would doubt it. Not to mention his father-in-law, whose eyes were already fixed in a daze. Ji Shi is here too. Mom really must thank you. Tang Jingru felt an unprecedented ease throughout her body. Ji Shi had been willing to offer such a precious item as the marrow cleansing pill for them to consume. It was a pity her own husband still appeared utterly dumbfounded. You're too kind, Mom. Things are only useful when they serve people, otherwise they become mere useless objects. Ji Shi replied. He had come next door to check on the situation, for in the bathroom of their home Ji Jinping was still enduring the torment of the marrow cleansing pill. Dad, if you're worried, let's just forget it. Lin Yaya walked over to Lin Jihai, who had just been adamantly refusing to take the pill. What is there for me to worry about? Your mother has already taken it, so why should I be afraid? Lin Jihai finally came to his senses. Tang Jingru indeed looked much younger. He even felt they were no longer from the same generation. In the end, Ji Shi successfully got the whole family to take the marrow cleansing pill. Chu Xiaoshuang claimed she had already taken one when she joined the Jinghua sect. The marrow cleansing pill has the effects of prolonging life and strengthening the body. No matter who takes it, it brings only benefits. Chu Xiaoshuang winked at Ji Shi. Although he was a master she had accepted reluctantly, she had to admit he had given her many surprises. Despite being unrelated, he was still willing to part with such a precious treasure as the marrow cleansing pill for her. Ji Shi, Mom knows you're busy now. If there's anything we can help with, just tell your father and me. We're idle anyway. Tang Jingru offered proactively. If you two are bored, there are indeed a few things I'd like to entrust to you. Ji Shi did not stand on ceremony. These days he had been working non-stop. Without Lin Yaya's help he would not have had a moment's rest. Eventually the makeshift family made a decision together. Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai would go to the seed shop Ji Shi had contacted to purchase grain seeds. Lin Fanqing would stay at the warehouse to receive goods. Ji Shi would go to the supermarket to collect the supplies delivered by vendors over the past few days, and then head to the grain and oil market. Chu Xiaoshuang seemed to have quite a bit of gold. Besides some gold bracelets, there were also some gold bars in her mirror space. Ji Shi took her to a gold shop and exchanged all the gold for cash at a price 10 below the market rate. Is 1 million a lot of money? What can it buy, eh? Chu Xiaoshuang asked curiously. It's quite a bit. At least you should be able to buy whatever you want, Xiaoshuang. Ji Shi hadn't expected the gold bars to fetch so much money, but he and Lin Yaya had no intention of using Chu Zhaishuang's funds. How about you drop us off at the shopping center later, Ji Shi? I can take Xiaoshuang to buy some things. Lin Yaya suggested. Ji Shi was going to the supermarket to collect goods. They could split up. Ji Shi had no objections, even encouraging them to buy plenty. Chu Xiaoshuang, visiting a shopping center for the first time, looked at the dazzling array of shops with a face full of wonder, so amazed she was speechless. Such a wonderful place will be gone soon. It's such a pity, she said. Lin Yaya fell silent upon hearing this. Human civilization had reached such a prosperous state, yet it was likely about to face a catastrophic disaster, and they could do nothing. She had tried to warn more people on social media to stock up and stay safe, but no one took her word seriously. Come on, Xiaoshuang is so cute, you should buy some more clothes. Lin Yaya cast aside the gloom in her heart and began taking Chu Xiaoshuang around the various stores. Following Ji Shi's instructions, she bought comfortable sportswear and shoes for the whole family at several athletic apparel shops, including a complete set of change clothes for everyone. Ji Shi alone at the supermarket cleared out everything remaining in the store and the warehouse, even leaving no shelves or counters behind. When he drove to pick up Lin Yaya and the others, he found an extra person beside them, Zhao Hualing. Well, a long time no see. You're driving an off-road vehicle now. What, planning to take our Yaya on a wilderness survival trip? Zhao Hualing was dressed scantily, her striking cleavage subtly revealed beneath her high-end dress. Ji Shi tried his best not to notice, only replying, Miss Zhao shouldn't underestimate wilderness survival skills. They can save lives in critical moments. Zhao Hualing dismissed Ji Shi's words as occupational habit and said nothing. Lin Yaya quickly interjected, It's such a coincidence meeting today. Let's all have dinner together. My treat. Sounds good. Zhao Hualing had actually called Lin Yaya to find out she was here. It would be my honor. Ji Shi had no objection either. Lin Yaya and Zhao Hualing had been friends since childhood. He guessed Lin Yaya wanted to help Zhao Hualing, and he had no issue with that, especially since there were only 3 days left before the apocalypse broke out. Chu Xiaoshuang was eating out for the first time. Everything seemed incredibly novel to her. Barbecue. Do we cook it while eating? I used to make barbecue on the mountain too. She looked at the wire mesh and range hood in front of her, puzzled. Is she your relative? It's good to take the kid out to see the world. Zhao Hualing remarked. Lin Yaya had said the girl was a distant relative of Ji Shi's, But Zhao Hualing felt that although Chu Xiaoshuang seemed to have seen nothing, she was by no means rustic. Instead, she exuded an ethereal quality. Wrong. Xiaoshuang is almost 300 years old. Chu Xiaoshuang corrected. I'm hungry too. Let's just order the 8-person set meal. Ji Shi put down the menu and said, But sir, there are only 4 of you. The waiter interjected skeptically. Wasting food was shameful. Was this man just trying to show off in front of the beautiful women? Don't worry, we can finish it. Ji Shi noticed that after using his space, he always felt much hungrier, like now, when he felt he could devour an entire cow. Hualing, do you have any plans lately? Lin Ye took the opportunity to ask. No plans. I'm bored every day, which is why I called you today. As a typical rich second-generation, Zhao Hualing basically didn't need to work. Even going to the company was just for show. Good to know you're free. Then don't go anywhere these few days. It's best to stock up on food at home. Lin Ye said. Why, oi? Zhao Hualing asked, puzzled. Things have been unsettled lately. Ye is worried about you. Ji Shi took a bite of the tender beef. The meat was soft and perfectly marinated. He had already started thinking about packing some barbecue to take back to the space. You mean that matter? I told my dad, but he didn't believe me. It's really annoying. But I can't stand staying indoors. Zhao Hualing denied. Sister, it's not advisable to go out lately. If you stay safely at home, you will be safe. After Chu Xiaoshuang finished speaking, Lin Ye shot her a grateful glance. Really? You can tell fortunes? Zhao Hualing was overjoyed. This young girl didn't look like a charlatan, did she? I know a little, but I shouldn't say too much, or my master and the others will be displeased. Chu Xiaoshuang only dared to offer a subtle hint. Xia Shuang's words are very trustworthy. I've already bought some food and daily necessities for your family, Hualing. They should arrive tomorrow. It's so hot outside. Wouldn't it be better to stay home and get some beauty sleep? Lin Ye advised earnestly. Are you serious about this? You've really got me. Zhao Hualing shook her head with a smile. Seeing that she didn't refuse, Lin Ye felt slightly relieved. Meanwhile, Ji Shi played a video on his phone and showed it to Zhao Hualing, saying, that kind of person has appeared in our neighborhood too. Ye just wanted to warn you. If you encounter one, prioritize escape. The video was the one where he had struck a drunkard in the hallway. Zhao Hualing could vaguely see that the man resembled the lunatic they had encountered at the mall. Being a security guard isn't easy. Don't worry, I understand. Knowing that Lin Ye never lied to her, Zhao Hualing silently took note. She had been feeling restless lately, and perhaps a few days of rest at home would be a good choice. As they finished their meal and left, the staff at the barbecue restaurant stared in amazement at the towering stack of plates. These people sure can eat. Xiaoshuang really enjoys shopping with Sister Ye. Chu Xiaoshuang said wistfully as they sat in the car on the way back. Yes, if only we could shop like this forever, Lin Ye replied regretfully. Ji Shi smiled and said to them, what's so difficult about that? Our space is so vast. It could even fit a mall with room to spare. A mall? That's not a bad idea, but we don't have much money left, do we? Lin Ye recalled that she and Ji Shi had nearly spent all their money. Perhaps by then wealth will no longer matter, Ji Shi said. His plan to stockpile supplies was only halfway complete. When the apocalypse arrived, he would begin hoarding in earnest. On their way back, they stopped by the fast food restaurant and collected nearly 500 portions of takeout. Boss Ji, it's been hot lately. Should we reduce our stockpile? Asked Zhang Qinghe, who was in charge of procurement. On the contrary, remember to stock up as much as possible. Ji Shi transferred another 1,000 yuan to Zhang Qinghe for purchasing vegetables and grain, even instructing him to buy plenty of purified water for the shop. We're not even open for business. Why does this new boss keep making us buy such strange things? The former dishwasher Xiao Lu no longer had to wash dishes. His only task was to pack meals into boxes. He stared in confusion at the pile of survival tools Ji Shi had brought, unable to comprehend their purpose, though Ji Shi had claimed they were for fire safety and environmental inspections. Who knows? Who cares? At least it keeps us busy enough. Zhang Qinghe wasn't foolish enough to go to the market himself. He just made a phone call and had everything delivered. When Ji Shi and the others returned home, Ji Jinping and Tang Jingru were sitting in the living room making dumplings. To their surprise, Lin Jihai was actually rolling out dumpling wrappers with a rolling pin. The harmonious scene left Lin Ye frozen in place for several seconds. You're back? They'll go cook you some dumplings, Ji Jinping said, rising to his feet, but Ji Shi told him they had already eaten. While you were out today, several groups of guards came to the neighborhood. They said another person was found dead in Building C. Ji Jinping had been busy cooking at home when Xiao Wu knocked on the door to tell him the news. Mom and Dad, it's best not to go out for the next few days. If you need anything, I'll take you out, Ji Shi said to his family. The source of infection was already present. It was only a matter of time before it spread. Tang Jingru wanted to suggest that they make the dumplings inside the space to save time, but she found herself unable to speak about the space, realizing that they were under a spell of silence. So anything related to Ji Shi's space was a flimit, she thought. Mom, why not let Ji Shi take you all into the space? I can help too. Lin Ye asked when she saw Tang Jingru hesitating. Tang Jingru nodded vigorously, so Ji Shi waved his hand and brought his mother-in-law Tang Jingru and Lin Ye into his space. Seeing Chu Xiaoshuang and Changxing staring at him eagerly, Ji Shi found it amusing and sent them along with Ji Jinping into the space as well. Kid, I heard you spent 20 million in a week. Lin Jihai asked, his expression unchanged as the table before him vanished. Yes, it's all gone, Ji Shi answered honestly. Do you realize that if that prophecy doesn't come true, you'll lose every cent of that 20 million? And that's not even counting the installments you've taken out. Lin Zihai's aura was formidable, his gaze sharp as he fixed his eyes on Ji Shi. But Ji Shi showed no sign of panic. He replied, all I know is that I must protect my wife and family. Lin Jihai saw no trace of guilt or fear in Ji Shi's eyes, and was inwardly astonished by the young man's courage. The living room fell silent. Finally Lin Jihai relented, and said, I hope you don't make a fool of yourself. Naturally I won't. Ji Shi extended his hand, and brought Lin Jihai into the space. That morning he had dismantled the electrical system from the United Supermarket, and stored it inside the space, and now he was ready to set up the electricity. The newly acquired photovoltaic power generation system utilized the latest photovoltaic technology released in the past 2 years. As long as it was placed in a spot with light, it could convert light into electricity, and each panel had a built-in storage device beneath it. His solar panels had been exposed to sunlight on the roof of the United Supermarket for several days, so once installed they could be used immediately. If we can get electricity in here, we can cook here and make a lot more food each day, Xi Jinping said. He watched as the panels under Ji Shi's control flew onto the roof of the space. Within the space, Ji Shi could manipulate everything with his mind, saving a great deal of physical labor. Yes, the wheat that Dad planted just a few days ago has already turned yellow, Lin Ye pointed to the wheat field in the distance. The crops in the space were unaffected by seasons, whether it was germination or growth. The constant temperature within the space had no impact. I think we'll need a harvest or two, or else, when we plant more, harvesting will become a problem, Tang Jingru said, as she resumed making dumplings with Lin Jihai. Mom's right. The harvester I ordered earlier should be arriving soon. Ji Shi walked past with a roll of wire. Chu Xiaoshuang watched the busy Ji Shi, and suddenly had an idea. Master, how about Xiaoshuang makes a few puppets to help you? Xiaoshuang, you don't have to call me master every time. Ji Shi felt somewhat helpless. He had emphasized this to Chu Xiaoshuang many times before. That won't do. Xiaoshuang is over 200 years old, you know. Chu Xiaoshuang didn't mind at all. Calling a man more than 200 years younger than her big brother was what truly felt awkward. Fine then. Ji Shi stopped dwelling on it, just as he was curious about how Chu Xiaoshuang's puppet art actually worked. However, when he saw Chu Xiaoshuang and Lin Fanqing carry back several mannequins from the fitting rooms, his expectations immediately plummeted. The mannequins were painted with crude facial features. Lin Fanqing held a pen and said proudly, how about it, brother-in-law? Am I a soul painter, or what? Then Chu Xiaoshuang took out several talismans she had drawn. After affixing them for a moment, the mannequins actually began to move on their own. Don't you find this a bit eerie? Lin Ye whispered. The stiff movements of the plastic mannequins coupled with their bizarre features inevitably evoked a sense of horror movie déjà vu. Indeed. However, Ji Shi felt the puppet quickly adapted to its artificial body and promptly began cleaning up. Xiaoshuang, what can this puppet of yours do? Xi Jinping found it novel, just like the movies he used to watch, exceptionally fresh. Puppetry is a very singular art. This one only knows how to clean. I've also drawn a few talismans for farming tasks, and once I find suitable bodies I can attach them. Chu Xiaoshuang declared proudly. Puppetry was an art unique to their Jinghua sect. Amazing. What powers it? Lin Fanqing admired Chu Xiaoshuang immensely, his eyes shining as he gazed at the mannequin puppet. Spiritual energy. Chu Xiaoshuang explained, among all her arts, puppetry consumed the most spiritual energy. It was only in a space filled with spiritual energy that she could draw these puppet talismans. It took so much effort last time to find just 2 spirit stones. I'm really worried the space's spiritual energy will run out. Lin Ye expressed her concern to Ji Shi. It won't, Ji Shi said. In the apocalypse, especially in its early stages, crystals were everywhere on the ground. Now that he was certain his space's spiritual energy was replenished by crystals, he was no longer worried. Thanks to the family's efforts, Ji Shi's space had become quite livable. Tang Jingru had made a special trip to the furniture store, buying several pieces of furniture and wooden beds, all of which Ji Shi stored in the space. Lin Jihai, with time on his hands, had divided the Ji family courtyard into several areas: a kitchen, bathroom, medical room, warehouse, and more, all well equipped. Looking at the tidy courtyard and various rooms, Ji Shi sincerely felt that bringing both families into the space was an excellent decision. Son, we've prepared perfectly, haven't we? I think we lack nothing now. Xi Jinping stood in the vegetable garden Lin Jihai had sectioned off, admiring the rapidly growing seedlings. The cucumber and tomato seeds he had planted sprouted into mature seedlings and bloomed within 3 days. Moreover, the space required no watering and was free from pests and diseases. Even in his sleep, he couldn't help but smile. There are still a few important things we need, Ji Shi said. What things? Old Lin and I have gone over everything. We don't lack food or supplies. Xi Jinping asked curiously. Vehicles, gasoline, and weapons. Ji Shi listed them one by one. He had basically secured the vehicles, but gasoline and weapons were still hard to come by in large quantities. He planned to scavenge for more during the early outbreak of the apocalypse. That evening Lin Fanqing excitedly shouted in the space. To have enough time to train, he slept in the space every night since one night outside was roughly equivalent to 3 days inside. What's wrong with you? Lin Jihai, wearing loose loungewear, walked out of a side room in the courtyard followed by Tang Jingro, who was rubbing her eyes as if just waking up. Mom, Dad, I finally made it, haha. I've awakened a special ability. Lin Fanqing's face was flushed with excitement. Indeed, hard work paid off. He had persisted in training every day in the space for this very special ability, and it had actually come true. What? You can breathe fire too? Let me see. Tang Jingru was also pleasantly surprised her son had finally excelled at something. I don't think I can breathe fire. Lin Fanqing lacked confidence. So what special ability did you awaken? Lin Jihai asked. Lin Fanqing picked up a metal spoon from the table and placed it before them. Lin Jihai watched in disbelief as the straight spoon bent into a circle. So what exactly is this special ability? Deformation. Tang Jingru felt it wasn't particularly impressive. Seeing his parents' lack of interest, Lin Fanqing felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. Yours should be a metal-type ability. A voice came from another direction. Lin Fanqing's eyes immediately lit up, and he shouted, brother-in-law. What's metal-type? Behind Ji Shi was Lin Yi, who was both happy and envious upon hearing that her brother had awakened an ability. It's an ability that allows you to control all metal in the world. At first you might only be able to deform metal, but gradually you'll be able to condense metal weapons. Ji Shi looked at Lin Fanqing with great satisfaction. A metal-type ability was one of the most popular and powerful abilities in his past life. So brother-in-law, is my special ability strong? Lin Fanqing was most concerned about this. It should be. Ji Shi's words immediately made Lin Fanqing beam with joy. Being able to condense metal weapons sounded incredibly cool. That jade sphere has told us so much, we really should thank it. Tang Jingru understood as well, and she became even more convinced of the coming disaster. Since the jade sphere had revealed all this to Ji Shi, there was no reason for it to deceive him. Practice your special ability here over the next few days at least, until you can control it proficiently. Ji Shi suggested. Although abilities were heaven-given, they varied in strength. In his past life, all the ability masters were self-trained. Understood. Lin Fanqing grew even more excited. He planned to seek much advice from Ji Shi, as his brother-in-law always seemed to know everything. Everything was proceeding smoothly under Ji Shi's arrangements. However, he noticed some differences between this life and the previous one, but he never anticipated that the apocalypse would arrive early. Xuan Ningxia had prepared the remaining 4 vehicles Ji Shi had ordered at the car dealership early in the morning, waiting for him to pick them up. She ate and slept at the dealership and was used to waking up early. But that morning she sensed something unusual, and besides her 3 apprentices and a cleaner also lived in the garage. As she descended from the 2nd floor, she heard a series of thuds against the rolling door. Aunt Wang, is that you? Xuan Ningxia crouched down to unlock the floor lock of the rolling door, but then sensed something amiss. The stench of blood and rot wafted in from outside. Moreover, the pounding on the rolling door seemed to come from more than one person. Who's out there? Xuan Ningxia tried again. Her only answer was the persistent thudding, now mingled with heavy, ragged breathing. To be safe, she retreated to the 2nd floor and peered down from the window. She saw Aunt Wang and the 3 apprentices downstairs, but their movements were eerily strange. Aunt Wang, Xuan Ningxia called out. The figures below froze, then looked up at Xuan Ningxia. A roar. Aunt Wang bared her teeth, glaring at Xuan Ningxia with milky white eyes. Her clothes were soaked in blood, and the strange cry that escaped her throat sent chills down Xuan Ningxia's spine. The other 3 familiar faces wore the same expressions. Dark red blood still bubbled from a wound on one apprentice's neck. Xuan Ningxia quickly realized something was terribly wrong and hurriedly shut and locked all the windows on the 2nd floor. Just then a phone vibrated in the silent room. Xuan Ningxia stumbled over to answer it. Master, where are you? Did you come to the garage? The caller was Old Li, her master at the garage. He was about 50 years old, but had a good relationship with the much younger Xuan Ningxia. Ningxia, thank heavens you're alive. Listen, if you haven't opened the door, don't. Outside there are monsters that eat people. Cough, cough. Old Li suddenly coughed violently. I saw them. Aunt Wang and the others have become so strange, and Xiao Ji and the rest, they're covered in wounds. Master, what's wrong? Are you unwell? Xuan Ningxia felt a deep sense of dread. Old Li had been perfectly healthy when he left yesterday. How could he be coughing so badly now? He paused on the other end of the line before speaking again. They bit me. I feel cold all over now. Maybe you'll become like them soon enough. Ningxia remembered, don't let them touch you no matter what. The line went dead. Xuan Ningxia frantically tried to call back, but couldn't get through. The pounding and howling outside continued. Xuan Ningxia stood frozen for a few seconds before remembering to call the police. But for the first time in her life, the emergency line was busy, and so was the ambulance number. At a loss for what to do, Xuan Ningxia tried to go online for help. Instead, she found horrifying videos posted. There were videos of people being chased by white-eyed monsters, people filming their own family members and asking what was wrong, only to be tackled by the very person they were filming. Some even captured the bloody scene of being bitten. This must be a dream. Xuan Ningxia muttered in disbelief as she scrolled through the videos and comments. One heavily liked video caught her attention. The person in the video was unrecognizable, their voice altered. If you see people like this, don't hesitate to get away immediately. Don't let them scratch or bite you even if they're your family or friends. Or you'll become just like them. If you have no choice but to fight, aim for the head. They feel no pain, only by destroying their brain can you stop them. The figure in the video pointed to their own head. The video was only a minute long, but it was packed with information. It called the monsters zombies and explained their traits. They had hearing and smell, but no sight, craved living human flesh, and had no reason. The video even had subtitles, so it could be understood, even with the phone muted. Xue Ningxia put down her phone and looked outside. Zombies. Like in the movies. Who was this person? How did they know all this? But Xue Ningxia soon had no time to ponder these questions. The main door of the garage was pushed open by two people screaming for help with a horde of zombies close behind. Xue Ningxia cursed under her breath and pulled the curtains shut. Yet her heart softened. She grabbed an emergency rope, ran to the next room, opened its window, and threw the rope down. Below this window were several parked cars. Aunt Wang and the others rushed over, but couldn't climb onto them. The man and woman who had run into the garage courtyard saw the rope as their lifeline and dashed toward Xue Ningxia. But as the man tried to pull the woman onto the car roof, she was terrified by the approaching zombies. Suddenly, she yanked him down from behind. A swarm of zombies instantly engulfed the fallen man. The scent of blood drew Aunt Wang and the others in as well. The woman, meanwhile, scrambled onto the roof and climbed the rope without a backward glance. Xue Ningxia watched in horror as the man was dismembered and devoured in mere minutes. Thanks, that was terrifying. The woman, now safely inside, followed Xue Ningxia's gaze toward the man's location. But there was little remorse on her pale face. Xue Ningxia looked at the woman with a complicated expression. For some reason, she already regretted saving her. But worse was yet to come. What's that on your arm? Xue Ningxia frowned. That large bite mark couldn't be. The woman, about 20 years old, looked at her wound with disgust. I got bitten by one of those lunatics while running. It still hurts. Do you have any medicine? I'm in terrible pain. Oh, and I'm so thirsty. Can I get some water? Xue Ningxia remembered the video she had just watched. This time she acted decisively. Yes, wait here. They'll go find some. Okay, you're a lifesaver. The woman smiled faintly, her lips already turning a sickly purple. Xue Ningxia calmly walked to the door, then turned and locked it from the outside. The woman heard the click and rushed to the door, only to find herself trapped. What are you doing? Why are you locking me in? The woman demanded angrily from inside. You've been bitten by a zombie. You'll turn into one of them soon. I'm just saving myself, Xue Ningxia replied. What nonsense are you talking about? How could I become like them? The woman tried to unlock the door, but as she looked down, she noticed the discoloration spreading from her wound. Xue Ningxia stood outside the door, wrench in hand, listening intently to the sounds within. First furious curses, then desperate pleas, and finally muffled sobs. Dear sister, please open the door for me. I'm parched, so terribly thirsty. Just open it now. She even heard the frantic scratching of fingernails against the door panel. Several minutes passed in eerie silence, until suddenly a violent pounding shook the door. Bang, bang. Each impact reverberated with guttural roars, draining the color from Xue Ningxia's face in an instant. To ensure her safety, she dragged several heavy tables against the doorway, bracing them tightly. Terrified that the woman inside, now possibly transformed into a zombie, might burst through at any moment. She retreated to her own room and huddled there, trembling uncontrollably as she waited for rescue. By noon, hunger gnawed relentlessly at her stomach. All she could scavenge from her room were a few candies. Though the auto dealership had a kitchen, and even a small convenience store, both lay beyond the door, now overrun by a horde of zombies. For the first time in her life, she felt true despair. Her phone still had signal, and online every headline screamed desolation. Even police stations appeared to have fallen. Then once again the cheerful ringtone chimed, startlingly incongruous. As it rang, the thudding against the adjacent door and the shuffling groans downstairs surged with agitation. Could their hearing truly be that acute? Hello? Who is this? Xue Ningxia's voice trembled. You're still alive? Good. This is Ji Shi. Is our car ready for pickup? His calm, unruffled tone struck her like a disorienting mirage. Had everything that morning been unreal? Did you get bitten? Ji Shi asked again, utterly unaware that the apocalypse had arrived 2 days ahead of schedule. April 1st had become a cruel cosmic jest. He had scheduled the vehicle pickup for today. No, I wasn't bitten. The car is ready, but outside. Xue Ningxia hesitated, bewildered. Was Ji Shi sheltered somewhere safe, blissfully ignorant of the world's collapse? Are there zombies outside? Ji Shi asked calmly over the line. You know. Then why on earth was he still fixated on car pickup? Of course. There are swarms of them outside our home too. Ji Shi felt no fear. Those nascent zombies moved stiffly, almost comically slow. He'd even captured 2 for his family to practice on. Don't you feel afraid? They devour people. I've seen it with my own eyes. Xue Ningxia whispered. Then kill them before they kill you. Ji Shi's words widened her eyes in stunned disbelief. Kill them. They possess no intellect, only brute instinct. A sharp mind and steady resolve are enough to end them. Survival demands confronting fear hidden. Ji Shi's voice held quiet authority. In the apocalypse, only two kinds endured: the utterly ruthless, or the courageous and cunning. Overcoming terror was the first threshold of survival. Thank you, I understand now. Xue Ningxia gazed at the wrench in her palm, and a sudden fierce courage ignited within her. While signal still holds, we'll head to the dealership soon. I hope you're still breathing when we arrive. Ji Shi hung up, leaving Xue Ningxia mid-breath, words unspoken. While signal still holds. Would even that vanish soon? At high noon, a Century Garden residential complex shimmered under the relentless sun. Figures wandered listlessly beneath its glare. Yet closer inspection revealed horror. These were no longer people, but shambling rust-stained corpses. Zombies with stiff limbs and blackened blood staining their skin. The apocalypse erupted on Ji Shi's first day off. A day that in his past life should have marked the beginning of his honeymoon with Lin Ye. The first to sense something amiss was Changxing. It was 4 a.m. Ji Shi had just finished sparring with Lin Fanqing inside his spatial realm and stepped out to change clothes, when Changxing's shrill cry pierced the stillness from the balcony. Changxing rarely raised his voice. Ji Shi instantly knew something was gravely wrong. He rushed to the balcony and saw only a starless, suffocating sky thick with the metallic stench of rust and scorched iron. Below, the streets lay deserted, until a scream tore through the night, followed by another and another, each cry igniting motion sensor lights across the neighborhood. A woman in pajamas sprinted onto the street. Then a shadow lunged, slamming into her. She shrieked as teeth sank deep into her neck, tearing away a chunk of flesh. Thud! A black shape streaked past Ji Shi's vision, a body plummeting from above, striking the pavement with a sickening hollow thud. Screams multiplied, overlapping with agonized cries. Ji Shi stood frozen for several seconds, then accepted the truth: the apocalypse had begun. He soothed the trembling Changxing, then vanished back into his spatial realm. What's wrong? Lin Ye, dressed in athletic or mid-run, paused, sensing the gravity in Ji Shi's expression. Outside. It started. Ji Shi meant the apocalypse, yet no one yet named it as such. Started what? It's barely 4 or 5 o'clock in the morning out there, Xi Jinping asked, frowning. Could it be? Lin Fanqing wiped sweat from his brow. Could calamity truly have arrived? When Ji Shi nodded solemnly, all present drew sharp collective breaths. You're joking, right? Take us outside. We'll see for ourselves. Lin Zhihai refused to believe Ji Shi, though deep down he distrusted even himself more. Ji Shi gave his family final instructions, then led them all out together. Stepping into the open air, they recoiled at the acrid iron-laced stench, and from every direction rose panicked wails, chilling the soul. It's over, Xi Jinping murmured, gripping the balcony rail as he stared down at the chaos. He'd clung to a fragile hope. That peace would endure, that disaster belonged only to fiction. Now even that last ember had been extinguished. How could this happen? Lin Zhihai watched paralyzed as a child bolted from a building, only to be seized and torn apart by several zombies. His worst nightmare unfolded before him, not in metaphor, but in raw, visceral horror. Oh God, who will save them? Run now. Tang Jingru sobbed, screaming down at the streets below. Every thoroughfare had become a slaughterhouse. Blood-soaked survivors staggered from homes begging for mercy, only to collapse, convulse, and rise again as ravenous undead, turning their jaws toward fresh prey. There is no savior in this world. Ji Shi spoke quietly, then produced a megaphone from nowhere and stepped onto his balcony, addressing the entire residential complex. Liao Zian had witnessed the security guard in his apartment complex fighting a drunkard. He recalled that the last to arrive were people in protective suits who carried the unconscious drunkard away with gloved hands. Now his entire neighborhood was filled with such people. Living alone, he dared only to keep the door tightly shut, even as chaos erupted outside. Just as he was about to close the windows, a familiar voice came from Building A, the voice of the head of the security team. Attention all residents, the situation outside is dangerous. Please do not go out unless absolutely necessary. If anyone in your home is infected, confine them to a separate room and ensure they do not scratch or bite you. Ji Shi pressed the record button, letting his voice loop. After doing this, Ji Shi sat silently in the living room with his family for a long time. Big sister, brother-in-law, it sounds like someone's knocking, said Lin Fanqing. Prepared for such a moment, Ji Shi had installed a video doorbell. He pulled out his phone and showed the family the app. The sight made Tang Jingru scream in terror. Outside the door stood a woman covered in blood, barely recognizable as their neighbor from next door, a family of 3. The mother pounded on the door, her husband biting her shoulder from behind. Can they be saved? Oi! Xi Jinping's eyes welled up. He knew the family well. The mother adored her husband and child. She's been bitten. It's probably too late, Ji Shi said, though he knew it was hopeless. He didn't want to reveal too much. How strange, Chu Xiaoshuang said, walking in from the balcony with a puzzled look. What is it? Asked Ji Shi. Though demonic beings fill the world, it seems spiritual energy has suddenly surged overnight. Yet it lingers in all things, almost wasted. Chu Xiaoshuang gazed enviously outside. This spiritual energy might be even richer than in her master's time, but this was no longer an era of cultivation. So this might be a golden opportunity, Ji Shi mused. Ji Shi fell into thought. In his past life, only 1 in 10,000 survived, and among them only 1 in 10 awakened abilities, most of whom awakened early on. Perhaps the spiritual energy Chu Xiaoshuang spoke of was the key to awakening. Ji Shi decided to take the family to an open rooftop. Brother-in-law, I'll go with you. I won't go inside first, Lin Fanqing said. Ji Shi planned to bring everyone to the rooftop. Outside was dangerous, so he intended to take them into his space and release them once they reached the rooftop. Lin Fanqing didn't want to enter the space. Ji Shi had said that for a long time humans would have to survive in this environment. He had parents and a sister. As the man of the family, he couldn't back down in critical moments. Good, Ji Shi said, giving Lin Fanqing an approving look before handing him a long watermelon knife. The knife was from a fruit market. Though meant for cutting fruit, it served well as a defensive weapon. Can I come too? Lin Ye asked, worried she might be a burden, her voice lacking confidence. Of course, Ji Shi said. He knew Lin Ye's nature. She seemed weak, but was stronger than most. Besides, he could protect her. Xiaoshuang knows martial arts. I'm coming too. Chu Xiaoshuang raised her fist and pulled a proper sword from her space. Lin Fanqing looked at his watermelon knife, then at Chu Xiaoshuang's imposing sword, and felt his weapon was utterly pathetic. Let's go. I'll get you a good weapon later, Ji Shi said, patting Lin Fanqing's shoulder. He had already found a supplier and ordered weapons, but the shipment had arrived at Haitong port before he could collect it. Lin Fanqing trusted Ji Shi completely. He bravely rushed to the door first, but upon seeing several zombies outside the reinforced glass door, he silently retreated behind Ji Shi. Lin Ye, can't you show some courage? Chu Xiaoshuang raised her sword ready to slay demons, but Ji Shi grabbed her by the collar and pulled her back. Watch first. He'll take care of the ones outside. Ji Shi picked up the watermelon knife and walked out. Be careful, Lin Ye called out. Though she knew his skills, she counted 3 zombies outside, including the mother who had turned. Don't worry, your husband isn't that weak. Ji Shi took a deep breath. The apocalypse had truly arrived, and all his efforts hadn't been in vain. Now he could finally fight with abandon. Xi Jinping had never seen his son fight. He was speechless with shock as Ji Shi easily dodged a simultaneous attack from 3 zombies and decapitated one. Now that they've become like this, is there really no hope? Could there be a treatment to restore them? If so, then Ji Shi. Xi Jinping couldn't bring himself to say the last word. Killing. Old Ji, I think everything Ji Shi said before is coming true. The world has gone mad. Look, Tang Jingru said, handing him her phone. Not just their country, but the entire world was afflicted by this virus. Videos pleading for help flooded the internet, some even showing police stations overrun. Dad, Ji Shi is just protecting us, Lin Ye said. I know. I never realized the boy had such skills, Xi Jinping sighed. As they spoke, Ji Shi had swiftly dispatched the 3 zombies. Just as he turned to re-enter, the neighbor's door creaked open, and a small figure darted toward him. Brother-in-law, watch out. Lin Fanqing shouted. Ji Shi was already prepared. He spun and kicked backward. A shrill scream echoed through the hallway. A zombie child slammed hard into the wall by Ji Shi's kick. He heard bones crack, but even as it slid to the floor, it arched its back and crawled toward him. It's little Xiao from next door, Xi Jinping said in despair. The entire family of 3 had met with disaster. Without hesitation, Ji Shi raised his watermelon knife and expressionless drove it down into the zombie child. Let's go. Ji Shi, not a single drop of blood on him, walked in. Lin Ye immediately approached him. Are you all right? Whom do I look like I'm not? In his past life, Ji Shi never realized how exhilarating killing zombies could be. Back then he only thought about surviving in the safe zone. Master is so impressive. Chu Xiaoshuang's eye sparkled. Though Ji Shi's movements lacked any fixed technique, each strike was ruthless and efficient. He'll be this strong one day too. Lin Fanqing was filled with envy. He never knew Ji Shi possessed such prowess. Building A, where Ji Shi resided, was in utter chaos with screams echoing from every floor. For safety, Ji Shi temporarily stored Ji Jinping along with his in-laws into his space, planning to release them once they reached the empty rooftop. Stay close to me, everyone. The elevator isn't safe. Take the stairs. Ji Shi tightly held Lin Ye's hand with Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoshuang beside them. Having all taken the marrow cleansing pill, they could see clearly even in the flickering light of the stairwell. He. At the stairwell entrance, a corpse lying on the ground rose and lunged ferociously at the 4 of them. With a swift motion, Ji Shi plunged his blade into the zombie's brain. He initially intended to cover Lin Ye's eyes, but she pushed his hand away. Ji Shi'll have to face this sooner or later. Let's do it together. All right, together. Ji Shi smiled and continued forward, still holding Lin Ye's hand. Lin Ye gazed at Ji Shi's broad back. The nausea and aversion that had risen in her heart had already faded. Brother-in-law, how about letting me take a swing later? Lin Fanqing felt he needed to do something. Ji Shi glanced at Lin Fanqing. Not yet. Wait until we get up there. Oh. Lin Fanqing was a bit disappointed, but the thought of killing zombies tonight made him even more nervous. Ji Shi lived on the 11th floor. Building A had 16 floors in total. As they ascended to the 13th floor, several zombies wandering the corridor caught their scent and charged into the stairwell. 5. Ji Shi twirled the watermelon knife in his hand, then punched the foremost zombie. As it fell, the next one was already inches from his face. Lin Yaya covered her mouth, stifling a scream, knowing it would attract more zombies. But fortunately, the next second Ji Shi's other hand swung the watermelon knife upward in a slanting arc. Thump! A zombie head with rolled back eyes rolled to Lin Fengxing's feet. He saw it clearly and nearly hid behind Chu Xiaoshuang. Filthy thing. Chu Xiaoshuang, seemingly never afraid, muttered in disgust and kicked the zombie head away with her shoe. Lin Fengxing. How could he feel so weak? Amidst a scream, Ji Shi pulled the watermelon knife from the last zombie's head. At the stairwell entrance, a young woman in shorts, her face pale with terror, stared at Ji Shi in shock. Ji Shi wasn't sure if she was frightened by him or the scattered zombie corpses, but he kindly advised, "Go home quickly. Lock the door tight, and don't come out." "Okay." The woman nodded woodenly at Ji Shi. She wanted to say something else, but another zombie howl from above startled her, and she hurried back into her apartment. There are more upstairs. Lin Yaya's palms were slightly sweaty. She had wanted to swing her blade to help Ji Shi, but couldn't take that step. "Don't worry. Once we're up there, let everyone practice first." Ji Shi seemed to read her thoughts. The four of them, relying on Ji Shi, made it to the rooftop of Building A. As expected, a dozen zombies were wandering there. Before they were drawn over, Ji Shi took a lock from his space and secured the rooftop door from the outside. "Sis, brother-in-law, they're coming." Lin Fengxing raised his watermelon knife, trembling. "As usual, you all stay put." Ji Shi then ran toward the nearest zombie, but this time, instead of killing them, he took out ropes from his space and tied them up one by one. 12 zombies in total. By the time Ji Shi finished, he was drenched in sweat. Killing zombies was definitely easier. The rooftop of Century Garden Complex was surrounded by high walls likely to prevent children from climbing and falling, so no one from any building could see what they were doing up there. But Ji Shi still moved to a secluded spot and released the 3 people and 1 dog from his space. Woof! Woof! As soon as Chongsheng emerged, it bared its fangs at the zombies. "Chongsheng, quiet." Ji Shi gently stroked the fur on Chongsheng's neck, and it immediately stopped barking. "Son, what is this?" Ji Jinping saw the dozen zombie-like creatures in the distance and felt his soul nearly flee in terror. "You want us to kill them?" Lin Jihai immediately grasped Ji Shi's intention. Ji Shi nodded. "Mom, Dad, if you can't handle it, yet you can watch from the side. No pressure." Tang Jingru bit her lip, her face conflicted as she looked at the zombies. "Maybe I can try." As a medical professional, she was accustomed to many things. Though these zombies were disgusting, she didn't want to become a burden to her children later. "I'm not scared. Hand me the knife." Lin Jihai, seeing his wife so brave, didn't want to be looked down upon by Ji Shi. Ji Shi nodded and took 2 more watermelon knives from his space, handing them to the couple. "Son, I really..." Xi Jinping still couldn't bring himself to do it. "It's okay, Dad. You'll get used to it gradually. No rush." Ji Shi comforted him, knowing that forcing it might leave a psychological scar on Xi Jinping. Soon Ji Shi began explaining to the family. "Killing zombies isn't hard. Though they still look human, they have no consciousness. What you're killing is just a virus. Today I just want you to be able to swing your weapon and strike these zombies, no need to fight them." After Ji Shi finished, Lin Fengxing sighed in relief. So it was just 1 slash. Yet when he stood before a tightly bound zombie, the watermelon knife in his hand felt heavy as 1,000 pounds, impossible to bring down. Ji Shi saw this and knew his concern was justified. Fighting zombies might not be difficult, but the real challenge was the resolve to kill the one before you. "Take your time. We have all the time in the world." Ji Shi stood by, watching to prevent the zombie from scratching or biting Lin Fengxing. Roar! The zombie opened its foul, stinking mouth and lunged forward, struggling. Lin Fengxing raised the knife again, but only managed to chop off one of its ears before the blade clattered to the ground. "Continue," Ji Shi commanded. "Keep it up, son." Tang Jingru encouraged from behind, feeling like she might cry, for she didn't understand why they had to do this. But the screams around them reminded her they had no choice. Lin Jihai held Tang Jingru's hand tightly, silently cheering Lin Fengxing on from the rear. Lin Fengxing gritted his teeth and let out a loud shout, then thrust the watermelon knife with a hiss into the zombie's forehead. The sensation of the blade cutting through bone and flesh sent chills down his spine. He watched the zombie fall backward, then stared at his own hands in a daze. Until Ji Shi came over, patted him on the shoulder, and handed him a bottle of cold water, saying, "Good job. Go rest." "Oh." Lin Fengxing walked to the back, but his mind was still lingering on what had just happened. "How do you feel?" Lin Ye asked. "Not bad, just a bit smelly," Lin Fengxing replied. "You're amazing, really great." Chu Xiaoshuang praised. Seeing his family gathered around asking questions, Lin Fengxing felt a bit better. Next, Ji Shi looked at the others. "Let Xiaoshuang go next." Chu Xiaoshuang was already eager to try. In her eyes, those zombies were merely monsters shrouded in demonic qi. Ji Shi had no objection. Chu Xiaoshuang walked up to a zombie twice her height, raised her head, and swung her sword without hesitation. Swish! The tall zombie was finished in an instant. Although Chu Xiaoshuang hadn't completely severed its head, she had sliced off half its skull. Successfully destroyed the zombie's brain. "Well done, Xiaoshuang." Ji Shi applauded. Lin Ye watched Chu Xiaoshuang with envy, but in the next second her gaze turned resolute. She would like Xiaoshuang gradually stop fearing these wretched things. "I'll go next," Lin Ye said. Sorry. Lin Ye instinctively apologized to the roaring female zombie. "But my sister is so cute," apologizing to a zombie. Lin Fanqing spat out a mouthful of water and burst into laughter, but quickly Sorry. Lin Ye instinctively apologized to the roaring female zombie. "But my sister is so cute," apologizing to a zombie. Lin Fanqing spat out a mouthful of water and burst into laughter, but quickly received a knock on the head from Tang Jingru. "Ye is already very brave. You shut up," Tang Jingru scolded her son. "Got it." Lin Fanqing felt he had overreacted. Normal girls would be scared, right? His sister used to be afraid to even touch a live shrimp. Thinking this, he found Lin Ye even more courageous. Because Lin Ye couldn't help closing her eyes whenever she was about to strike the zombie, the female zombie, before her, was riddled with wounds after several attacks. Wu Ji Shi her arm. The zombie's half-arm fell off, and Lin Ye cried. She just couldn't aim accurately. "It's okay, almost there." Ji Shi kicked the arm far away, then hugged Lin Ye to comfort her. Lin Ye wiped her tears, forcing herself to open her eyes and look ahead. Finally, she successfully thrust the watermelon knife into the female zombie's eye socket. Huff huff. Watching the female zombie she had been cutting for half an hour finally fall, Lin Ye nearly stumbled. Ji Shi steadied his wife, who looked like she had been pulled from the water, and praised. "Yeah, just killed her first zombie. Worthy of being my wife." Lin Ye couldn't help crying again. Tang Jingru and the others quickly came to comfort her. Lin Fanqing, sharing her feelings, said, "I was scared to death when I cut too, but after it died there was a sense of accomplishment, right? Let me try." Tang Jingru, seeing her daughter and son perform well, felt a glimmer of anticipation. Her performance indeed surprised everyone. She effortlessly and accurately thrust the watermelon knife into a zombie's temple. "I'm a surgeon. If I didn't have this accuracy, I wouldn't have become a department head in the hospital." Tang Jingru smiled slightly, as if these zombies weren't so terrifying after all. Lin Jihai swallowed hard, and encouraged by his family swung at a zombie. Though it took him 3 tries to succeed, he finally took one down. Although Ji Zhengping still dared not step forward, Ji Shi was very satisfied with the family's performance. "I've noticed before that dealing with these zombies isn't hard. You just need to destroy their brains like you just did. Also, when facing zombies, it's best to avoid ineffective attacks," Ji Shi said. "But brother-in-law, our special abilities don't seem to be of much use," Lin Fanqing asked dejectedly. "They will be useful. It's just that we're just starting out. We need to practice the skill of killing zombies first. With this foundation, we might better utilize our abilities." Ji Shi knew from his past life that many ability users, after awakening their powers, often lacked courage and stamina. When facing multiple zombies without combat skills, relying solely on abilities could easily lead to trouble. That's why he had the family kill zombies with melee weapons. "I understand, brother-in-law." Lin Fanqing no longer felt anxious after hearing this, finding Ji Shi's words very reasonable. "Yeah, are you feeling unwell? Why are you sweating so much?" Tang Jingru, who had been beside Lin Ye, noticed her hands seemed to be constantly sweating now, even dripping. "No, I'm fine." Lin Ye looked down suspiciously and saw a pool of water forming at her feet. The family was startled, but Ji Shi smiled and said, "I think Ye has awakened a special ability." "Special ability?" Lin Ye's beautiful eyes sparkled with surprise. She had an ability too. "Sweating is a special ability?" Lin Fanqing couldn't help asking. "It's not sweat. It's water." Ji Shi held Lin Ye's hand to confirm. Just like in his past life, Lin Ye had awakened a water-type ability. "Master, is this also what you call a special ability?" A transparent gas appeared in Chu Xiaoshuang's hand, almost invisible if not looked at closely. "Wind affinity," Ji Shi asserted. "Wind?" Chu Xiaoshuang hadn't expected to receive such a boon after descending the mountain, and even she herself could obtain a special ability. "Wonderful, both Ye and Xiaoshuang have special abilities now. We're truly fortunate." Tang Jingru said joyfully. "There are still a few zombies left. How about everyone tries again?" Ji Shi also felt their trip to the rooftop had been worthwhile. Now that Ye and Xiaoshuang had acquired abilities, if the remaining family members, Ji Zhengping and his in-laws, could also awaken theirs. Killing a zombie for the first time was indeed challenging, yet the family, having already slain one, found themselves less afraid when facing the remaining few. "Brother-in-law, let me." Lin Fanqing was eager to try. "All right." Ji Shi only watched over their safety from the side. Indeed, when they attacked the zombies a second time, everyone performed far better than before. Even Lin Ye managed to thrust her cleaver straight into the roaring mouth of a zombie. Success. Lin Ye felt a great relief as the zombie fell. "Ye, you have good luck." Ji Shi, wearing gloves, bent down to pick up a crystal core, the very one Lin Ye had just gouged out from the zombie's head. "Brother-in-law, does that mean not every zombie has a crystal core?" Lin Fanqing asked. "Perhaps not. The ones in the corridor earlier didn't have any." Ji Shi had already found 7 or 8 crystal cores from the dozen or so zombies on the rooftop, and both zombies Lin Ye had killed contained one. These demonic creatures can also absorb spiritual energy and much faster than humans. Chu Xiaoshuang gazed at the sky. The world had transformed dramatically, or perhaps this time humanity could not seize the initiative. Young man, come take a look at this. What's happening here? Lin Jihai was resting on the steps not far away. He wondered if his eyes were playing tricks on him. Several bricks against the wall seemed to be moving toward him. When he didn't look at them, nothing happened, but the moment he glanced over, the bricks would slowly edge closer. Recalling the inexplicable events of recent days, Lin Jihai felt a creeping unease. Ji Shi walked over, observed for a moment, and then said with a look of pleasant surprise, "Dad, try making those bricks stand up." "Stand up? How can I make them stand?" As Lin Jihai spoke, he suddenly realized something. No wonder he had felt a strange affinity toward those bricks. He tried following Ji Shi's instructions, and just as Ji Shi had said, merely by moving his hands while sitting still, the bricks lying flat on the ground stood upright. Ji Shi, is this also a special ability? Tang Jingru asked. Could even middle-aged people like them awaken superpowers? Yes, no doubt about it. This should be the earth element. Ji Shi felt a sense of fulfillment. Of the 7 of them, 5 had now awakened. A remarkably high probability compared to his past life. Earth element. Dad's really impressive. Hearing Lin Ye's words, Lin Jihai allowed himself a rare smile. So even when disaster struck, good things could still happen. Don't worry, from now on I'll be able to protect you all. Lin Jihai even began to look upon Ji Shi more favorably. He had been thinking for a long time. If not for Ji Shi's presence in a situation like today, perhaps their entire family would have. Seeing that dawn was approaching, Ji Shi planned to take the family back home first. There was still much to be done. The noise in the neighborhood had subsided considerably. Lin Fanqing attributed this to Ji Shi's loudspeaker, which had been playing his recorded message on a loop. Most of the surviving residents had learned to hide, and the only ones left on the roads were mostly zombies. When Ji Shi returned home, he turned off the loudspeaker. Because of it, a large number of zombies had gathered downstairs in his building, and he felt a bit sorry for the survivors living below. Don't worry, they'll disperse soon enough. Ji Shi reassured his family, then tightly closed the balcony door. Young man, what you said earlier has probably already saved many lives. Right now, there must still be plenty of people in Haitong City who don't know how to handle this situation. Ji Shi understood what his father-in-law meant. Lin Jihai hoped he could help as many people as possible. In truth, Ji Shi had already planned ahead. As soon as the apocalypse struck, he immediately sent messages to Xiao Wu and Old Luo telling them to lock their doors and stay put. He didn't have many friends, but at that moment he also thought of the security team and a few employees from the fast food restaurant. That's right, Ji Shi. Helping others is also accumulating blessings for ourselves. If everyone dies, what's the point of us living? Ji Jinping added. Alright, I've been thinking the same. Ji Shi agreed. He planned to post a notice on the most popular short video platform, but Lin Ye worried that if he revealed too much, people with ill intentions might come looking for trouble. That's simple. As long as brother-in-law uses a voice changer and doesn't show his face, no one will know who posted the video. Lin Fanqing was more familiar with these matters. Ji Shi thought for a moment, then opened the door to the hallway. A moment later, he returned with a scavenged phone. Good thing this phone has fingerprint unlock. Ji Shi wiped the phone with an alcohol wipe and handed it to Lin Fanqing. He had tried several times on the zombie corpse outside the door before managing to unlock it. Lin Ye felt relieved and hurried off to call Zhao Hualing and the others. Even though it was just a newly registered account, the short video Ji Shi recorded, barely over a minute long, quickly spread among the survivors. No one cared who he was, and no one doubted the words in the video. In the face of despair and devastation, they had no other choice. Many people learned about the pale-eyed monsters outside their doors thanks to this video. Some, still trembling in their hiding spots, even left comments beneath it. Zombies. Aren't those only in sci-fi movies? How can they exist in the real world? You're right. I just kicked a stool, and now there are zombies banging on my door. I'm so worried it won't hold. Who can save me? No one is coming to save us. This world is finished. The end of the world is here. We're all doomed. Thank you, kind stranger. Thanks to your video, we've managed to escape to a safer place. I've been bitten. I'm already feeling terrible. I've locked myself in the bathroom, terrified that I'll turn into one of those monsters and attack my family. What should I do? What should I do? Ji Shi hadn't expected his video to reach so many people and garner so many comments. He decided to continue updating the videos. In the second video, Ji Shi spoke no further, but instead printed out several warnings, and the video was silent as well. Xiao Wu, hiding in his single-room rental, was supposed to be on the morning shift, but shortly after the incident in the middle of the night, he received a message from Ji Shi instructing him to stay put, lock the door, and not open it for anyone no matter what. He was now watching the second text video released by the mysterious figure in the footage. The first warning in the video advised those in hiding to ensure they had enough food and water to sustain themselves until rescue arrived. Xiao Wu gazed at the half-a-man-high stack of instant food, rice flour, oil, and a row of large buckets of purified water by his wall, deep in thought. Finally, he reached a conclusion. Brother Ji was his god. Everyone go rest and eat something. We'll have to head out soon. After finishing his call with Xuanningsha, Ji Shi realized it was nearly 11 in the morning. Head out. Ji Jinping pointed at the swarm of zombies outside. Wasn't this suicide? Yes, Dad. Right now it's actually the safest time outside. Ji Shi said. You mean there will be even more zombies later? Lin Jihai asked grimly. So far everything Ji Shi had said had come true. Not just more but stronger too. This time it wasn't Ji Shi who answered, but Chu Xiaoshuang. Ji Shi nodded in agreement, then sighed helplessly. When things deteriorate beyond control, unless a miracle happens they'll keep getting worse. And I believe the zombies will evolve as well. Really? Aren't zombies brainless? How can they evolve? Lin Fanqing seemed skeptical of Ji Shi's exaggeration. I'm guessing. Ji Shi offered no further explanation. In truth, zombies would not only evolve, but also faster than humans. He just thought it best not to reveal this, yet lest it dampen everyone's morale. Inside the space, the family and Changsheng were ravenous. Changsheng dashed straight to his dog bowl and sat obediently waiting for his kibble. Ji Zhongping meanwhile bustled about bringing ready-made dishes from the food rack to the stone table in the courtyard. I want this. Lin Fanqing chose a plate of drunken goose, while Lin Yaya selected a few lighter side dishes. The most practical was Ji Shi, who picked a large basin of steamed white rice from the floor. Dad, you can stay inside here this afternoon. No need to go out. Ji Shi, pairing his selection of braised pork and boiled fish with rice quickly polished off a bowl. Ji Jinping was taken aback. He had always been socially anxious and now even less eager to deal with zombies, but he worried about becoming a burden to Ji Shi. Old Ji, for a team to thrive, there's always an indispensable part. If that part is solid, the whole team benefits. Do you know what that is? Lin Jihai spoke with an official air sitting nearby. What? Ji Jinping blurted. Lin Jihai smiled, pointing at the colorful aromatic dishes on the table. Logistics. That's right, Dad. Without you, Ji Shi, and I couldn't have stocked up so peacefully. And this place needs someone to manage it. Lin Yaya also chimed in. Seeing the whole family persuading him, Ji Jinping felt relieved. The plan was quickly finalized by Ji Shi. Their task today was to go to Xuan Ningxia's car dealership and retrieve the remaining vehicles. Everyone was nervous, but no one wanted to retreat into the space. Even Changsheng wagged his tail, excitedly eager to go out. It's not a walk for you, so why are you so happy, Changsheng? Tang Jingru crouched down and smiled at the dog. Woof woof. As if understanding, Changsheng nuzzled Tang Jingru gently. Let's go. Ji Shi at the front pushed open the security door and locked it behind him. The sound of the key turning in the lock triggered a series of roars and bangs from the neighbor's apartment across the hall. Could that be the poodle? Tang Jingru looked at the tightly shut windows and doors opposite. But was the noise really that loud? Probably. Let's go first. Ji Shi frowned at the door, but ultimately said nothing. They had to descend to the underground parking garage, passing 11 floors, a considerable task. Wouldn't the elevator be safer? Lin Fanqing couldn't help asking. Because you can't guarantee which floor it will stop at, or what might be waiting outside. Ji Shi replied. Lin Fanqing found this reasonable and fell silent. The group supported each other and made it safely to the 8th floor. Roar. Ho! Just as they were about to turn down to the 7th floor, a zombie suddenly burst out from below. Ji Shi quickly raised his watermelon knife horizontally. With a crack, the zombie bit down on the blade. It was a disheveled female zombie clad only in underwear. Ji Shi couldn't help but notice her decent figure, but the purple-black rotting flesh and stench were overwhelming. Bang! Ji Shi exerted force, lifting a foot and kicking the female zombie viciously down the stairs. Roar, roar, roar. The zombie, feeling no pain, quickly scrambled up and crawled up the stairs on all fours, shrieking. When she reached the group, Ji Shi stomped on her head, pinning her down, then thrust his watermelon knife through her skull with a hiss. Let's go. Ji Shi probed the zombie's head for a moment, but found no crystal core. Disgusted, he kicked it into a corner. Ugh, brother-in-law, you're really... The stairwell had no ventilation, and combined with the muggy weather, the stench of decay was overwhelming. Stirred up by Ji Shi's actions, Lin Fanqing regretted overeating in the space. You'll get used to it, Ji Shi said sympathetically. In his past life he had loathed that smell too, but after his rebirth he found it oddly familiar. Lin Yaya had already asked Ji Shi for a dust mask, though it was hot it at least dulled the stench. 6 more floors to go. They needed to speed up. From the 6th floor onward, zombies grew more numerous. Lin Fanqing and the others stood back to back, raising their weapons. Crack! Chu Xiaoshuang kicked the child zombie's neck, snapping it. Though its neck was broken, the small zombie still screeched piteously. Chu Xiaoshuang finally pierced its skull with her sword. Xiaoshuang, you're amazing, Lin Yaya said enviously. Watching Ji Shi handle 4 or 5 zombies alone, she gritted her teeth and charged forward. Well helped too. Seeing her son and husband already engaged, Tang Jingru and Lin Yaya both drew their blades and joined the fray. However, Ji Shi kept a peripheral eye on the family. Even in the sweltering summer, they all wore long-sleeved shirts and trousers that were not easily torn, reportedly to reduce the chance of being scratched. To be safe, Ji Shi still tucked Changsheng into his spatial storage in a corner without surveillance. The sounds of combat echoed through the now silent stairwell, sure to attract zombies. So Ji Shi quickened his pace. The group stood on a landing between floors. Ji Shi mainly dealt with zombies climbing from below, while Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoshuang handled the ones that slipped through from above. Up! Lin Fanqing yelled as he plunged his cleaver into a zombie's head. Though the blade only shattered one side of the skull, he had successfully destroyed the brain. He also noticed a glint of light from the fallen zombie's head. A crystal core. Lin Fanqing, as if he had found treasure, bent down to pick it out with his knife, but unexpectedly received a solid kick to the back. Ji Shi had actually kicked Lin Fanqing into the wall. Dazed and dizzy, Lin Fanqing was about to demand an explanation when a figure crashed down with a loud thud onto the spot where he had just been standing. Watch out! Ji Shi pointed upward. A zombie from the floor above had apparently tried to leap over the railing, but fell through the gap between stairs. Lin Fanqing and the others broke out in a cold sweat. That zombie was a large male. Even if it had died from the fall, hitting Lin Fanqing would have been disastrous. Aren't you going to thank your brother-in-law? Tang Jingru said to the terrified Lin Fanqing. Boo-hoo, brother-in-law, my life is yours. Lin Fanqing's grievance turned into gratitude in an instant. Don't pick up crystal cores during a fight unless there's no other option. We'll deal with it after we're done here. Seeing another zombie crawling down the stairs, Ji Shi raised his hand and launched a fireball. The fireball struck the zombie's head and immediately ignited. The flames grew stronger, and Lin Jihai seized the moment to slash with his blade. It's dead. Let's go. Ji Shi felt it was unwise to linger, so he quickly led the family rushing downstairs. Lin Jihai glanced back at the charred mass he had cut. He had used almost no force, more like slicing through ash. Could that kid's fireball already be so powerful? After a tense descent, they finally reached the underground garage. Only then did they realize that the garage had the most zombies. Keep quiet. Better not disturb them. Ji Shi lowered his voice. The underground garage was devoid of the living. At least a few hundred zombies were visible. Ji Shi knew his limits. Fortunately, his car was parked right by the stairwell exit. If they moved quickly, they could avoid them. But before that, he needed to take some precautions. Ji Shi looked around, then tiptoed to a corner and picked up an old tin can. It looked like a discarded milk powder can. Fanqing, can you use your ability to move it over there and make as much noise as possible? Ji Shi asked. Lin Fanqing understood he wanted to create a diversion. I'm not sure. I've only used my ability at home. What if? Lin Fanqing lacked confidence. These days, he and Ji Shi practiced their abilities in the spatial space every day, but never outside. You can do it, Ji Shi said firmly. Although Lin Fanqing's ability had only awakened a few days ago, Ji Shi knew his true capability. Those who had taken the marrow cleansing pill seemed to awaken abilities far more powerful than what he had seen in his past life. Don't choke at the critical moment. If you're told to go, go. Tang Jingru kicked Lin Fanqing. So Lin Fanqing had to steel himself. The milk can floated unsteadily under his control. He was extremely nervous because his ability had a limited range. If he went further, it might drop. It's okay. We'll take it from here, Ji Shi said. Lin Fanqing was puzzled. How would Ji Shi manage? He was about to whisper a question when a dazzling light whizzed past his ear. A fireball from Ji Shi slammed into the floating milk can with a loud bang. The force of the fireball sent the can flying several meters, clattering onto the ground far away. The noise echoed through the silent garage. The zombies that had been standing still or gnawing on corpses instantly stirred. Hurry! Ji Shi unlocked the car and quickly pulled Lin Yaya and the others toward it. Not daring to waste time, they saw a dozen zombies already spotting them and charging. Ji Shi slammed the car door shut. Ji Shi, Lin Yaya gasped. They had gotten into the back, but Ji Shi was still outside alone. It's fine. Master can handle it by himself. Chu Xiaoshuang sat calmly in the back watching outside. She could tell that Ji Shi had never fully unleashed his power, perhaps because there was no opportunity, or because he himself wasn't aware of it, or for other reasons. When Lin Jihai saw the dark red fireball in Ji Shi's hand, he confirmed his suspicion this kid was formidable. Boom. Ji Shi hurled a fireball the size of half a person. Its impact was immense, knocking 7 or 8 zombies in the middle 2 meters away. The zombies that brushed against his flames instantly caught fire. They howled and lunged at Ji Shi, but collapsed after a few steps. Roar! Another zombie sprang from the side. Ji Shi, who had already opened the car door, kicked it away. As he climbed into the car, he snapped his fingers, and a flame burst on the zombie's head. After closing the door, Ji Shi shouted to Lin Fanqing, who had taken the driver's seat, drive. Got it. Lin Fanqing floored the accelerator toward the exit. The zombies that had been lured away now noticed the car and turned to chase. Lin Fanqing dared not relax. More zombies blocked their path ahead. Don't brake. Those are zombies. Just ram through, Ji Shi commanded. Huh, yes. Lin Fanqing, seeing the dense crowd in the rearview mirror, didn't dare stop. He floored the pedal and charged straight ahead. Thump, thump, thump. The car crashed over and ran over many zombies. Feeling the slight jolts beneath them, the faces of everyone in the car turned pale. At this moment, Ji Shi finally felt relieved. The car drove up the slope of the parking lot and out onto the street. People hiding in their homes in the residential area watched in astonishment as the black vehicle sped away. Who would dare to go out at a time like this? What? Isn't it satisfying to run over zombies? Ji Shi raised an eyebrow at Lin Fanqing, who was drenched in sweat. Although Lin Fanqing was often timid, he never failed to step up when it mattered. It's awesome, damn awesome. Lin Fanqing excitedly slapped the steering wheel and the car's horn attracted another wave of zombies. Fanqing, drive carefully. Don't move around. Lin Ji, seated in the back, warned. Stop somewhere ahead where there are no people. No zombies. He'll take over. Ji Shi knew that Lin Fanqing wasn't familiar with the suburban roads, and he himself knew some shortcuts that would get them to the car dealership more smoothly. Ji Shi, how come your ability was so powerful just now? Lin Yaya exclaimed in admiration. What could she do when her husband always amazed her? Practice more, and we can all become very strong. That was just a casual encouragement from Ji Shi, but at that moment he had no idea that everyone in the car would later become outstanding in various abilities. Lin Yaya nodded in vague understanding. She only remembered that Ji Shi often used fire in his space to help Ji Zhengping roast chicken or duck. At first Ji Zhengping always complained about him, but recently he seemed to have stopped criticizing Ji Shi. There must be a trick to it, right? You guys should learn from Ji Shi. Tang Jingru was also impressed by her son-in-law's spectacular strike. She had to admit that if his ability became powerful, it could truly become a life-saving tool. The trick is exactly what I told Fanqing earlier. Use up your ability every day, Ji Shi said. Use it up. Lin Yaya tilted her head. Her ability seemed to have only been used to bathe Changsheng. I understand, Chu Xiaoshuang said. This ability is like a tank of water. Every time you use it, it refills itself. With more practice, you'll become more skilled, right? After a moment of thought, Chu Xiaoshuang spoke. Ji Shi smiled, igniting a small flame on his fingertip. Practice makes perfect is one thing, but wouldn't it be even better if the water tank could grow larger? Everyone in the car fell into deep thought, but the scene outside made them even more silent. Ji Shi lived in the sparsely populated suburbs of Haitong City. When the apocalypse struck, it was late at night, so there weren't many zombies on the streets. But in just one night, the streets outside had become a horrifying sight. There were no crumbling walls or dilapidated structures, but the once clean streets were now covered in splattered blood and corpses. A few zombies were feasting on a body. The sound of the passing car made them raise their grayish-white eyes, and then they ran toward Ji Shi and his group. Ahead, several cars had crashed into each other and were blocking the road. One white car's frame was charred black. A male zombie in plaid pajamas leaped directly from the top of those cars toward the approaching vehicle. Lin Fanqing swerved onto the sidewalk, floored the accelerator, and successfully shook off the zombies following behind. Thump! Thump! Several more figures fell from the buildings on both sides of the road, nearly hitting the car on the sidewalk. Lin Yaya glanced over. They seemed to be people who had turned into zombies inside their homes, unable to wait to jump out of windows or from balconies after hearing the noise. Drive that way, Ji Shi said, pointing to a small road beside the fork ahead. Further ahead was a residential area where there might be many zombies. Finally, following Ji Shi's directions, Lin Fanqing parked the car outside a gas station. Are we refueling? Lin Fanqing asked. Their car seemed to have a full tank. No, but we need gas, Ji Shi said. Before the apocalypse, he had stockpiled everything except gasoline. Xia country had strict control over petroleum, banning private trading of gasoline. Bang, bang, bang. Rotten faces pressed against the car windows, pounding on the doors. The vehicle was surrounded by zombies, terrifying everyone inside. We can't get out, can we? Tang Jingru, and bang, bang, bang. Rotten faces pressed against the car windows, pounding on the doors. The vehicle was surrounded by zombies, terrifying everyone inside. We can't get out, can we? Tang Jingru and Lin Yaya hugged each other. This was too frightening. Just a few zombies. He'll handle it, Ji Shi said, and then swapped seats with Lin Fanqing. Just a few zombies. Lin Fanqing looked at the zombie faces surrounding the car from all sides and decided to stay silent. The black SUV finally started moving. Ji Shi turned the wheel and stepped on the gas, sending the car into a drift. Zombies were knocked down one after another and quickly crushed under the wheels. This car really has good performance. After a series of collisions, Ji Shi said with satisfaction. Only now did he truly appreciate the car's advantages. It's good, but... Lin Ji pointed at the dark blood and handprints, even some unidentified liquid splattered on the windows. Isn't this too disgusting? Not too bad, right? Ji Shi had forgotten to remind the family to hold on, but they were obviously prepared. The area wasn't safe, so Ji Shi drove the car into the gas station and closed the gate temporarily. I can do this. Lin Fanqing tried to control his ability, linking the unlocked metal gate together. Not bad. After receiving Chu Xiaoshuang's praise, Lin Fanqing smiled sheepishly. Meanwhile, Lin Yaya took advantage of the moment when Ji Shi and the others were about to search for gasoline to wash the car with her water ability. The water flow from her water ability was about the same as from a faucet, perfect for washing the car. Woof, woof. Changsheng, who had been let out of the car, was now barking in the direction Ji Shi and the others were heading. What's wrong? Are there more zombies? Lin Fanqing remembered that Ji Shi had said Changsheng could detect zombies before they did. Possibly. Everyone be careful. The direction Changsheng was barking seemed to be the convenience store inside the gas station. Ji Shi had originally planned to go in and collect the supplies there. Everyone became highly alert. At the convenience store entrance, Ji Shi indeed heard a zombie's growl. When he rushed inside, they found a female zombie trapped inside the cashier counter. Unable to open the counter door, she had only crawled out with her upper body, her hands still reaching outward. After being tense for so long, everyone suddenly relaxed. The scene was rather comical, but this time, without Ji Shi's help, Lin Fanqing boldly stepped forward and killed the cashier zombie with a single strike. Ji Jinping was stewing a large plate of chicken in the space using the liquefied gas Ji Shi had prepared earlier. The rice cooker and pressure cooker beside him were plugged in steaming rice and braising meat. As he picked up a few cloves of garlic and sat in the yard to peel them, he saw shelves laden with goods descending from the sky one after another in the distance. It seems they found something good out there. Ji Jinping had just lowered his head when he felt another massive shadow fall from the sky, even producing a dull thud in the space. Startled, he quickly ran toward the open area of the space. A large oil tanker truck was steadily parked on the lawn of the space. Good heavens! No wonder that kid was in such a rush to get out. Ji Jinping was about to turn back when another tanker truck landed behind him. He couldn't help but feel a twinge of envy. He wished he had gone out with them. He wondered what the outside world had become. By now Ji Shi was planning to take his family and leave. Lin Jihai noticed that Ji Shi hadn't cleaned out the gas station entirely. He had left behind almost all the instant food on the convenience store shelves, and he hadn't taken the oil tanks at the front fueling points, only the 2 tanker trucks and large oil drums parked behind the station. We have to leave some leeway for those who come after, don't we? When asked about this, Ji Shi replied in this manner. Honey, I always thought Yaya had decent taste. Ji Shi isn't as bad as you made him out to be, is he? Tang Jingru walked behind and said to Lin Jihai. Lin Jihai nodded, but ultimately said nothing more. After searching through the corpses of the zombies they had just killed, the family found nearly 20 spirit cores. Yaya, come wash these. Ji Shi called out. He didn't want to store these dirty, stinking spirit cores in his space. Lin Yaya was delighted to be of use, so she summoned a gentle stream of water to wash the cores clean. Lin Fanqing even came over to wash his hands. My sister's ability is truly essential for both travel and daily life, Lin Fanqing said with a grin. If only my water ability could kill zombies like yours. Lin Yaya smiled wryly. Yaya will definitely be able to in the future. Ji Shi comforted her, though in his past life he knew that water abilities were the most logistics-oriented among all ability types. Water itself had little lethal power. Even if someone could form water arrows or water tornadoes, they were far weaker than those of other elements. Moreover, after the apocalypse, many water sources had been contaminated, so survivors mostly relied on water from water ability users. Thus, water abilities were directly classified as support. Lin Yaya nodded firmly. Ji Shi had said there were no weak abilities, only weak users. She would train her ability hard from now on. It feels like Yaya has ignited her fighting spirit. Chu Xiaoshuang, sitting in the back, seemed to see a glow radiating from Lin Yaya. Tang Jingru smiled and said, when Yaya gets serious, she truly becomes unstoppable. She was always a top student in her class. The joy of collecting a convenience store and 2 tanker trucks slightly dispelled the family's fear of the apocalypse. On the way, Ji Shi also gathered some bricks and cement near an abandoned construction site, planning to use the vast open space to enclose a natural ecological pasture. But this was a massive project, and even with the family's help, Ji Shi didn't dare to be overconfident. Xue Ningxia kept vigil by her phone, having also seen the second video posted by that account. Honestly, the content of the second video filled her with despair. Because aside from a few candies in the fruit bowl, she had almost nothing to eat. The car dealership's small shop was directly opposite her building, but the distance was too great, and she couldn't cross the parking lot swarming with zombies. So she had to pin her hopes on Ji Shi, who was coming to pick up the car. Thinking that her only relative in this world, her master, had turned into that kind of monster, Xue Ningxia couldn't help but redden her eyes. Just then her phone vibrated. Seeing the familiar name, she quickly answered. We're almost there. Ji Shi actually wanted to see if Xue Ningxia was still alive. But there are a lot of zombies in the parking lot. Xue Ningxia desperately wanted someone to come, yet she couldn't help but tell Ji Shi the situation at the dealership. About how many zombies are outside? Ji Shi asked again. Xue Ningxia got up and peered through the curtain gap, then replied, around 100. I see. Ji Shi hung up after saying that. Xue Ningxia felt a pang of disappointment. Was he not coming? But about 10 minutes later, she seemed to hear a faint noise outside. Xue Ningxia quickly looked out the window and saw a black car charging into the parking lot. It was the one she had sold last time. It was Ji Shi. However, a horde of zombies was frantically chasing the car, making the parking lot seem even more crowded. Ignoring the zombies' roars downstairs, Xue Ningxia pushed open the window and waved at the car. The 4 remaining vehicles Ji Shi wanted were parked right below her building. Just as she thought the car would charge straight over, the black SUV suddenly turned around and rammed into the pursuing zombies. Bang! In an instant, dozens of zombies were sent flying or crushed under the wheels. Yet the car didn't stop, though it veered in another direction and crashed into more zombies. Xue Ningxia clenched her fists. For some reason, seeing this scene made her blood boil. She thought Ji Shi would keep driving to ram the zombies, but when only a few dozen remained, the car sputtered to a halt. Did it run out of gas? Xue Ningxia murmured nervously. But the next second her eyes widened. the sunroof opened, and a person climbed out. It was Ji Shi. What was he going to do? Ji Shi was a bit worried about the others inside, who were dizzy from the rough ride. So he climbed out through the roof, intending to personally deal with the zombies surrounding the car. Bang! He kicked a zombie, trying to climb onto the roof from behind, then plunged a kitchen knife viciously downward. Brother-in-law incoming. Lin Fanqing, unwilling to be outdone, also climbed out. The rooftop was besieged on all sides. How could they leave his dear brother-in-law with no backup? Soon everyone inside, including Lin Yeye, climbed up. Though the space on the roof was cramped, the family ensured that their backs were always covered by their own. Xuan Ningxia stared blankly at the people in the car. She recognized Lin Yeye, recalling her as a gentle-voiced woman, yet now she dared to face such ferocious man-eating monsters. And that girl who seemed even shorter than Lin Yeye was clapping and cheering after killing a zombie. Chu Xiaoshuang was indeed overjoyed, for she had finally slain a zombie with a crystal core. Before long, nearly all of the 100+ zombies in the parking lot were dead, except for a few that had been crushed to a third of their bodies. Ji Shi unhesitatingly stabbed them to death with his blade. Seeing the group approaching her, Xuan Ningxia quickly dashed downstairs. How did you do it? She asked, pulling open the rolling door, her face lit with surprise. Do what? You mean killing zombies? Lin Fanqing hadn't expected the car seller to be such a young and pretty woman. As Xuan Ningxia nodded, Lin Fanqing was about to boast when Lin Yeye pushed her aside. We saw that video online too. Didn't it say we have to destroy the zombies' brains? Just hit the head, Lin Yeye said with a smile to Xuan Ningxia. Meanwhile, Ji Shi had already spotted the cars on this floor. The 4 he had ordered were all here. Miss, are you the only one left here? Tang Jingru looked around and found no one else. Yes, everyone else turned into those zombies, Xuan Ningxia answered truthfully. Tang Jingru sighed. They hadn't seen a single living person along the way. Can I come with you? Xuan Ningxia asked bluntly. She had a feeling that staying here meant certain death. No one spoke. They all looked at Ji Shi. What can you do? Can you kill zombies? Ji Shi neither refused nor agreed, but asked instead. Xuan Ningxia paused, shaking her head instinctively, then quickly added, I can fix cars. Any problem with them? And I dare to kill zombies too. If you don't believe me, I'll show you. Show them. Only then did the group learn that a female zombie was locked upstairs, one that Xuan Ningxia had personally rescued. We should have brought Changxing, Lin Fanqing muttered. They had left the dog in the car to save time. If he had come, he would have sniffed out the zombie upstairs. Alright, if you can prove you can kill a zombie, you can come with us, Ji Shi said with interest. He wanted to see how determined this girl really was. As for fixing cars, none of them knew a thing, and he had been thinking of forming a small team to protect the family. What was most precious in the apocalypse? Not food or abilities, but trust between people. A trust that would only grow harder to build over time. Xuan Ningxia's bright eyes dimmed slightly. Ji Shi's tone carried a hint of jest, but she was still determined to try. Because she wanted to survive. The lock on the second-floor room was reopened, and Xuan Ningxia was stunned when she saw the female zombie again. The once normal girl was now hideously transformed. One arm had turned purple-black, her face was covered in livid veins, and her head was bloodied from some impact. The door and walls were scarred with claw marks and bloody handprints, though the blood had turned a murky brown. Roar! The moment the door opened, the zombie lunged at Xuan Ningxia. Seeing her frozen in place, the others panicked. Miss Shui, dodge! Lin Yeye shouted. Xuan Ningxia finally reacted, barely avoiding the zombie's bite. Face to face with a zombie for the first time, Xuan Ningxia could only run and dodge in blind panic, feeling as if she had fallen into hell pursued by a man-eating demon. If you keep running like that, it will eat you before you run out of energy. Ji Shi warned. The second floor was a duplex, and the group stood by the railing of the small third-story staircase. If Chu Xiaoshuang hadn't sent a small wind orb to slow the zombie, Xuan Ningxia wouldn't have escaped. Ji Shi, maybe we should help her, Lin Yeye said, looking at the sweating Xuan Ningxia below. Ji Shi didn't want anyone to die because of him either. Just as he was about to act, a clatter rang out, and Lin Fanqing exclaimed she hit it. Xuan Ningxia had hurled a wrench at the zombie's head. Though not a fatal blow, it sent the zombie sprawling. Now's your chance, go. Chu Xiaoshuang wished she could hand her a knife. Unfortunately, Xuan Ningxia missed the opportunity, and the zombie struggled back up and chased after her. There's some hope. Ji Shi decided to hold back a little longer and see how she fared. Roar! The zombie closed in again. Having thrown away her wrench, Xuan Ningxia was weaponless. She dodged behind a long table, and the zombie, unable to turn, was blocked. Thump! Pen holders, cups, flower pots, even cushions flew through the air in arcs as Xuan Ningxia grabbed anything within reach and hurled it at the zombie's head. Her aim's pretty good, but what's she doing with that blanket? Lin Fanqing remarked. The zombie's face was covered in black blood, and one arm seemed broken, yet Xuan Ningxia had picked up a blanket. Looks like she's figured it out, Ji Shi said with a smile. The next second, Xuan Ningxia, holding the blanket with both hands, climbed onto the table and leaped straight at the zombie. She couldn't be thinking. Lin Yeye was tense with worry. If it was what she imagined, Xuan Ningxia was truly brave. The zombie was knocked down by the sudden pounce from above. Xuan Ningxia pinned its body below the head with one leg and one hand under the blanket, while the other hand grabbed a screwdriver she had thrown earlier and drove it fiercely into the zombie beneath her. After a moment, the zombie under the blanket stopped struggling and the corridor fell silent. Gasping for breath, Xuan Ningxia looked up at the people on the upper floor and asked, "Is it dead?" Lin Yiyan nodded emphatically. "Dead. That means it's dead." Xuan Ningxia then slumped to the floor, staring blankly at the zombie she had killed. Had she really killed a zombie? "Come on, anything else you need to bring?" Ji Shi asked as he walked downstairs. Xuan Ningxia looked at him and shook her head. "No. Oh wait, yes." Xuan Ningxia carried a large toolbox, the very one that belonged to her master. Besides that, there was nothing left here that held any sentimental value for her. As she descended the stairs with the toolbox, she noticed that the 4 cars Ji Shi had ordered were no longer there. Outside the garage, aside from a few old vehicles that had been parked nearby, only Ji Shi's car remained. "Where are the cars?" she asked involuntarily. "I've put them away. By the way, do you still want these cars here?" Ji Shi gestured to the other cars parked on the first floor. All of them were high-performance new vehicles. "I want them, but I can't take them with me," Xuan Ningxia said, lowering her head. She loved cars, loved studying them and repairing them. Every vehicle here was one she had personally modified. "That's simple. I can help you take them away," Ji Shi offered. "Of course. But how are you going to do that?" Xuan Ningxia looked up at the people before her. Even if each person drove 1 car back, combined with Ji Shi's vehicles, there were 12 cars in total. Ji Shi smiled and walked over to a silver-gray minivan, placing his hand on it. The car vanished completely before their eyes. How was this possible? Xuan Ningxia rubbed her eyes. This was even more shocking than the appearance of zombies in the world. It's nothing extraordinary. In times like these, survivors tend to become a bit abnormal, just like me, Lin Fanxing said, demonstrating his ability to Xuan Ningxia by levitating a piece of iron plate beside him. They had already discussed it downstairs. Ji Shi naturally didn't intend to reveal everything about his space to Xuan Ningxia, because soon spatial ability users would emerge. For now, he only wanted her to know that he was a spatial ability user. As for the fire element ability, in the past life, rare individuals had awakened dual abilities, which was far less significant than an ancient space that could hold people. "Who are you people?" Xuan Ningxia asked suspiciously. The people Ji Shi brought were constantly challenging her understanding. While other survivors hid in fear, these people risked their lives for a few cars, and now they all had superpowers. This group was unusual. "We're just ordinary people. You'll understand later. This isn't anything rare," Lin Fanxing said, finally satisfied with his display. "Let's go, Ningxia. We're all glad to meet you. But don't blame Ji Shi just now. He only meant well." Tang Jingru said gently as she walked. The return journey seemed harder than the one there. The zombies on the road had inexplicably increased. Since dusk was approaching, Ji Shi dared not linger and drove straight through, crashing his way back to Century Garden residential area. "So the question is, what about the zombies in the underground garage?" Lin Ye asked. When they left, there were hundreds of zombies down there, and now their stamina was running low. "Who said we're parking in the underground garage?" Ji Shi raised an eyebrow. The underground garage had too many obstacles and was too dangerous. "Drive straight up. There are plenty of zombies up there too," Lin Jihai warned. "No problem. I've already arranged for some help. They'll give us a hand when we arrive." Ji Shi was grateful that there would still be network and signal for the first few days of the apocalypse, but he wasn't sure if those people would actually help. If they didn't, he would have to force his way through. Many of the security guards at Century Garden lived in the complex, as the rent was cheap and convenient for work. Zhang Yong and Liu Hongyang were roommates in a 1-bedroom apartment in Building C. The person Ji Shi contacted was Zhang Yong. Crazy. Who cares about him now? Zhang Yong threw his phone aside after reading Ji Shi's message. Liu Hongyang was rummaging through the trash can. The two men had never thought to stockpile food at home. After watching the second video posted by the mysterious person online, he searched the house for anything edible. All he found was half a basin of rice and some nearly expired noodles and sausages. He suddenly remembered the leftover fried noodles they had brought back the night before, which they had thrown into the trash. "Who's contacting you at a time like this?" Liu Hongyang found the leftover noodles, though they had a sour smell. "Who else?" "That unlucky Ji Shi," Zhang Yong said with irritation. Liu Hongyang still ate the small box of leftover noodles and let out a loud burp. "Right, who else would contact you except Captain Ji?" Ji Shi wasn't well liked, and Zhang Yong even less so. But Ji Shi had changed a lot recently. That morning he had sent a list of precautions to their security group chat and asked who among them was still alive. Out of nearly 100 guards, only about 30 were alive now. The rest had gone silent. "What's with the attitude? You looking for a fight?" Zhang Yong raised his fist menacingly. "Save your strength. We might starve to death in a few days." "But what did Captain Ji want?" Liu Hongyang was curious. He remembered the two didn't get along. "He told me to wait for his signal and stand on the balcony to try to lure the zombies downstairs to the ground," Zhang Yong replied. "What? Why?" Liu Hongyang asked in surprise. "Maybe they're coming back from outside. But I'm not doing it. Crazy." Zhang Yong picked up his phone again, then added, "He said if we succeed, he'll bring us 2 cases of instant noodles, dozens of packs." "Are you stupid? Captain Ji has been good to us lately, and 2 cases of noodles would keep us alive for days." Liu Hongyang thought Zhang Yong was a complete idiot to hold a grudge at a time like this. Think about it. With the situation outside, how can he deliver the noodles? He's messing with us, Zhang Yong said. He was tempted, but he believed Ji Shi was lying given the zombie horde. Zhang Yong, we live on the 8th floor. What's the downside of luring the zombies here? None. Let's take a gamble. Liu Hanyang finally convinced Zhang Yong. Final reply to him. You figure out how to attract those stinking things. It wasn't entirely because of the noodles. Zhang Yong recalled the drunkard incident. If it hadn't been for Ji Shi, he might have turned into one of those monsters. With that thought, he pressed the send button on his phone. Ji Shi, are you certain? As they approached the residential complex, Tang Jingru could no longer suppress her anxiety. Ji Shi had claimed someone could help them. But how? Ji Shi glanced at the message on his phone and smiled. Yes, I am certain. Beneath a blood-red twilight, the otherwise tranquil Century Garden residential complex erupted with a shrill, jarring gong sound. Worse still, every zombie roaming its streets surged wildly toward the source, sparking sheer terror among the remaining survivors in Building C. The Building C WeChat group exploded into chaos. Who the hell is that lunatic luring them all downstairs? Do they want to die? If I catch them, I'll beat them senseless. It's terrifying. Will they climb up? It's apartment 805. What are you thinking? With your whole family gone, have you lost your mind? Don't drag others down with you when you choose to die. The survivors of Building C vented only in the group chat. Even knowing apartment 805 was behind it, none dared confront them face-to-face. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong and Liu Hanyang hammered furiously on several stainless steel basins, craving human flesh. Then come get it. Come on, you bastards. Zhang Yong taunted the zombies below. Gruesome. Some zombies attempted to scale the building, but the lower 4 floors were secured by reinforced steel anti-theft grills, rendering ascent impossible. At that very moment, a black SUV barreled through the complex gates and surged inside. Ji Shi drove at breakneck speed, crushing any zombie blocking his path without hesitation. Within moments, he brought the vehicle to a halt beneath their apartment building. Click, click. Ji Shi cracked his knuckles. Now all that remained was to eliminate the dozen or so zombies gathered in the first-floor lobby. We're home. Let's go. He swung open the car door, and with one swift kick, sent a zombie sprawling. Xuan Ningxia nodded and followed the family out of the vehicle. The lobby entrance featured tempered glass doors. Ji Shi casually opened the fire emergency cabinet and wedged a heavy wrench between the 2 closed panels, temporarily sealing the entrance against the zombies outside. Inside the lobby, the dozen zombies charged forward. Stay clear. Don't let them graze you. Leave the rest to me. Ji Shi drew his blade and advanced. Xuan Ningxia trembled with tension. Yet she soon noticed Lin Yi and the others subtly forming a protective ring around her, a quiet, instinctive gesture that warmed her heart. She also realized Ji Shi was far more formidable than she'd imagined. Within 10 minutes, every zombie in the lobby lay motionless. Ji Shi, observing the family's exhaustion, knew fatigue made one vulnerable. Zombie bites struck fastest when defenses wavered. Thus, the lobby zombies were no longer suitable for practice. When the family finally reached their apartment, Lin Fanqing collapsed onto the floor in a sprawling star shape. I've never been this exhausted in my entire life, she sighed. Lin Zhihai grabbed the water bottle from the table and drank deeply, gulp after gulp. Looks like you'll need more training, Ji Shi quipped half in jest. Lin Yi escorted Xuan Ningxia to the apartment next door, the unit Ji Shi had originally rented to Lin Zhihai and his wife. But since they now slept exclusively within the space, it stood empty. Xuan Ningxia received a generous, steaming hot meal and clean water from Ji Shi, so warm it brought tears to her eyes, and she silently vowed to repay this kindness. Once Xuan Ningxia was settled, Ji Shi locked the door and led the family and Changsheng into the space. The space had transformed dramatically in just one day. Ji Zhengping's wheat seeds, sown first, had fully matured golden ears heavy with grain, filling the air with the sweet earthy fragrance of ripening fields. The fruit saplings he'd sourced from rural villages now bloomed luxuriantly, stretching across the landscape like a vast, breathtaking sea of flowers. And then there were the vegetables, casually scattered by Ji Zhengping, now flourishing into a vibrant garden: crimson tomatoes, plump purple eggplants, and slender green beans and cucumbers trailing along trellises. Each sight offered instant solace, a balm for weary souls. You're back? Hurry, wash up and eat. I've prepared everything for you. One day outside equaled several days inside the space, but Ji Zhengping felt no boredom. In those days he'd cooked dozens of dishes, installed a water tank, outfitted the bathroom, and even visited the space's supermarket zone to select personalized daily essentials for each person. This life filled him with profound fulfillment. Exhausted as they were, the group's eyes lit up upon seeing the courtyard laden with aromatic, colorful, and exquisitely plated meals, and they rushed off to shower without delay. No exaggeration, I swear Uncle's cooking rivals 5-star chefs. This braised chicken is absolutely authentic. Lin Fanqing took a bite. Spicy, fragrant, the meat tender, yet richly seasoned, succulent, and deeply flavorful. Even the humble potatoes tasted extraordinary. Dad used to be a professional chef. I've always loved his cooking most. Lin Yi added softly. Her parents Lin Zhihai and Tang Jingru worked long hours. Cooking was seldom their forte. Usually if they managed to cook something edible, it was considered a success. So tasting Xi Jinping's cuisine for the first time at Ji Shi's home, she fell utterly in love with it. I'm delighted you enjoy it. From now on we're family, and meals are my responsibility. Xi Jinping beamed. Strangely, even using identical techniques, he found food prepared here, with ingredients grown and raised within the space, tasted far richer and more delicious than anything he'd ever cooked before. Lin Zhihai remained silent, ate 2 more mouthfuls, then rose and left the table, leaving an awkward hush. Yet 2 minutes later he returned holding something in his hands. Old Ji, this is a rare vintage I've treasured for years. Allow me to toast you. Lin Zhihai poured the wine himself. Seeing this, Lin Yeye and Tang Jingru relaxed visibly. The dinner unfolded in warmth and laughter. Ji Shi devoured 5 full bowls, and everyone noticed after eating their bodies felt completely renewed. Fatigue vanished entirely. The water and food within the master's space are infused with spiritual energy, not only nourishing but inherently beneficial to the body, Chu Xiaoshuang explained. Exactly. That's precisely it. The water tastes sweet, the vegetables sublime. Pure natural pollution-free. Ha ha ha. Only now did Xi Jinping truly grasp the power of spiritual energy. Come to think of it, we collected quite a few crystal cores today. How much spiritual energy does one upgrade require? Ji Shi mused. What? This space can upgrade? Lin Fanqing's eyes widened in astonishment. Ji Shi then recalled that he had not informed anyone other than Lin Yeye about the space's upgradability, because at that time he still did not know what would be required to sustain the spiritual energy within the space. It can be upgraded. After the upgrade, the space will gain additional uncertain functions, but correspondingly, it will require more spiritual energy. Ji Shi replied. This is the first time Xiaoshuang has seen an upgradable mustard seed space. Chu Xiaoshuang blinked her big eyes. Truly one who masters the secrets of heaven possesses the finest things. So this thing called the crystal core becomes even more important. Tang Jingru remarked, gazing at a basin full of gleaming objects placed before her. After Ji Shi placed the crystal cores they had fought all day to obtain onto the Bagua array in front of the jade sphere for absorption, the space still showed no change. I thought so. It can't be that simple, Lin Yeye said. You know this is only the first day? I think we've done quite well already. Ji Shi was not at all anxious. At present, many zombies still had not fully formed crystal cores, and this was only the first wave of the virus outbreak. In his past life, he understood that the zombie virus outbreak occurred in 3 stages. The second stage affected animals, and the third stage affected plants. These ultimate trials for humanity would all be completed within 4 months. That meant they had no need to worry about insufficient crystal cores. Because in the apocalypse, the least scarce thing was crystal cores. What a long day, but will there really be rescue? Tang Jingru looked at Lin Zhihai. Lin Zhihai's expression dimmed as he said, I can't reach anyone. Dad, the situation in the city is far worse than here. Lin Yeye had actually found some videos and posts online, and the city was truly a horrifying sight. She was grateful she had believed in Ji Shi. But it's not that bad. Lin Zhihai let out a heavy sigh. Xia Kingdom is not so fragile. Rescue should come, but I don't think it will be now. Everyone go rest for now. There's no need to worry too much. Ji Shi comforted them. As for rescue, he recalled from his past life that it did not arrive until at least 20 days after the virus outbreak. That's right. If we were really that fragile, all our past efforts would have been in vain. Lin Zhihai felt a bit better after hearing Ji Shi's words. Coupled with the exhaustion of a day's travel, the space soon grew quiet. On the 4th day after the apocalypse broke out, people finally began to realize the importance of food, yet the survivors still dared not go outside. Conversely, the number of zombies in the residential area increased visibly every day. In addition, many people discovered they had acquired various special abilities. Some could shoot water, some inexplicably summon flames, and others could make plants in pots grow. Ji Shi then anonymously released his 3rd video. He knew this might be the last video he would post, because according to the trajectory of his past life, satellite signals were about to be cut off. The mysterious man's 3rd video calmed many people's fears. So these were supernatural abilities. No one knows yet what these abilities can do, but you might find that your hearing, smell, and other senses have become sharper, and your physical strength has also been enhanced. I think this is a glimmer of hope that heaven has left for humanity. Zombies are not as terrifying as everyone thinks. It was still a text video lasting just over a minute, but it made many people realize that besides zombies, the world now had the term supernatural abilities. Lin Fanqing and the others also noticed that the zombies were becoming more agile day by day. Good heavens, even the rats in the garden can't outrun the zombies. Thanks to the marrow-cleansing pill, everything around was visible to the naked eye. Lin Fanqing saw clearly a rat foraging near a trash pile by the garden was caught by a massive zombie and devoured. Yeah, we go out every day to kill zombies, and we train inside, but they are born with it. Lin Ye leaned weakly on the balcony and replied. These past few days they had not gone out, but instead followed the floor-clearing plan Ji Shi had devised to kill zombies inside the building. The so-called floor-clearing plan meant killing all zombies on every floor, including those inside individual apartments. Ji Shi did this to acclimatize the family to killing zombies in the safest environment possible. By today, the floors above the fifth had been cleared of zombies, but they also discovered that the number of survivors was pitifully small. Lin Jihai finally managed to contact a former subordinate, but the subordinate's mental state was on the verge of collapse. He lives alone. Now his door is surrounded by zombies. He doesn't know how much longer the door can hold. Lin Jihai sighed. Walling's situation over there is also very bad. She wants to take Uncle Zhao and Aunt Yuan and escape together. Lin Yaya furrowed her brow. The day before yesterday, Zhao Hualing had been glad she listened to Lin Yaya's advice not to run around. But that night, coincidentally, the nanny at Hualing's home brought her family from their hometown to Haitong City. Since the nearby hotels were expensive, the nanny asked to stay at Zhao Hualing's place for the night. Zhao Hualing agreed without a second thought. Now the nanny's family was acting like they were taking over, and the nanny's son had even cornered Zhao Hualing in her room with malicious intent more than once. Hualing's father Zhao Yue was almost beaten as well. Although Hualing's home is not in the city center with things as they are outside, where can they escape to? Tang Jingru felt uneasy hearing this. Zhao Hualing had grown up playing with Lin Yaya, and Zhao Yu was also an acquaintance of the family. She was worried about them too. She said they could go to a nearby Yuesheng food factory, at least there's food there. Lin Yaya's words reached Ji Shi's ears. Ji Shi frowned almost imperceptibly. A food factory is probably the last place you'd want to go, he said, setting down his cup. Why? Uncle Zhao's factory integrates production and storage. There's plenty of food in the warehouse. Lin Yaya asked in confusion. That's exactly the problem, because there's plenty of food. Ji Shi replied. You're worried it will become a hotspot for contention. Lin Jihai nodded thoughtfully after Ji Shi's confirmation. When all order fails, people driven by hunger are capable of anything. Ji Shi had seen it, and in his eyes the people of the apocalypse were always more dangerous than the zombies. Yaya, tell Hualing not to go there. It's truly unsafe. Lin Jihai said. Just as Lin Yaya was about to contact Zhao Hualing, she found that her phone had no signal at all. Wait a bit, maybe it's just a temporary outage, Lin Fanqing suggested. But by the afternoon the phone still had no signal. Everyone realized that the signal might never return. Meanwhile, Zhang Yong and Liu Hongyang in Building C had also run out of food. I knew Ji Shi was lying to us. Not even a crumb of instant noodles. That man is utterly treacherous and despicable, a complete scoundrel. The signal had cut off, and the inability to know what was happening outside made Zhang Yong restless. Yeah, the place is crawling with man-eaters now. Who would dare bring noodles over? We've got nothing to lose, anyway, forget it. Liu Hongyang looked ashen, but then they heard a knock at the door. What's that sound? Zhang Yong was startled. Could their loud voices have attracted zombies? No way would zombies knock so rhythmically. Let's check it out. Summoning their courage, they approached the door and opened the inner door. Through the tempered glass security door, a tall, familiar figure stunned them. I'm here. Open up. Behind Ji Shi lay the corpses of over a dozen zombies. Ji Shi. Liu Hongyang hurriedly opened the door, while Ji Shi pretended to pick something up from the ground beside him. Don't. What if he's been bitten? He'll turn into a zombie and kill us both. Though Zhang Yong said this, he didn't stop Liu Hongyang from opening the door. Ji Shi wasn't offended. He handed something to Liu Hongyang. These are the thank you gifts I promised last time. I brought them all. We're too embarrassed to accept. With 2 boxes of instant noodles in hand, Liu Hongyang suddenly felt a pang of guilt knowing the danger Ji Shi had braved to bring them. Ji Shi had even brought a box of canned luncheon meat and compressed biscuits. It's fine. What are your plans? Ji Shi sat on the sofa looking at the 2 unshaven men. Plans. They exchanged glances. They hadn't thought about the future, as survival was their only concern. I'd like to hear what our Captain Ji plans to do, Zhang Yong said with a wry smile. What could anyone plan in times like these? Have you seen the video online about superpowers? Like this. As Ji Shi spoke, a small flame flickered in his hand. The flame silenced the room for a few seconds. Zhang Yong stared blankly, then walked over to Ji Shi. Are there other types of superpowers? Like becoming incredibly strong? The internet was flooded with desperate, horrifying posts and videos. The video had been posted at noon, but by the time they ran out of food, the signal had already cut off. I don't know, but I think so. Yaya controls water. My father-in-law can manipulate rocks. Increased strength must be one of them. Hearing this, Zhang Yong's tense expression finally relaxed. Over the past 2 days, his strength had become astonishing. Had accidentally torn off a doorknob just by touching it, and broken the faucet several times. He thought had been infected with the zombie virus, and was about to turn. So it might be a superpower instead. That's a relief. You scared me, Zhang Yong said, still shaken. But how strange were these superpowers? Zombies exist, why is it strange for people to awaken powers? Ji Shi smiled. Zhang Yong had likely awakened a strength-type ability. But what use is it? Liu Hongyang asked. Maybe. It can be used to kill zombies, Ji Shi replied with a smile. Kill zombies. Zhang Yong stared at his hands. Could he really kill zombies? How do you think I got here? So are you interested in joining me to kill zombies? Ji Shi asked. The security team were people he knew inside out. Their strengths and flaws, he understood them all. We don't really know what to do. Maybe wait for rescue like everyone else. Liu Hongyang hesitated before answering. Ji Shi stayed for about half an hour before leaving alone. Both promised to consider his proposal. After Ji Shi left, Zhang Yong craned his neck to find him. Finally, through the kitchen window, he spotted a black car. It was parked cleverly, the driver's door aligned with the side exit of the hall. From his angle, he could see Ji Shi fighting several zombies. When did he become so formidable? Zhang Yong murmured. The ferocious zombies were dispatched by Ji Shi with ease. Then Ji Shi quickly slipped into the car and drove off. Yeah, I think so too. Liu Hongyang's face darkened. Superpowers. It seemed he wasn't one of the blessed. On the 5th day of the zombie virus outbreak, Ji Shi and his family finally cleared their floor down to the 1st level. Xue Ningxia had been diligently killing zombies alongside the family every day. Bang! Having already killed zombies, she was now bolder. She faced a female zombie alone in a bedroom. That precise kick struck the zombie's abdomen. The female zombie was sent sprawling onto a blood-soaked bed, then scrambled up and lunged at Xue Ningxia. Need help? Ji Shi, having cleared the other rooms of apartment 103A, stood at the door. Behind him, the family rested inside. Thanks, not for now. Xue Ningxia swiftly dodged the zombie's bite and slammed her weapon into it. Just as she was about to strike, the zombie blocked with its arm, producing a metallic clang. What's going on? Xue Ningxia leaped onto the bed to evade. It's awakened an ability. Watch out. Ji Shi hadn't expected her to encounter an evolved zombie. Roar! A metal spike shot from the zombie's palm. Xue Ningxia couldn't dodge in time. A bloody gash appeared on her arm. Ji Shi was about to intervene, but the scent of blood excited the zombie. It lunged at Xue Ningxia, about to bite her. Another clang. The zombie's sharp teeth struck a piece of metal. Xue Ningxia's eyes widened. When a small piece of metal appeared in her hand. Bang! Ji Shi seized the moment, hurling a flame at the zombie's head. Xue Ningxia snapped back to reality and quickly dodged. Congratulations on awakening your metal ability, Ji Shi said, approaching with satisfaction. In recent days, Xue Ningxia had been consuming the food prepared by Xi Jinping in the space. As Chu Xiaoshuang had said, the food and water in the space provided a beneficial effect on humans, and even Xue Ningxia herself felt that her condition had improved significantly. The fact that Xue Ningxia could condense a small piece of metal shortly after awakening her superpower dealt a heavy blow to Lin Fengxing's confidence. But soon Xue Ningxia fainted. It must be that her superpower was exhausted from the outburst, and she collapsed from physical exhaustion, Ji Shi judged. Xue Ningxia's strong will to survive had directly stimulated her superpower awakening. She seems to have a fever. Tang Jingru felt that Xue Ningxia's body quickly became hot. Let's take her back to rest first, Ji Shi said as he pressed the elevator button. The zombies in this building had been cleared, so the elevator was no longer dangerous. So being stimulated can also trigger superpowers, Lin Ye mused. She also wanted Tang Jingru to awaken a superpower for protection, but considering the dire situation they had just faced, she thought it better to forget it. If zombies have truly awakened special abilities too, what advantage do humans have left? Lin Jihai had been troubled for days, not only because of the panic from the signal blackout, but also from the anxiety about the future. What advantage? Just surviving in the cracks, Tang Jingru replied, deciding not to overthink. Meanwhile, she couldn't help but secretly complain, why did the old man who had been immersed in government for years appear less calm and composed than Ji Shi in the face of such a major crisis? Mom, Dad, I plan to go out again in a couple of days to the Jingshui district, Ji Shi said. He felt it was time to retrieve the weapons he had spent a fortune on before the apocalypse. After spending the 2 million yuan from before the apocalypse, Tang Jingru had generously contributed another 5 million, and he had used all that money to purchase weapons. Uncle Zhao's Yueshing food factory is also in that area. Lin Ye suddenly remembered. It's worth a visit, Ji Shi replied. He was also interested in the food factory. In his previous life, many factories had been overrun by zombies, and the food inside had been largely ruined by them. Even if some food was later discovered, no one dared to eat it soaked, as it was in black blood. The Jingshui district was mostly factories and warehouses, so it was a twofold advantage: retrieving weapons and collecting supplies. However, before that they still needed to clear the zombies on the community roads in batches. Xue Ningxia's sudden high fever had no other symptoms, which puzzled even Tang Jingru. However, Ji Shi advised her not to panic. Some people developed fevers and fell into a coma when awakening their superpowers, while others did not. Xue Ningxia's condition was likely a rejection reaction after exhausting her superpower. That means we're one fighter short. That girl was quite capable, Lin Fanqing said, shouldering his watermelon knife. Xue Ningxia had excellent adaptability. However, the one who had improved the most over these days was undoubtedly Lin Ye. Even Chu Xiaoshuang admired Lin Ye. Despite being Ji Shi's wife, she had no intention of hiding behind him. With a splash, a water orb shot out from Lin Ye's hand. Though it didn't inflict a fatal wound on the zombie ahead, it successfully knocked down the one charging at them, giving Ji Shi the chance to swing his blade and sever its head. When Ye strikes, there's always a crystal core, Ji Shi said, using the tip of his blade to flick a glittering crystal core from the zombie's head. Ye has been lucky since childhood. She could win a car or a TV from a random lottery at the mall. But later I was afraid it would affect her character, so I stopped encouraging her to participate, Tang Jingru explained. Although they were happy at the time, they feared Lin Ye might become addicted to such effortless gains, and from then on they never allowed her to take part in similar activities. Mom and Dad raised Ye well. Ji Shi had always thought so. Even when their social statuses were vastly different before Lin Ye had stayed devotedly by his side. It was he who, after rising to a modest position in the base, began to look down on Lin Ye, who could only stay home and take care of their child. Now is not the time for idle chatter, Lin Ji said, pulling Tang Jingru to the rear. They were currently in the first-floor lobby of the building where Ji Shi lived. Their plan was to lure the zombies in the community in batches into this lobby and kill them slowly. But even as they were still dealing with the first batch of zombies they had lured in, the ones outside the door were already impatiently trying to break in. With a bang, Ji Shi switched to using both his blade and his superpower simultaneously. Every swing of his sword and every fireball he sent struck the zombies with precision. Lin Fanqing had also learned to use short-range metal spikes, likely from training in the space. Each spike he shot pierced the zombie's body. A zombie that was clearly different from the others leaped in front of Lin Ye. It's a mutated zombie. Leave it to me, Ji Shi said, but Lin Ye stopped him. I can handle it, she said, a bit nervous as she saw the fireball the zombie had condensed. Mutated zombies looked different from ordinary ones. Ordinary zombies had rotting flesh and black blood, while mutated zombies grew grayish-white skin covered with bluish-purple veins. In the previous life, the higher the level of a mutated zombie, the more intact its skin appeared, as if it were a form of evolution. Ji Shi didn't stop her, but instead continued killing zombies nearby, making sure none interrupted Lin Ye. After dodging several fireballs, Lin Ye's nervousness faded. This zombie's fireballs were nothing compared to the ones Ji Shi used when they trained together in the space. Ji Shi's fireballs were huge and fierce, and she had always struggled to dodge them. Even when her water orbs collided with his fireballs, they only produced a bit of steam. She could never fully extinguish his flames. But when her water orb struck the fireball from the zombie opposite her, it actually put out that palm-sized fireball. Although it didn't damage the zombie, it gave Lin Ye enough confidence. Every time the zombie tried to approach, she pushed it back with a water orb. With a roar, the fire-type, mutated zombie grew more frantic, its howl echoing through the hall. Lin Ye conjured a larger water orb, knocking the fire zombie to the ground, then swung her knife down, mimicking Ji Shi's technique. The fallen fire zombie instinctively raised its flame-covered hand to resist. At that moment, Lin Ye had only one goal, to extinguish the flame. With a sizzle, everyone witnessed a shocking scene. The watermelon knife in Lin Ye's hand was coated in a thin layer of water superpower. The blade cut through the zombie's hand, continued downward, and plunged deep into its eye socket. Sis, you did it, Lin Fanqing shouted excitedly. Another zombie lunged at Lin Ye, who was still bent over. Ji Shi swiftly conjured a fireball that struck the zombie's head, reducing it to ashes in mere seconds. How do you feel, Ye? Ji Shi feared Lin Ye might be overexerting herself despite her depleted abilities. I feel absolutely fantastic. Lin Ye lifted her head, her peach blossom-like face brimming with intoxicating delight. Ji Shi was momentarily stunned. Was their Ye always this dark? Over the past few days, Lin Ye had killed no fewer than 20 zombies, yet never had she felt such a sense of accomplishment. At that moment, a thought dawned on her. She wanted to grow strong enough to slay more zombies, and alongside Ji Shi protect her family in that space. Mom, please talk some sense into my sister. She's supposed to stick to the ladylike path, Lin Fanqing joked. I'm afraid it's too late. Ye has found a new goal to pursue, Tang Jingru said, knowing her daughter best. Once something piqued her interest, she would dive in headfirst, just like when Ji Shi suddenly appeared. After eliminating over 60 zombies in the hall, Ji Shi had the family retreat to room 103 on the first floor to rest. There are too many zombies outside, but most should disperse soon. Then we'll head out. Ji Shi finished speaking and led the group into the space. Since Xuan Ningxiao was ill and needed care, Ji Jinping and Changxing stayed home to watch over her, ensuring no mishaps occurred. Thus the space was empty at that moment. It's better when Uncle Ji is around. He'd have cut us some chilled watermelon by now, Lin Fanqing said lazily from his recliner. Killing zombies and eating watermelon was the ultimate pleasure in his book. Speak of the devil, see, your Uncle Ji already prepared it for us. Tang Jingru emerged from the kitchen carrying a plate of chilled sliced watermelon. Ji Jinping was indeed thoughtful. Meanwhile, Ji Shi leaned against the doorframe, admiring the scenery before him. I told you to go out first. It'll change and be out in a moment. Lin Ye blushed. The hem of her clothes had been singed by a spark from the fire attribute zombie, and luckily there were spare clothes in the bedroom she shared with Ji Shi in the space. It's fine, I'll wait, Ji Shi said, relishing her shy expression. Though sometimes when they were alone, the flirtatious Lin Ye would pounce on him like a fierce kitten. Alright, it'll be quick. Remembering she only needed to change her outerwear, Lin Ye stopped fussing and swiftly shed her practical sports jacket. But Ji Shi regretted it, as he grew parched staring at her taut waist and beautiful back. Raised in comfort, Lin Ye's skin was fair and delicate. A mere gentle grip would leave adorable pink marks. I'm done. Lin Ye changed into a black sports top with blue edges. Though sporty, it accentuated her figure perfectly. Ji Shi had to suppress his surging desire, planning to tease her thoroughly in the space tonight. Alright, let's go. I have something to discuss with everyone, Ji Shi said. Taking Lin Yi's hand, he led her into the courtyard. Tang Jingru immediately handed them watermelon. Ji Shi accepted it, and while eating used the space's retrieval function to summon the small basket of crystals he had stored. I've discovered another use for these crystals, Ji Shi announced. What use, Lin Jihai asked, wondering if they were just for the space to absorb. Not only that, they can be absorbed by ability users too. Ji Shi clenched a transparent crystal. Seconds later, when he opened his palm, the crystal had vanished. Absorbing spiritual energy and converting it into abilities, Chu Xiaoshuang guessed immediately. Exactly, Ji Shi smiled. In his past life, crystals were indeed absorbable by ability users, their primary purpose. But he had noticed that some high-level ability users were less formidable than lower-level ones, possibly because they had forcibly elevated their ranks by absorbing crystals. Thus, he hadn't shared this with the family from the start. Does that mean with enough crystals we can use our abilities endlessly? Lin Fanqing asked excitedly. Ji Shi shook his head. Try absorbing one. You'll see its effect is limited unless you absorb a massive amount. But I believe we're in a foundational stage now, and these foundations are far more important than absorbing crystals. Exactly. These come from zombies. Could excessive absorption have side effects? Tang Jingru added. No side effects, but Xiaoshuang agrees with the master. A lot of spiritual energy is wasted during the conversion to abilities. It's quite a loss. Chu Xiaoshuang tried absorbing one as Ji Shi suggested, finding it better to let the space absorb the crystals. Yes, building a solid foundation is key. Let's store them away, Lin Yi said after absorbing one, reluctant to waste the precious crystals since abilities naturally replenish. Ji Shi was pleased with the family's response. He chose to reveal this now as a precaution. Crystals could serve as emergency replenishment when abilities ran out. For now, he recommended each person absorb 2 ordinary crystals daily. This is my first time seeing a fire attribute crystal. It's red like a ruby. Tang Jingru remarked, pointing at the crystal from the fire zombie Lin Yi had defeated. Mutant zombie crystals differed from ordinary ones. Fire zombies yielded red crystals, while metal zombies produced rose gold ones. So far the family had only seen these 2 types. Fanqing, try absorbing this metal attribute crystal, Ji Shi said, handing the rose gold crystal to Lin Fanqing. Having used his abilities frequently as support in the recent battle, depleting nearly half his power, Lin Fanqing grasped the crystal and slowly closed his eyes. A unique energy of the metal element flowed into his body like a warm current from his palm, replenishing his depleted abilities. This small metal crystal restored 1/3 of his power. What a difference! Lin Fanqing exclaimed, opening his eyes. So if possible, I suggest each of you absorb 1 crystal matching your attribute daily. As for ordinary crystals, they would be left for the space. After explaining this additional use, Ji Shi led the family back to room 103. By then most of the zombies outside the hall had dispersed. The family noticed that the bodies littering the hall had been cleared away by someone, leaving a spacious combat area in the middle for them. Who did a good deed without leaving a name? Lin Fanqing was also stunned. They had been planning to come out and clean up first. It seems to be a resident upstairs. Lin Jihai pointed at the door lock inside the hall that had not been removed. Let's begin. Ji Shi was also somewhat surprised. With so many zombies outside the glass door, who would be so bold as to clean up their corpses? But this was not important for now. They had to hurry. Iron chains hung from the eaves on both sides of the glass door. After nearly 80 zombies were let in, Lin Fanqing quickly used his ability to release the chains, while Chu Xiaoshuang used the thrust of her wind ability to close the 2 glass doors. With an iron lock secured, the hall had gathered nearly 100 zombies. In front of them stood several tall tables as buffers to prevent the incoming zombies from surging all at once. Ji Shi accurately spotted a mutated zombie among the crowd ahead. Bang! A fireball struck the mutated zombie's left shoulder, and sure enough, it lunged toward Ji Shi. This was an Earth-type mutated zombie. Perhaps because it had just evolved, it could not yet condense solid matter. Ji Shi effortlessly chopped off its head. A profit. He tossed the crystal core behind him. This one could be used by Lin Jihai. At that moment, Lin Jihai was killing zombies back-to-back with Tang Jingru. Although Tang Jingru had no superpower, she was steady, precise, and ruthless. After taking the marrow-cleansing pill, her stamina was not an issue. The cleaver in Tang Jingru's hand plunged into another zombie's temple, but then another zombie rushed at her before she could pull the blade out. Son, help me get the knife out when you have a chance, Tang Jingru said sheepishly. This was already the 6th time today Lin Fanqing had used his ability to retrieve her weapon. It's fine. This is also a kind of reverse training. Lin Fanqing didn't mind at all. Others practiced how to stab a weapon into a zombie's head. He also practiced the method of pulling it out. After another wave of zombies was dealt with, Ji Shi felt the abundant energy within him and decided to expend it once more during the break. On the 2nd floor was a large balcony below which the zombies clamored. The zombies caught the scent of living humans on the balcony and grew even more frenzied, some even hurling their abilities upward. The family was not tired, so they stood aside and watched Ji Shi. Ji Shi merged 2 fireballs into one, and then hurled it at the zombie horde below. A vast expanse of red-tinged flame exploded among the zombies, spreading outward. The zombies caught fire without realizing it, and because they stood so densely packed, the flames began to spread. Look at that man. He can use fire magic. Who is he? Because they were outside, many survivors in the neighborhood witnessed this scene. He seems to be controlling the fire below. Can superpowers be used like this? I see clearly now. He is Captain Ji from the security team. I tried, but why can't my superpower do this? Ji Shi stood above, controlling the flames amid the zombie horde, and even the family found it extraordinary. Launching the ability, and then controlling it. That seems a bit difficult, Lin Fanqing said. For instance, his metal spikes were gone once launched. He had never tried to do anything with them afterward. I discovered it while roasting chicken, Ji Shi said with a smile. When he had nothing to do in his space, he practiced his ability by roasting chicken. Xi Jinping told him to control the heat, and that was when he had the sudden inspiration to use it in combat. Not bad. Lin Fanqing's mouth twitched. For some reason, he now pictured roasted zombies. You should learn from your brother-in-law. I see that superpowers can be endlessly versatile. Your father is old and has limited energy. From now on, the world belongs to you young people. Lin Jihai took the opportunity to teach his children. Boom. Under Ji Shi's control, the blazing summer sun fed the flames even more fiercely. The fire grew so intense that even the people standing on the second floor felt the heat. Zhang Yong and his companion witnessed this jaw-dropping scene from a window on the other side. No wonder Ji Shi had dared to come out alone that day just to deliver 2 boxes of instant noodles to them. Brother, do you think it's too late for me to change my mind? If we could follow him, maybe we really could survive in the future. Zhang Yong had been driven nearly mad by the days trapped indoors. Many times he wanted to rush out and kill a few zombies to vent his frustration, but Lu Hongyang had dissuaded him. We've already waited so many days. Rescue might come tomorrow. Going out is still too dangerous, Lu Hongyang urged. What's wrong with you? Didn't you say that guy was good before? Zhang Yong shot Lu Hongyang a strange look. Isn't there a saying? The pitcher goes off into the well, but is broken at last. What if you accidentally get scratched while killing a zombie? Then you're done for. I think it's better to just wait for rescue. Lu Hongyang didn't get angry, but continued to persuade in a gentle tone. Zhang Yong and Ji Shi were notoriously on bad terms, so why had Ji Shi contacted him specifically? Why could that fool Zhang Yong awaken his superpower while he who lived with him hadn't? If both of them went to rely on Ji Shi, would he be the one abandoned? Lu Hongyang felt a little more at ease when he saw that Zhang Yong was indeed pondering his words. But that afternoon during his nap, he vaguely heard the sound of a walkie-talkie from the next room. That walkie-talkie was one used by their security team. Ji Shi had told them before he left that they could call him on it if anything came up. Really? Sure, I can't stand it here anymore. Even if the Heavenly King comes, I'm getting out. Zhang Yong's voice came through the door, and Lu Hongyang's mood plummeted to rock bottom. Ji Shi put away his personal walkie-talkie and looked helplessly at Xi Jinping, who was sitting upright in front of him. When they had just returned, they encountered a neighbor asking for food at their door. Neighbor was just a loose term for a young couple living on the 9th floor, whom they barely knew. Ji Shi had only exchanged a few greetings with them in the elevator. When they came up, they saw that Xi Jinping had already given the couple 2 boxed lunches. The couple bowed and scraped, profusely grateful, and hurried away as soon as they saw the group return, as if afraid Ji Shi would take their food. I just thought they looked pitiful. They said they hadn't eaten in 3 days. Since we survived and have the means, we should help a little. Xi Jinping explained, seeing Ji Shi's displeased expression. What did you tell them? Ji Shi asked. I didn't say anything. I just told them there was still some food at home, so they could take it to stave off their hunger. By the way, they also asked if I had any other non-perishable food, but I didn't agree. Xi Jinping explained. I remember those 2. When we were clearing the zombies on that floor, they were quite talkative. Lin Fanqing recalled that the 2 had tried to ask them for food back then, but Ji Shi refused on the grounds that his family had many mouths to feed. They saw how many of us there are just now, so they probably won't come again, Lin Yaya said. Lock the door well these days. Dad, you'd better stay at home during the daytime too. They'll probably come again. Ji Shi shook his head. He didn't mean to blame Xi Jinping, as some things had to be experienced once. Xi Jinping hadn't expected the consequences of lending out 2 boxed lunches to be so severe, directly preventing him from entering the space during the day. But he hoped Ji Shi's worries were unfounded considering how moved the 2 seemed. They were almost in tears. Next door, Xuan Ningxia was still unconscious. After checking on her, Lin Yaya found Ji Shi in the bedroom. Did your former colleagues agree? Lin Yaya asked. A few have already contacted me, but we'll have to wait for the... In the past few days, ever since he posted some precautions in the security team, group survivors have been contacting him one after another, including a few property management staff members. But the signal had been down for the last 2 days, leaving only about 5 or 6 people still in touch with him. Still, it was quite unexpected that Zhang Yong would reach out to him. The more people we have to kill zombies, the safer it'll be. I hope Hualing and the others are okay. Lin Yaya also hoped they could clear out most of the zombies in the complex soon, so they could get to the food factory a day earlier. Maybe Hualing and the others had already arrived. Ji Shi couldn't guarantee anything, but he too hoped Xiao Hualing's family was safe, otherwise Lin Yaya would be heartbroken for a long time. That evening Tang Jingru used a dropper to feed Xue Ningxia some water from the space, and Xue Ningxia finally regained consciousness. Thank you, Auntie. Xue Ningxia felt much better. The dizziness from using her ability had vanished. Though she had been unconscious, she knew this family had been taking care of her, and she silently resolved to repay Ji Shi and his family. Be careful with your ability from now on. Unrestrained use could be life-threatening. Ji Shi said. He'll remember. Xue Ningxia nodded heavily. Just then Changsheng came from next door, carrying Ji Shi's walkie-talkie in his mouth. The blinking light on the walkie-talkie indicated someone was trying to reach him. It was already dark. Who could be looking for him so urgently? Ji Shi answered. To his surprise, it was a breathless Zhang Yong. That bastard Liu Honyang locked me out. What do I do now? Zhang Yong's voice came through on the verge of tears. Everyone in the room heard it clearly. Liu Honyang. Weren't they both security guards? Had they fallen out? Where are you now? Ji Shi asked, frowning. I'm in the electrical room between the 7th and 8th floors. The place is swarming with zombies outside. Ji Shi, save me. They'll give you my life from now on. Help. The electrical room was tiny, and the door could only be locked from the outside. Zhang Yong was holding the narrow door shut with all his might, while a dozen zombies raged outside, their howls threatening to tear him apart. Cornered with no way out, he realized the only person he could turn to was Ji Shi. I understand. Hold on. Ji Shi hung up. Zhang Yong was plunged into despair again. What did that mean? Would he come? Sweating profusely, Zhang Yong had already cursed Liu Honyang 1,000 times. He had just been tired of being cooped up inside, and when he tried to discuss it with Liu Honyang, they got into an argument. Had only stepped outside in anger, never expecting Liu Honyang to actually shut the door and ignore his knocking. That bastard. If I survive this, I'll beat him to death. Zhang Yong's arms trembled from the strain. He was grateful he had awakened the strength ability Ji Shi had mentioned, otherwise he wouldn't have been able to hold the door against the zombies banging on it. After what felt like an eternity to Zhang Yong, the banging and slamming suddenly stopped. Then came the sounds of fighting and even applause and cheers. Zhang Yong didn't dare relax until a rhythmic knock and a familiar voice came from outside. Zhang Yong, are you in there? It's Ji Shi. The taut string snapped. Zhang Yong went limp. When the door opened, he saw the face he had once despised the most, along with Ji Shi's new wife and a cute schoolgirl-looking girl staring at him. Brother, you're something else. Zhang Yong stumbled out of the cramped electrical room. Ji Shi steadied him with one hand and said, we can't stay here long. Let's move. But I haven't settled scores with that bastard yet. Zhang Yong looked up at the dark stairwell. Liu Honyang had never come out to save him. We'll deal with it later. Behind Ji Shi, Lin Yeye and Chu Xiaoshuang heard the sounds of zombies and running from upstairs. Without another word, Ji Shi hoisted Zhang Yong and ran downstairs. The path was littered with zombie corpses. Had Ji Shi taken them all down? Bang! Roar! As they reached the 5th floor, a door finally burst open and 4 zombies, oozing pus and stinking of rot, rushed out. Stay here for now. Xiaoshuang, protect him. Ji Shi said to the girl. Yes, master. Chu Xiaoshuang hopped over to Zhang Yong. He noticed she was carrying a grimy watermelon knife. Not to be rude, but sending a little girl to protect me is a bit insulting. Before Zhang Yong could finish, a zombie suddenly lunged out from the stairwell. Chu Xiaoshuang used some unknown technique. The zombie that was about to pounce on them was sent flying 2 meters away. Roar! When it charged again, Zhang Yong instinctively covered his head with his arms. Soon sounds of fighting came from ahead. A bloated zombie of full 1.8 meters tall stood before them. Chu Xiaoshuang barely 1.5 meters looked even more petite beside it. Yet this small girl stood in front of Zhang Yong. Before he could say anything, the slender girl dashed forward with her knife. Chu Xiaoshuang skillfully used her wind ability. With a light tap of her toes, she leaped onto the tall zombie's shoulder. She raised the watermelon knife high, and without blinking drove it straight down through the top of the zombie's head. Zhang Yong stared in disbelief at the scene unfolding before him. He had assumed that the girl and Lin Yeye had come solely because Ji Shi wanted to show off to them. It turned out that his perspective was too narrow. Let's go, Xiaoshuang, Lin Yeye said as she walked over. The other 4 zombies had already been dealt with by Ji Shi, and Lin Fanqing was waiting for them downstairs. They fled swiftly, but unexpectedly found their path blocked by zombies in the 1st floor lobby. That window over there is broken, Ji Shi said with a frown. Their vehicle had completely sealed off the entrance, so there shouldn't have been so many zombies. It seemed that window had been shattered while they were coming up. Ji Shi, can we still survive? I'm sorry I've dragged you all into this, Zhang Yong said, his face ashen as he watched Ji Shi and the others fighting the zombies. There were at least 80 if not 100 zombies here, yet there were only 4 of them. And he might not even count as a proper person. Here have you been cooped up at home these days? Not bad, huh? Ji Shi somehow produced a knife and tossed it onto the ground in front of Zhang Yong. On closer inspection, it was the same kind of watermelon knife the girl had used. Have you been bored at home? Of course Zhang Yong wasn't having a good time. Recalling how Liu Honyang had set him up and left him outside, he grew even angrier. His fear of the zombies vanished and he kicked one aside before hacking away indiscriminately. Aim for the head, the rest is useless. Ji Shi conjured a fireball and struck the zombie in front of Zhang Yong. If he hadn't acted, the zombie, already covered in pus from Zhang Yong's slashes, would have grabbed him. Good. Zhang Yong mimicked the other's movements and chopped down on a zombie, startling even the three of them. That zombie was actually split in half by Zhang Yong. He's a strength-type ability user, Ji Shi explained to Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang. But Zhang Yong froze at the bloody scene before him. I actually killed a zombie with my own hands. It was already dead, Chu Xiaoshuang added. But it was too easy, like chopping a pile of mud. Zhang Yong couldn't find the right words to express it, only that he had taken down a zombie without much effort. Enhanced strength suitable for close combat. Just make sure you don't get scratched or bitten, Ji Shi said, while hurling a half-mental flame toward the window. The fire blazed outside, and any zombie that crawled in was covered in ability flames, burning to ashes within a few steps. I see. From now on you handle ranged attacks, and he'll take close combat. We'll be the ultimate duo. Zhang Yong was ecstatic. So he was this powerful. Ji Shi remained silent. Strength-type ability users were indeed formidable in the early stages, but when evolved zombies with abilities became widespread, they would hit a bottleneck. Facing high-level ranged ability zombies, strength-type users would lose their advantage and had to coordinate with teammates. But now was clearly not the time to teach Zhang Yong. To get them out quickly, Ji Shi used his ability without restraint. The dim first-floor lobby flickered with light as Ji Shi's fireballs crashed around them without pause. There were no obstacles in the lobby. Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang each held a lightweight wooden board Ji Shi had taken from his storage space as a shield. The three who had been back-to-back became four. Zhang Yong's slashing speed was not weak, as if he wanted to cut through all his pent-up frustration. Sis brother-in-law, get in the car. Lin Fanqing had been in the car all along, not daring to get out to ensure he could drive off at a moment's notice. Now seeing only a dozen zombies left in the lobby and the ones trying to crawl in through the window, all bunched up, he quickly opened the door and called out, "Let's go." Ji Shi took Lin Ye and Chu Xiaoshuang by the hand. Zhang Yong didn't dare linger either. He dropped the bloodstained knife and dashed toward the car. Meanwhile, Xuanningsha, dressed in a cool sleeveless top and shorts, sat to the side, watching the new roommate Ji Shi had brought. As soon as Zhang Yong entered, he rushed to the bathroom and began to vomit violently. He had been holding his breath, fueled by the brink of death and sheer desperation to suppress his nausea and kill a few zombies. Now his mind was filled with the image of the zombie he had split in half. He could even recall the sticky, squirming sensation inside its body. Thought he was brave, but it was just a flash in the pan. Chu Xiaoshuang shrugged. Zhang Yong had been trembling all over when he came up. Don't worry about him, he'll get used to it. Ji Shi was about to leave, but turned to Xuanningsha with a few words of advice. He's usually just a bit sharp-tongued, but he's not a bad person. If you can't stand him, feel free to discipline him. Xuanningsha was fiddling with the wrench in her hand. She glanced at the bathroom, then at Ji Shi, and nodded. Inside the storage space, just as Ji Shi was about to rest with Lin Ye, he suddenly felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity. This feeling filled him with immense joy. His abilities seemed to be on the verge of advancement. Advancement? Abilities can really advance. How does it work? Lin Fanqing fired off a triple question. Ability advancement. It sounded incredibly exciting. It's an indescribable feeling. I'm going to rest for a while, Ji Shi said, patting Lin Ye's head to indicate he needed some time alone. Go for it. I'm rooting for you. Lin Ye's eyes sparkled with anticipation. Ji Shi closed the door and quietly sensed the changes within his body. The ability energy within him was nearly depleted now, like a tranquil lake. But slowly channels in his meridians began to fill again with ability energy, streams converging from all directions into that lake. The lake rippled its surface, stirring, and Ji Shi felt it growing fuller and fuller, as if it would overflow. After an unknown period, Ji Shi suddenly opened his eyes, his expression deeper and more profound. A faint smile curled at the corners of his mouth as he felt the renewed surge of his ability. Fire level 2. He had succeeded in advancing. It wasn't until the next morning that Zhang Yong finally found the chance to formally thank Ji Shi. After being taken to the next room by Xuanningsha, who was always cool and reticent, she went straight to the dining table and began eating the hearty breakfast laid out, as if she were part of the family. You're welcome. I'm short-handed anyway, Ji Shi replied calmly. The whole family was already preparing for something. Tang Jingru smiled and brought Zhang Yong a cup of hot soy milk. Zhang Yong had never experienced such a warm home. I also want to ask, why didn't you go to Hanyang? That bastard surnamed Liu and instead came to me. Zhang Yong couldn't help but ask. He wasn't stupid. Ever since Ji Shi first sent him a message, Liu Hanyang had been joking about whether they were close behind his back. It was from then on that Liu Hanyang had started acting strange. Most men wouldn't mind such a thing, but LV Hanyang was inherently sensitive. It's nothing. I just thought you'd help me. Ji Shi didn't mention that in his past life, he later encountered an acquaintance from the security team who told him that Zhang Yong and LV Hanyang had escaped together. Zhang Yong, having awakened his abilities, saved LV Hanyang several times, but was ultimately pushed into a horde of zombies by LV Hanyang during their escape. That's not necessarily true. Zhang Yong wanted to say he was troubled by his sudden increase in strength, but in the end, he said nothing, simply sitting down to have breakfast with Xuanningsha, who was eating heartily. The breakfast seemed simple, consisting of steamed buns, boiled eggs, and soy milk, yet Zhang Yong was greatly surprised. At this time, Ji Shi was still willing to bring these out for them to eat. He had been eating instant noodles for a long time. "We've already eaten. You must finish all of this," Ji Jinping said with a smile. "Thank you, uncle." Zhang Yong had never tasted such delicious and fresh steamed buns as if they had just been made. "Zhang Yong, stay and keep my father company for a while." Seeing Zhang Yong's still pale face, Ji Shi guessed he hadn't rested well last night due to the zombies, so he simply told him to take a couple of days off. "I still need to go with you brothers to kill zombies, ugh." The mere mention of zombies made even the delicious breakfast before him lose its appeal. "I think it's better to forget it." Xuan Ningxia shot Zhang Yong a glare. "Century Garden Estate doesn't have many people, probably less than 1,000. Our most important task today is to close the main gate." Ji Shi led the others as they descended the stairs, speaking. When they reached the first floor lobby, they found that the tables and furniture they had used as barricades were neatly arranged, and even the bloodstains on the walls had been wiped clean. "I don't know who did it, but thank you." Lin Fanqing walked to the stairwell and shouted upstairs. A roar. The mottled glass door was soon covered with zombies pressing their faces against the glass, trying to break in and tear apart the people in the lobby. After a day of hard work yesterday, it's finally less today. Tang Jingru noticed that there were indeed far fewer zombies outside than the day before. "Well, we must have killed at least 500 or 600 yesterday," Lin Jihai said. They would go back to rest after killing nearly 100 zombies, each time of course resting in the space. "Yes, including last night's. If the estate's gate hadn't been unsealed, there would be even fewer," Ji Shi said. He planned to take his family to Jinghai district after today. Before that, he would use the zombies in the estate to improve himself. The second-level fire ability was vastly different from the first, something everyone could see. Ji Shi was also slightly surprised. The fireball he had just unleashed wasn't at full power, yet its effect rivaled that of his fourth-level fire ability in his past life. It wasn't that he was weak in his past life, but that his fire ability was now stronger. So there's such a big change when you level up to 2. "I need to work hard too." Lin Fanqing condensed a sharp metal spike and thrust it at the zombies clawing and snarling on the table. Xuan Ningxiao watched with envy. Having just awakened her metal ability, she couldn't yet perform like Lin Fanqing, but as an ability user now, she could truly feel the significant improvement in her physical fitness, with both speed and strength greatly enhanced. Crack. Still using her most comfortable iron wrench, Xuan Ningxia fiercely smashed open the head of a zombie before her. The group fought in the lobby for an entire morning. More precisely, Ji Shi alone held out for that long, because he found that his ability energy was so abundant it couldn't be exhausted by just a few hundred zombies. The master has grown stronger, worthy of being Xiao Shuang's master. Unfortunately, Chu Xiaoshuang had exhausted her ability and was now absorbing the crystal cores Ji Shi had given them earlier. "He's really amazing." Lin Yaya blushed as she spoke, especially when she saw Ji Shi walking toward her. "Let's go to the main gate." After they had rested a while longer, Ji Shi said, feeling it was time to move outside. The once lush green belts in the estate looked as if they had been ravaged, all turned a rusty gray. Even the tall trees had become like sculptures, stiff and exuding death. Walking on the filthy road, the group huddled close together as zombies would occasionally lunge at them from all sides. A roar. A mutated zombie leaped out from behind a tree, seemingly targeting Ji Shi. It condensed a water ball and hurled it toward him. Ji Shi merely raised a hand to conjure a fireball. The fireball collided with the water ball, not only breaking it into vapor, but also hurtling straight toward the water-type zombie. The fireball was dodged by the mutated zombie and vanished in midair, a scene Lin Yaya took note of. Watch the perimeter defenses. Ji Shi decided to focus on dealing with this water-type zombie, and at least its water crystal core could be given to Yaya. "Rest assured, leave this to us." Lin Fanqing, seeing a few more zombies emerging from some unknown corner, cracked his knuckles. Bang! The water-type zombie was no match for Ji Shi, a second-level fire ability user. In just a few moves, its head was severed. The group's habit of lopping off heads startled the people watching from the windows. "Kill them. Kill them all. They devoured my family. No wonder I felt the zombies in the estate had been decreasing these past 2 days. So it's the security guards. Our estate's security finally has some use. I want to go kill zombies too." "Where are they going? Are they just leaving?" "Hey security, can you bring us some food? We can pay. Any amount." Someone shouted at Ji Shi and the others who were still killing zombies. Lin Fanqing couldn't help but roll his eyes. Who cared about money at a time like this? "Don't mind them. Get in the car first." Ji Shi had originally planned to walk to the estate gate, but he also saw zombies from other buildings jumping down from above. Moreover, he wasn't yet clear on the situation outside the estate. Walking so openly on the road was still too dangerous. "He'll drive." Tang Jingru was confident she had the skill to drive the car to the estate gate. The gate of Century Garden Estate originally required a swipe of the estate access card to enter, but now the gate's circuit system had been damaged. The black iron door could be pushed open from the outside. The arrival of the car drew in the zombies loitering outside the gate. People in the front buildings held their breath for the vehicle, because from above the black SUV was completely surrounded. Xuan Ningxia encountered this situation for the first time. She was a little flustered, but soon realized that the others in the car didn't seem worried at all. Could it be that they would ram the zombies with the car again, just like they had at the parking lot? Let's stop here. You two cover me, and Fanxing. Ji Shi opened the sunroof and leaped out. He intended to have Lin Fanxing stand there and use her ability to temporarily disable the gate while he would clear the zombies. The moment they caught the scent of living humans, the zombies grew even more frenzied. Ji Shi unleashed a wave of his ability without hesitation, and a raging fire instantly erupted outside the car. Looks like we might not need much cover. Chu Xiaoshuang tilted her head and said. Ji Shi's fire ability was too fierce. His flames burned much more intensely than ordinary ones. Some zombies had parts of their bodies nearly melted off. Nevertheless, she climbed onto the roof as well, not for any other reason, but to use her wind ability to control the direction of the flames lest their car get roasted. Taking advantage of this moment, Lin Fanxing used her ability to control the iron gate not far away and successfully closed it tightly. Done. Looks like we can wrap up early today, Lin Fanxing said happily. Let's go. Head back first. After the iron gate was shut, another wave of zombies surged in from outside, but Ji Shi didn't intend to have everyone deal with the endless horde. It was already noon. They could rest and conserve their energy for tomorrow's trip. Just as they were about to reach home, the group heard angry shouts and sounds of a scuffle coming from upstairs as they reached the 8th floor. Why does that voice sound familiar? Lin Yi asked. It's Zhang Yong. Ji Shi took 2 steps at a time. When he emerged from the stairwell, he saw that there were at least a dozen men and women standing in the corridor on the 11th floor. Zhang Yong was shielding Ji Jinping behind him like a mother hen protecting her chicks. What's going on? Ji Shi returned, and Ji Jinping immediately looked relieved to see him. Sunday. They're trying to rob us? Didn't you two come here just yesterday? Why are you back today specifically bringing people to rob us? Lin Fanxing said with a sardonic smile at the leading couple. Ji Shi had said they would come again, but she hadn't expected them to arrive like this. Uncle, you're overthinking. We just wanted to borrow some food. The man quickly explained. Yes, times are tough for everyone. It's only right to help each other, added the woman in her 20s. Bullshit. If I hadn't stopped them, you would have already barged in. Zhang Yong said angrily. Even Changxing, who had been guarding the door, barked a few times as if agreeing with Zhang Yong. But at this moment, the couple clearly had more people behind them. Over a dozen of them began to speak in a rush. Captain Ji, right. We're all from the same neighborhood. Now that we're trapped here, resources should be shared so that more people can survive. A man with glasses who looked rather scholarly said. Please be kind. We haven't eaten in 3 days. You have the ability to kill zombies, but we don't. That's right. Since you're the security guards for our neighborhood, you should have the spirit of protecting the residents. We only need a little food. Tang Jingru couldn't help but laugh. Lin Jihai stopped her, stepped forward, and demanded, ask. You only ask when the other party agrees to give. If they don't agree, it's blatant moral blackmail. If our Ji Shi hadn't killed all the zombies in and around this building, would you dare to come out? Now you have the nerve to ask for food. As residents of Haitong City, aren't you ashamed? Lin Yi didn't expect Lin Jihai to stand up for Ji Shi. His official tone left the crowd in the corridor momentarily speechless. But, last time Uncle said you still had plenty of food. I thought since you didn't lack any, we could. The woman beside the man spoke with a sobbing tone. Her feigned grievance instantly stirred resentment in the crowd toward Ji Shi and his group, who were blocking them. In times of disaster, resources should be distributed equally. In times of danger, the capable must bear more, the weak must be protected. That is justice. Ji Shi had seen this kind of thinking far too often in his past life. He hadn't expected to encounter it so early in the apocalypse. Watching everyone start to blame his family, Ji Jinping deeply regretted his earlier kindness. Indeed, wealth should not be flaunted. He should never have given that couple food out of pity. Everyone disperse. There's nothing for you today. If you don't leave, don't blame us for being rude. Ji Shi said coldly. These people had all witnessed his abilities, so they dared not say anything, but were filled with silent anger. Isn't he just a security guard? Didn't even go to college. What's he so proud of? The speaker was a plump older woman. Ji Shi remembered her surname was Zhang. She was often proud because her son had been admitted to a key university, and she would ask everyone about their children's studies. Since Ji Shi was young, she assumed he was a security guard who hadn't finished school. Who said my son didn't go to college? Which eye of yours saw that? He graduated from a proper university. Ji Jinping was truly angry now. His son had at least attended a technical school and was skilled in electrical work, appliance repair, and plumbing. Ji Shi, with a headache, pulled his father back and said to the plump woman, Mrs. Zhang, I recall that when we cleared the 7th floor a few days ago, you took all the remaining supplies from the other 3 apartments. We didn't touch the dozens of bags of grain from Unit 702. The food we have at home might not even be as much as yours. When they were clearing the floors, Ji Shi only took things he found useful. After they killed the zombies on the 7th floor, Mrs. Zhang and her family, without asking, went to the neighboring apartments to scavenge. What a... So you, Mrs. Zhang, have food at home? The crowd immediately grew agitated. If she had food, why was she here asking for more? Wasn't she taking advantage of their ignorance? You don't listen to him. Our family is just the 2 of us. What food could we have? Mrs. Zhang retorted, but her voice betrayed her guilt. Why not go and see for yourselves? We've been killing zombies for the neighborhood all day. We'll take our leave now. Lin Fanqing stretched lazily and followed her family into the room, closing the door tightly. Ji Jinping said, still shaken. If Zhang Yong hadn't been here today, our house would have been robbed. Thank you, child. I just can't stand people like that. They hide at home and do nothing than expect others to share with them. Zhang Yong expressed. On the 10th day of the zombie virus outbreak, the city's power grid completely failed, leading to widespread blackouts and water shortages. Social order collapsed in tandem. Driven by hunger, a few brave souls ventured out to scavenge for food. Initially, only 1 or 2 dared to go, but soon their numbers swelled, and many spontaneously formed teams, believing that together they stood a better chance against the undead. Of course, there were also plenty of ruthless individuals who feared nothing in this lawless world except the zombies themselves. Zhao Hualing felt she was the most unfortunate of them all. It was like an inescapable calamity. Since the signal went down, her mother Yuan Li had argued with a maid in the yard and accidentally fell, contracting the zombie virus. Only then did Zhao Hualing muster the courage to flee with her father Zhao Yu from the home that should have been theirs. They finally reached their family's food factory, but the very next day a gang barged in claiming they wanted to take over the place. Look, clearly this property has a name and owner. It's my family's business. Zhao Yue, a short man, found himself lacking presence before the burly thugs. Sorry brothers, didn't go to school much. All we know is that our boss has his eyes on this place, so it's ours now. A man in a floral shirt chewing on a cigarette, but spoke dismissively. They paid no heed to the father and daughter. Why waste words? Keep the woman for the brother's pleasure, and off the man. A bald, bearded man eyed Zhao Hualing lecherously. She was beautiful with a stunning figure, the kind of woman they would have felt too inferior to even glance at before the apocalypse. Now in a world without rules or oversight, brute force and audacity were their only capital. Don't you dare touch a hair on my daughter. Take the factory, just let us go. Zhao Yu wasn't foolish. He quickly assessed the situation, regretting only that he hadn't driven straight out the moment they arrived. These people were more terrifying than zombies. Your daughter? A dwarf like you could father such a graceful beauty. I'd say she's your mistress, and that woman's no good either. The ringleader in a black t-shirt grinned. Bullshit. Get out of our way. Zhao Hualing made a move to reach the car, but the thugs blocked her. The black t-shirt man ordered his men to pin her to the ground. Think you can leave? Not a chance. The man towered over her, gripping her jade-like chin, while his other hand tore at her white blouse. Hualing, let her go. Zhao Yu lunged to stop them, but was kicked aside by another thug. Boss, this place is full of food. Not a single zombie in the warehouse. A few men ran over from the back of the factory, excited. Today's a good day. From now on, brothers, we're staying here. The black t-shirt man stood up, picked up a knife, and walked toward Zhao Yu with a grin. Don't kill my dad. He'll do whatever you say, just please don't hurt him. Zhao Hualing saw the murderous intent in the man's eyes. Zhao Yu was her last blood relative in this world, yet the man raised the knife high and brought it down. Zhao Hualing screamed and shut her eyes, but a loud crash followed. Suddenly chaos erupted around her. Boss, someone shouted. When she opened her eyes, she saw a man on fire sliding down the wall, none other than the black t-shirt man. He writhed and screamed for help, but no one dared to touch him. Who had saved them? Zhao Yu stared in shock at the newcomers. A familiar black off-road vehicle stopped nearby, and Zhao Hualing's eyes lit up with surprise. It was Lin Yeye and her group. Ji Shi stepped out first, followed by Lin Yeye holding Chongqing and Ji Jinping and the others. They were cleanly dressed, exuding calmness, and accompanied by a snow-white Samoyed. At first glance, they looked like a group touring the factory. Who are you? The bald, bearded man pointed his knife at them. They hadn't seen clearly earlier. Had this group set that fire? Let them go. Ji Shi wasted no words, conjuring a ball of orange-earth flame in his hand. Oh, you have powers. So what? The floral shirt man mustered all his strength to form a flame of his own, but the two differed noticeably in color and size. Another girl. Oh, and that lady behind isn't bad either. One thug whistled at Lin Yeye and Tang Jingru. Though Tang Jingru was in her 40s after taking the marrow-cleansing pill, she appeared like a mature woman in her 30s, exuding a unique charm. Seeing Zhao Hualing pinned to the ground, disheveled Lin Yeye's small face tightened. She wanted to step forward, but Ji Shi stopped her. How about letting your husband handle this? Ji Shi had no intention of letting his little wife face a pack of drooling men. He even felt an urge to gouge out their eyes. Lin Yeye nodded. She was grateful that Ji Shi had brought them here first, otherwise they would have been too late. Ji Shi slowly walked forward. A water-type supernatural had already tried to extinguish the flames on the black t-shirt man, but the fire wouldn't go out. Zhang Yong found it strange. Based on how quickly Ji Shi's flames burned zombies, the man should have been ashes by now, yet he still screamed in agony. Ji Shi can control the intensity of his flames, Xuan Ningxia explained. So whether the man dies fast or slow depends entirely on Ji Shi's mood. Zhang Yong, blunt as ever, voiced his understanding. Xuan Ningxia nodded. More or less. Release them and get out of here or face the consequences, Ji Shi said. The group trying to seize the factory numbered about 30, all burly, some with supernatural abilities. They saw Ji Shi's small party as easy prey. You dare burn our boss. Do you know what that means? The floral shirt man glared at Ji Shi, his expression wild. Ji Shi stopped wasting words with them. Let's kick their asses. Zhang Yong felt Ji Shi lacked a bit of intimidation. He wondered if he should summon a boulder to show their power. But the next second a wall of fire half a man's height erupted around the 30 thugs. Ji Shi smiled, controlling his power, and repeated, release them. The orange-eared flames surrounded the gang, stunning even Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing inside. Was this the power a fire supernatural should possess in this era? The bald, bearded man was also startled by the power of the Ring of Fire, but considering their numerical advantage he quickly said, you guys put out his fire immediately. We still have the hostages. Let's see what tricks a fire-type ability user can pull off. Brother-in-law, these people are too much. Should we deliver justice? Lin Fanqing was itching for action. If they were zombies he would kill them without hesitation, but these were humans. It's fine to kill them, but there's no need to dirty our hands. Ji Shi sneered at the water-type ability users trying to extinguish his flames. No matter how much water they splashed, the fire seemed completely unaffected. What the hell is this? Why can't it be put out? One of them asked nervously. I told you to leave. If you insist on staying, don't blame me for being rude. The bearded man was astonished to see Ji Shi walk straight through the ring of fire without a single spark touching him. Then a scream rang out. A wisp of flame had climbed onto a water-type ability user. The water-type ability user instantly turned into a human torch. The bearded man and his companions drew their blades and charged at Ji Shi, but in the next second they were engulfed by the surrounding flames. The fire licked their skin and they writhed in agony on the ground. This eerie scene made the rest hesitate. Ji Shi, watch out. Lin Ye's sharp eyes caught a brick flying toward him. An earth-type ability user. Bang! A silver metal plate materialized behind Ji Shi's right side, perfectly blocking the brick's path. Who said we only have one fire-type ability user? Do you think you can lay a finger on Uncle Yu and Sister Hualing? Lin Fanqing strode into Ji Shi's wall of fire hauling a cleaver. Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing were old acquaintances of their family. The moment he didn't see Aunt Yuan, his heart sank. It seemed Aunt Yuan had met with misfortune. Fanqing Yu. Zhao Yu went from despair to hope, and when he saw the entire Lin family safe and sound, his eyes reddened. But then a blade was pressed against his neck. Trying to drive us away and hog all the supplies. Don't even dream about it. If you don't put out this fire right now, I can't guarantee the old man and the woman's lives. The man in the flowery shirt snarled. He had considered running, but the thought of the massive stockpile in the warehouse made him unwilling to give up. Dad! Zhao Hualing's cry rang out. Ji Shi was clearly losing patience. He glared at the man in the flowery shirt who stood in the center, seemingly afraid of the flames spreading from both sides. But then a fireball slammed into his face without warning. Bang! The fireball struck the man's head. Within seconds, he stopped struggling. The others hurriedly begged for mercy. Seeing that Zhao Hualing and Zhao Yu were not seriously injured, Ji Shi dispelled the ring of fire and the flames on the attackers, then said coldly, get lost. Of the 30-odd people, only a dozen could walk. The burned were covered in wounds, but Lin Fanqing still felt they got off too easy. Don't worry, they won't live long. Tang Jingru said, patting her son, indicating he should learn from Ji Shi. In this time of scarce medicine and doctors, those burned likely had only one fate. And though the factory was remote with few zombies, the commotion they had just made would make it hard for them to leave safely. The world has gone to ruin, but at least we have our handsome Ji. Zhang Yong was about to flatter Ji Shi when he noticed a beautiful woman crying and thanking him in front of him. So this is what it's like outside now, Ji Jinping murmured to himself. He hadn't been out since the apocalypse began. The sights along the way had already shaken him deeply, and after seeing those vicious people trying to kill for supplies, he finally understood that Ji Shi's caution was not unwarranted. Thank you so much. If it weren't for you, Hualing, and I would have. Zhao Yu grasped Ji Shi's hand emotionally, also wondering who this godlike expert brought by Lin Jihai was. You're welcome. Since you're friends of Yaya and her family, you're my friends too. Ji Shi smiled. Hualing, your mother. Tang Jingru and Zhao's mother had been close friends for decades. This time, only the father and daughter had appeared. She remembered seeing her just a few days ago when Lin Yaya had called them. Aunt Tang, my mother. Zhao Hualing burst into tears. If only she hadn't agreed to let the housekeeper's family stay over that night. If only she had given in to the housekeeper's son. Lin Yaya and Tang Jingru quickly comforted her, while Lin Jihai tried to redirect Zhao Yu's attention. Old Zhao, what are your plans from now on? Staying in this factory isn't safe anymore. Zhao Yu slumped in despair. He looked at his former factory, tears welling up. After decades of hard work, everything has turned to ashes. Hui is gone too. All I want is for Hualing to survive. I have no plans left, none at all. Where there's life, there's hope. But you still have your child. You must pull yourself together no matter what. Lin Jihai recalled what Ji Shi had said in the car, so he told Zhao Yu they could take all the supplies from the factory. Space. But isn't he a fire-type ability user? Zhao Yu looked up in surprise. Uncle Zhao, I was lucky enough to have dual abilities, Ji Shi explained. Before coming here, he had learned from the Lin family who Zhao Yu was. Not just a businessman, but an excellent manager, humble and unassuming. He might prove very useful to them in the future. Thus, he didn't mind Lin Yeye recruiting Zhao Hualing and her father. I see. Good boy. Yeye is fortunate to have found you, Zhao Yu said enviously. If only Zhao Hualing had such a formidable man by her side, he could die in peace. With that thought, a glint flashed in Zhao Yu's eyes. Old Lin, we've been friends for decades. If possible, could Hualing and I join you? I don't need anything from here. I also have supplies stored in my other factories. I'm begging you this once. He wasn't foolish. These supplies were precious now, but for the father and daughter who lacked abilities, they were not only useless, but would also endanger their lives, as had just happened. If he could trade them for his daughter's safety, he would do it without hesitation. What are you saying? Even without those things, we're family. It's only natural for us to help each other. From now on, you two can rest assured and stay with us. Lin Zhihai assured Zhao Yu. With Lin Zhihai's words, Zhao Yu finally felt relieved. At this moment, Changsheng barked loudly in the direction of the factory gate. It's not safe here. Let's find a secure place inside first, Ji Shi said. Since Changsheng hadn't barked toward the interior, it seemed there was no danger inside. Zhao Yu explained as he walked. Zhao Hualing was in low spirits, so Ji Shi had Lin Fanqing drive them inside. Those bastards won't dare come again. I say we should bring more cars, maybe even a truck, and take everything away. Can't let them have it cheap, Zhang Yong chattered on. Zhao Yu explained as he walked. Zhao Hualing was in low spirits, so Ji Shi had Lin Fanqing drive them inside. Those bastards won't dare come again. I say we should bring more cars, maybe even a truck, and take everything away. Can't let them have it cheap, Zhang Yong chattered on. Ji Shi just remembered that Zhang Yong seemed unaware of his spatial ability. It's fine, we can take it all, Ji Shi said. Can take it all. Zhang Yong wanted to ask, but was distracted by the warehouse they entered. The warehouses of Yueshing Food Factory were fully automated constant temperature warehouses. Zhao Yue, familiar with the process, pressed buttons on an electronic panel. After a moment, a hissing sound of air release was heard, and the two heavy silver-gray iron doors in front automatically opened. Isn't there a power outage? Zhang Yong asked suspiciously. How could these still operate? There's a backup power supply. It's one of the basic requirements for a food factory, otherwise if the power goes out, some food inside would spoil quickly in high temperatures. Zhao Hualing's attention had been diverted, as she was also one of the former managers of Yueshing Food Factory. Photovoltaic power system. Ji Shi asked, looking at the wiring around. Zhao Yu nodded. Yes, compared to large batteries, I think this lasts longer and is more environmentally friendly, so I spent double the budget to set it up here. What a shame. Indeed, such a shame. Lin Zhihai regretted that he should have given all his family savings to Ji Shi for stocking up. It's not a shame. The photovoltaic system has another advantage, Ji Shi said as he walked over after looking around. What is it? Lin Ye asked. Easy to disassemble and reassemble, can be reinstalled anywhere, Ji Shi replied. Young man, you mean to take all this away? Zhao Yu's eyes lit up, but then he thought it was redundant. The warehouse was huge, and the photovoltaic system had many components. Even if taken away with that magical space, where could it be used? If there's no electricity for a long time, this photovoltaic system might be the only source of power. It's safer to keep it, Ji Shi said. In the apocalypse, the weather was mostly hot, with almost no rain. Many survivors died from heat stroke because even in safe bases there was no stable power supply. But we don't know how to dismantle it, Zhao Hualing blurted out. The whole family looked at Ji Shi. Xi Jinping hadn't expected that the electrical engineering major his son had chosen would be so useful now, but Lin Ye was worried that the workload might be too heavy. How about we stay here tonight? Tang Jingru tentatively asked. Sure, Ji Shi agreed as he had the same thought. They had been surrounded by zombies several times on the way, and it was already afternoon when they arrived. Even if they went to the port for his weapons now, there was clearly not enough time. Ji Shi, the fire ability you just used is an ability. What about mine? Zhao Hualing, with red and swollen eyes, slowly extended a small green vine from her palm. After seeing the mysterious person's video post, she had guessed that the strange fever she had for 2 days gave her an ability, but she didn't know how to use it yet. It should be plant type, Ji Shi replied. Zhao Hualing had awakened a wood type ability, but before the authorities defined these abilities, he couldn't call it wood type with certainty. Plant type. Can it kill, eh? Zhao Hualing asked softly. Hualing Yu. Son. Zhao Yu seemed to want to dissuade her, but remembering what had happened, he understood his daughter's anger. Of course it can, Ji Shi said. The wood type ability was one of his favorites. Although weak in the early stage, it could be versatile if mastered. Hualing, you mean? Lin Ye noticed that Zhao Hualing's dim eyes suddenly had a glimmer, but it was mostly unresolved hatred. If they are still alive, then I have failed my mother. Zhao Hualing said. Don't forget to take Dad. Zhao Yu didn't stop his daughter. They were all people who had died once, so there was nothing to fear. Don't worry, Hualing. Although the world is in chaos, there will be karma. I support you too. Lin Ye's gentle words comforted Zhao Hualing, calming her down. The temperature in the constant temperature warehouse showed 25 degrees. Zhao Yu led the group to a few rooms on the second floor and said, these are the warehouse offices. It's suitable for us to rest here tonight. Ji Shi also thought it was suitable because there was more than one office and each was windowless and lockable, so they could enter the space at night without being discovered. The family tacitly chose the same room, while Zhang Yong and Zhao Yu shared one, and Lin Ye said she would accompany Zhao Hualing, so she Xuening Xia and the other girl shared a room. Everything was arranged. Zhang Yong watched as Ji Shi waved his hand, and a folding bed appeared before everyone. Then Ji Shi took out a second to third. What is this? Ji Shi, are you a god? Zhang Yong was dumbfounded, and Zhao Hualing and Zhao Yu had similar reactions. Didn't I tell you I have another ability? Ji Shi asked, pretending not to remember. Zhang Yong honestly shook his head, then looked at Ji Shi with admiration as he continued to take out more things. It didn't matter whether he remembered or not, the key was that he now deeply felt that he had really broadened his path. Ji Shi was simply a thick and sturdy thigh to cling to. In the warehouse of Yueshing Food Factory, Zhao Yu still couldn't believe his eyes. The man before him only raised his arm and lightly touched the goods on the shelf, and the entire pallet of goods disappeared. These shelves are fixed to the ground, otherwise my brother-in-law could take them all, said Lin Fanxing, who had come to watch. Lin Fanxing, who had come to watch, said proudly. How convenient, how convenient. But I'm curious, how much space does that thing of yours have inside? Zhao Yu ventured to ask, because aside from the Yueshing Food Factory, he owns several other factories involving the garment industry, and even the pharmaceutical and health sector. The inventory in these factories was enormous, and it would be a shame to simply abandon them. Uncle, don't worry about not having enough room. Mine is already empty inside. Even more would be fine, Ji Shi replied. That's good, that's good. Zhao Yu felt that Ji Shi was a blessing in their time of misfortune. From his perspective, although some people had awakened supernatural abilities, Ji Shi was absolutely unique. That evening, Ji Jinping used the electric pot Ji Shi had brought to cook a few dishes. Together with the wine and some fried items from Ji Shi's space, they managed to assemble a full table. Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing, clearly famished, ate ravenously without regard for appearances. I thought I'd never eat rice again in this life. Zhao Hualing usually dined on expensive delicacies, but after nearly 10 days of hunger, what her stomach craved most was plain rice. Didn't I send you a lot of food before? Lin Ye asked. Zhao Hualing paused her chopsticks. It was fine at first, but later when that family realized something was wrong, they locked up all the food in the house. But they didn't gain anything. Before I left, I secretly sprinkled zombie blood all over the rice bags. Let's see if they dare to eat it. Seeing Zhao Hualing's sly smile, Ji Shi decided had better not offend this woman easily. She was one who never forgot a grudge. Yet such people often knew how to be grateful. Noticing the dishes were running low, he took out a few cans of meat and some bagged braised chicken legs from his space and added them to the plates. In the unfamiliar environment, Changsheng was uneasy, especially since more zombies seemed to have gathered outside the factory area. He kept staring alertly in one direction, even ignoring the dog food in his bowl. It's okay, Changsheng. Eat. Ji Shi scratched the back of Changsheng's neck, and only then did the dog lower his head to eat. Yeah, I'm sorry for what I did before, for doubting that you were with a fortune hunter. Watching the harmonious scene of the man and dog nearby, Zhao Hualing suddenly felt that her past self was a joke for worrying about such things. You were all looking out for me. And I admit I was too impulsive back then, and I didn't communicate with you properly, Lin Ye said with a smile. Zhao Hualing nodded, then seemed to recall something. Did you two know something in advance? She remembered the day she first met Ji Shi. Everything seemed to have taken an unexpected turn from that day onward. Ji Shi had been wary of the zombies, even when they first appeared. Later, Lin Ye urged her not to go out, and sent a lot of food to her home. All of this gave her the strange feeling that Lin Ye knew something. Lin Ye lowered her head, hiding the panic in her eyes with a smile. I heard it from Ji Shi's inference. He's on the security team, so he knows more about what's happening around us. Had already seen many similar posts online at that time, but we ordinary people just didn't notice. I see. Still, thank you both. Zhao Hualing said sincerely. That night was the most restful the Zhao father and daughter had had in nearly 10 days. When they woke up in the morning, they learned that Ji Shi had already dismantled the entire photovoltaic power generation system from the warehouse and stored it in his space. I've prepared breakfast. Come and eat. Ji Jinping pointed at a table full of steaming hearty food with a cheerful smile. Wow, Uncle Ji, you're all up this early. Zhang Yong felt a bit embarrassed. Yes, I can't kill zombies, so it's only right that I cook for you all, Ji Jinping said, though he wanted to add that everything was already prepared from Ji Shi's space. He hadn't done a thing. Zhao Yue, who had experienced much of the world's coldness and warmth, thought even more highly of Ji Shi and his father. Old Lin, I remember you used to be pretty angry about this. Taking advantage of a moment alone, Zhao Yu walked into the room and smiled at Lin Jihai, who was folding a camp bed. You bet. Back then he was fuming like a toad. Now it turns out Ji Shi is a treasure, right? Tang Jingro, also in the room, couldn't help teasing Lin Jihai. I admit I misjudged him. I hope he stays true to his original intentions, Lin Jihai sighed. In chaotic times, everyone was panicked, but he knew Ji Shi's path would be extraordinary. He might be steady now, but that might not always be the case. Let's just survive first. Zhao Yu comforted him. On their way here, they had seen nothing but zombies. The situation was far worse than he had imagined. After hearing that Ji Shi planned to go to the Jingshui district port, both father and daughter were puzzled. Why go to such a dangerous place now? I got word that there's a batch of weapons there. I want to get my hands on them, Ji Shi replied. Zhao Yu didn't say anything more, but he was still perplexed. Was a mere batch of weapons worth risking the entire family? Was it really worth it? But once they set off, he soon understood why. Jingshui district wasn't the economic center of the city, but it was a hub for freight and water transport. In normal times, freight trucks were everywhere and the roads were lined with motels of all sizes. Several trucks had collided and lay across the road, completely blocking the way. Beneath the vehicles, struggling figures could be seen. On closer inspection, they were zombies with rotting flesh. The SUV had become cramped after the addition of the father and daughter, so the group now traveled in two separate vehicles. As soon as both cars stopped in front of the accident site, zombies rushing from all directions quickly surrounded them. Uncle Zhao and Hualing, just wait in the car. Ji Shi's voice came through the walkie-talkie. Okay, waiting for you, brother-in-law. Lin Fanqing, who was driving, had learned to stay calm in the face of zombies. He was even a bit excited, having spent days in the space doing nothing but eating, sleeping, farming, and training with Ji Shi, along with Chu Xiaoshuang and the Lin couple. Fanqing, aren't you afraid? Zhao Hualing was astonished. Yesterday they had faced a group of thugs, but today these were zombies that killed and ate people. Just get used to it, hold on tight. Lin Fanqing replied using Ji Shi's usual catchphrase. Get used to it. Zhao Hualing instinctively grabbed the handrail in the car, and then Lin Fanqing floored the accelerator, reversing backward. Bang, bang, bang. The zombies in front and behind were either knocked flying or crushed. Zhao Yu expected the two vehicles to keep crashing, but he saw the other car stop, and then that familiar figure appeared on the roof. Boom. A powerful fireball blasted several zombies several meters away. The struck zombies were engulfed in flames and fell to the ground within seconds. Yeah. Zhao Hualing exclaimed in surprise. Lin Yaya had actually climbed onto the roof as well, holding a knife and stabbing down at the zombies with all her might. So she hadn't been joking the night before when she said she could kill zombies. Brother-in-law, do me a little favor, Lin Fanqing eagerly called into the walkie-talkie. Ji Shi nodded, then bent down. A serpent of fire spread from his palm and swiftly raced toward Lin Fanqing's vehicle. The people inside watched helplessly as the zombies beating on the doors were engulfed in flames. Seizing the opportunity, Xuan Ningxia and Zhang Yong climbed out of the roof first. Zhang Yong had already witnessed this once on the way to the food factory. Although he still felt fear and disgust toward the zombies, Xuan Ningxia hadn't even flinched. As a man, he couldn't back down. He had to grit his teeth and go for it. Isn't this too dangerous? Zhao Yu looked uneasily at the people standing on the roof. Even Tang Jingro, who had no ability, had already stabbed several zombies to death. Dad, I think we've fallen behind, Zhao Hualing said. Perhaps to survive they had to become like these people. Brave and fearless. Ji Shi kept an eye on Lin Yaya and the others' safety, including the situation on Lin Fanqing's vehicle. A fire-type zombie leaped onto the hood with a roar, and Ji Shi quickly condensed a fireball to knock it off. Boom. That fire-type zombie didn't seem weak either and quickly counterattacked. Ji Shi, we've got this here. Focus on dealing with it, Lin Jihai said. They had been fighting on the roof for over half an hour, and the number of zombies had decreased significantly, with only a few dozen left around each vehicle. Ji Shi nodded and swiftly kicked the fire-type zombie that had leaped back onto the hood. Roar. The fire-type zombie's claws were long and sharp. It tried to grab Ji Shi's incoming foot, but he kicked its shin instead. Bang. The fire-type zombie fell onto the edge of the hood and tumbled off. Ji Shi decisively drew his blade and jumped down. As he vaulted through the air, his watermelon knife slashed through the heads of two more zombies. So he wasn't just showing off, Zhang Yong murmured. But Lin Fanqing yanked him hard from the rear of the vehicle. Don't get distracted or you're done for if you get caught. It turned out a zombie had crawled up the back of the car without anyone noticing. A mutant zombie covered in vines. Zhang Yong broke out in a cold sweat, but it was clearly not the time to say thanks. Ji Shi noticed that zombies outdoors were more ferocious and quicker than those indoors or in residential areas. This fire-type mutant zombie could even dodge the swings of his blade as if it were born to fight. Roar. The fire-type zombie's stinking mouth gaped wide, clamping onto Ji Shi's blade. Ji Shi's fist ignited with flames and slammed into its abdomen with a bang, successfully creating distance between them. That's really foul. Ji Shi pressed forward with his blade. The zombie tried to dodge, but a fireball struck its left head. Lin Yaya saw this too. She had thought the fire-type zombie would be immune to elemental fire, but Ji Shi's flames successfully ignited the left side of its face. Time for you to die. The fire-type zombie lunged at Ji Shi with outstretched arms. Ji Shi agilely ducked low and circled behind it. Swish! The blade flashed, and the head was severed from the body. The level 1 fire-type zombie was successfully taken down by Ji Shi. Immediately after, several more zombies swarmed toward him. Lin Yaya, Chu Xiaoshuang, and the others jumped down as well. 10 minutes later, the group had cleared all remaining zombies around the vehicles. Chongqing, tell me, when did Ji Shi become so reliable? He used to be such a little rascal. Ji Jinping had been watching nervously from inside the car. Only when all the zombies were killed did he breathe a sigh of relief. Woof woof. Chongqing barked twice as if in response. Then Ji Jinping found a knife in the car, opened the door, and joined the others in digging out crystal cores. What do you need these for? Zhao Hualing covered her nose and mouth, looking disdainfully at the small stones on the blade tip. She couldn't understand why Lin Yeye wanted to dig them out. We discovered by chance that they seemed to contain energy, Lin Yeye explained. Lin Fanqing held up a green transparent crystal core and showed it to Zhao Hualing. Here, this is the plant-type crystal core. It's green. Brother-in-law's fire type is red. Amazing, right? It is. Quite amazing. The green crystal core sparkled dazzlingly in the sunlight. Zhao Hualing had never seen anything so beautiful. It was even more dazzling than the gems at an auction. Watching the busy crowd, she finally made up her mind and walked over to Ji Shi, saying, Ji Shi, could you teach me how to kill zombies too? Lin Yeye had told her that the reason they could now kill zombies was all because of Ji Shi's teaching. I can't teach you much, but if you want to kill zombies, I welcome it 100%. Ji Shi felt that Zhao Hualing might very well be another potential dark horse, just like Xuan Ningxia, a ruthless beauty among beauties. Thank you. Zhao Hualing was delighted. She found an iron hook by the roadside, and though she felt nauseous, tried to help dig out crystal cores. But after just 2 glances behind Lin Yeye, she couldn't stand it anymore and crouched aside to vomit. Take your time, take your time. I've been feeling sick for days too, but it's much better than the first day, Zhang Yong said sympathetically. He knew that feeling wasn't pleasant. Thanks, I understand. He'll get used to it. Zhao Hualing was surprisingly composed. She simply took a long stride to find a container that could hold crystal cores and followed behind, everyone collecting the cores for them. Great haul today, Lin Fanqing remarked. She also noticed that almost all the outdoor zombies yielded crystal cores when dug out. Not just that, Ji Shi looked ahead at the overturned truck. Several boxes of goods had been pulled out by Changsheng and scattered on the ground. The boxes broke open, revealing rolls of toilet paper tumbling out. It's tissue paper, Lin Yeye said. Yeah, this is a good find. Ji Shi's eyes lit up. Toilet paper was one of the non-renewable resources in the apocalypse and also one of the hardest luxuries to obtain. The more the better. Ji Shi unceremoniously claimed all the rolls of toilet paper from the entire truck into his space. What a pity, this carriage. Ji Jinping found a vehicle transporting fresh produce, but the vegetables and fruits inside had already rotted and decayed. Let's go. If we stay any longer, more zombies will come. Ji Shi spoke as Changsheng began to bark furiously, indicating danger nearby. How do we get out? The road is completely blocked, Zhao Yu asked. That's simple. Lin Fanqing raised his hand, and the red truck lifted slightly with his gesture, then slowly moved aside and settled down. Xuan Ningxia tried the same method on a smaller car, and her initial success exhilarated her. Ji Shi proved the fastest. He simply absorbed the crushed vehicles into his space, walked a few steps, and released them. A road that had been utterly impassable was cleared in under 2 minutes. Hurry! Once the road was clear, the zombies surged unimpeded. Seeing zombies approaching from all sides, Ji Shi urged everyone into the car and floored the accelerator without hesitation. The family had grown accustomed to mowing down zombies. Zhao Hualing, Zhao Yue, and the others still felt uneasy, but they couldn't deny the thrill of seeing zombies knocked senseless. Ningxia, I have to say your modifications to this car are amazing, especially when hitting zombies, Lin Fanqing remarked as he drove. It was all Ji Shi's request. I just followed his instructions. Xuan Ningxia's tone carried deep respect when she spoke of Ji Shi, and Zhang Yong couldn't help but envy him, surrounded by beautiful women like a protagonist from an anime. Well, that's why I say my brother-in-law is so foresight. You guys in security work really need this kind of safety awareness. Lin Fanqing quickly changed the subject to avoid any suspicion about Ji Shi. Of course, being a security guard means you have to know everything, or else you'll easily get complaints from residents. TSK. Speaking of his profession, Zhang Yong had much to say. Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing, who hadn't had such conversations in a long time, listened with great interest. Around 10 in the morning, they finally arrived near the port of Jingshui district. Ji Shi, do you know where those weapons are? Tang Jingru asked. They were still in one car while the others were in Lin Fanqing's vehicle. I know, but I still need to search for them. Ji Shi devised a plan. He wanted to leave his family and Zhang Yong's group in a safe place while he went to retrieve the weapons alone, since he could enter his space at any moment and hide from any insurmountable danger. The port seemed to be teeming with zombies. They were now parked near a warehouse complex in the port area. The complex, a cluster of warehouses in an industrial park-like setting, each had only one story, but was quite tall, designed to accommodate towering shelves and goods. The gate of the warehouse complex was also tall, making it a decent barrier against zombies. But their immediate task was to clear the zombies inside the complex. Changsheng, it's up to you. After dispatching the zombies that attacked the vehicle, Ji Shi patted Changsheng, opened the door, and let him run out. What does this mean? Zombies don't bite dogs. Zhao Yu asked curiously. Zombies bite everything alive, but for some reason, they never bite Changsheng. Isn't that amazing? Lin Fanqing also thought Changsheng was a remarkable dog. The pure white Samoyed ran proudly ahead, guiding them. Whenever he stopped in front of a warehouse, Lin Fanqing and Xuan Ningxia used their metal-type abilities to open the door, and Ji Shi and the others dealt with the zombies that rushed out. Woof woof. Changsheng sat down in an open space. It seems there are no more zombies here. Chongsheng is amazing. Tang Jingru praised. No wonder you brought a dog along. I thought you were just taking it for a walk. Xiao Hualing teased Lin Ye. The group found a spacious, relatively clean warehouse. Ji Shi took out plenty of food from his space, then prepared to head to the port. He'll go with you, Lin Ye offered. She knew Ji Shi didn't want them to follow, but she couldn't bear to let him face the danger alone. Be good, wait for me here. Ji Shi embraced Lin Ye. With his space he could hide or collect supplies in an instant. He had no idea what the port situation was like. If it was too dangerous to penetrate, he might return empty-handed. Lin Ye understood his reasoning. Anyone else would likely become a burden. So she nodded, watching worriedly as Ji Shi drove out of the warehouse alone. The port of Jingshui district resembled a small airport, but as a cargo port, foot traffic was sparse. Ji Shi stopped his car on a high ground, then swapped the SUV for a motorcycle he had collected from the dealership. Xuan Ningxia had said this was a newly released silent motorcycle, powerful yet as quiet as an ordinary electric scooter. A regular motorcycle's roar would have attracted every zombie in the vicinity, but this one was indeed silent and extremely fast. Ji Shi sped past zombies one after another. Even when zombies hurled abilities at him, he didn't stop, for his sole goal was the shipment, not killing zombies. The port area was piled with multicolored containers. Ji Shi remembered his goods were in Container 17 Zone D. As he raced into Zone B, he saw a container up ahead surrounded by zombies. Frowning, he was about to turn and take another route when his heightened senses detected a presence above. Was that a speed-type ability user? But Ji Shi dared not stop, as a large horde of zombies was already chasing him. Those zombies had likely gathered there because of the speed-type user above. Hey, take me out of here and my life is yours. A man's voice came from atop a red container. Ji Shi ignored him and sped forward, but the voice followed him relentlessly, with only a few coughs from thirst betraying any strain, without a hint of breathlessness. A speed type this powerful already existed. Ji Shi asked with interest. If you can run that fast, why not just escape on your own? Shi Liang, upon seeing the helmeted man in riding gear respond to him, immediately exclaimed with delight. You finally acknowledged me. There are 634 zombies here in total. The direction you're heading has the most zombies. Don't walk right into their trap. Why should I trust you? Ji Shi did not stop, but he slowed down to get a clear look at the young man. The youth appeared about 2 years younger than Ji Shi, wore a pair of glasses, was not tall, and was dressed in an ill-fitting suit that seemed intended to protect against zombie scratches. Both his glasses and clothes were stained, making him look utterly disheveled. Why trust me? Isn't it obvious? In the face of zombies, humans should help each other. Shi Liang was unwilling to give up any chance of escape, especially since this man seemed truly extraordinary. Ji Shi hesitated for a moment, then shouted, I need to go to Zone D, Container 17. Lead the way and lure the zombies away. I'll take you with me. With that, he pulled out a bottle of water from his side and tossed it diagonally to the young man on the container. Shi Liang had been without food or water for 3 days. He caught the bottle and clutched it protectively to his chest, pointing in a direction as he quickly replied, Zone D is over there. He'll lead you, but if we run into any powerful mutant zombies, neither of us might make it. By the way, I'm Shi Liang. And you? He had spent 10 days familiarizing himself with the area. The container top seemed both the most dangerous and the safest spot. His only concern was mutant zombies, especially those with metal abilities that could move or damage the containers. Just focus on leading the way and luring the zombies. Leave the rest to me. Ji Shi tossed up another can of meat. Shi Liang in his past life was a renowned speed-type ability user from Haitong City, but he died during a base zombie tide. He single-handedly created a gap in the zombie horde, buying the Haitong City base enough time to transport weapons only to be devoured by the tide, leaving no remains. Some said he and other speed-type users carried blood packs to lure the zombies, but he was the only one who persisted to the end. After exhausting the blood packs, he began using his own blood and even sacrificed his arm to feed the zombies. At this thought, Ji Shi couldn't help but toss up another pack of bread. Shi Liang could barely hold everything. As he ran, he tore open the bread and wolfed it down, cramming the whole loaf into his mouth and shouting indistinctly, Thanks, bro. You gotta stay alive. I'm counting on you. Ji Shi smiled. This brother had earned his admiration in the past life. Now that he had encountered him, he wondered if he could change that tragic yet heroic fate. For now, however, the two had to execute a collaboration they had never practiced before. Shi Liang, summoning all his strength, pulled out a decorative knife hanging from his neck and slashed his palm several times. The scent of blood spread through the air, driving the nearby zombies into a frenzy. He chugged a bottle of water and then ran in the opposite direction from Ji Shi. Ji Shi felt moved for the first time. Although Shi Liang was doing this to escape, he was giving his all to help. He had to hurry too. With a bang, a fireball struck a water-type zombie. Ji Shi leaped from his motorcycle, a cleaver materializing in his hand as he stabbed fiercely at the zombie pinned against the container. After the water-type zombie fell, a purple-gray zombie emerged behind Ji Shi, a metal-type zombie that could already hurl a metal plate at him. The plate came at him like a shadow. Ji Shi dodged by planting his hands on the ground, while a serpent of fire slithered from his palm along the ground toward the metal-type zombie. Though the metal-type zombie was far more formidable than ordinary mutants, it quickly lost ground against the second-level fire ability user. With a roar, the fire serpent rapidly spread to the zombie's feet, coiling around its struggling body and soon engulfing it entirely in flames. Ji Shi looked at the cleaver, now riddled with nicks from his strikes, and tossed it aside. This was the 14th cleaver he had worn out. Killing zombies truly required professional weapons. After dispatching a few more zombies that hadn't been lured away, he successfully found Container 17. With a crash, Ji Shi launched a red-black fireball at the iron lock on the back of the container. The seemingly sturdy lock shattered on impact, and upon closer inspection part of it had melted. Ji Shi raised an eyebrow and stepped inside. He had discovered earlier, after accidentally burning a hole in an iron pot in his space, that his fire could consume almost anything. As Lin Fanqing put it, its ignition point was too high, unlike ordinary flames. Inside the container, several large wooden crates lay quietly. Ji Shi pried one open, and the straw padding revealed a gleaming silver weapon. These are the ones. He waved his hand, storing the crates in his space. Just as he turned to leave, several large black crates in the corner caught his attention. He had never seen such crates in real life, but he recognized them from movies. Upon opening one, his expression lit up with excitement. Inside were firearms. He had gone through layers of connections and paid a fortune just to get a few crates of cold weapons, and here were firearms. Why not take them all? So Ji Shi emptied the entire container. While he was reveling in his haul, Shi Liang's situation was far from optimistic. He had successfully lured the zombies away, but this had also attracted the attention of several mutant zombies. He had noticed earlier that mutant zombies far surpassed ordinary ones in speed and reaction time. Now the deadly problem was that 3 mutant zombies from different directions had leaped onto the container top, closing in to just a few meters away. What to do? Shi Liang stepped back, feeling something wrap around his ankle. He looked down in shock to find a vine-type zombie had coiled a vine around his leg. It was over. Shi Liang was dragged backward in despair. After 10 grueling days of survival, was this how it ended? He had indeed overestimated himself. Just as he was about to be yanked off the container, a swift fireball blasted through the vine. Hold on. A familiar voice came from below. Shi Liang looked down to see a man wielding a long blade, raising it with both hands to strike at the vine zombie below. The long blade glowed with a crimson sheen in the sunlight. Was that a tang sword? Shi Liang felt a surge of excitement. He hadn't overestimated himself after all. The zombies below stopped roaring. Ji Shi looked at the tang sword in his hand with satisfaction. It was far more satisfying to wield than a melon knife. Brother above. There are 3 ability-wielding zombies. Shi Liang was half outside, only his upper body hanging over the edge of the container, while the 3 ability-wielding zombies were already lunging at him. Jump down. Ji Shi glanced around. Shi Liang had lured the zombies to the other side of the container in front of them, but now the sounds clearly indicated that the zombies had discovered them and were rushing in their direction. Jump. Wouldn't I die from the fall? Shi Liang looked at the freefall height. Just jump, I said. You won't die. Ji Shi's voice carried only urgency, not impatience. Shi Liang watched the swollen feet rushing toward him, then finally let go and fell backward. The anticipated pain and impact never came. Shi Liang found himself landing on a spotless Simmons bed. Shi Liang was baffled. Where did this bed come from? The next second the Simmons bed vanished before his eyes, and Shi Liang inevitably landed on his bottom. Ouch, damn it. Clutching his rear, he hadn't even gotten up when he was yanked onto the man's motorcycle. Guide me. The shortest way out. Ji Shi commanded without room for argument. Before the 3 zombies above could jump down, he decisively hit the throttle and sped away with Shi Liang. Shi Liang clung tightly to the side of the motorcycle with one hand, while the other trembling hand pointed in a direction. That way we can get out. Should have the fewest zombies. Take this. The man driving the motorcycle produced a safety helmet from somewhere and told Shi Liang to put it on. Thanks. Shi Liang said gratefully. If not for the massive horde chasing them, he might have found this moment quite pleasant. Hold on tight. Ji Shi spotted a forklift and some small trucks ahead. He suddenly condensed a fireball in his hand, and as they passed, the vehicles hurled it fiercely at them. Boom. Shi Liang stared in shock at the exploding vehicles behind them. Many zombies in the vicinity were instantly blown away, but Ji Shi's ability didn't stop. Brother, you're amazing. After a long moment, Shi Liang murmured. You're pretty amazing too. Ji Shi's voice came muffled from inside the helmet. He meant it. This was the first time he'd seen an ability user who wasn't afraid of zombies and could single-handedly lure away hundreds of them. If you got chased by a pack of zombies, every day you'd unlock your potential too. Shi Liang replied, sheepishly from behind. Since you have this ability, why didn't you run out? Ji Shi asked, puzzled. Getting out of this port shouldn't be too hard for Shi Liang. I could get out, but where would I go? I heard on the car radio that zombies are everywhere out there. Shi Liang sighed. He was alone, and this trip to Haitong City was just for business. With all communication and transportation cut off, there was no way for him to return to his former city. The port, relatively speaking, had fewer zombies. That's true. But then why did you ask me to take you out? Wasn't that contradictory? Didn't I say, take me out, and I'll give you my life? The words from behind made Ji Shi chuckle. He didn't find this blatant request for shelter awkward at all. Alright, if you want to join us, then come along. Ji Shi replied. Shi Liang had done him a great favor, and he knew Shi Liang's character. If Shi Liang successfully became one of them, he would surely be a great asset to the team. I haven't asked your full name yet. Shi Liang sensed that this man had other companions. Ji Shi. Sure as an honest. Back in the warehouse, the group anxiously waiting was surprised that Ji Shi returned so quickly, and with an extra person. This is Shi Liang, a speed-type ability user. Ji Shi introduced him. Hello, and thank you for helping Ji Shi. After hearing Ji Shi's account, Lin Ye immediately showed kindness to Shi Liang. No need to thank me. It was Ji Shi who saved me. Shi Liang's face flushed instantly. It wasn't for any other reason. The beautiful women staring at him were a bit overwhelming. There was the delicate Lin Ye, the cute Chu Xiaoshuang, the cool and capable Xue Ningxia, and the tall cold beauty Zhao Hualing. Speed type. Ability user. So you run really fast. How fast? Lin Fanqing asked curiously. Abilities really came in all shapes and sizes. Just a bit faster than an average person, Shi Liang replied. Good buddy, I'm a strength type. Neither of us can conjure anything, Zhang Yong said, walking over. There's a strength type too. Shi Liang pulled a small notepad from his pocket and started scribbling. What's that? Before Ji Shi could stop him, Zhang Yong snatched the notepad and peered at it curiously. Inside were Shi Liang's notes on various ability characteristics. Had clearly been studying them for a long time. This kid's rude. Don't mind him, Ji Shi said while drinking water. It seemed Shi Liang was indeed an observant and studious person, just as the rumors had said. No worries, no worries. Thank you for showing me so much today. Look how worn out the kid is. Hungry, aren't you? Come have something to eat. Ji Jinping finally couldn't help but interject. Shi Liang looked truly disheveled. His face and clothes were filthy, his hair stood up like it had been blown by a hurricane, and even his glasses lenses were cracked. Shi Liang touched his hair helplessly. When he ran too fast, the wind would mess up his hairstyle like that. No barbershop could achieve that effect. The two rested for a while in the relatively safe warehouse. Then Ji Shi decided to lead the group back. On the way, Ji Shi and Lin Ye entered the space together. He was curious about the weapons he had stored in there. There are 5 wooden crates in total. Did you buy these 3 boxes too? Lin Ye pointed to the large black boxes. These 3 boxes looked somewhat high-tech. She remembered Ji Shi had bought weapons from some mountain, mostly swords and blades, but these black boxes had smart combination locks. Found them. Ji Shi, without a blush, used several fireballs to open the remaining black boxes. Lin Ye gasped. Guns. Ji Shi, you're amazing to find such good stuff. Lin Ye clapped for her husband. I can pick some for mom and dad to use. Ji Shi smiled as there were plenty of exquisite lattice pistols among them. He selected 2, intending to give them to Ji Jinping and Tang Jingro, who had no supernatural abilities. When Xiaoshuang sees these, she'll be absolutely astonished. Lin Ye felt the weight in her hands, but she still didn't know how to use it. This thing can save lives in critical moments. Well, study it when we have time. Ji Shi dared not stay too long in the space. He picked a few knives that looked decent, and then led Lin Ye out of the space together. It was now the 12th day since the zombie virus outbreak. The zombies on the streets had only increased, not decreased. After collecting reserve gasoline from a gas station, the group was besieged by a horde of zombies inside the station. It's over. That door won't hold much longer. Lin Fanqing stared at the precarious iron mesh door, feeling it would collapse at any second. Maybe we should charge out. Tang Jinger's face showed anxiety. Too many charging out now is very dangerous. Ji Shi judged. Outside the door were layers upon layers of zombies. If the vehicles got trapped among them, it would be troublesome, especially since they had 2 cars now. Maybe I can lure them away first, and you all run. Shi Liang thought they would agree, but everyone looked at him with strange expressions. One of the rules after joining the team: ensure your own safety first. Ji Shi glanced at Shi Liang. This brother truly had a self-sacrificing spirit, but he didn't need it. It's only a few hundred zombies. Ji Shi took out his new weapon, a Tang saber. Lin Fanqing and the others also replaced their watermelon knives. Lin Ye now wielded a short, light, thin blade knife, much easier to handle than the heavy watermelon knife. Master, we can win. Chu Xiaoshuang said with a smile, not a trace of panic in her eyes. Ji Shi nodded and took out empty shells from the space, placing them in front of them. Although these were just ordinary unfixed shells, they served as a good buffer, preventing the zombies from swarming them all at once. Wow, what? You're planning to fight the zombies? Don't you know that even a single touch means certain death? Shi Liang asked in shock. Wasn't the idea to run away when encountering zombies? Zhang Yong patted Shi Liang on the shoulder and said, brother, I used to think the same as you. Dad, you all stay in the car with Shi Liang. Don't come out. Ji Shi's command was firm. Ji Jinping knew he would be a burden if he stayed, and Zhao Hualing looked regretfully at the zombies outside the door, but obediently got into the car. When she could kill zombies, she would team up with Lin Ye and the others to annihilate them. Mom, there are too many zombies here. Maybe you should go inside too. Lin Ye was worried about Tang Jingru, but Tang Jingru refused. No, our whole family is here. Your mom is quite formidable. Tang Jingru held a short dagger. In close combat, she was actually quite agile, and with Ji Shi's protection, Lin Ye had to agree. Crack. The connecting part of the iron mesh door finally snapped under the pressure of the zombie horde. The zombies in front were crushed by those behind, and fell while those behind stepped on the fallen zombies, and eagerly surged toward Ji Shi and the others inside the gas station. Lin Jihai had already spotted a pile of red bricks by the wall. Using his earth-based ability, he controlled the bricks to smash into the zombie horde. With so many zombies in front, even without precise aim, the bricks hit their targets. This won't work. When the zombies get close, we won't be able to hold them off. The most anxious was Shi Liang waiting in the car. It's fine, Ji Shi is here. Zhao Hualing had once doubted Ji Shi's character, but now he believed in his strength. But he's just one person. Before Shi Liang could finish, he saw Ji Shi simultaneously form two fireballs, which crashed into the zombie horde and erupted into fierce flames. Some zombies had already bypassed the shelves and reached the front. Lin Ye, Chu Xiaoshuang, Xuanningsha, and Zhang Yong all raised their weapons and began hacking at the zombies. Swish! Lin Fanqing conjured a metal spike, successfully killing a zombie while his long sword didn't stop. It swept through the air, slicing off half of another zombie's head. Real weapons are indeed different. They're much easier to use than watermelon knives. Lin Fanqing said happily. No wonder Ji Shi had gone to such trouble to get them. They doubled the efficiency. Chu Xiaoshuang leaped lightly onto the shelf, crouching and stabbing the zombies below again and again. Even Tang Jingru, working with Lin Jihai, managed to kill two zombies. Use your abilities more, otherwise you'll run out of stamina later. Ji Shi felt it was time to start training everyone in using their abilities. Now every member of the family had overcome their fear of zombies, and even Ji Zhengping could dig out crystal cores without flinching. Lin Ye formed a water ball as usual. Although it created a gap in the front line of zombies, it also cost time. Lin Fanqing took the opportunity to conjure several metal spikes, harvesting most of the zombies knocked down by the water ball. But Lin Fanqing could already use his abilities so skillfully. Yes, they trained day and night. Ji Zhengping smiled meaningfully. Although only a little over 10 days had passed, it felt like a month. During the day, they killed zombies outside. At night, they trained, but Lin Fanqing could already use his abilities so skillfully. Yes, they trained day and night. Ji Zhengping smiled meaningfully. Although only a little over 10 days had passed, it felt like a month. During the day, they killed zombies outside. At night, they trained unknown in the space, hardly resting a single day. Day and night. Zhao Hualing clenched his fists. The world had changed. The money and connections they had made before were now worthless. If they didn't work harder, they would soon be left behind by this era. Outside the car window, a flash of fire brighter than sunlight blazed. Ji Shi held a Tang saber wreathed in flames, and wherever he swung, orange-eared fire erupted. In moments, the zombie horde ahead became a sea of fire. Master has grown even stronger. Chu Xiaoshuang murmured from atop a shelf. Xiaoshuang, be careful. Lin Ye's voice rang out. A mutated zombie punched the shelf under Chu Xiaoshuang's feet, shattering it into pieces. Ji Shi was about to act, but he saw Chu Xiaoshuang floating in midair. He smiled. It seemed the girl had unlocked another use of the wind-based ability. It was a mutated zombie of the strength type. Just as Zhang Yong was planning to spar with one of his own kind, Chu Xiaoshuang, who was floating midair with her wind-based ability, swiftly thrust her sword downward into the zombie's brain. Damn, that girl is really fierce. Zhang Yong watched the strength-type zombie being instantly annihilated, feeling a strange discomfort in his heart. He hadn't expected a zombie of his own type to be so fragile. Thanks for the reminder, Ye. Chu Xiaoshuang flew back with a grin, her innocent and lovely demeanor resembling a playful elf. You're welcome. Lin Ye was well protected by Ji Shi, so she had a clear view of everything around her. At this moment, zombies kept pouring in from outside the door. No one dared to let their guard down. Seeing the shelves toppled over, Ji Shi condensed a fire serpent with his ability. The fire serpent slithered along the ground and shelves instantly, turning the iron racks red hot. Boom. The fire serpent crawled onto the zombies, and in moments, dozens were slain. Xiaoshuang, go up and see what's happening outside. Ji Shi commanded. Yes, master. Chu Xiaoshuang understood and used her wind ability to float high into the air. The zombies outside seemed to be pouring out from a factory across the street. Fortunately, Chu Xiaoshuang could still see the end of the horde. About 300 more remained. Ji Shi nodded upon hearing her report. 300 or so was manageable for them. Swoosh. Xuanningsha, who had been silently fighting, looked in surprise at the metal spike she had condensed. She could finally use her ability to kill zombies like Lin Fanqing. Though she ultimately finished off the zombie with a wrench, she realized, as Ji Shi had said, that abilities improved with use. Shi Liang was at a loss for words. He had never seen a team fight zombies face-to-face like this, especially since most of them were family. Were zombies really this easy to kill? An hour later, exhausted, they finally followed Ji Shi's lead and slaughtered all the zombies that had flooded in. Lin Fanqing used the last of her ability to seal the broken door tightly. We've killed 600 zombies, we can't just leave the crystals behind, she said. Ji Shi tossed a mutated crystal to each person, telling them to absorb it first in case of another emergency. The task of digging out the remaining crystals was taken over by Zhao Yu and the others. You rest first, we'll handle it. Though Zhao Yu was used to leading, he knew when to adapt. Ji Shi had only let them stay out of respect for Lin Jihai, and he couldn't afford to freeload forever. Ji Shi didn't object, as Ji Jinping had already started searching for crystals with a knife. Shi Liang did the same. After being fed generously by Ji Jinping in the car, he no longer felt the dizzying hunger he had before. The zombies' bodies were riddled with rotting stench, yet only their brains remained untouched by the virus. However, Tang Jingru had also noted that a zombie's brain had detached from the normal human central nervous system, no longer serving as the organ that received all bodily information. Are you okay? Lin Jihai looked with concern at his wife Tang Jingro, who was resting nearby. He sensed something was off. Mom, have some water. Ji Shi handed her a bottle filled with well water from his space, which Zhu Xiaoshuang said contained spiritual energy. I'm fine, just a bit dizzy, probably low blood sugar. Tang Jingru took the water and felt much better after drinking it. However, as they neared Century Garden residential area, Lin Jihai truly realized something was wrong. Tang Jingru had fainted with a fever. How can she be this hot? Lin Ye looked at the thermometer, which was about to max out. This was no ordinary high fever. Tang Jingru's face was flushed red. We're almost home. Hang in there. Ji Shi took ice cubes from his space and had Lin Ye and Lin Jihai cool Tang Jingru down. Zhao Hualing and the others were astonished by the state of Century Garden. No hordes of zombies around the perimeter. After entering using Lin Fangxing's ability, they even saw residents inside the complex attacking a single zombie together. Brother-in-law, is my mom okay? Lin Fangxing, too anxious to explain, sealed the main gate with her ability and asked over the intercom. She'll be fine. Ji Shi and the others drove straight to the building with Lin Jihai, carrying Tang Jingru upstairs first. Once home, Ji Shi locked the door and left only Ji Jinping and Changsheng to guard outside. He then led Lin Ye and the others into the space. The space was well stocked with medicine, but Lin Ye found that Tang Jingru couldn't swallow any fever reducer. He'll prepare the water. Ji Shi filled a large wooden tub with well water from the space and had Lin Jihai place Tang Jingru in it. Will this work? Lin Ye asked with red eyes. I don't know, but Mom took the marrow cleansing pill. It'll be fine. Ji Shi reassured her. Such a high fever could be a sign of awakening and ability, though it could also precede zombification, but Ji Shi dismissed that possibility. The priority was to stop his mother-in-law from burning up. Right, Jingru will be fine. Lin Jihai carefully placed Tang Jingru into the water. Soon after, her temperature had indeed dropped. It's okay, Aunt Jingru doesn't have chaotic spiritual energy, it's very pure. Zhu Xiaoshuang spoke up. Dad, Ye Xiaoshuang is right. Mom will be fine. Let's just wait patiently. Ji Shi wasn't truly worried because in his past life Tang Jingru hadn't awakened an ability, but had always stayed with Lin Jihai. This time she shouldn't turn into a zombie. Time passed slowly in the space. Ji Shi stepped out for a moment. Zhao Yue, his daughter, and Shi Liang had been settled next door by Ji Jinping and Lin Fangxing. Seeing Lin Fangxing's anxious expression, Ji Shi sent him back into the space. Ji Shi, is Aunt Tang okay? Zhao Hualing had also heard about the theory that high fevers could lead to zombification, and they were all worried. Ye is with her. Don't worry. Ji Shi took out some food and supplies before returning next door and entering the space again. Around the second day in the space, Tang Jingru, whose fever had subsided, slowly regained consciousness. Mom, I'm so glad you're okay. Lin Ye looked a bit haggard, but her expression brightened at seeing Tang Jingru awake. Mom, did you awaken an ability? Try it out. Lin Fangxing had barely finished speaking when Lin Jihai gave him a light smack on the head. Your mom just woke up? Can't you worry about her health first? Lin Fangxing covered her head, a hint of grievance in her voice. I just wanted to see if Mom was okay. Alright, I haven't even woken up yet, and I can hear you two squabbling. You're not as quiet as Ji Shi. Tang Jingru felt a warmth in her heart seeing her daughter and son-in-law by her side, but she had no idea how to test if she had awakened her supernatural ability. Mom, the wound on your arm has healed too. Lin Ye said happily. Earlier, Tang Jingru had cut her arm at the gas station, and she had been worried about it, fearing an infection. Now after a sleep, it was completely healed. Really? I thought it would leave a scar. Tang Jingru's words caught Ji Shi's attention. A wound? Could it be? Ji Shi picked up a fruit knife from the table and sliced his own fingers, startling everyone in the room. Why are you cutting yourself, boy? Lin Jihai was about to grab the first aid kit, but Ji Shi stopped him. I just want to test if Mom has the ability to heal wounds. Didn't Ye just say her wound healed? Ji Shi extended his finger to Tang Jingru. No way, no way. Healing magic. Zhu Xiaoshuang exclaimed in surprise. Healing magic was once one of the rarest and most sacred arts. It can't be, can it? Tang Jingru looked at Ji Shi's wound, her hand moving unconsciously to cover it. No one around could see anything, but Ji Shi smiled. It seems so. They had awakened the healing ability. Healing-type superpower users were extremely rare, with only a handful in the entire base. Really? Isn't this ability a perfect match for Mom's profession? Lin Fangxing referred to Tang Jingru's job at the hospital. Me? I have healing powers. Tang Jingru could hardly believe it herself. If Ji Shi hadn't pulled out his perfectly healed finger, she wouldn't have known what she had just done. Great. Lin Yiya hugged Tang Jingru, feeling only a deep sense of blessing in disguise. Yes, it's wonderful, Jingru. Lin Jihai felt relieved. To him, whether Tang Jingru awakened an ability or not didn't matter. What mattered was that she was alive and well. Since it was already night outside, Ji Shi decided not to take the family out. He brought Ji Jinping in, as well preparing to do something significant. We've accumulated quite a lot without realizing it, Chu Xiaoshuang remarked, looking at the crystal cores Ji Shi had laid out. They had gathered over 1,000 crystal cores, and now Ji Shi intended to use them to upgrade the space. I'm not sure if it's enough, Ji Shi said, placing a heavy box of ordinary crystal cores on the array before the stone tablet. Moments later, the array began to glow faintly, and the crystals in the box gradually diminished until they vanished completely. Will it work, Ji? Lin Yiya, crouching on the ground, was about to ask Ji Shi, but she saw him frowning slightly with his eyes closed, a familiar expression. Noticing the glowing jade orb beside him, she quickly stopped the others from calling out to him. The jade orb was transmitting information to Ji Shi, the master of the space. It was likely that the space had already been upgraded. After a while, Ji Shi finally opened his eyes, smiling at everyone. The space has been successfully upgraded, and it has gained a new function. Really? What function? Lin Fanqing asked impatiently. Ji Shi pointed to the jade orb floating in midair. The space has been upgraded to level 1. Those recognized by the space's master can enter and exit freely without needing me to bring them in. However, the restriction on bringing items in and out of the space remained the same. Holy crap. So we can come and go whenever we want. That's awesome. Lin Fanqing was about to jump for joy. Yes, Ji Shi replied, satisfied with this feature. He regretted not upgrading the space sooner. From now on, if Lin Yiya and the others encountered danger, they could immediately react and enter on their own. How does one become recognized by the master? Chu Xiaoshuang asked after her initial surprise. It's simple. Just drop a drop of your blood onto the jade orb, Ji Shi answered. This was somewhat similar to his contract with Chu Xiaoshuang. After the array absorbed the crystal cores, it upgraded automatically, and he could sense the information transmitted by the jade orb. After the upgrade, the space had expanded, but it also required more spiritual energy, meaning more crystal cores. Without hesitation, Lin Fanqing used his metal-based ability to cut his finger and let a drop of blood fall onto the jade orb. The jade orb emitted a faint glow. Lin Fanqing felt an unprecedented sense of closeness to the space. He tried to leave the space with his mind as Ji Shi had instructed and vanished from sight in the next second. This is so convenient, brother-in-law. You're forever the best. Lin Fanqing reappeared inside the space. Tang Jingru used her healing ability to close the wound on his finger. Finally, everyone, including Ji Jinping, who had been outside the space, was brought in by Ji Shi and completed the contract with the jade orb. When did our chickens, ducks, pigs, and cattle get so numerous? Ji Jinping stared blankly at their simple farm. What started as a few dozen chickens had grown to over 100, and now there seemed to be more than 300, along with the ducks and countless eggs scattered around. Dad, we were out for over 2 days, but here it's been more than 20 days, Ji Shi explained. Since they hadn't consumed any of the space's poultry, the increase wasn't surprising. Come to think of it, did these rice seeds we planted actually grow without water? Lin Jihai pointed to a patch of vibrant green rice in the farmland ahead. They had only experimented by sowing some rice seeds, and now it seemed the seeds could thrive even in a waterless environment. So the wheat over there is already ripe. Should we take some time to harvest it? Lin Fanqing gestured to the golden wheat field not far away. Let's rest first, Ji Shi decided. They would handle the farm work after everyone woke up. He had an automatic harvester in the space, but starting it now would disturb their sleep. Exhausted from 2 days of hard work, the group quickly fell asleep in the space. Ji Shi woke up after only about 6 hours, feeling fully refreshed. He gazed at Lin Yiya, who was still sleeping soundly, and gently stroked her smooth cheek, unable to bring himself to wake her. When Ji Shi stepped out of the space, he spotted a figure on the balcony. Dad, you're up so early. Ji Jinping had volunteered to keep watch outside in case of emergencies. Do you smell something familiar? Like that night. Ji Jinping felt a faint metallic scent in the air reminiscent of rust. The scent was not conspicuous indoors, but once Ji Shi stepped onto the balcony, it became unmistakable. It was the same as that night, though this was within his expectations. Dad, from now on, no matter what sounds you hear outside, don't open the door, Ji Shi said. The second sublimation of the zombie virus was evidently set for tonight. Ji Jinping nodded gravely, his expression tense. Though he did not grasp the full meaning of Ji Shi's words, he was certain it portended no good. Ji Shi informed Zhang Yong next door via the walkie-talkie. Zhang Yong, half asleep, mumbled his assent and soon drifted back to sleep. After an indeterminate time, Zhang Yong vaguely heard a thunderous pounding from outside the door, a rhythmic, heavy impact far louder than any zombies. What's happening? Should we open the door and take a look? Shi Liang had also been awakened by the noise. As he moved toward the door, Zhang Yong yanked him back. They had 2 doors, but Zhang Yong suddenly recalled Ji Shi's warning: no matter what sounds came, they must not open. Ji Shi said not to open it, Zhang Yong stated. I know. I just wanted to see if there's a peephole or something, Shi Liang replied, indicating he wasn't foolish. Bang. As they spoke, the pounding against the door grew even more ferocious. Could it be a strength-type zombie? Zhao Hualing mused. Call Ji Shi and ask, Xuan Ningxia suggested, looking at the walkie-talkie in Zhang Yong's hand. Zhang Yong then realized that he had inadvertently switched off the signal source that morning. Ji Shi had also been monitoring the situation outside. When the walkie-talkie crackled, he answered immediately, all awake. Stay away from the door. It's best if everyone returns to the bedrooms and closes the doors. What's going on? Zhang Yong asked, but the others in the living room followed Ji Shi's instructions, retreating to the master bedroom and shutting the door. It's a zombie dog outside, Ji Shi replied. A zombie dog? Just a dog turned into a zombie. Not an ordinary zombie dog. Its size is about the size of a full-grown tiger. The others heard Ji Shi's voice again through the walkie-talkie. Zhao Yu found it hard to believe. Could it be a Tibetan Mastiff? Logically, no dog of that size should exist so far. After animals become zombies, their bodies seem to enlarge many times over. From the surveillance camera, Ji Shi observed the massive zombie teddy, which belonged to the elderly couple across the hall. As in his previous life in the apocalypse, animals and plants, whether zombified or not, grew many times larger and even evolved unexpected abilities. We understand. So we just wait for it to leave? Zhao Hualing asked. Ji Shi stroked the tang knife in his hand, a restless urge stirring within him. After a moment, he replied, I'm just waiting for the right moment. You don't mean? Zhang Yong's shock was cut short the next second by a tremendous crash from the living room. Don't come out yet, Ji Shi said, then hung up the walkie-talkie, grabbed his tang knife, and charged outside. The two doors of the apartment next door, where Zhang Yong and the others were staying, had been battered to pieces. In the living room, a zombie dog with rotting flesh was about to lunge at the bedroom door. But when Ji Shi and his family emerged, the zombie dog immediately turned its attention toward them. The zombie teddy bore no resemblance to its former fluffy self. The little furry dog had become a gigantic hairless zombie canine. Its skin was a putrid purple-black, just like the decayed flesh of ordinary zombies. Long, sharp fangs were coated in dark blood, and drool dripped from its mouth, filling the entire floor with a foul stench. It's coming, Lin Jihai shouted. Though Ji Shi shielded them from behind the sight of the zombie dog, its gaping maw full of blood, its menacing expression, still made them tremble involuntarily. This was far more dangerous than a tiger. It can't feel pain. Don't waste attacks. Fall back first. Ji Shi stood alone in the corridor, facing the charging zombie dog. Roar. The sound of the zombie dog was like a mournful wind in a cave. Ji Shi swung his tang knife, dodging its lunge, but only managed to sever one of its fangs. First zombies, and now even animals, are turning into zombie creatures. How can the rest of us survive? Xi Jinping wanted to help his son, but had no idea where to start. Bang! Ji Shi kicked the zombie dog's head, slamming it hard against the wall. Yet the next instant, the zombie dog sprang up and lunged again. While distracted, Lin Yi summoned a water sphere and struck the zombie dog's abdomen, while Lin Fangxing's metal spikes kept missing its head as it darted about. The zombie dog's attention was indeed diverted. Just as it turned to pounce on the family, Ji Shi leaped from behind his tang knife, suddenly wreathed in flames, and drove it deep into the creature's nape. Sizzle! Filthy blood splattered the corridor's ceiling and walls. The zombie dog thrashed violently for a few moments before finally going still. Ji Shi pulled out the tang knife and thrust it in again, extracting a massive animal zombie crystal core, the size of a child's fist. Chu Xiaoshuang marveled at the sight. No wonder. The spiritual energy in this core is several times that of a zombie's, Chu Xiaoshuang remarked after sensing it. Does that mean ability users can absorb it? Lin Fangxing asked. Chu Xiaoshuang shook her head regretfully. Unfortunately, it's not something humans can absorb directly. Indeed, this is a beast core. If someone forced absorption, it could be too late. Ji Shi recalled that in his previous life, beast cores were useless items. He had dug it out only to test if his space could absorb it. What the hell? What is this monstrosity? Zhang Yong finally dared to emerge from the bedroom. Their living room was a mess, not to mention the corridor. The heap of rotting flesh lying on the hallway was a gruesome sight. Lucky they had hidden when Ji Shi told them to. This is a dog. Zhao Yu pointed at the zombie dog on the ground. Where was any trace of a dog? It probably evolved into this form last night. Ji Shi gestured at the shattered door of the elderly couple's apartment. When they had passed by a few days earlier, they only heard pounding from inside, much softer than today's. Evolution. Shi Liang was pondering the word, when suddenly a scream, mixed with a roar, erupted nearby. Then, as if repeating the first night, chaotic cries came from different directions. Let's fix the door first. Ji Shi seemed unconcerned about the commotion outside. He threw a ball of ability fire, burning the zombie dog's corpse to ashes. Chu Xiaoshuang added 2 wind spheres, blowing the foul odor from the corridor out the window. The 2 doors next door were battered beyond repair by zombie dogs, so Zhang Yong went straight to the 12th floor and removed a door from an unoccupied unit, carrying it upstairs. Let me install them, Xuan Ningxia said, taking out her toolbox. In a few deft moves, she had both doors installed. You're something even better than the maintenance guys in our neighborhood, Zhang Yong praised with a thumbs up. This is child's play for Ningxia. She's a real technical talent, Lin Ye said as she walked over. Shui Ningxia was usually quiet, and she worried that Ningxia might not fit in. Well, I'm hopeless. I can't do anything either. But you promised Ye you can't leave me behind, Zhao Hualing chimed in. Why don't you all sign a master-servant contract with my master, just like me? Then we'll all be bound together. Chu Xiaoshuang half-jokingly urged since she was the only one in the team who was a servant. It was so unfair. Ji Shi, who had just washed his hands, walked out and heard her words. Helplessly, he grabbed the back of Chu Xiaoshuang's collar and pulled her aside. Don't go around making enemies for me for no reason. He wasn't stupid. He had a wife and family. Chu Xiaoshuang might be an exception, but if he got entangled with other women, it would only cause trouble later. Yes, master, Chu Xiaoshuang said, feeling the authority in the master-servant contract. She immediately shrank her neck and complied. Zhao Hualing and the others didn't take it seriously, assuming Chu Xiaoshuang was just being dramatic. After all, a master-servant contract was too absurd. From now on, if we go out again, we must be extremely careful, said Ji Shi, picking up a small steamed bun and placing it in front of Lin Ye. The breakfast table was crowded with food prepared by Xi Jinping. Are we still planning to go out today? Asked Zhang Yong, his cheeks bulging with food. He used to have a quick breakfast, but now eating together with everyone. Buns, fried dough sticks, pickles. It was surprisingly delicious. We'll split up today? Ji Shi replied. Zhang Yong and the others had just joined the team. Taking them out would be too dangerous. It would be better for them to stay in the neighborhood and at least kill some zombies in the buildings. Split up. I agree, said Shi Liang, feeling that the gap between them was too big. He had never killed a zombie before, right? Yeah, and I will go out to gather supplies. Fanqing will take you to the neighboring building to kill zombies, Ji Shi said on a whim. Collecting resources in the early apocalypse was something he had planned all along. Now that the family could not only kill zombies but also freely enter and exit the space to take shelter, he should properly go out and gather. Just the two of you going out, isn't that a bit unsafe? Zhao Yu asked worriedly. Go ahead if you want. With Ji Shi accompanying Ye, I feel assured, Lin Jihai said after a moment's hesitation. The space was an unspoken understanding among the family. The two could hide if needed, making it safer and freer. It's dangerous out there now. You must take good care of Ye, Xi Jinping said, bringing over several cups of hot soy milk. He had prepared enough breakfast to fill several shelves in the space, and now he only hoped Ji Shi and the others would eat more so he could make even more. After all, cooking delicious food was a pleasure for him. Ji Shi finished breakfast and specially scouted the neighboring floor, making sure there were no troublesome zombie animals before planning to set out with Lin Ye toward their destination. Don't worry, brother-in-law. Leave this place to us. Lin Fanqing winked at Ji Shi. He could finally show off in front of the girls. I feel like that kid is way too happy, Lin Ye said thoughtfully after getting into the car. Ji Shi smiled without saying a word. The benefit of having a beautiful girl in the team was that the men would become extremely motivated. Today our targets are a few factories around here. Ji Shi took out his tablet, which had offline maps he had specially downloaded earlier. Even without satellite positioning, these maps could be used as ordinary maps, whether zoomed in or out. I thought you would prioritize shopping malls and supermarkets. Lin Ye said. Supermarkets, convenience stores. Once people come to their senses, they'll all flock there first. On one hand, it's easy to get into unnecessary conflicts with others. On the other hand, if we don't collect things from factories, it'll be hard to reuse them later. Ji Shi shared his thoughts. In the early days of his past life, when humans began fighting over resources, many people fought to the death for a bit of supplies or were wiped out by zombies during the clashes. He didn't want to get involved in such meaningless, harmful situations. That makes sense. So marriage really lets you see a man for who he is. My husband is so outstanding. I'm lucky to have met you, Lin Ye said sincerely. The two were now driving on the road. With a thud, Ji Shi ran over a zombie. He held the steering wheel with one hand and took Lin Ye's soft, delicate hand with the other, bringing it to his lips and kissing it. I'm the lucky one to have met Ye. Bam! Another zombie was sent flying. Lin Ye's cheeks flushed. It had been a long time since they had been alone together like this. The places Ji Shi chose were all suburban factories with few people. Their first stop was an instant food factory, which before the apocalypse specialized in producing instant noodles and instant vermicelli. Tan Iwan La Mian. I've tried this brand before, Lin Ye said, nostalgically looking at the name of the food factory ahead. There were only a few zombies in security uniforms at the entrance, but 3 out of the 5 were actually mutant zombies. Ji Shi didn't let his guard down. He first summoned a fireball toward each of the 3 mutant zombies. Leave these 2 to me, Lin Ye said, facing the 2 ordinary zombies. She would deal with them first to avoid interfering with Ji Shi. Ji Shi's fireball hit only one zombie, a water-type zombie. As it struggled to get up, Ji Shi ran toward it swiftly and finished it with a clean slash. Roar. The other 2 zombies were metal-type and earth-type. The earth-type zombie actually manipulated a pile of sand from the wall and hurled it toward Ji Shi. The impact of the sand was not strong. Ji Shi smiled and sent another fireball hitting the sand. The collision of fire and sand created a dust explosion. Ji Shi had already dodged before that, while the zombie intended to charge forward, but had half its head blown off. Swoosh. After dodging the claws of the other metal-type zombie, Ji Shi swung his blade and ran past the earth-type zombie, but its head fell with a thud. Meanwhile, Lin Ye pulled her short sword out of the ordinary zombie's temple. Seeing Ji Shi handling things so easily just a short distance away, she decided to start digging out the crystal cores first. The vast instant food factory couldn't possibly have only a few zombies at the entrance. Ji Shi simply had no intention of challenging his limits alone with Lin Ye. He stowed the off-road vehicle into his space, found a drivable car on the roadside, and began cruising around the factory grounds with Lin Ye. Of course, if he ignored the horde of zombies trailing behind them, Ji Shi felt this could have been a romantic date touring the factory. They're working so hard, running 4 laps already. Lin Ye watched from the car as the frenzied zombies sprinted, some even losing their shoes. Almost there. Ji Shi chuckled softly. He had taken the opportunity to survey the surroundings while driving around the factory. Now he floored the accelerator, steering the car straight toward an open workshop. It was a picking workshop with a metal staircase along the wall leading to a second-floor passage. Ji Shi parked the car at the foot of the stairs, blocking them, then grabbed Lin Ye's hand and dashed up the steps. A swarm of zombies surged into the workshop, crawling toward the staircase where the two stood. But the car blocked their path, buying them some time. Ji Shi hurled 3 fireballs at the rolling door above the workshop entrance, which slammed down, sealing the opening completely. Hurry! Before the zombies could climb the stairs, the pair quickly reached the second floor. The door connecting to the passage was unlocked, allowing them to escape to safety. If only Fanqing were here. The door lock was broken, and Lin Ye worried the zombies behind would soon break through. Without metal-based abilities, we still have these. Ji Shi shook 2 new locks in his hand, then clicked them shut, locking the door from the outside. Lin Ye paused, then laughed in amusement. She had almost forgotten. Her husband was capable of anything. They walked along the passage, encountering a few scattered zombies along the way, all dispatched effortlessly. The passage led to the finished goods workshop, where several carts were stacked with boxed instant noodles over a person's height, totaling around 200 boxes. Ji Shi stored them all in his space one by one. The workshop was vast, but reeked of stench from several rotting corpses left by zombies. Lin Ye quickly pulled Ji Shi out. Let's head straight to the warehouse. Ji Shi spotted a factory map by the door. The facility housed numerous workshops, including 7 or 8 production units, and only 2 warehouses, one for raw materials and one for finished goods. All right, Lin Ye nodded. Ji Shi was right. In such an environment, the food would spoil quickly or become contaminated by zombies. They had to collect it all before it went to waste. Fortunately, the apocalypse had erupted less than half a month ago, and food warehouses were typically well equipped. The finished goods warehouse they reached first, though, without power, remained cool and clean. The power must have gone out not long ago. Ji Shi walked along, storing instant noodles and rice vermicelli packaged on pallets into his space. Oh my, it's huge. Is this over 100,000 boxes? Lin Ye's eyes sparkled at the warehouse full of tan E1 instant noodles. More than that. At least 200,000. Ji Shi estimated after a quick look. This seemed like a reserve depot stocked with various flavors of instant noodles and rice vermicelli destined for different regions. He was glad he had chosen to come here first. It feels like picking up free treasures everywhere. Lin Ye thought they now had a lifetime supply of tan E1 noodles. We can sell what we can't finish later, Ji Shi said. Sell? But money is useless now. Lin Ye had never considered that. What do you think the future currency will be? Ji Shi asked. Bartering. Like trading water for food. Lin Ye pondered briefly, but only came up with that answer. Crystal cores. Ji Shi recalled from his past life that crystal cores served as currency because they could be absorbed by ability users. However, trading 100 crystal cores for a single bag of instant noodles was nearly impossible. But he couldn't tell Lin Ye this yet. You mean we can trade food for crystal cores? Lin Ye thought this was a great idea. They would never run out of food. Ji Shi nodded. They chatted while collecting supplies for half an hour, emptying the entire warehouse. The raw materials warehouse didn't disappoint either, stocked with flour, rice flour, and cooking oil. The hundreds of Tumterhai oil drums were a first for both. Ji Shi, where to next? Lin Ye asked excitedly. Not far from here there's a canned food factory. Ji Shi found her adorable, like a little hamster stocking up. Great, more food. Lin Ye cheered, though she expected a fruit cannery, but discovered it was a meat cannery. Ji Shi planned to lure away the zombies, but found only a few dozen in the entire factory. Killing them all is easier. He had Lin Ye hold on tight, rammed the car into several zombies, breaking their limbs. After they jointly killed a few mutated ones, the remaining common zombies were trivial. The cannery was far smaller than the Tan Iwan factory, but the finished goods warehouse still held a considerable stock. So it's all luncheon meat and fish cans. Lin Ye wasn't very interested. When they reached the raw materials warehouse, they both sighed in regret. It stored frozen raw meat now completely thawed. Even without a foul smell, Ji Shi decided not to take it. At least it wasn't a wasted trip. Besides the frozen meat, there were stocks of starch, cooking oil, and seasonings, all of which Ji Shi unhesitatingly stored. If only we had come a few days earlier. Lin Ye felt they needed to speed up. This was just a few small factories around one district in Haidong City. Don't worry, even frozen meat would raise suspicion if taken out. Ji Shi reassured her. Lin Ye realized he was right and no one would have freezers for raw meat these days. Over the next day, they visited 4 more factories: a flour mill, a pastry factory, a packaging plant, and a frozen food production facility. For the first time, Ji Shi realized how much his space could hold. He took Lin Ye to a secluded spot to check, finding that the collected items occupied less than 1% of the space's empty area. Xi Jinping was making braised chicken and duck in the space, and the rich aroma of braised meat permeated the surroundings of Jess' residence, making the two of them feel extremely hungry. Come here, Ye, have a chicken leg your dad braised. The chicken from our space has a much stronger flavor than the ones bought in the countryside. Xi Jinping scooped out several chicken legs and wings and brought them over. Lin Fanqing had used her metal-based ability to slaughter hundreds of chickens and ducks for him, and he had prepared several large pots of braised goods. It's really delicious, thank you, Dad. Lin Ye also handed a large chicken leg to Ji Shi, who had just washed his hands. Ji Shi took a bite, and indeed the savory meat mixed with the aroma of braising spices filled his mouth. The meat was tender yet not dry, and the broth had seeped into the bones. A chicken leg was devoured clean by Ji Shi in no time. Knowing his son's appetite well, Xi Jinping decisively brought over another large white ceramic basin, filled to the brim with braised chicken and duck. Ji Shi's appetite was whetted. He went to the kitchen and found 2 bowls of noodles, mixed them with the braising sauce, and shared them with Lin Ye. Although this kid has changed a lot recently, his appetite hasn't changed one bit. Xi Jinping muttered to himself. Could it be that their Ji ancestors had foreseen this, and thus gave them a farmland space? I think we might as well not go back tonight. Ji Shi pretended to ignore Xi Jinping's words. Now that he and Lin Ye could rest in the space, even when outside, there seemed to be no need to return. Sure, I'll go along with whatever you say. Lin Ye also appreciated the benefits of the space. Inside it, she could still see her family. At that moment, the two of them had parked their off-road vehicle inside a sealed factory building, and even if they reappeared the next morning, no one would notice anything. Tang Jingru and Lin Zhihai waited anxiously for Ji Shi and Lin Ye to return, but unexpectedly Lin Fanqing came to secretly tell them that the two had already gone back to the space. We almost forgot about that. As long as they're safe, that's all that matters. Tang Jingru and the others felt relieved after hearing this. By the time the whole family entered the space, Ji Shi and Lin Ye had already been killing zombies outside the factory area for nearly another hour. Wow, what a haul. The family admired the supplies that Ji Shi and Lin Ye had brought in on the open ground of the space. They hadn't expected there to be so many things inside the factory. What are these? Lin Fanqing pointed at a row of machines and asked. Vacuum packers and bagging machines, still brand new. Maybe we'll use them later. Ji Shi replied. He had brought these in from the cannery to prepare for future needs. By the way, brother-in-law Shi Liang got another radio. It seems to say that the authorities have dispatched rescue teams, and they will be taking survivors to the shelters during this time. Lin Fanqing wanted to know Ji Shi's thoughts. Would they also go to the shelters in the future? We should go to the human shelters eventually. Humanity must unite in the future. Lin Zhihai had been happy all day about this news. The authorities were finally taking action. We might go later, but not now. Ji Shi replied. He had experienced the initial shelters before. They were just places where survivors were gathered in a single area guarded by people. When tens of thousands of hopeless individuals were locked together, it would only lead to unimaginable chaos. Fights, robberies, murders, and other atrocities were common. If they went, they would become targets of envy. In his plan, he intended to wait for the establishment of official bases, which would be at least 3 months later. All right, let's talk about this uncertain matter later. We're doing fine as we are now. Tang Jingru quickly interjected, afraid that Lin Zhihai might get angry. That night, Ji Shi and Lin Ye went out of the space 3 times until they had cleared all the zombies near the factory area. The air was filled with the smell of burnt things. Ji Shi felt the rapid flow of abnormal energy within his body and was astonished. The moment he had unleashed the fire serpent, the sensation of his ability about to level up had appeared again. What does leveling up feel like? Lin Ye asked after hearing this. During this time, she had been using her ability to kill zombies every day. Even when she recovered her ability inside the space, she would channel the excess energy into the water storage barrels in the space for the family's daily use. Just now, after absorbing a water-type crystal core, she had also felt an overwhelming power that was about to break free. Ye is probably about to level up too. Ji Shi smiled. Lin Ye worked very hard. Even when she felt her ability had reached full capacity in the middle of the night, she would get up and go outside to practice a few water spheres. The tiles in the family's bathroom had been damaged quite a bit by her ability. Her water sphere technique had already surpassed that of a second-level water ability user in her past life. Really? That's great. She hadn't fallen too far behind Ji Shi after all, Lin Ye thought to herself. After having breakfast in the space the next day, the two prepared to continue driving forward. However, upon entering a biscuit factory, Ji Shi discovered that there were still quite a few survivors there. Since there are people we want to intrude further. Ji Shi knew the rules well. There were over 40 biscuit factory workers still alive here, surviving on the supplies from the factory. He had no intention of competing with them for resources. Wait, do you have water? Just as the two were about to turn around and drive away, a man emerged from behind an iron door inside the biscuit factory and asked, "We're severely short of water. Many people are dying of thirst. Please give us some water." The man begged. They had just witnessed that these two were very powerful. The zombies that had plagued them for half a month outside had been killed by them, and the woman was a water ability user. Yes, yes, please save us, kind-hearted people. We just need a little water. Seeing this, the iron door opened a crack and several more people came out begging. Lin Yi noticed that everyone was staring at her and moved closer to Ji Shi in distress. She felt that the way these people looked at her was somewhat frightening. Ji Shi noticed that several women who looked like workers were also standing in front of the car, as if they wouldn't let them leave unless they handed over water. "Ji Shi, how about I give them some water?" Lin Yi yet didn't want to cause a scene. "All right, but you need to bring containers over. We'll fill them up for you, and then leave." Although Ji Shi agreed, he didn't intend to let Lin Yi get out of the car. The people outside hesitated for a moment, but eventually brought out several buckets. Lin Yi didn't need to stick her hand out of the window, but she could already control the direction of the water flow. A thick stream of water condensed directly, filling a large bucket in just over 10 seconds. Seeing this, the people around revealed expressions of shock and greed. Ji Shi took in the expressions of the group. Sure enough, 2 minutes later, the people inside the iron gate rushed out and surrounded their car. "You two are venturing here alone. Why not join forces with us? We have plenty of supplies here, more than enough to hold out until rescue arrives." The man who had been begging moments ago now spoke with a fawning tone, though his flattery carried a hint of menace. "Join forces." Ji Shi leaned against the car window with a half-smile. He could see that these people were actually trying to seize their talents. "Young man, none of us have had it easy surviving this far. What's wrong with staying here? We can look out for each other." A somewhat plump female worker chimed in. "Yeah, handsome, stay with us." This time a woman with a rather flashy appearance reached out to pat Ji Shi, but the coldness in his eyes made her withdraw her hand. "Scram," Ji Shi said. "How dare you curse at me? Don't refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit." The woman, humiliated, retorted angrily. "You've gone too far. I already agreed to lend you water. Why are you still blocking our way?" Lin Yi was also furious. The way she bit her rosy lips stirred the men outside, making their hearts itch. Was this woman too beautiful? Was the skin of water ability users always so delicate? Bang! Accompanied by a chorus of screams, Ji Shi slammed a fireball into the ground. The fireball struck the earth, sending countless sparks flying. The sparks landed on several men, causing pain like sulfuric acid corrosion, and they howled in agony. "If you don't get lost now, don't blame me for being rude." Ji Shi spoke. Lin Yi was his bottom line. The group of men and women had witnessed Ji Shi killing zombies before, and none of them expected him to act so directly. Now someone cursed angrily, and a man whose skin had been singed by the sparks grabbed a hammer and charged toward them. "If you've got guts, come down here and fight." The man was a metal ability user, twirling a massive iron hammer in his hand, as if it would smash their car in the next second. Ji Shi didn't hold back. A fireball struck the man's hammer, instantly turning it scorching hot. The man yelled and dropped the hammer. Then something even more bizarre occurred. The car in front of them burst into flames. The orange-eared fire made the group too afraid to approach. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Shi started the engine and floored the accelerator, driving forward. Bang! The off-road vehicle crashed through the tightly shut factory gate. The flames around the car instantly vanished, revealing the undamaged body. Watching the cursing men and women who wanted to chase them, but dared not, Lin Yi laughed with unrestrained joy. "I'm starting to understand why you said humans are harder to deal with than zombies." Lin Yi wiped the tears of laughter from her eyes. It was human greed that made them more dangerous. Yeah, but people like them, stupid and greedy, often don't live long. Ji Shi wasn't afraid to kill, but he didn't want to invite trouble. The off-road vehicle continued on. They arrived at a cigarette factory. Cigarettes. Useful. Lin Yi didn't see much use since neither Ji Shi nor Ji Zhongping smoked, and Lin Jihai had quit long ago. Useless to us, but not to others. This was a valuable commodity, especially for men with a smoking addiction. Ji Shi didn't want to miss out. However, the factory gate was tightly shut as usual, and that heavy door looked difficult to open. After dealing with a few approaching zombies, Ji Shi found the back door of the cigarette factory. It was actually a small door that could only fit 2 people passing through at once. Ji Shi temporarily stored the car in his space, then took Lin Yi and stood far behind an abandoned vehicle. Bang! A fireball of considerable force blasted the locked door apart. Immediately, a small wave of zombies rushed out from inside. Ji Shi seized the moment and hurled more than a dozen fireballs. The zombies' cries grew fainter. A water-type zombie tried to extinguish the flames, but failed. The two then drew their blades and emerged from behind the car, cooperating to kill the remaining zombies one by one. Although there were zombies in the cigarette factory, the place was relatively clean. Ji Shi locked the small door from the inside, took the car back out of his space, and drove Lin Yi around the factory. "Ji Shi, it looks like there was a fire over there." Lin Yi pointed to a small building on the right. It had been charred black. "That's probably not the warehouse." Ji Shi drove the car to the front of the two-story building. The large characters on it, though burnt to a dark brown, could still be made out quality management department. The zombies are all charred. Lin Ye looked at the several pitch-black zombies running out of the building. One of them had lost half its body as if it had been blown off. Yeah, you don't need to come down. Ji Shi opened the door alone. The sight of these zombies was too disgusting. He didn't want to dirty Lin Ye's eyes. Roar. A pitch-black zombie opened its mouth wide. Its skin was covered in burnt tar that glistened in the sun. Its grayish-white eyes bulged, its eyelids completely burned away. Ji Shi thought about using his tang sword to cut it down, but ultimately used his fire ability to reduce it to ashes. The others were not much better, but none of them had evolved abilities. Ji Shi dispatched them with ease. Suddenly the sound of glass shattering came from inside the small building. Both had sharp hearing. Lin Ye, curious, wanted to pull Ji Shi inside to investigate. It might be a zombie, Ji Shi said. Definitely not. Listen. Lin Ye heard a rhythmic tapping, nothing like the sounds a zombie would make. Seeing her eager little expression, Ji Shi still took her hand and led her into the dark small building. On both sides of the building lay charred corpses that had melted and stuck tightly to the floor, emitting a foul stench. Ji Shi easily pushed open a sliding door. The sound was coming from inside. Behind a few lab tables, a slender figure leaned against the desk. When she saw the two appear, she slowly raised her arm. Save me. Her hair was disheveled and her voice was hoarse, probably from not eating or drinking for a long time. A broken beaker lay on the ground beside her. It seemed she had made that sound. Saving a life is worth more than building a 7-story pagoda. With a person on the verge of death before them, neither Ji Shi nor Lin Ye had any reason to stand by and do nothing. Taking the water and bread Ji Shi handed her, the woman managed only a single syllable. She was too hungry. Ji Shi also noticed that the other half of her face was burned, the wound already close to festering. Was it you who burned them? Ji Shi crouched before the woman, his gaze fixed upon her. After witnessing the hideous zombies, the wounds on her face seemed negligible to him. Yes. It was me. They deserved it. The woman's eyes burned with a fierce will to survive, yet her hatred was equally unmistakable. Ji Shi, don't we still have some medicine? Lin Ye nudged him gently. You'll get it. Ji Shi rose and returned moments later with 2 boxes of antibacterial and anti-inflammatory drugs. Thank you for saving me. My name is Zhang Wenxin. The woman gazed at them with profound gratitude. You're welcome. Take these provisions, they might sustain you until the rescue team arrives. Ji Shi dropped a package of food and several bottles of water. He had expected the woman to plead further, but she seemed to have no intention of asking them to take her along. She simply stared at the food in disbelief. You're willing to give this to me? She knew the dire circumstances outside, understood the preciousness of food and medicine, yet these two were so generous. I believe you'll make it. Without directly answering, Lin Ye left those words and followed Ji Shi. As they departed, they even remembered to close the sliding door behind them. Zombies can't even open a sliding door. How stupid. Zhang Wenxin could still faintly hear the pretty girl talking to the man outside. She silently memorized their faces, vowing to repay them if they ever crossed paths again. The tobacco warehouse of the cigarette factory remained intact, and the sight of a full warehouse of cigarettes made Ji Shi feel their trip was worthwhile. These cigarettes are pretty expensive, aren't they? As Ji Shi packed the goods, Lin Ye chatted beside him, recalling that Lin Jihai used to buy this brand before he quit smoking. Yeah, this brand is the most popular. Ji Shi replied. Having finished looting the cigarette warehouse, they were about to leave when Zhang Wenxin emerged again, leaning weakly against the wall. Don't go any further. If you have somewhere to go, you'd better take a detour. Zhang Wenxin had suddenly remembered something and rushed out, relieved that the two hadn't left yet. Why? Lin Ye asked. Ahead is the Jinxing plastic factory, where over 6,000 workers rotate day and night shifts. Zhang Wenxin's face appeared even paler under the sunlight. So there might be a massive number of zombies inside. Ji Shi realized instantly. The zombie virus had erupted late at night. If the factory had been running a night shift, the area must be swarming with zombies. Zhang Wenxin nodded. Besides Jinxing Plastic, there are several smaller factories nearby that also have night shifts. I understand. Thank you for telling us. If you're willing, we can escort you out of this industrial zone where you might encounter a rescue team sooner. Ji Shi offered proactively. The information she provided was valuable. Won't I be a burden? Zhang Wenxin's heart leaped at the offer. Stuck in the industrial zone, the chances of rescue were slim. We'll part ways once we reach a safe spot. We're just going the same way. Ji Shi said. I'm willing. No woman wanted to be alone in a place surrounded by zombies. Zhang Wenxin was overjoyed. Let's go. Whatever happens, just stay in the car. Lin Ye came over to support Zhang Wenxin, who could barely walk steadily. Ji Shi stepped outside, and out of her sight summoned the vehicle. Okay, thank you. Zhang Wenxin suppressed her curiosity and didn't ask why they were there. Ji Shi studied the map inside the car, realizing that if they detoured around the Jinxing plastic factory, they would have to pass through a residential area. Yet beyond that residential area lay a comprehensive market for automated agricultural machinery, a place he had noted before, hoping to find equipment to store in his space. The rice and wheat harvested by the combine had piled up several times, and turning them into flour and rice was still a problem. Outside, there are no survivors. Zhang Wenxin wept in the back seat. Indeed, everyone who could hide is hiding. But Miss Zhang, were you working at the cigarette factory? Lin Ye tried to distract her from the grim topic. Zhang Wenxin shook her head. I'm from the Haitong City Research Institute. I was invited to give a lecture at the cigarette factory that day. The Haitong City Research Institute. Ji Shi had heard of it. A facility funded by a joint venture pharmaceutical company dedicated to developing drugs and vaccines. I know that place. I've heard the people there are brilliant. Lin Ye remembered Lin Zhihai mentioning that the institute was staffed with highly educated individuals who often gave free lectures at universities and enterprises. But brilliance is useless now. Are you two looking for someone? Zhang Wenxin asked casually. We have a large family, and we're out searching for food. Ji Shi felt his answer was honest. Then you still gave her so much food. Zhang Wenxin felt even more grateful to the young couple. Don't worry, we found some today. As Lin Ye chatted with Zhang Wenxin, the car neared the residential area. Ji Shi driving ahead faintly heard gunfire from outside. Outside Wanheng residential area, 3 dark green trucks struggled forward surrounded by a sea of zombies. Even with the drivers flooring the accelerator, they couldn't plow through the 3-layered horde. If they pressed on recklessly, the trucks risked tipping over. Should they overturn, the rescue team members and survivors in the back would instantly become the zombies' prey. Damn it, we shouldn't have come to Wanheng. This place is crawling with zombies. No survivors at all. A burly man in a dark green uniform growled. Captain, the distress signal can't get through. There's probably no other rescue team nearby. Wang Xiaohai, the communication officer, was frantic, but no matter how he tried the radio, he couldn't reach anyone outside their 3rd rescue squad. Zhang Hongfei clenched his fists. Their squad had fewer than 100 men, while the zombies outside numbered nearly 2,000. Even if they shot them one by one, the gunfire would only attract more, and their trucks wouldn't hold out much longer. Inside the compartment, the few survivors they had rescued were weeping in despair. Let's fight them to the death. One rescue team member, overcome by fear and hopelessness, flung open the rear door and opened fire indiscriminately. Though the trucks were elevated, and opening the door only revealed the zombies' heads, the move only drove the horde into a frenzy. Lao Lu, are you insane? Before Zhang Hongfei could charge over, the man was dragged out of the compartment by the zombies. Blood splattered. The man called Lao Lu was instantly torn to pieces. Bang! The carriage door was slammed shut by Chunyang, the fastest responder in the team, yet his face was grim. The moment the door had opened, he had sensed the breath of death. Even with his composure, only 2 words echoed in his mind: were doomed. Captain, there's a vehicle coming. The driver's voice came from the front. Zhang Hongfei looked out with a flicker of hope, but immediately his expression fell. It was merely a small off-road vehicle passing in the distance. Honk the horn, tell them to turn around immediately. Zhang Hongfei made a swift decision. If they could escape, so much the better, otherwise that vehicle would be swallowed by the zombie horde even faster than them. The driver gritted his teeth and pressed the horn. Ji Shi had intended to leave, but the horn's blare piqued his interest in the 3 vehicles ahead. A warning signal. Lin Ye thought it sounded like an ordinary horn, but Ji Shi claimed it was a retreat alert. Indeed it is. He's telling us there's danger ahead, urging us to flee. Zhang Wenxin couldn't help but cast another glance at Ji Shi. Such signals were not common knowledge, and this young man always gave her an extraordinary impression. They must be from a rescue team. Ji Shi had already stopped the car. He produced a telescope from somewhere and handed it to Lin Ye in the passenger seat. Ugh, aren't there too many zombies? Lin Ye peered through the lens. The 3 vehicles were besieged by zombies, unable to move, appearing doomed. If we lure some away first, it might not be impossible. Zhang Wenxin heard Ji Shi speaking to Lin Ye from the front. She asked in shock, you can't possibly mean to rescue them. There were only 3 of them. The warning horn continued to blare, only attracting more zombies to the 3 vehicles. Yes, shall we save them? Ji Shi smiled, though his mind was already made up. I think they might still be savable. Lin Ye smiled too. She could read Ji Shi's thoughts. No matter how dangerous, she would always accompany him. Zhang Wenxin was at a loss for words. She watched Ji Shi get out, grab something from the trunk, and return to the car. It might get a bit bumpy, fasten your seatbelts, he said. I'm ready. Lin Ye replied, and the off-road vehicle sped off in that direction. Inside the dark green truck, the driver, honking the horn, froze. Am I seeing things? Why is that car heading straight for us? Driver Xiao Wu asked. It is. Lao Lu in the passenger seat felt a pang of regret. Such a warning horn was indeed incomprehensible to most, but even so, why would that vehicle drive straight into a zombie-infested area? They don't understand. Can't they see the situation here? Xiao Wu, keep honking. Zhang Hongfei's brow was deeply furrowed. What was that off-road vehicle doing? Beep. Beep beep. Driver Xiao Wu heard a different horn pattern. He exchanged a glance with Lao Lu. Both saw shock in each other's eyes. That vehicle understood perfectly. It was sending them a signal. Captain, he wants us to follow him. Xiao Wu shouted. What a... Zhang Hongfei was in the back carriage, so he might have missed the earlier sound, but now he clearly heard the distinct prompting horn. But how can we follow? Wang Xiaohai and the others pressed against the windows, watching the car ahead. Was it trying to save them? Zhang Hongfei gave a bitter smile and shook his head. This is the first time someone's tried to rescue us, but it's futile. Xiao Wu and the others were moved to tears. Indeed, there was kindness in the world. He honked the horn vigorously, the sound conveying "Leave, don't worry about us." Ji Shi was amused by the response. He stopped honking, rolled down the window, and tossed something out. Zhang Wenxin couldn't see clearly at first, but then she spotted what Ji Shi had thrown. They were live chickens. Zombies were most attracted to living humans, but in their absence they prioritized live creatures. Ji Shi only threw out 2 live chickens from his space, and zombies dozens of meters away reacted, perhaps also because he had rolled down the window. Roars. One by one zombies turned and charged toward the off-road vehicle. Yet Ji Shi showed no sign of retreat. He only turned the car around and pressed the trunk release button after the vehicle had rammed through a few zombies. The trunk could open automatically. The people in the 3 trucks watched as dozens of chickens and ducks flew out from the back of the vehicle. Combined with the off-road vehicles' lure, the zombies blocking the front began to loosen, all turning and chasing the off-road car. Ji Shi had swapped places with Lin Ye inside the car. To let him focus fully, Lin Ye took the wheel. After all, in the apocalypse, driving required no attention to traffic rules that gave her headaches. Run now. The people in the trucks held their breath for the off-road vehicle. Just as it was about to be surrounded by zombies, the black car suddenly accelerated forward. Boom. A large fireball was thrown from the window, striking several nearby zombies, which were instantly engulfed in flames. The flames didn't die out after burning the zombies, instead they spread to those behind. Zhang Hongfei watched in amazement. Who was in that car? He had never seen anyone kill zombies instantly with fire abilities. But whoever it was, he was deeply grateful for that person intended to save them. Yeah, head that way. Ji Shi honked the horn a few more times. A substantial number of zombies had been drawn away while others were lured elsewhere by the scattering space chickens and ducks. The 3 trucks could now move. Lin Ye nodded. Indeed, in the apocalypse, not having to worry about traffic rules or hitting people was quite pleasant. She kept her foot on the accelerator until Ji Shi told her to stop in front of a park. You? Why are you coming to a park? Zhang Wenxin could no longer hold back. Were these 2 planning to do more than just lure the zombies? Follow my command. Get out of here quickly. Zhang Hongfei grabbed the walkie-talkie from Wang Xiaohai and shouted to the 2 vehicles behind. Yes, sir. But Captain, which way should we go? Xiao Wu was still panicked because all the zombies were now concentrated between them and the off-road vehicle. This was a straight road with no turning intersections, and the rear was a dead end. Turn around. Didn't you hear what he just said? Zhang Hongfei wished he could give Xiao Wu a knock on the head. Coordinated operation. Xiao Wu had understood the meaning of those horn blasts, but he didn't understand what it meant. How were they supposed to coordinate? Follow them. Zhang Hongfei said. They had no other choice. Yes, sir. Xiao Wu's expression turned serious. The 3 trucks still dared only to move forward slowly, but soon they noticed that the zombies clinging tightly around the vehicles seemed to be attracted by something extremely enticing, all rushing toward the front. No, that car has stopped. Old Lu Sharpie was the first to see the halted off-road vehicle. What shocked him even more was that 3 people actually got out of it. What were they doing? Did they have a death wish? The park near Wanhun Community used to be a place where people took leisurely strolls after meals. The park was not large, but it was well equipped. Low walls on both sides were connected by iron railings, and people had to follow the passages left by the railings to enter the park. Inside the park was a classical-style corridor with carved stone railings on both sides. At the center stood a performance platform about half a person's height, with only a stone staircase on one side to ascend. Ji Shi was very satisfied with this terrain. By now zombies had already reached the iron railings, but they didn't know to follow the passages along the railings, so they were all blocked outside. This won't do. When there are more zombies, they'll climb over each other and crawl in. Zhang Wenxin said anxiously. The dense swarm of zombies outside made her scalp tingle. Get up there first. Ji Shi pointed to the roof above the corridor. He and Lin Ye would be fine, but they needed to find a relatively safe place for Zhang Wenxin first. The roof was undoubtedly the safest option. What about you? Zhang Wenxin asked. Don't worry, we'll be safe. Lin Ye trusted Ji Shi unconditionally. Zhang Wenxin was already settled on the roof. Without wasting any time, Ji Shi condensed a massive fireball and hurled it at the increasingly numerous zombies at the entrance. The denser the zombies, the more effective his attack. Zhang Wenxin watched the entrance engulfed in flames, her heart trembling with shock. This person's ability was incredibly powerful. Seizing the opportunity, Ji Shi pulled 2 cans of gasoline from his spatial storage under the corridor and poured a circle around the base of the central platform. The road outside the park was now completely blocked by zombies. Zhang Hongfei noticed that the black off-road vehicle was parked near another entrance to the park. A vehicle entrance, not a pedestrian one. At that moment he suddenly understood the owner's intent, and he shouted, "Find a way to open this gate and get in." At the iron railing, a few zombies finally squeezed through the flames. Ji Shi and Lin Ye stood back to back, waiting silently beneath the corridor for the zombies to come. Looks like they're coming in, Ji Shi said, watching the slowly opening gate at the other entrance. He was certain because he knew they had no other choice. Your prediction was spot on. Lin Ye was deeply impressed. Ji Shi always seemed calm and able to make the best decisions. Now we'll see how capable they are in combat. Ji Shi was referring to the rescue team members. In his past life at the beginning, he and Lin Ye had been rescued from a zombie horde by such a team, and some members had even been devoured while saving them. Therefore, he held a deep gratitude toward these people even though he hadn't been in Haitong City in his previous life. Roar! Several zombies lunged at once. Ji Shi swung his tang sword, cleaving off 3 zombie heads in quick succession. The next 2 were incinerated by his fireball. Lin Ye also stabbed 2 zombies to death. Careful, more are coming in. Lin Ye was well protected by Ji Shi, and with stone railings on both sides as barriers, she handled the situation with ease. Boom! Ji Shi placed his hand on one side of the stone railing, and a serpent of flame ignited along it. Zombies attempting to climb over the railing from a distance would be engulfed in fire before reaching them, turning to ash. Lin Ye used her water ability to push the surging zombies backward, alleviating some of the pressure. The people in the 3 vehicles that had entered the park all witnessed the 2 figures slaughtering zombies in the corridor. Both survivors and rescuers were struck speechless with shock. Only 2 people. Just 2 people facing so many zombies and using abilities and cold weapons. What are you staring at? Hurry up and help. Zhang Hongfei commanded. Yes, sir. The 3 trucks were driven near the corridor. Small windows opened, and the dark muzzles of guns aimed at the swarming zombies. The rescue team greatly alleviated the pressure on the 2. However, as more zombies poured in, Ji Shi seized the moment and hurled a massive fireball, knocking the surrounding zombies backward. At the same time, Lin Ye used her water ability to temporarily push back the zombies on the other side. The next second, Lin Ye fell into Ji Shi's arms, and he leaped with her onto the central platform of the park. Bang! The stone steps of the platform were shattered by a fireball. The zombies that rushed up could not climb onto the platform for the moment, but they instantly surrounded it in a tight circle. It's time, Lin Ye said. Ji Shi nodded and ignited the gasoline around the platform with his fire ability. In an instant, flames nearly 2 meters high surrounded the platform. The zombies' silhouettes writhed in the firelight, then turned to ash as the flames gradually died out. Even with gasoline, how did he manage to kill a zombie so quickly with fire? Wang Xiaohai murmured inside the truck. Zhang Hongfei suddenly felt that his own gun was utterly pathetic. He too was a fire-type ability user, yet there was a world of difference between him and that man outside. No matter what, let's kill these damn bastards first. Someone shouted and continued aiming at the zombies outside. The method Ji Shi had just used killed nearly 400 zombies. Lin Ye was about to applaud, but at that moment a wood-type zombie climbed onto the platform. Not only that, but several mutant zombies also jumped up. 4. Ji Shi leaped up and used his tang sword to first cut down the wood element zombie, leaving only 4 mutant zombies. Seeing that Lin Ye was facing a metal element mutant zombie, Ji Shi moved even faster, but the mutant zombies still hadn't learned to use their abilities flexibly. Most of them only excelled in reaction speed and agility, making them relatively easy for Ji Shi to kill. Lin Ye remained completely calm. She dodged the metal element zombie's sharp claw attack and successfully severed one of its wrists. Bang! A water sphere slammed the metal element zombie off the platform, and then Ji Shi quickly hurled a fireball, completely annihilating the metal element zombie. The sounds of fighting in the park lasted nearly an hour. The area beneath the platform, where Ji Shi and Lin Ye stood, was scorched black. He didn't know how many zombies he had burned, only that both he and Lin Ye were on the verge of advancing. You're incredible. Zhang Wenxin was helped down from the eaves by the 2. Her legs were still weak. The 3 trucks finally opened their doors. A man with a stubbly face got out, his face full of surprise as he looked at Zhang Wenxin. Wenxin, is it really you? Brother? Zhang Wenxin couldn't believe it either. Tears welled in her eyes. She never thought she would see her own brother again. Wenxin, I finally found you. Zhang Hongfei was extremely excited. He had applied to be transferred to search this area because he knew his sister Zhang Wenxin had come here the day before the apocalypse. He had already given up hope, but unexpectedly they were reunited. It was the 2 of them who saved me. While the 2 were talking, many people came out of the trucks. Most of the rescued survivors didn't dare get out because the park was littered with zombie corpses everywhere. Thank you saved all of us. Zhang Hongfei walked up to Ji Shi and Lin Ye with a grateful expression. You're welcome. Saving people is what we citizens should do. Ji Shi's demeanor of a good citizen earned him great favor. The rescue team members behind Zhang Hongfei came forward one after another to express their thanks. If it weren't for you, we would definitely have died today. Old Lu, upon closer inspection, realized how young these 2 were. Not at all. Without you, we would have had a hard time succeeding. Ji Shi continued to be modest. The number of zombies shot dead by the rescue team was not small, even comparable to the kills of him and Lin Ye. After all, these rescue members were survivors who had lived through the disaster. They wouldn't have been selected without some skills. Let me formally introduce myself. We are the Haitong City Rescue Team, former members of the Xia Country People's Army. Nice to meet you. I'm Zhang Hongfei. Zhang Hongfei gave a standard military salute. Ji Shi, and this is my wife Lin Ye. Ji Shi hesitated for a moment, but still said it. Zhang Hongfei nodded. Next we will take the 183 survivors we rescued today to the Haitong City shelter. The shelter is quite safe. You are welcome to join us. Zhang Hongfei had already decided to apply for special treatment for Ji Shi and his companion. Unexpectedly, the young man shook his head and refused. We still have family waiting for us to return. We can't go to the shelter for now. Thank you for your kindness. Brother, they came out to find food for their families. Zhang Wenxin quickly explained. Where are your families? Maybe we can take them along. Zhang Hongfei felt a pang of sadness. It wasn't easy for anyone. These two must have barely found some chickens and ducks, but they gave them up to save them. We can go on our own later. Ji Shi felt a bit uncomfortable under the sympathetic and guilty gazes. He and Lin Ye still had other things to do. Zhang Hongfei and the others tried to persuade them for a while, but seeing that they really didn't intend to come along, they had to give up. With this person's abilities, taking his family to the shelter shouldn't be too difficult. Finally, after seeing off the rescue team and Zhang Wenxin being reunited with her family, the two began the most important task, digging out crystal cores. Now no one knows about the crystal cores inside the zombies, and even if they've seen them, they don't know their purpose. Ji Shi used the tip of his knife to pierce the heads of one zombie, after another picking out glittering crystal cores. Lin Ye searched through the pile of ashes left by Ji Shi's burning. I saw a lot of dead zombies on that road earlier. We might as well collect them. Ji Shi agreed wholeheartedly. At a time like this, why not take what's free? Due to the scorching heat, Ji Shi specially took out a parasol from his space to shade Lin Ye. Even so, they would sneak into the space every now and then to rest in a secluded spot. It's getting hotter and hotter. Ji Shi, why don't you take your father out too? Dad can dig for you. Ji Jinping, who was cooking in the space, felt sorry for his son and daughter-in-law. He made ice cream using frozen ice fruits and jam and brought it to them. No need, Dad. Even if Ji Jinping was at home, he could be teleported out to the park where they were. But that would mean Ji Jinping would have to follow him and Lin Ye. Yeah, Dad, we're almost done. Don't worry. Lin Ye felt much better after eating a bowl of fruit ice cream. She also felt a great sense of achievement seeing the small box of crystal cores they had collected next to her. When Lin Fanqing came into the space for lunch, he saw the full box of crystal cores and was stunned. Did my sister and brother-in-law do all this? In the residential area, they collected at most a few dozen crystal cores a day, but here there were at least over 1,000. Yeah, and the other are both in the room. They said they're going to advance. Don't disturb them, Ji Jinping said with a smile. What a advance? Lin Fanqing felt like he had received 10,000 points of damage. Was everyone in the world advancing except him? Lin Ye successfully advanced to water element level 2. She opened her eyes and saw Ji Shi next to her. He was still in the process of advancing, so she didn't dare disturb him and waited quietly in the room. She realized that during advancement one could perceive everything happening around them, including Lin Fanqing's lamentations and the sounds of chickens and ducks outside. But the Buddhist state required focused concentration and no wandering thoughts. Lin Ye felt the abundant water ability within her, and the fatigue from the park had completely vanished. Her senses were also sharper. Looks like Ye succeeded too. Ji Shi's sudden words startled Lin Ye. It turned out that Ji Shi had successfully advanced to fire element level 3. Yeah, I succeeded. It feels completely different. She wasn't very clear about the classification of ability levels, only knowing from Ji Shi that after the first advancement one reached level 2. That's good. Ji Shi felt that this trip had been well worth it, and they were about to head to the nearby agricultural automation store. When they opened the door and stepped outside, they were met with several pairs of envious eyes. Ji Shi, yeah, are you injured? Let Mom heal you, Tang Jingru asked. She had fallen in love with her healing ability. The sensation of watching wounds mend under her treatment was truly delightful. Just a few minor scratches, nothing serious. Before Ji Shi could finish, Tang Jingru pulled him over to a stone bench in the courtyard and began inspecting him thoroughly. No way, there are too many unclean places outside. I have to heal you. Tang Jingru placed her hand directly over Ji Shi's elbow, and within seconds the abrasion on his elbow healed at a visible rate. Thanks, Mom. He had to admit the feeling of being healed was quite pleasant. Don't be so polite. From now on, none of us are allowed to have any wounds. After Tang Jingru spoke, Lin Zhihai smiled helplessly. Over the past 2 days, aside from practicing killing zombies with them, his wife had been waiting for anyone in the team to get injured so she could heal them. She was even more enthusiastic than when she used to work at the hospital. Master, how many zombies did you two kill in these 2 days? Let Xiaoshuang calculate when I can level up. Chu Xiaoshuang's desire to advance was no weaker than Lin Fanqing's. How many zombies? I don't remember. Next time I'll take you out to find something fun. Ji Shi's words filled Chu Xiaoshuang with joy. Although they didn't know what leveling up meant, after Ji Shi reached level 2, his strength had indeed become noticeably greater. They didn't linger in the space too long, but when Ji Shi and Lin Ye came out, it was already late afternoon, nearing dusk. The zombies in the vicinity had likely been drawn away by their earlier activities, so there weren't many left near the agricultural automation store. Lin Ye tried condensing a level 2 water orb. The right shoulder of the wind-type zombie before her slumped from the impact. She then aimed another water orb at the zombie's head, which, though not killing it outright, shattered its skull. That's already quite good, Ji Shi said approvingly. In his past life, few water ability users dared to engage zombies directly like this. Moreover, Lin Ye's water energy was abundant, as she could now shoot water jets as thick as a calf's leg. Lin Ye nodded firmly. She could see her own progress. Even if she still couldn't kill a zombie in one hit, she would never be discouraged. The agricultural automation store had a wide variety of machines. With no sales staff to introduce them, the two had to browse while reading the descriptions on the side. An automatic flour mill. Just toss harvested wheat into this large vat, and it automatically separates the straw from the grains, then sends the grains to the next dehusking process, and out comes flour. This is so advanced. Lin Ye marveled. She had no idea agricultural automation had developed such things. Will take them all. Ji Shi collected several automatic flour mills and the nearby automatic rice mills into his space. Not only that, but these machines could also run on a dual power system, electricity and fuel, ensuring long-term stable operation. These automatic watering machines are great too, but we don't need them. Lin Ye pointed at a few brand new automatic irrigation systems. The crops in their space didn't need watering. Since we're here, it would be a waste not to take them. Ji Shi collected them all without a second thought. His space utilization was less than 1%, and these machines weren't bulky. They wouldn't take up much room. The agricultural automation store also had several seed shops, and Ji Shi took every seed he could find, cleaning them out completely. Lin Ye had her eye on a large automated warehousing store. It specialized in agricultural product storage. Once the entire system was installed, there were even robots that could retrieve and place items on the shelves. This is amazing. I've never seen anything like this. Ji Shi's eyes lit up. The store had a complete warehousing system with shelves of suitable height, neatly arranged storage bins, and several rechargeable robots, perfect for his space. He spent a full hour dismantling the entire warehousing system and storing it in his space, including a small warehouse at the back full of storage bins and specialized bags for agricultural products. The two stayed in the agricultural automation store until dark, then entered the space from the second floor of a shop. Inside the space, the family was examining the various machines and supplies Ji Shi had brought in. Xi Jinping and Lin Zhihai had already moved the automatic rice mill to the front of the farmland and were processing the rice piled in the open area. It's coming out. It's really coming out. Real rice. Lin Zhihai's voice was filled with amazement. It was the first time he had seen rice processed this way. The flour over here is almost ready too. How convenient. Xi Jinping nodded repeatedly. What's this? Lin Fanqing asked, pointing at a bicycle-shaped machine. There were many such machines lined up, all brought in by Ji Shi. It looks like a generator. Ji Shi said, it's for us to exercise. Lin Ye walked over and said uncertainly. Lin Fanqing sat on it and pedaled a few times, and sure enough, the connected battery lit up. How amazing. Xiaoshuang wants to play too. Chu Xiaoshuang found a machine and climbed on, but her legs were too short. After Lin Fanqing adjusted the seat lower, she could just reach the pedals. These batteries are very useful. They can be taken out and used as backup power. Ji Shi had been eyeing these batteries. Later, when they were outside and couldn't easily enter the space, they could use these batteries. The fitness aspect was secondary. Seeing Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoshuang having so much fun, he didn't say anything more. Now he needed to set up the warehousing system. For grain storage besides space, it also required a completely clean environment. He chose a vacant area far from the temporary pasture. Under his mental control, a row of blue iron racks flew over from another location and landed steadily on the ground. There were 60 such 7-tier racks, and he arranged them in 3 rows. Next, he just needed to connect the wires to the photovoltaic panels and configure the system. While Ji Shi was busy, the rest of the family kept themselves occupied. Lin Zhihai and Xi Jinping watched over the grain processing machines, while Lin Ye and Tang Jingru went to pick vegetables and fruits from the garden and orchard. Lin Fanqing and Chu Xiaoshuang meanwhile continued their power generation for love, determined to see who could charge a battery faster. Ji decided to temporarily ignore the two behind him who were energetically charging. The prosperity and development of space cannot be separated from spiritual energy. Ever since the advent of crystal cores, he had been absorbing some every day, and the space had already been upgraded once. He had tried it a couple of days ago and found that he needed to absorb about 100 crystal cores daily to keep the jade sphere as vibrant as it was at the beginning. This time, Ji placed 300 ordinary crystal cores in front of the jade sphere's array, wanting to test if absorbing 3 days worth at once would mean he wouldn't have to supplement the space with spiritual energy every day for the next few days. The 300 ordinary crystal cores vanished in an instant from the array, making Ji feel for the first time as if he were earning a living. And this space was their home. On the afternoon of the 3rd day, the two finally returned to the Century Garden community, but Ji discovered that the heavy gate they had painstakingly closed had been removed. I'm so mad. They insist that it's us who are deliberately not letting them out, claiming we want to hoard the resources outside. A few of them teamed up to take the door down. The door was gone, and Lin Fanqing had only noticed it that morning. Did you clear out the zombies around the community? Ji understood that the community was basically safe now, and with the zombies gone outside, those who had been locked up for a long time felt the urge to go out and search for food. Hee we were just idling around, but Zhang Yong and Ningxia are really fierce. They kill zombies every day like they're on steroids, and Sister Hualing can throw up 8 times a day, or if you didn't know better you'd think she was pregnant. Lin Fanqing quickly changed the subject. Ji had asked him to lead everyone in killing zombies in the community for their safety, yet he had taken them outside. He wondered if his brother-in-law would blame him. Lin Ye shot Lin Fanqing a glance, and said with annoyance, Hualing has always been clean. Oh, what do you mean by that? I think you're just asking for trouble. I wouldn't dare. I'm just describing it. Lin Fanqing had specifically gone to the entrance to welcome the two back. By now he and Ji had returned to the 11th floor, where Zhao Hualing and the others had just finished killing zombies, and were resting showing joy upon seeing them. Ye, you're finally back? I can kill zombies now. Zhao Hualing excitedly pulled Lin Ye, saying, Then you're already better than many others. Lin Ye smiled, and recounted the things they had encountered in the past few days. Now that you're back we can rest easy. Hualing and the others have been worried about you for these past few days. Zhao Yu felt that Lin Zhihai and his wife, as well as Ji Jinping, were truly carefree. Ji and the others had been out of contact for 3 days, and even he had been losing sleep over it. That's because you don't know my son's strength. Of course I trust my in-laws. Ji Jinping explained as he sensed Zhao Yu's doubts. Sorry for making Uncle Zhao worry. Ji felt quite pleased to hear that Zhao Yu and Zhao Hualing were actively killing zombies. After all, he didn't keep useless people in his team. Ji, I've seen Zhao Qin and Dong Wenguang. They want to team up with us, but I turned them down. Zhang Yong hesitated for a long time, and seeing Ji enjoying the scenery alone on the balcony, he walked over and said. Ji was actually observing the situation around the community from the north balcony. He could see the road across, and after being interrupted by Zhang Yong he asked, Why did you refuse them? It's just, I didn't want to cause you trouble. Your treatment here is so good. Zhang Yong actually wanted to join the former security team brothers, but he was worried Ji would be unwilling since food was so precious now. Dong Wenguang is still alive. Ji recalled that Zhang Yong had a good relationship with Dong Wenguang, but the two had never really liked him before. Moreover, Dong Wenguang hadn't spoken in the group since the apocalypse, and Ji had thought he was dead. He's alive. He said he was confused from a fever those days, but now he's a fire element ability user. Zhang Yong said happily, Bring them over tomorrow, and tell them I welcome former brothers here. After Ji spoke, Zhang Yong was momentarily stunned. He realized he had never noticed how righteous Ji was before. They eat quite a lot. Zhang Yong said, What's wrong? Are you worried I can't support them? Ji found it amusing. He had never noticed Zhang Yong's way of thinking was so cute. However, while people in the security team each had their own characteristics, at least he was well acquainted with them. If he wanted to expand his group, these people were the best. Of course not. They'll thank you on their behalf. Zhang Yong happily left the balcony. I remember you didn't seem to like them before. Lin Ye also walked to the balcony and asked. Ji smiled. Zhang Yong is just a bit rebellious. He likes to judge by appearances, but he's actually quite a good person. He remembered once when Zhang Yong and Dong Wenguang had acted heroically outside, shielding a pregnant woman from robbers, and willingly paid for her hospital stay, giving several thousand in hospitalization fees. Such people are not bad at their core. It's just a pity that in his past life he had deliberately chosen to ignore these matters. That night the rebellious Zhang Yong brought a few people over besides Zhao Qin and Dong Wenguang. There was also Wang Guoqiao, a water element ability user. The three seemed a bit awkward as they all knew too while they were here just to eat with Ji. Xiao Wu should be at home too. Let's also bring him over tomorrow, Ji said as there was no one left on their floor. Every apartment could be freely occupied, and when the time came the boys and girls could live separately, avoiding unnecessary awkwardness. Xiao Wu. It's great that he's still alive. Everyone in the security team liked the easygoing Xiao Wu. His charisma was something Ji could only admire. But I heard that the ones who went out today haven't returned yet. They said they went to the big supermarket. Zhao Qin said, It's good that you all came tonight. Remember not to go out casually. We'll see how things are in the morning. Ji had Lin Fanqing use his ability to open the door of a nearby family of 3. The corpses inside had all been burned, and only simple cleaning was needed. Guqiao has water. We can manage ourselves. Zhao Qin found several buckets and cloths, not wanting to rely on others to clean up for them. Right, we'll do it ourselves. Dong Wenguang also reacted. Then fine, I'll bring you food later. Ji kept his word, and within half an hour Zhang Yong came in carrying several boxes of instant noodles, some canned meat, and bags of marinated chicken legs. It's late now, let's consider this a late-night snack. After Zhang Yong finished speaking, several people couldn't help but salivate. That evening Xuan Ningxia was roused by a familiar barking. Since the apocalypse began, her sleep had been light, and any sound could jolt her awake. Is that Changsheng? Recognizing the bark came from next door, she instinctively walked to the living room. Go back to sleep, sis. Ji Shi said. A few zombies got into the neighborhood. Zhang Yonggang had just hung up the walkie-talkie with Ji Shi in the living room. A few zombies. Zhao Yu had also awakened, but still wore a groggy expression. With the doors all torn down, how could zombies not get in? Zhao Hualing remarked, then walked to the balcony and looked down with Xuan Ningxia. Ability users had excellent night vision, but it was better not to look. Both of them were instantly wide awake. Good heavens, this was far more than a few zombies. On the walkways below, in the withered gardens, and even atop the garbage stations, zombies stood in throngs. Many of them raised their heads, staring up at the onlookers with eyes full of white. Screams and panicked cries rose and fell, contrasting sharply with the roars of the zombies. The glass doors at the building entrances were swarmed, and some zombies even hurled abilities upward at the windows. Didn't they say there were hardly any zombies outside and the rescue team was almost here? Who agreed to open the main gate? Wasn't Captain Ji and the others locking it for our safety? What's the use of saying that now? Back then you were the ones accusing them of wanting to control the neighborhood. I saw it. It was Luo Hao and his gang who lured these zombies here. Some survivors still lingered in the stairwells asking questions, but after hearing the roars below, they quickly retreated into their homes and sealed the doors and windows tight. Because even though the glass doors in the lobby were usually kept closed, no one could guarantee how much longer they would hold. Smack! After a mutated zombies assault, the lobby door of one building shattered and zombies surged into the hall, drawn by the scent of humans. Good grief, what kind of god-level person could attract so many zombies? Lin Fanqing leaned on the balcony, munching on barbecue that Ji Shi had taken from his spatial storage. They had rested inside the space for over a day, and now seeing the zombies below, they were itching for action. But first they needed to fill their stomachs. It's normal. The day before yesterday we threw out a few chickens and attracted 2,000 zombies, Lin Ye said. What's the plan? Lin's Haihei asked. With so many zombies below, going down would be extremely dangerous. The safest spot is on the second floor, Ji Shi noted. He remembered that below the fourth floor of their building no one lived anymore. Even if there were survivors on those floors, they had moved higher, believing that the higher the floor the safer. Got it. So I'll go to the second floor balcony and fight the zombies, he didn't write. Lin Fanqing tossed away the bamboo skewer, feeling even more admiration for his brother-in-law. Ji Shi was always so calm in a crisis, as if he could solve any problem even if the sky were falling. Go to the second floor. Dong Wenguang and the others were clearly terrified. The second floor was so close to the ground. How dangerous was that? Brothers, don't embarrass me. You know those pretty girls. They're practically digging out crystal cores with their bare hands. Zhang Yong said. You're kidding me, right? Those girls are all beautiful. How could they do something like that? Dong Wenguang thought Zhang Yong was exaggerating. Anyway, just follow along and stop complaining, Zhang Yong said with disdain. But he believed that in a few days these guys, late at night, no one in Century Garden community could sleep. People not only sealed their doors and windows tight, but also stuffed every gap with anything they could find, hoping that even if zombies climbed up, they wouldn't detect the scent of humans inside. They also prayed that the rescue team would arrive soon. Suddenly, a burst of explosive sounds echoed through the community. In the darkness, a flash of fire flickered and then erupted into a stronger blaze. The zombies' roars were fierce, but they weren't coming from below their building. People rushed to the windows to see the source of the flames and spotted several figures on the second floor of Building F. Men and women, all using their abilities to kill zombies. The person standing at the center was familiar to all. Ji Shi, the captain of the community security team. It's Ji Shi and his group. Ji Shi is killing zombies. But with so many, how long can they keep it up? Phew, all the zombies are heading to Building F. What a relief. Ji Shi observed the progress of Xuan Ningxia and the others over the past few days and found that they had improved far more than he had expected. Xuan Ningxia could now condense metal spikes and accurately drive them into the zombies' heads. Even Lin Zhihai could manipulate the sand and gravel below, sending chaotic blasts at the zombies. A flash of light burst forth as Lin Fanqing conjured a metal plate, shielding everyone from a fireball attack. I thought about it yesterday, and today it actually worked, Lin Fanqing said proudly. Ji Shi merely nodded, but inwardly he was astonished. Lin Fanqing was only at the first level of the metal element, yet this metal shield was a skill that in his past life could only be manifested by third-level metal ability users. It seemed that this time around, even his own fire ability might be benefiting from the effects of the marrow cleansing pill. What element users can try to form wooden spikes? The principle is the same as metal, Ji Shi said to Zhao Hualing, who stood nearby looking at a loss. Wooden spikes. Zhao Hualing had been practicing close combat these past few days. Now standing on the second floor and looking down at the zombies, she had no idea what to do. But Ji Shi's words opened a new door for her. All abilities follow their own developmental laws. First, think about what form your ability can take and which form deals the most damage to zombies. Ji Shi calmly instructed the group on the balcony amidst the zombies' roars. Physical endurance and close combat skills were the foundation, but the future belonged to ability users. To become a high-level ability user, one had to seize this initial period. There are too many zombies gathering. Lin Ye sent another wave of water spheres crashing down. Wang Guoqiao had been standing behind watching the battle. When he saw Lin Ye's water spheres, he suddenly recalled his own pathetic trickle of water. So why was the gap between people so vast? Seeing the zombies about to form a human pyramid to climb up, Ji Shi swept his hands and conjured two fireballs, merging them into one and hurling it downward. A blindingly bright fireball slammed into the zombie horde directly below with a deafening boom. Dong Wenguang, also a fire element user, was stunned. Compared to that, his own little flame was hardly worth showing off. It's fine. Ji Shi retracted his ability, signaling that everyone could resume their practice. The air was thick with a scorched smell, but everyone felt it was far more refreshing than the stench of rotting zombies. Even Zhang Yong, who knew Ji Shi was formidable, was stunned for a long moment. How could Ji Shi have become so powerful in just a few days? Just a rank up. Seeing Zhang Yong's lingering confusion, Ji Shi raised an eyebrow and replied, "If I recall correctly, you've already advanced once before, haven't you?" Zhang Yong asked. "Yeah, this is my second promotion." Ji Shi didn't intend to hide anything. The early stages of ability advancement were relatively simple, but it grew increasingly difficult later on. Based on his knowledge from his past life, no third-tier ability users had emerged yet, so Zhang Yong's shock was only natural. Lightning speed. Zhang Yong silently retreated to the back, and Shi Liang patted his shoulder in consolation. People can't be compared to others, just accept it. Ji Shi didn't know how many zombies had entered the neighborhood, but that night no one remained idle. Besides Lin Yiya and a few others with long-range attack abilities, he also lured some zombies into the first-floor lobby. Then he fought alongside Zhang Yong, Shi Liang, and the newly recruited Zhao Qin and his team until dawn. Zhao Hualing had only managed to kill 6 zombies, but she was already satisfied. Even Zhao Yu had taken down a few. After sealing the lobby door with his ability, Ji Shi led the group back to the 11th floor. Xiao Shuang is exhausted. Xiao Shuang had depleted her ability and had also killed more zombies in the lobby. Now she was clinging to Lin Yiya's side. Ji Zhongping opened the door for everyone. Dong Wenguang and the other two were visiting Ji Shi's home for the first time. Their eyes went wide at the sight of the dishes laid out on the dining table and coffee table. "I knew you'd all be tired. Come have some breakfast." Ji Jinping had prepared everything thoroughly, even setting out water and disinfectant for washing hands. "Thank you, uncle." Zhao Qin had heard from Zhang Yong about the good treatment here, but he hadn't expected this level of hospitality. It was like the warmth of a 5-star home. "You're welcome. Our place is small, so the dining table can't fit everyone. Make yourselves comfortable on the sofa." With that, Ji Jinping went back to the kitchen and brought out a large pot of freshly cooked century egg and lean pork congee. The congee was pearly white, its aroma mingling with the scent of meat, topped with chopped century eggs and scallions. Zhao Qin and the others who hadn't had a proper meal in a long time felt like they could devour the entire bowl. Delicious. Zhao Yu had always thought Ji Jinping's cooking rivaled that of a star chef. Besides the simple yet elegant congee, the fried wontons and assorted cold appetizers on the table were all made by Ji Jinping. Each dish was a delight to the palate. "There's more in the kitchen. Eat up." One of Ji Jinping's greatest pleasures was seeing his food completely consumed. Now everyone in the room was too busy eating to talk, all happily devouring the warm breakfast. The scene filled him with a sense of accomplishment. After the meal, everyone went back to rest in their own rooms. Zhang Yong also moved into the room with Zhao Qin and the others. Zhao Qin remarked, "Ji Shi is really good to us, but if we keep eating like this, won't our supplies eventually run out?" "I'm worried about that too. Just look at this morning. We polished off 3 big pots of congee, not counting the dishes and eggs." Wang Guoqiao also expressed his concern. "I've asked Ji Shi about this before. He said it's not our problem to worry about, we just need to focus on improving our own strength." Zhang Yong lay back contentedly on the sofa. After a full meal, his fatigue vanished, and he soon fell asleep comfortably. Watching Zhang Yong drift off so easily, Zhao Qin and the others also felt drowsiness creeping in. The satisfaction of a full stomach brought a sense of joy. They didn't know how long they had slept, but when they woke up they noticed that the number of zombies outside had significantly decreased. "Uncle Ji," they all. Dong Wenguang and the others rushed anxiously to Ji Shi's door. Ji Zhongping, who had been staying at home, comforted them. "They saw you were resting and didn't disturb you. You've just started, there's no need to rush." Ji Shi and his family had already rested for 7 or 8 hours in the space. When they came out, only an hour had passed in the real world, but the others still needed rest. So Ji Shi simply took his family downstairs to kill zombies first. Xue Ningxia and the others had just come down not long ago, but Ji Shi didn't have Lin Fanqing close the gate again, so zombies kept pouring into the neighborhood. "Yaya behind you at 6 o'clock. Ji Shi was fighting a metal-type zombie, but his peripheral vision never left his family. A wood-type zombie was charging at Lin Yaya from her diagonal rear. A water ball struck the wood-type zombie and knocked it down, but its vines lashed out from both sides toward Lin Yaya. Bang! Lin Yaya slammed a water jet into the ground, using the recoil to leap into the air and dodge the attack. After landing, Lin Yaya severed the wood-type zombie's vines with her short knife. Before the zombie could counterattack, she sprinted toward it and finished it off. The newcomers who had just come down were stunned. Was this the pampered heiress Ji Shi had married? Lin Yaya's serious little face showed no panic. She only broke into a happy smile when Ji Shi praised her. Yaya has learned to apply her skills flexibly. The zombies wouldn't be wiped out anytime soon, so the group retreated to the lobby for a brief rest. "That's because you taught me well." Inspired by Ji Shi's advice to think more about the forms of her ability, Lin Yaya had become much more adept at using it to kill zombies today. Ji Shi smiled and ruffled Lin Yaya's hair, his eyes filled with affection. Ji Shi knew how many hours Lin Yaya had spent training in the space. She never seemed to wait for him to protect her. While being gentle with others, she silently worked hard on her own. Seeing the blissful look on their faces, Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai exchanged a glance. Look at you. You almost tore them apart. Tang Jingru couldn't resist a jab. I was wrong, all right, Lin Jihai said helplessly. He hadn't known his son-in-law had such skills, and Ji Shi had always treated Yaya with genuine sincerity. Ji Shi were late. Zhao Qin finally arrived with the other two. Even Zhang Yong and Shi Liang had come down earlier. It's fine, I didn't let them wake you up. Killing zombies requires a clear mind, and rest is important, Ji Shi said casually. Seeing that Ji Shi and the others had no objections, the three finally felt relieved. Yet, Ji Shi added, we need to bring Xiao Wu back within today. Today? But can we even get out? Zhang Yong couldn't help asking. Of course we can, Ji Shi replied. He had already asked Chu Xiaoshuang to observe the surroundings from the rooftop, using her wind-based ability. As long as they moved quickly enough, they wouldn't be surrounded by zombies. Although Zhao Qin was an ordinary person without abilities, he had previously killed zombies alongside Dong Wenguang. Moreover, before the apocalypse, Ji Shi had made him exercise every day, so he was not lagging behind in slaying zombies. Before the others could finish their rest, Zhao Qin had Lin Fanqing lure a few zombies inside the hall and began fighting them. Dong Wenguang and Wang Guoqiao were ability users, but they clearly hadn't mastered their powers yet, so they also fought with blades. Actually, they're better off than we were back then, Tang Jingru whispered. After all, at the very beginning they hadn't dared to kill zombies so brazenly. Shi Liang, a speed-type ability user, seemed to react faster when killing zombies. This was already his 5th day of doing so, and now he could remain completely unfazed by the sight of black blood splattering. Alright, let's keep going too. Everyone had gathered. Ji Shi felt that their earlier fight was merely an appetizer. Just then the walkie-talkie on his belt suddenly crackled. Is that Xiaoshuang? Lin Yaya asked. Chu Xiaoshuang was still on the rooftop, keeping an eye on the surroundings of the residential complex. Was there danger? Master, something's wrong. A huge horde of zombies is heading this way. Chu Xiaoshuang had been humming a tune and flying on the rooftop, enjoying the lightness her wind ability brought. Just as she poked a straw into her favorite strawberry milk carton, she spotted a massive swarm of zombies in the distance. The zombie horde appeared to number at least 3,000. She immediately contacted Ji Shi. 3,000. And there are so few of us. Lin Jihai frowned. Could they only hide for now? Not all 3,000 will necessarily come here. In any case, the plan has changed. We won't go out for now, Ji Shi decided. Originally, he planned to lead everyone directly into the complex to kill zombies once they were all assembled, but that was no longer possible. I'm afraid closing the main gate now won't help either, Lin Fanqing said. That gate couldn't hold back so many zombies. The group ascended the stairs with heavy hearts. When they reached the 11th floor, a shy girl wearing glasses was pacing in the corridor. Ji Shi remembered her as a student living downstairs home for summer break, who lived alone with her mother, a cleaner at a domestic service company. The girl adjusted her glasses to hide her nervousness, clutching a laptop in her arms. Who are you? Tang Jingru stepped forward to ask. My name is Han Xinlei. I live downstairs. I need your help with something. Han Xinlei blushed as she spoke. She felt an aura of power emanating from the group, which made her involuntarily tense. In truth, she got nervous talking to any stranger, let alone so many. What is it? Ji Shi asked curiously. The girl didn't seem to be asking for food. I'd like to borrow some electricity. My laptop is completely dead. Without power, I can't connect to the community's local network. Han Xinlei blurted out the reason for her visit. She knew Ji Shi's group had electricity. Local network. Lin Fanqing became intrigued. Someone still cared about that in times like this. This girl was interesting. Yes. Satellite communications are down now, but the local network still works. Many survivors in the community have already joined it. I can't get any electricity anywhere. Han Xinlei expressed herself excitedly. Come on in. We have power. Ji Shi gestured for everyone to enter the room. Overjoyed, Han Xinlei quickly thanked them and followed. It turned out Han Xinlei was a computer science student. After the apocalypse cut off all signals, she used her skills to set up a local area network. A few days ago, she had gone door to door to notify everyone they could join, but now the power was out. Can this network broadcast messages? Hey, Ji Shi asked. Han Xinlei nodded. Yes, but only people within the community can see it. Since power was scarce, everyone's device batteries were precious, so they had agreed on a daily time slot for online communication. It happened to be that time now. That's enough. Can I use it? I have something important to announce, Ji Shi asked. Of course. Han Xinlei knew exactly who Ji Shi was. He was someone the entire community owed gratitude to. Ji Shi brought out a backup power source from his home and had Han Xinlei log into the local network. The interface looked primitive, but it showed the number of online users, an impressive 98 people. The chat screen came into view, and Ji Shi and the others watched with interest. See that? Those are real ability users. My fire can only be a lighter. Anyone have water? We can trade half a steamed bun for a bucket. Day in, one of starving to death. I might not be in this world by the next second. The guy next door seems to have turned into a zombie. He's pounding the wall every minute. Damn persistent. Ji Shi also posted a message in the chat. Hello everyone, this is Ji Shi. Sorry to interrupt, but a horde of zombies is approaching the community from Fuqiang Road. Preliminary estimates suggest over 300 zombies, possibly more behind. If we do nothing, the community might become a zombie gathering ground. Over 300 zombies. Han Xinlia's eyes widened in shock. This was the suburbs. Hadn't Ji Shi and his team already cleared most of the zombies here? Where did so many come from? However, the phone Ji Shi then pulled out clearly showed footage of the zombie horde. Master, did Xiaoshuang take a good shot? Chu Xiaoshuang asked, seeking praise. Very good, Ji Shi replied, then signaled Han Xinlei to send the photo to the group. The others were still in disbelief. More precisely, they were too shocked to believe it. We're doomed. Let it all end. We can't win this. Next time don't let me see Luo Hao and his gang. They're the ones who opened the gate. Captain Ji, what should we do now? Yeah, what do we do? I don't want to die. There are quite a lot of people here, sis. You're amazing. Lin Fanqing noticed that many people on the network were discussing their actions, most expressing surprise and envy at their zombie-killing feat, which greatly satisfied his vanity. Not at all, I just want to help everyone. Han Xinlei was delighted that her local network could also be useful to Ji Shi. My family, friends, and I all live in this community. Since the zombies have come, we naturally have to fight back, but we also need everyone's help. Ji Shi's words immediately caused an uproar among the 98 online users. Just tell us what help you need. As long as it's within our power. We don't know how to do anything, we're afraid to kill zombies. Afraid to go out. Anyway, we'll die sooner or later if we don't resist. Captain Ji, just say the word, and he'll do whatever I can. People's reactions varied, but Ji Shi was already satisfied. He quickly typed again. Since there may be many zombies, if we lure them all to Building F, it won't hold for long. So I just need everyone to help attract the zombies without having to go outside. I get it, brother-in-law. You want everyone to spread out and attract them. Lin Fanqing caught on. They had only thought about how they couldn't kill all the zombies, but hadn't considered mobilizing the community's resources. Yes, it depends on whether everyone is willing to cooperate. Ji Shi said. The chat window on the screen was silent for a few seconds. Everyone wondered if the local network had gone down, but finally someone replied. Okay, just standing on the balcony is enough. I live on the 6th floor, zombies won't climb up right. I'm still a bit scared. This is simple, I'm not afraid of them. No, I'll have nightmares seeing them. My place faces east, I can only go to the next building. Yes, just stand on the balcony. If anyone has abilities, they can practice with them. The zombies won't climb up, but be careful of what type zombie vines. Ji Shi wasn't sure if this method would work, but at least it posed no danger to the residents. Worth a try. I can help too. And my mom. Han Xinlei spoke up. Building F doesn't need more zombie luring for now, thank you. Ji Shi meant no offense, but Han Xinlei looked utterly devastated, as if petrified on the spot. Lin Ye found it hard to bear, so she quickly said, you can help with other things, not just luring zombies. Han Xinlei nodded frantically. I can help with anything. Oh, and my mom too. Ji Shi suddenly remembered something and asked, were the zombie corpses in the corridor cleaned up by you? Han Xinlei wanted to ask how he knew, but shyly replied, my mom and I did it. She said you saved our lives and work hard killing zombies, so we should do what we can. My mom used to be a cleaner, she can't sit still. I hope we didn't cause any trouble. Haha, so it was you. No trouble at all, we should be thanking you. Lin Fanqing also noticed that the floors and stairwells of their building were much cleaner than the others, as if someone had been cleaning regularly. So it was the work of the girl in front of him and her mother. Alright, well, save the thanks for later. Get ready. Ji Shi had been watching Changsheng's reaction just as Changsheng had been watching the direction of the community gate. The zombie horde was coming soon. On a high ground 10 kilometers from the Century Garden community, a young man in black lowered his binoculars, turned to a group of uniformed people behind him, and said, let's go. Captain Qi, should we prepare the bait again today? Another middle-aged man in uniform stepped forward and asked. No need. The zombies in the C-31 area have been successfully diverted. 2 more teams still need to divert them further. To avoid chaos, we'll call it a day. Qi Yingyan concealed the coldness in his eyes and opened the car door, but a woman inside stared at him with displeasure. Is this your method? Luring zombies to the suburbs. Those people living in the suburbs are going to be ruined by you. The woman said sarcastically, contempt flashing in her beautiful eyes. What's wrong with that? The suburbs are sparsely populated. How many could survive in such a ratio? The headquarters attraction is too strong. If we ignored it, we'd probably be surrounded by zombies by now. Qi Yingyan argued with some agitation. He wasn't bothered by the hordes of zombies, but he was angered by the woman's repeated lack of understanding. After all, this decision was originally his proposal. Sacrificing the few for the many. A great debate topic, but I won't accept it. The woman forced a self-deprecating smile. What good did her disagreement do? She was just a spatial ability user, a portable warehouse providing convenience for the team. Lana's a kind person, but this world is now only cruel. One day you'll understand. Qi Yingyan had calmed down. Zhou Lan was his girlfriend. Before the apocalypse, they got along well. After the apocalypse, Zhou Lan awakened her spatial ability and followed him into the rescue team. But she often ran counter to his ideas, always believing he was wrong. I hope so. The car gradually started. Jolan looked out the window toward the area designated as the diversion zone. There were probably no living people left, right? Under the scorching sun, the Century Garden community was filled with a grim atmosphere. In front of Ji Shi stood a hunched, grayish-white zombie. Crimson saliva dripped from its mouth, its chest and hands covered in blood and shredded flesh, and it held a severed human shin in one hand. Because it looked so unusual, Ji Shi had noticed it early. Roar! A long howl erupted from the zombie's mouth. It dropped the shin, spread its arms, and lunged at Ji Shi. Ji Shi drew the Tang sword from his waist and closed in, swinging it diagonally. But the zombie caught the blade with both hands. Such immense strength. Ji Shi was shocked. This was a strength-type mutant zombie, and the force was definitely not level 1 or 2, likely level 3. Strength type. Zhang Yong, after slicing open a zombie with his blade, excitedly looked over. The strength-type zombies they had encountered before were easily dealt with by Ji Shi's ability, but this one seemed far from simple. The zombie is stronger than you, Xue Ningxiao remarked from the side, and Zhang Yong instantly fell into gloom. The level 3 strength-type zombie in Ji Shi's eyes was indeed formidable, possessing immense power, while its flesh and skin seemed brimming with force. Bang! The Tang sword was repelled once more by the zombie's sinewy body. As Ji Shi dodged its clawing lunge, he conjured a fireball that struck the side of its face, searing away half the flesh and rendering the creature even more grotesque. Yet the loss of half its face caused it no pain. The strength-type zombie grabbed a nearby zombie and hurled it fiercely at Ji Shi. Sizzle! The Tang blade cleaved the thrown zombie in two, only for two more to be flung, one in each hand. Ji Shi countered by casting fireballs from both hands. Upon impact, the flames proved superior, smashing the two zombies to the ground and transforming them into blazing clusters. So that's how it's done. Learn something new. Zhang Yong stared in astonishment at the strength-type zombie, nearly itching to jot down its attack patterns. The strength-type zombie guarded itself warily, using nearby zombies as shields against the fireballs. Ji Shi leaped behind it, bending low to summon a serpent of fire from the ground. The fiery serpent, as if guided by sight, coiled around the zombie. The serpent wrapped tightly around the strength-type zombie, and as the flames climbed to its head, they erupted violently. Boom! Ji Shi concentrated his power on the zombie's cranium, and with a final surge, the creature toppled backward. A gleaming strength-type crystal core fell to the ground, shimmering in the sunlight. The blaze had instantly incinerated the zombie's head to ash. Incredible! Neighbors on the balconies couldn't help but cheer. Yet their cheers were answered by the frenzied roars of the zombie horde below. Ji Shi's call on the local network had indeed stirred some response. Though only the 30-odd households facing the inner courtyard had reacted, grabbing whatever they thought could protect them, quilts or barricades, and stepping onto their balconies. Their fears stemmed from the fact that the Century Garden residential complex was besieged inside and out. Ji Shi also realized this: the surrounding zombies numbered no fewer than 3,000, possibly exceeding 4,000. What on earth is going on? How did so many zombies suddenly appear? Lin Zhihai couldn't fathom it. Perhaps they were lured here, Ji Shi speculated. Someone might have drawn them while fleeing, or it could have been deliberate. Regardless, that wasn't their immediate concern. Roars, roars, roars. The zombies' cries grew deafening. Beyond the makeshift battleground, Ji Shi and his group had cordoned off in front of Building F. The horde swelled. The so-called battleground was merely a section of road enclosed by barriers and fences. Now the last barrier was on the verge of collapse. Forced to retreat, Ji Shi led everyone back inside the building. Boom. Before entering, Ji Shi conjured two fire serpents, letting them slither into the zombie masses on the road. Looks like we won't be picking up Xiao Wu today, Ji Shi said with a wry smile. This was clearly not a problem that could be solved in a single day. Maybe we can think of another way. Lin Yeye proposed. Since Han Xinlei could still contact many residents, perhaps Unity could forge an alternative path. Sister Yeye, I just saw someone throw a gas canister down, killing two zombies. Everyone's cheering online. Han Xinlei rushed over, clutching her laptop. Ji Shi had told her not to worry about electricity. He could keep her computer powered continuously, so she stayed online. Others on the local network, however, dared not keep their devices running and only checked in at the top of each hour for updates. It was now 3 in the afternoon. Ji Shi noticed that many online were discussing survival strategies, mostly agreeing to seal off their floor entrances together. So Ji Shi typed 4 words into the computer: high-altitude object throwing. What does that mean? Is that Captain G? High-altitude object throwing. Are we supposed to smash zombies? Yes, sealing off helps temporarily, but it's just evasion. For true safety, there's only one way: eliminate them. Ji Shi's idea sparked after hearing Han Xinlei's words. As Lin Yeye had said, there could be many ways to kill zombies. His suggestion was quickly put into practice. Sounds of objects crashing echoed from outside the building. You want to eat people? Go to hell. From the 14th floor of Building E, a dozen glass beer bottles clattered down, accompanied by a man's curses. 2 or 3 bottles even shattered zombie skulls. Huh. So this works. It's effective. My beer bottles killed 2 zombies. The man danced with joy, then dragged out everything heavy he could find from home: giant bottles of shower gel, stools, tables, a TV. High-altitude throwing. Should be more effective from higher floors, right? I'm going to the rooftop to throw. The neighbors next door are all dead. Is it illegal to take their stuff to throw? In just over 10 minutes, the entire complex suddenly buzzed with activity. Some even hoisted beds and mattresses to drop down. Lin Fanqing was eager to join in. Should we give it a try too? Go ahead. Wenguang, come with me, Ji Shi said, signaling the others to head upstairs, while he took Dong Wenguang, also a fire-type ability user, to the second floor. What's up? Dong Wenguang asked. See what they're throwing down. A lot of it is flammable, Ji Shi reminded. Wooden tables, chairs, mattresses, various flammable appliances. If they added fire to that, the effect might be remarkable. The walls of Century Garden were made of fire-resistant material, so even if flames spread on the roads, they would hardly reach the buildings. Plus, they had water-type ability users. I get it. Let me try. As if a new world had opened up, Dong Wenguang excitedly lobbed a small fireball at a quilt someone had thrown down, though he had no idea why anyone would throw a quilt. Whoosh! The quilt ignited instantly upon contact with the flame. Ji Shi followed with several fireballs. The already scorching road burst into a massive blaze, engulfing the hordes of zombies below in an instant. It's working. Dong Wenguang grew even more excited. After launching a few fireballs, he dashed into the bedroom of that apartment and retrieved several more quilts. Who on earth threw those quilts? What foresight? Clatter and clang. Another cascade of noise fell from above as someone hurled down a pile of pots, pans, and various bottles and jars. Outcries of anger, sobs, and cheers erupted from the surroundings. Ji Shi and Dong Wenguang fell silent after hearing this. The anger in those curses was nothing but helpless fury. The sobs carried the grief of utter collapse. The cheers were a release of despair. People who had been hiding and enduring desperately needed an outlet, a breaking point. Beyond those who had seen Ji Shi's words online, others also witnessed the scene and began to mimic the act, fetching whatever they could smash from their homes. You devils, I'll kill you all. Why? Why has our world become like this? It's all your fault, all your fault. You beasts who devour people without spitting out bones, go to hell. Wah, you ate my family, go on, eat. Ji Shi, while kindling fires in various spots, noticed that the grieving people had not lost their wisdom. Some poured cooking oil or other flammable liquids below, dousing the flames and making them rage even fiercer. The zombies, feeling no pain, howled in fury and clawed at the walls. Han Xinlei, who had not yet left, watched this scene and felt it was like the infernal flames of hell burning countless evil spirits, and the one who had ignited this fire was the man standing ahead. You didn't go up. It's not safe here. Ji Shi turned and said, No, I thought I could be the first to inform you about everyone from here. They said the door of building A is broken. Han Xinlei lowered her head and handed the laptop to Ji Shi. No one dared to come down from building A, but it was visible from buildings B and C. The tempered glass door of building A had been shattered by a mutated zombie, and zombies were now beginning to enter. However, the stairwell doors on each floor of building A were sealed, so it should hold for a while. Building A. It's close to the main entrance, the most dangerous place. Ji Shi pondered for a moment. The only thing they could do now was to speed up the elimination of the zombies. The noise of smashing and throwing in the residential complex lasted for over 2 hours. During those 2 hours, many zombies below were killed by falling objects. Coupled with the fire attack, Ji Shi had demonstrated other fire-type, superpowered individuals in the complex also imitated him, burning the majority of the zombies to death. Seeing that the time was ripe, Ji Shi decisively led his family and team members downstairs to clear the remaining zombies. Bang! Xue Ningxia, using what little power she had left, swung a wrench and smashed it fiercely into a zombie's head. The iron wrench sank deep into the zombie's skull, and the creature fell to the ground. Xue Ningxia bent over, panting heavily. They had been fighting alongside Ji Shi downstairs for over 2 hours, and now only a few scattered zombies remained. FSSSD. Shi Liang leaped and kicked a zombie onto a half-burned sofa, then finished it off with a single slash. So speed-type superpowered individuals can kill zombies pretty fast too. Lin Fanqing gave a thumbs up. Yeah, thanks to you guys taking me to practice every day. It seems to be working. Shi Liang said. He had never imagined he could kill zombies this way, and the people fighting alongside him were his comrades. It was not until dusk that Lin Fanqing successfully resealed the complex's main gate with his power. This victory seemed almost unbelievable. Although the roads in the complex were scorched black and piles of unburnable debris littered the path, the survivors on the balconies were immensely excited as they watched the group of people supporting each other down below. They were saved. Ji Shi of the security team had saved them once more. Brother, give me a hand. My legs are like jelly. Dong Wenguang's legs were trembling, but he was smiling. If Ji Shi hadn't made us run laps every morning and evening last month, I'd probably be dead by now. Zhao Qin was now filled with deep admiration for the man ahead. They had reluctantly cursed Ji Shi for making them run and exercise every day, but now they were simply grateful they had listened. Yeah, if it weren't for him, I'd be nothing but scraps by now. Zhang Yang's eyes would still moisten whenever he recalled the night he hid in the electrical distribution box. Back then, Ji Shi was like a god descending from the heavens, a god who pulled him from the abyss. He swore he would never speak ill of Ji Shi again, and had already resolved to follow him unwaveringly. Ji Shi is a really good man. I thought he wouldn't bother with me back then. Shi Liang added from behind. And the good man Ji Shi was now in his space, waiting for Lin Fanqing to advance. The advancement had come so suddenly. Ji Shi noticed Lin Fanqing's face turning red and him unable to walk, so he guessed what was happening and quickly led him into an empty apartment on the second floor of Building F, then entered the space. There were no signs before a superpowered individual's advancement. If interrupted during the process, the advancement would fail, and the superpower level would stagnate for a long time before another attempt. So Ji Shi had Lin Fanqing sit down at the entrance of the space. When Ji Shi returned, Xuan Ningxia and the others were resting against the wall holding the red bean and ice fruit tea that Xi Jinping had prepared for them, even enjoying the luxury of an electric fan. Where's Fanqing? Still in the bathroom. Zhang Yong asked casually. Ji Shi, yeah? It seemed everyone thought Lin Fanqing's reaction was just a need to use the toilet. Today is finally safe. The gate is closed. Should be safe tonight, right? Zhao Hualing walked out after washing his face using the water Lin Yaya had drawn. In theory, yes. Ji Shi took out the photo Chu Xiaoshuang had taken. Chu Xiaoshuang's photography skills were unrefined, and the image was clearly blurry, but after enlarging it several times, Ji Shi spotted something suspicious. What do you mean? Lin Zhihai came over. Ji Shi had clearly found something. These zombies look like they're chasing something. Ji Shi had Lin Yaya call Han Xinlei over to help enlarge the photo. Han Xinlei, being a computer science major, enlarged the photo clearly in just 2 minutes. These are people, right? Zhao Hualing pointed in surprise at the area about 200 meters ahead of the zombie horde, where there were clearly several people riding motorcycles. They are definitely human. Zombies can't ride motorcycles. Xuan Ningxia said coldly after her initial shock. Who could it be? Why would they deliberately lure the zombies? If that's the case, perhaps we still have one more thing to do. Ji Shi pondered deeply. Although he couldn't see the faces of the people in the photo, he was certain that they hadn't lured the zombies over out of personal vendetta. No one would risk their life to single-handedly attract thousands of zombies. It was highly likely that they were acting under someone's orders. And at the beginning of the apocalypse, the ones who would first react might only be those people. What thing? Lin Zhihai asked. Let's keep an eye on the surroundings for the next couple of days. I'm not entirely sure yet. Ji Shi ultimately said nothing more. Just then Lin Fanqing ran up excitedly, announcing that he had just succeeded in his advancement. What a... You advanced in the time it took to take a dump? Zhang Yong asked in astonishment. Lin Fanqing shot his brother-in-law a helpless look while Ji Shi merely shrugged. He hadn't been the one to mention the bathroom break. Congratulations. How does it feel to advance? Lin Yan naturally knew that Lin Fanqing had gone off to hide for his advancement. Amazing. Fresh from his advancement, Lin Fanqing felt brimming with energy. He sensed that at the moment of breakthrough, both his physical strength and ability had fully recovered. Now he felt ready to wreak havoc again. However, seeing that everyone was too exhausted to move, Ji Shi had Xi Jinping prepare some food. Huh? Where's Xiaolei? Han Jingru asked while setting the table, noticing that Han Xinlei, who had been helping, was nowhere to be seen. I saw her go back just now, Zhao Qin replied. The girl named Han Xinlei seemed reluctant to disturb them, so she hurried off with her laptop without eating anything. Ji Shi remained silent after hearing this, but after finishing the meal with the group, he sent Zhang Yong to deliver 2 packs of supplies to the mother and daughter downstairs. They didn't want to take them, but luckily I'm strong. They couldn't outmuscle me. Zhang Yong reported that his mission was accomplished. Alright, let's go. Ji Shi made a move to lead everyone out. What? Where are we going? Dong Wingguang asked, sensing the unusual determination in Ji Shi's demeanor. To find Xiao Wu, Ji Shi replied. At 8 in the evening, Huafu 3rd Road was eerily silent. Normally this would be the time for evening strolls with dogs after dinner. Even without the bustling streets, there would be orderly streetlights and vehicles coming and going. But now the shadows swaying on the road were nothing but zombies foraging for prey. With a bang, an off-road vehicle with its headlights on rolled over a pile of unidentified objects. As the figures lunged forward, the vehicle accelerated instead of slowing down, crashing straight into them. Several zombies were crushed under the wheels and immediately tried to get up, but their lower bodies were already torn apart, leaving only their upper halves crawling toward the off-road vehicle. I don't think there's any survivor left around here. It's all damn zombies. Wang Gokei's heart grew colder with each passing moment. Xiao Wu lived near their residential area, but once they left Century Garden, the roads were nothing but desolation. Not a single trace of human life. That's normal, but Xiao Wu should still be alive. Ji Shi said with certainty. Before the apocalypse, he had left Xiao Wu ample supplies, and had even instructed him on what to do. In the days following the outbreak, he had also kept in touch with Xiao Wu daily. Xiao Wu has to survive. There aren't many of us left in the team. Dong Wingguang began to pray. They stopped before a narrow alley where Xiao Wu lived. Ji Shi ordered Changxing, who had come along, to wait by the roadside, while he, Zhang Yong, and the others swiftly dealt with the 30-odd zombies nearby. We need to be quick. There are plenty of zombies in this area. Ji Shi worried that lingering too long would attract more. However, when they reached Xiao Wu's residence, Changxing's reaction sent a chill through his heart. Woof, woof. Changxing barked incessantly at Xiao Wu's door. No way. Zhang Yong knew Changxing's habits well. The dog only barked like that when encountering zombies. Could it be that Xiao Wu had already turned? Ji Shi silenced Changsheng and called out to the door, Xiao Wu, are you still in there? After the third call, a weak voice finally came from inside. Brother Ji. Is that you? He's alive. Zhang Yong joyfully moved to push the door open. Such a door could be easily shaken open with his strength. Don't come in. Xiao Wu shouted, followed by a clattering noise inside. Ji Shi heard clearly and kicked Zhang Yong aside. Amid Zhang Yong's confused cries, the door before him suddenly burst open with a large hole smashed by something. A furry sharp claw emerged from the hole, stretching out wildly, grabbing at both sides. Zhang Yong stared wide-eyed at the giant claw. If Ji Shi hadn't kicked him away, he would have been skewered for sure. A low, deep growl, an animal's heavy breathing. Then with a crack, the door was completely shattered. Ji Shi tossed a long-range flashlight from his space, illuminating the narrow alley. Finally, they could see what had emerged from inside. Meow. Two pointed ears peeked over the doorframe. It was a gigantic brown tabby cat. Holy crap. A zombie cat. Dong Wingwang had never seen a cat this big. It was twice the height of a man, with claws sharp enough to pierce through a person with a single swipe. Not a zombie cat, just a mutated cat. Xiao take the chance to check on Xiao Wu. As Ji Shi spoke, an orange flame gathered in his palm. Got it. Wang Guoqiao slowly edged toward the door while the mutated cat seemed to detest the flame in Ji Shi's hand and let out a piercing shriek. Woof. Woof. Changsheng assumed an attack stance as well. Changsheng, be good. This cat is dangerous for you. Ji Shi had almost forgotten the age-old rivalry between cats and dogs. Changsheng's size would be no match for a single swipe from this giant mutated cat. As if understanding Ji Shi's words, Changsheng stopped barking and sat down behind him, poised and alert. Dong Wingwang and Wang Guoqiao had no time to marvel at Changsheng's intelligence, for the mutated cat had already lunged at Ji Shi. Boom. Ji Shi dodged swiftly while hurling a fireball. The mutated cat was equally fast, easily evading it. The narrow alley made dodging difficult, so Ji Shi leaped onto a parked tricycle, then agilely climbed onto the low wall bordering the alley. In his hand, a tang saber appeared. The blade gleamed with a faint crimson hue under the moonlight, as if it were about to burst into flames at any moment. Be careful, Ji Shi, this creature is enormous. Zhang Yong shouted. The mutant cat was far larger than the zombie dog they had encountered earlier. It looks fierce, but that's all, Ji Shi said with a faint smile. Mutant animals were far easier to deal with than zombie animals. With a sharp swish, the tang sword cut through the night air. Ji Shi sprinted along the low wall toward the mutant cat, which lunged at him in turn. Meanwhile, Wang Guoqiao had seized the chance to slip into Xiao Wu's room. Zhang Yong and Dong Wingwang wanted to help, but they found zombies swarming in from both ends of the alley. Helpless, the two had to deal with the zombies first. The space on the low wall was narrow, and a single misstep could send them tumbling off either side. Ji Shi steadied himself, and just as the mutant cat pounced, he dropped low. He slid beneath the cat's belly in a nearly flat posture, passing by it in a flash. The alley filled with the scent of blood and the cat's agonized howls. After cutting down a zombie, Zhang Yong couldn't help glancing toward the wall. To his astonishment, Ji Shi had slashed a gaping hole in the giant mutant cat's belly. The cat let out a maddened meow and charged at Ji Shi again. Ji Shi, sneered, leaped off the wall and put some distance between himself and the others. The mutant cat also jumped down from the wall and lunged diagonally at Ji Shi. Ji Shi hurled two fireballs simultaneously. Because the alley was narrow, the cat dodged only one, the other struck its right cheek squarely. The mutant cat looked utterly wretched now. Blood still oozed from its belly, and flames continued to burn on its right cheek. Several zombies drawn by the scent of blood approached, but the cat swatted two of them away with a single claw. It hadn't forgotten its enemy. Its feline eyes fixed on the man before it had opened its fang-filled maw and leaped at Ji Shi. Ji Shi decided not to retreat further. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't outrun a mutant cat. Instead, he sprang aside, then grabbed the edge of the low wall and hoisted himself up. The mutant cat landed empty-pawed. As it searched for Ji Shi, a figure suddenly dropped from above. Holy crap, you dare ride that thing? Zhang Yong exclaimed after finishing off the zombies, seeing Ji Shi firmly seated on the mutant cat's back. Ji Shi raised the tang sword high. With one hand clutching the thick cat fur, he swung the other hand down, slashing at the creature beneath him. The blade sliced diagonally across the cat's lower jaw and plunged into its neck. Success! Ji Shi pulled out the tang sword and jumped away. The mutant cat thrashed wildly on the ground a few times, then fell silent. Is it dead? Dong Wingwang asked. Yes. Mutant animals feel pain. That's their weakness, Ji Shi replied. Ji Shi walked over, plunged the tang sword into the cat's head, and twisted it hard. A beast core larger than a fist was pried out. By then, Wang Guoqiao had emerged from the room, carrying the weakened Xiao Wu on his back. Let's go. We can't stay here long, Ji Shi said. Without asking further, Ji Shi retrieved the off-road vehicle from his space, just as the group and the dog reached the alley entrance. Everyone quickly boarded, and they drove back along the route they had come. It was only in the car that Ji Shi saw the full extent of Xiao Wu's injuries. His back was almost completely torn with no patch of healthy skin left. What happened? Dong Wenguang couldn't help asking. I don't know. When I went in he was hanging from the beam, Wang Guoqiao replied. It had taken him great effort to get Xiao Wu down, and now Xiao Wu was barely conscious. He seems to have a fever, Dong Wenguang said. Fever was never a good sign. It was said that most people who developed a fever would turn into zombies, and only a small fraction who managed to survive the zombie virus had a chance of awakening superpowers. Zhang Yong, drive faster. Ji Shi urged, taking out a bottle of space water. Noticing Xiao Wu's forehead was scorching hot, he also produced a fever patch and had the others apply it. Brother, you can't die? We went through hell to get you out, Wang Guoqiao said. He noticed that after a few sips of water Xiao Wu's complexion seemed to ease slightly. When they returned to the community, Lin Yi was waiting for Ji Shi in a car at the main gate with her family. You're finally back, she said. Lin Jihai had originally disapproved of Ji Shi going out so late to search for someone, but Ji Shi feared matters might worsen. Since the family would be worrying at home anyway, he had suggested they wait here with Lin Fanqing. Ji Shi hadn't expected the whole family to be waiting, but seeing Lin Yi's concern warmed his heart. When the family arrived home and turned on the lights still powered by the backup, they were shocked by the severity of Xiao Wu's wounds. They'll have to treat the injuries on his back slowly, Tang Jingru said, beginning to work swiftly. However, some of the claw marks on Xiao Wu's back were so deep that the bone was visible, making healing difficult. They must have been caused by the mutant cat, Ji Shi said. I remember Xiao Wu used to keep a cat. Could that be the same one? Wang Guoqiao asked. The mutant cat wasn't a zombie cat. Did it feel no attachment to its former owner at all? Survival of the fittest. This rule supersedes all things including human sentiment, Ji Shi replied. The apocalypse itself was a world where the strong preyed on the weak. Mutant animals craved raw flesh, and in the face of food, everything else was meaningless. Looking at Xiao Wu, who was burning with fever, Ji Shi decisively found an empty room and tied his hands and feet to the bed in case he suddenly turned into a zombie and harmed anyone. Tang Jingru was clearly devoted. This was her first real patient. Xiaoshuang doesn't think he'll turn into a zombie, Xu Xiaoshuang said, blinking. Then let's hope Zhaishuang's words hold true. May Xiao Wu survive this ordeal. Zhao Qin's eyes reddened as he looked at Xiao Wu. When they were colleagues he hadn't felt this way, but now seeing an old acquaintance brought a sense of bittersweet reunion. That night, everyone exhausted from the day's events fell into a deep sleep. Only Tang Jingru rested briefly in the space, and then came out several times to check on Xiao Wu. Xiao Wu felt as if his body were burning. The blood in his veins seemed like boiling water about to explode. But gradually he sensed a cool trickle flowing across his back, soothing him. In his daze he even caught the faint aroma of rice. Xi Jinping brought out 3 large pots of rice. Vegetables and fresh fruit would be too suspicious to bring out, so after discussing with the family, they decided to at least make sure there was enough staple food. As for meat, they could prepare braised items and claim they were cooked dishes Ji Shi had stored in his space. But no one had the appetite to appreciate today's lunch. Outside the Sentry Garden community, an even larger horde of zombies had gathered than the day before. Damn it. If you have the guts, don't run. Zhang Yong stood on the rooftop cursing in a certain direction. What did it feel like to witness someone deliberately luring hordes of zombies toward them? Everyone felt terrible, because even if they screamed their lungs out, the culprits now several streets away couldn't hear them. Moreover, after those people drove away in a convertible, the remaining zombies rushed towards Sentry Garden community, which emitted the strongest human scent. Just as you expected, said Lin Yi standing beside Ji Shi. Xu Xiaoshuang had alerted them to come up immediately upon discovering this situation, and they had been watching helplessly for so long. Ji Shi's expression was grim. He had already suspected that this was likely a tactic to divert zombies toward the city's outskirts, as it was one of the standard practices for every base in his past life. After glimpsing the uniformed men through his telescope just now, he became even more certain. The uniforms of those people were identical to the ones worn by Zhang Hongfei and his group that he and Lin Yi had encountered earlier, indicating that they were all dispatched by the authorities. However, the problem was that the suburbs of the city had not yet been searched by the rescue teams. Even more troubled than Ji Shi was Lin Jihai. This is outrageous. How could they be so reckless as to disregard one area for another? Lin Jihai desperately wanted to know who had come up with such a plan, but now they were surrounded by so many zombies. What are we going to do? Zhao Yu was in despair. He had originally held hope for the rescue team, but never expected them to bring only desperation. If we want to contact them, we'll have to clear out these zombies first. Standing at the highest point of the rooftop, Ji Shi looked into the distance. With the most pressing problem laid before him, he instead pondered a question that had long troubled him. Where would they go from here? 3 days later, inside the largest stadium in Haidong City, a squad of men in dark green uniforms marched in orderly formation behind a man carrying a helmet as they entered the stadium. The interior of the stadium was divided into 3 zones. The first zone was the central competition field, the most densely packed area. People lay or sat everywhere on the artificial turf, their voices murmuring interspersed with laughter and weeping. Yet no one paid attention to why others were crying or laughing, for they were merely strangers to one another, survivors bound only by chance. The second zone comprised the areas beneath the stands of the stadium, where over 1,000 changing rooms stretched from front to back, each packed with people. Those in the central field gazed enviously at these rooms, for most of the occupants were rescue team members and superpowered individuals. The third zone consisted of the rooms at the very top of the stadium, originally used as commentary booths and offices, now converted into the shelter's administrative offices and meeting rooms. The man carrying the helmet entered one of the offices in the third zone. His eyes radiated confidence, though that confidence was tinged with a hint of arrogance. "Gao Xian, you're back. How was work today?" "Everything goes smoothly." A middle-aged man with streaks of white in his black hair looked approvingly at the approaching young man. Beside him sat several other middle-aged men. If Lin Jihai were here, he would recognize that most of those seated were his former colleagues, even subordinates. "Yes, Commander. Today's operation of the 1st Battalion went smoothly. All the zombies around the shelter have been successfully diverted to Sector D." The man named Gao Xian replied in a booming voice. His sturdy build combined with his resonant tone exuded a strong sense of reliability. "Old Gao, there's no need for such formality between your son and us. Gao Xian is reliable. We all trust him." Another man laughed heartily before speaking. "That's right. I heard that Secretary Lin's daughter was once set up on a blind date with Gao Xian, but in the end she didn't take a liking to him. If they had gotten together, maybe Secretary Lin's family wouldn't have." Wang Jianming, his face glistening with oil, finished his sentence, and the others wore expressions of sympathy, though beneath them lurked a hint of schadenfreude. But none of them compared to Qi Yingyan from the Qi family. Speak of the devil and he appears. Yingyan and his team are back too. Gao Chuanming's face beamed with pride. Gao Xian was his most cherished son, not only a recent graduate of a military academy, but also a powerful fire-type superpowered individual. In the current scramble for resources, Gao Xian was his greatest trump card. As for Lin Jihai, who had once been his rival in overt and covert struggles, that was now a thing of the past. Qi Yingyan pushed open the door and entered, looking noticeably disheveled along with the few people behind him. Gao Chuanming immediately stood up and asked with concern, "What happened? Did you encounter danger?" "Reporting to the commander, we encountered mutant beasts during today's mission. The 3rd Battalion suffered heavy losses," replied one of the men behind Qi Yingyan. "What? Mutant beasts? Didn't our weapons prove effective?" Gao Chuanming fired off 3 questions in rapid succession. Seeing everyone in the room turn to him, Qi Yingyan suppressed the pain from the impact on his back and said, "It was a swarm of mutant beasts. We didn't even have time to react before. Why aren't you calling a doctor immediately? Everyone's injuries are the priority." Gao Xian stepped forward, cutting off Qi Yingyan's explanation. Qi Yingyan furrowed his brow and fell silent, knowing that regardless of the circumstances, a failed mission was a failed mission. "Commander, today our diversion team also reported a strange occurrence." After the members of the 3rd Battalion were all sent for treatment, a tall, slender woman stepped forward to report. "What strange occurrence?" Gao Chuanming asked. The woman's name was Li Zhuyu, a metal-type superpowered individual whom Gao Chuanming had recruited. "All the roads west of Fudong Avenue in Sector D have been blocked by someone unknown. Our advanced diversion team members sacrificed their lives as a result, and moreover." Li Zuyu's expression grew even more peculiar. "Moreover what?" Qishan also asked. "Moreover, according to our observations, the tens of thousands of zombies we had diverted there over the past few days have all vanished. It seems someone has eliminated them." After Li Zhuyu finished speaking in one breath, the meeting room fell into silence. After a long pause, Gao Chuanming asked incredulously, "What did you say?" "The roads were blocked and tens of thousands of zombies had been wiped out." "That is indeed the case. I suspect that Captain Qi's encounter with mutant beasts is also related to this. Fudong Avenue is the main artery. If it is blocked, it will severely hinder our operations." Li Zhuyu then took out a phone with remaining battery power, which contained the photos she had taken. "Who on earth did this?" Qishan, upon hearing that this had affected their operations, slammed his palm onto the table in anger. "We do not know yet. It is up to the commander to decide." Li Zuyu's words were tactful. Among those present, no ultimate leader had been chosen, yet though Gao Chuanming's name was whispered most often. As the saying goes, the capable prevail, and she hoped that this opportunity to take the lead could be ceded to Gao Chuanming. "Hongbin, what are your thoughts?" Gao Chuanming asked, turning to Zhang Hongbin, who had the least presence. Zhang Hongbin, the younger brother of Mayor Zhang of Haitong City, was usually the most affable and never one to compete. Startled by Gao Chuanming's sudden address, he replied, "I think it's most fitting for Gao Xian to lead a reconnaissance mission first. It's a good form of training for the young." "You're right. Xianer does need more practice." Zhang Hongbin's amiable words resonated well with Gao Chuanming. Beside them, Gao Xian wore a confident expression, discussing the situation on Fudong Avenue with Li Yuzhu. Meanwhile, near the Century Garden residential complex at the end of Fudong Avenue, Ji Shi and his family were digging out warm crystal cores. With a soft whoosh, several wooden vines pierced into the brains of a few zombies simultaneously, then 6 crystal cores were extracted. Zhao Hualing controlled her vines, placing the cores into a plastic basket nearby. After days of relentless combat, she had become adept at wielding her wood-type vines. Though lacking in sheer force, it had become the team's most reliable defensive ability. Ji Shi, my basket is full. We've had a great haul today. Xiao Wu along with Zhang Yong and the others was digging for cores in the distance. His face healthy and cheerful lit up as he waved to Ji Shi. Just leave it there. Ye and Guo Chao will clean them all together. Ji Shi smiled. Over the past few days they had not only successfully eliminated the zombies lured in succession, but also barricaded several nearby roads. The area around Century Garden was temporarily safe. Alright, we should head back now. Lin Ye took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat from Ji Shi's face. Digging for cores in this scorching heat was no easy task. Okay. Once everyone had packed up, Ji Shi raised his hand and conjured several fire serpents. They slithered along the ground, scorching the accumulated zombie corpses. Ji Shi believed this was the cleanest and most hygienic method, and it would also prevent any impact on vehicles when driving past later. If you ask me, even if a few more waves of zombies come, we have nothing to fear. Maybe you'll even level up in the process, Zhao Hualing said, striding along on her long legs beside Lin Ye. By now most of the team had advanced. Xuan Ningxia and Chu Xiaoshuang were both second-level ability users, and even Lin Jihai had reached level 2. Only Zhao Hualing, the water-type Wang Guochao, and Xiao Wu, who had just awakened the speed-type ability, remained at level 1. Moreover, Lin Ye was showing signs of nearing level 3. If more come, it'll be trouble. We've already used everything around us to our advantage. Lin Ye shook her head, gazing at the scorched black walls and trees lining the roads. Over the past few days they had made the most of their resources. The parked vehicles nearby had been detonated by Ji Shi to blast the zombies, and the garden outside the community had been turned into a trap. The residents willing to help were already exhausted both physically and mentally. But Xiaoshuang thinks we've gained a lot. Don't you all think my wind blades are quite formidable? Chu Xiaoshuang, walking beside them, occasionally leaped into the air to fly a short distance, then landed and walked a few steps. To demonstrate her power, she unleashed a wind blade at a nearby tree. The trunk, about 7 or 8 centimeters in diameter, was instantly severed. But Xiaoshuang thinks we've gained a lot. Don't you all think my wind blades are quite formidable? Chu Xiaoshuang, walking beside them, occasionally leaped into the air to fly a short distance, then landed and walked a few steps. To demonstrate her power, she unleashed a wind blade at a nearby tree. The trunk, yes, the master is the boss. Xiaoshuang will obey, Chu Xiaoshuang said, walking obediently over to Xuan Ningxia. Xuan Ningxia smiled at her and handed her a repaired parasol. So fast. You're amazing. Chu Xiaoshuang disliked being in the sun, so she always carried a parasol everywhere except when killing zombies. However, her parasol had just been damaged by a mutant zombie. Xuan Ningxia, while walking, had fixed it in less than 2 minutes. It's nothing. Very simple, Xuan Ningxia said, finding it effortless. She had merely used her ability and given it a couple of twists. The group entered the community and found Tang Jingru and Lin Jihai at the management office. To advance more quickly, Tang Jingru had been offering free treatment to the injured at the office whenever she wasn't killing zombies. For safety, Ji Shi had Lin Jihai and Lin Fanqing guard her. Healing-type ability users were a novelty, and some even gathered out of curiosity to watch. That should do it, Tang Jingru said, using her ability to heal the wound on a young man's arm. Thank you so much. We have no medicine at home, and we're afraid of infection. You're a lifesaver. The young man's face was smudged with soot, but his expression was joyful. You're welcome, Tang Jingru replied with a smile. Although she treated for free, it was a win-win for her ability. Mom, would you like to rest for a while? Lin Ye and Ji Shi entered, planning to pick up Tang Jingru and the others to go back. Almost done. He'll treat these last 2, and then we'll go. Tang Jingru's ability energy was near. Just then the door to the office opened, and a middle-aged woman, who bore some resemblance to Han Xinlei, walked in. Spotting Ji Shi, her eyes lit up, and she hurried over. Ji Shi, you need to go home and check. A few people broke into your house. They used their abilities to unlock the door. I remember your father was at home, right? Something might have happened. The woman was Zhou Chuanhua, Han Xinlei's mother. Ji Shi knew her because she cleaned their corridor and stairwell every day. While sweeping the stairs, she had seen a group of people rush into Ji Shi's home. Seeing they were all ability users, she didn't dare intervene alone and rushed down to find the family. I understand. Ji Shi dashed out like an arrow. Who dared to break into their home? Lin Ye and the others didn't have time to ask and followed suit. However, when they arrived, there was no sign of anyone. The door was wide open and the living room was in a state of disarray. Dada. Ji Shi was the first to rush in, but there was no trace of Ji Jinping. Ji Shi, you're finally back. You scared me to death. The bedroom door opened, and Ji Jinping emerged unharmed. He had sensed something was wrong and hid in his space, but he also opened the window to make it look like he had escaped through it. Dad, are you alright? Ji Shi sighed in relief, but a surge of anger also rose within him.